Long before Zeus sat upon his throne on Mount Olympus, before the gods of Greece had names or temples or worshippers, there was only chaos. Not chaos in the way we tend to use the word today, not noise or confusion or disorder, but something far older and harder to hold in the mind. The ancient Greeks imagined it as a vast open void, a kind of formless darkness that preceded everything. It was not empty exactly, because emptiness implies a space with defined edges, and chaos had no edges at all. It was simply the before, the condition of the universe before the universe had learned what it was. Hesiod, the Greek poet who wrote down some of the oldest surviving accounts of these stories, described chaos as the very first thing that came to be, and in his telling, it arrived at the beginning, not with a sound or a flash of light, but with a quiet, almost effortless opening. Something gave way, and existence began. From that first yielding came Gaia, the deep-breasted earth, who rose from the formlessness, not as a sudden creation, but as a slow settling, the way land appears when water gradually recedes. She was the ground beneath everything, the body of the world itself, patient and enormous, and older than anything that would ever walk upon her. Soon after Gaia emerged, there came Tartarus, the great sunken abyss deep in the roots of the earth, dark and distant, as far below the ground as the sky is above it. And there came Eros, not yet the small winged god of later tradition, but something far more fundamental, the force of attraction and connection that would draw all other things together, the pull that made the universe want to become more than it already was. These earliest beings were not gods in the way the Greeks would later understand gods. They had no particular form, no families, no stories yet. They were more like qualities of existence, presence, depth, darkness, longing. In the vast span of time that followed this first emergence, these primordial powers worked silently upon the cosmos, shaping its character and possibilities. Gaia, in particular, seemed to carry within herself an almost inexhaustible generative force, a constant stirring that suggested the world was meant to be far more populated than it had yet become. Tartarus, by contrast, remained remote and still, a kind of cosmic counterweight to Gaia's restless fertility, a place where potential things went to wait before their time. And Eros moved through all of it like an invisible current, binding these first beings to one another and creating the conditions under which further creation might occur. The universe, in this earliest age, was alive with possibility, but not yet fully realized. It was a state of becoming rather than of being, a world in the midst of learning what shapes and forms it might take. Yet the stirring of Eros through the cosmos gradually began to produce its effects in earnest. Time itself seemed to gather momentum in this primordial age, moving from the vast geological slowness of the earliest epochs into something with a more purposeful rhythm. The forces that had lain dormant in silence began to press against one another with increasingly conscious intent. It was as if the universe were reaching a kind of maturity, a readiness for something altogether new to emerge from within the ancient patterns of creation. Gaia herself seemed to sense this turning point, this moment when potential might finally resolve into actuality. The cosmic forces that had operated in shadow began to speak to one another, to recognize one another, to desire union and connection. And it was in this intensifying stirring, that the great drama of the divine ages began to take shape. The story of how power would be distributed among the gods, how order would be established and challenged, how generation would follow generation in an endless cycle of succession and transformation. The world was no longer content to remain in its first simple state. It yearned for complexity, for hierarchy, for the conflicts that would give meaning to existence itself. In time, Gaia brought forth Uranos, the wide sky, who rose up above her and arched over her from every direction, covering the whole of the earth. She also brought forth the great mountains and the sea, Pontus, deep and restless and vast. The world was taking on its shape. There was earth and there was sky, and between them the restless water moved. Gaia and Uranos then came together as partners, and what followed was a first generation of children, unlike anything the world would ever see again. 12 great titans, 6 sons and 6 daughters, beings of enormous power and intelligence, each one a deity in their own right. They were not monsters, though later traditions sometimes treated them that way. They were the first gods, radiant, immense, each one carrying within them the nature of some essential part of the world. These titans represented a fundamental ordering of cosmic forces into distinct beings with individual natures and spheres of influence. Where chaos had been formless and undifferentiated, the titans embodied specific principles and domains. They were conscious entities capable of thought and will, yet they were also intrinsically connected to the natural phenomena they represented. Their emergence marked a crucial transition in the development of the cosmos, the moment when the raw potential of chaos and the creative power of Gaia began to take on structure and purpose. The world was no longer merely becoming, it was beginning to be governed by a kind of deliberate order, a hierarchy of powers that would maintain the cosmos and prevent it from sliding back into formlessness. Oceanus, who was the ocean river encircling all the earth. Coeus and Creus. Hyperion, who held within him the light of the sun. Iapetus, from whose lines so much else would come. Themis, whose very name meant divine order. Mnemosyne, who was memory itself. Phoebe, bright and distant as the moon she would one day pass down to her grandchildren. Tethys, gentle and enduring. Cronus, the youngest, the most ambitious, and the one whose story would come to define the entire age. And the titanesses alongside them. Thea, Rhea, and the others, each one a world unto herself. Together they were the first civilization of the divine, a generation of gods who ruled long before Olympus had even taken its shape in the minds of those who would worship there. And from that union between Gaia and Uranos, the first true dynasty of gods was born, the Titans. Uranos was a god who could not share the world with the children he had made. He was the sky itself, vast, brilliant, arching over the earth in every direction. And in the beginning, before anything else had taken shape, that vastness seemed enough. He had emerged alongside Gaia, the deep earth, and together they had made something extraordinary. The world had weight and height, form and breadth, and from their union came children of extraordinary power and strangeness. The Titans came first, 12 of them, enormous and radiant, each carrying something of their parents inside them. Then came others, the 3 Cyclopes, each with a single burning eye set in the center of their broad foreheads, who held within them the force of storms and the knowledge of how to shape metal. And after 2, the Hecatoncheires, 3 beings of such overwhelming form that even the word for them feels difficult to hold, each with 50 heads and 100 arms, immense beyond any easy imagining, and powerful in a way that seemed to belong to the world's earliest and most unformed years. These were the children Gaia brought into being, and she loved them in the way that the earth loves everything it produces, completely, without condition, the way soil holds a root. Uranos looked at what they had made together and felt something very different. It was not pride, and it was not wonder. The Cyclopes unsettled him, their single eyes, their raw and crackling energy, the sense that they carried forces he could not easily contain. The Hecatoncheires unsettled him even more deeply. They were too much, too large, too strange, too full of a kind of power that did not defer to him. He was the ruler of the world, and they made him feel as though the world had grown something it could not be expected to control. Uranos could not allow that. So he did what a god with absolute power and absolute fear will sometimes do. He pressed his children back into the earth. Not gently, not with sorrow. He forced them deep into the body of Gaia herself, back into the dark places from which they had come, and he held them there. What this meant for Gaia is something that the ancient sources do not fully describe, but what they do say carries a weight that needs no elaboration. Hesiod, in the Theogony, says only that Gaia groaned under the strain of it, that the earth itself groaned. The children were enormous beings, and they were inside her, unable to move or grow or breathe freely, pressing outward against the walls of the world. She felt every one of them. She carried that pressure the way a stone carries heat, slowly, completely, until the stone itself begins to change. The Titans, who had not yet been imprisoned, moved through the world in those early ages in something like freedom, but even they lived beneath the will of a father who had already shown what he was capable of. Uranos ruled the sky above and the children below, and there was no space in between that did not belong to him. The suffering Gaia carried grew over a long time. It is difficult to speak about time in the age before the Olympians. There were no seasons yet as we understand them, no calendars, no generations of mortals to mark the years. But suffering does not need a calendar. It accumulates the way pressure accumulates inside the earth itself, quiet and invisible, until it becomes something else entirely. Gaia grieved for her children in the darkness beneath her. She grieved for the Cyclopes with their bright, strange eyes that Uranos had decided were too dangerous to look at. She grieved for the Hecatoncheires, whose 100 arms would never reach sunlight, whose 50 mouths would never draw in open air. And underneath the grief, something else was growing. Something that grief, when it is held long enough, eventually becomes. In the depths of the earth, Gaia's sorrow began to harden into something with an edge. The weight of her imprisoned children never diminished, but her awareness of it changed. She understood, in the way that the earth understands things, slowly, completely, without the need for words, that Uranos would never voluntarily release them. His dominion depended on their captivity. His comfort relied on her suffering. This recognition brought with it a clarity that cut through even her anguish. The love she bore for her children had not diminished, but now it was accompanied by something else, a recognition that love alone could not save them. Something would have to be done, and Gaia would have to be the one to do it. She thought carefully. That much is clear from the way the myth is told. This was not a sudden, furious act, but a considered one. Something that had been shaped over a long time in the deep quiet of the earth. She crafted a sickle, or in some accounts asked for one to be crafted. Enormous, made of grey adamantine, the hardest substance the earth could produce. The ancient sources describe it with a kind of reverence, as though the object itself carried the gravity of what it was made for. It was a harvesting tool turned into something else entirely, and there is something in that transformation that feels significant. The instrument of the earth's abundance reshaped by the earth's grief into an instrument of consequence. The Titans, trapped alongside their imprisoned siblings in spirit, if not in body, knew what was happening in the world above them. They could feel the weight of their father's dominion as clearly as Gaia could. Uranos showed them no warmth and made no effort to know them. He ruled as a sky rules, from an immense distance, covering everything, touching nothing, and each of them, in their own way, had learned to wait. But waiting has a limit, and Gaia had reached hers. She had held the pain of her children inside her long enough. She had watched Uranos come to her each night and retreat again at dawn, leaving nothing behind but absence and the continued imprisonment of everything she loved. The sickle was finished. The question of who would carry it was still open. The Titans were not small beings, and they were not timid. But the thing that was being asked here was something beyond courage, in the ordinary sense. It was a willingness to reach up into the sky itself, to strike against the source of everything that held the world in order. The sky and the earth together had made the world. To break that apart was to step into a kind of consequence no one could fully see the end of. And so Gaia went to her children in the darkness and asked which of them was brave enough to end it. Cronus was the youngest of Gaia's Titan sons, and he was the one willing to do what none of his brothers dared. Gaia had gone to each of her children in turn, carrying with her the weight of ages of suffering, and one by one they had fallen silent and looked away. The older brothers would not move against their father. Whether it was fear or something older than fear, some instinct that made them step back from the edge of what she was asking, they declined, and the darkness inside the earth continued. But Cronus listened. Cronus, the youngest, looked at his mother and said that he would do it. According to the ancient telling in Hesiod's Theogony, Gaia was moved by this, and she set about preparing what her son would need. Deep within the earth, she shaped a great sickle from a grey and flinty stone. Some later accounts call the material adamant, a word the Greeks used for anything of unbreakable hardness. The blade was enormous and curved, and she placed it in her son's hands. She told him what to do and when to do it, and then she waited. What happened next is one of the oldest scenes in all of Greek mythology, and even told calmly, it carries a kind of gravity that is difficult to set aside. Each night, Uranos came down from the sky to lie with Gaia, as he always did, spreading himself across the earth in the darkness. Cronus had hidden himself in the place where earth and sky met, and when his father descended and drew close, he reached out with his left hand. The ancient sources are specific about this. The left hand, a detail that carried meaning in Greek thought, and with the great sickle he struck. The blow fell, and Uranos recoiled. He pulled back from the earth with a sound, according to later poets, like the sky itself splitting open, and then he rose, wounded and crying out, retreating upward into the heights, above the world. He would never lie with Gaia again. The blood that fell from Uranos as he drew away was not simply lost. Some of it fell into the sea, spreading through the dark water, and from that mingling of divine blood and salt water, something extraordinary formed. The sea began to foam around the place where the blood had fallen, and from that foam, slowly, over what the ancient sources suggest was a long passage of time, a figure rose. She drifted across the water on a shell, or simply on the surface of the waves, depending on the version, arriving first at the island of Cythera, and then at Cyprus. This was Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, born not from any father and mother in the usual sense, but from the sea itself and from the wound in the sky. Hesiod tells us her name came from the foam, Aphros in Greek, and that Reva she walked. The earth flowered beneath her feet. The Horai, the goddesses of the seasons, clothed her when she came ashore, and she entered the world already fully herself, already the most beautiful being it had ever held. The blood that fell not into the sea, but onto the earth, became something altogether different. Where it soaked into the soil, new beings were born, beings of a harder and more frightening nature than Aphrodite. The Erinyes rose from that blood, the three goddesses of vengeance and retribution, whose names in some traditions are Alecto, Tisiphone, and Megara. They would go on to become the pursuers of those who committed crimes against family, the enforcers of a kind of justice older than any law Zeus would ever make. From the same blood, the giants also came, immense and powerful beings who would eventually wage their own war against the Olympians in a later age. And from it too came the Miliae, the ash tree nymphs, who according to Hesiod were the mothers or companions of the first human beings. All of this from a single act, in a single night. The world that existed after that moment was genuinely different from the world that had existed before it. The transformation was immediate and absolute. The separation of sky from earth had been physical and literal, but it was also something deeper, a symbolic break from the old order that had defined all existence up to that moment. The sky god could no longer descend nightly to possess the earth, and the dominion he had held through sheer presence and proximity was severed in that single stroke. Gaia herself felt the change, the weight that had pressed down upon her for ages, finally lifting. The creatures born from the spilled blood, whether beautiful like Aphrodite or terrible like the Erinyes, were all children of this new beginning, marked by the violence and rupture of their own creation. Each emerged into a world remade by the act of their genesis. Cronus did not rest after what he had done. The task his mother had asked of him was complete, but he had also, in that moment, stepped into a position of extraordinary power. With Aranos no longer ruling and no longer able to return, the world was open in a way it had never been. The Titans looked to their youngest brother as one who had accomplished what none of them could have attempted. In casting down Aranos, Cronus had not merely removed a tyrant from power, he had proven himself capable of an act so decisive, so irreversible, that it established his claim to rule as surely as any birthright ever could. Power, in the world of the gods, belonged to those willing to seize it. Cronus went first to the place that Aranos had built to contain his most feared children, the deep pit of Tartarus, where the Cyclopes and the Hecaton shears had been imprisoned since Aranos first looked upon them and felt afraid. One version of the story tells us, Cronus freed these imprisoned siblings, releasing them from the darkness where they had spent so long confined. Whether he did this out of genuine loyalty to his family, or because Gaia urged it, the ancient sources do not say clearly. What is recorded in Hesiod's account, though with some ambiguity, is that the Titans who had been kept beneath the earth were released and came back up into a world transformed. The long night of their father's rule was over. The Titans, Oceanus, Cois, Creus, Hyperion, Iapetus and the rest, emerged into a world where the sky and earth had been permanently separated, where the old king of heaven had been driven away and would not return, and where their youngest brother stood at the center of everything. There is something worth sitting with in that image. The world reorganized so completely in a single night that nothing could go back to what it had been. The suffering that Gaia and her children had endured was real, and the act that ended it was violent. But what came after was not simply destruction. Aphrodite drifting on the sea, the Titans stepping out of the dark into open air, the earth no longer pressed down upon, no longer sealed against the sky. There is a kind of opening in the myth here, a long exhale after something that had gone on too long. The Greeks understood this story as the necessary cost of the world becoming what it needed to become, not a tragedy exactly, but not a triumph without weight either. Aranos had held everything too tightly, and when he finally let go, it was not by choice. The sky and the earth were separated at last, Aranos retreating to the distant heavens, and Cronus stood in the new silence as ruler of all the world. Cronus ruled the world during what the ancient Greeks called the Golden Age, and it was, by nearly every account, the most peaceful time the world had ever known. Hesiod, writing in his Works and Days sometime in the 8th century before the Common Era, described this age with a kind of tender longing, as though even centuries later the memory of it carried a sweetness that ordinary life could not quite match. Under Cronus, the earth gave freely. The soil did not need to be broken or coaxed or argued with. Grain grew without ploughing. Fruit hung heavy on trees that no one had planted, and the rivers ran clean and cold from the mountains down through meadows that stretched as far as a person could walk in a day. There was no hunger in this age. There was no war, no cruelty between neighbors, no locked doors. People lived as the gods themselves might have wished to live, without the weight of labor pressing down on their days, without the slow fear of old age creeping in behind them. They grew old, according to Hesiod, as a person falls into sleep, gently, without suffering, until one day they simply were no longer there. Death in the Golden Age was not a blow. It was more like the end of a long and pleasant afternoon. The people of this first age were sometimes called the Golden Race, and ancient sources are careful to say that they were not gods exactly, that they lived very close to the gods. They shared something with the divine, a lightness, an ease, a kind of natural goodness that did not need to be taught or enforced. They feasted together and moved through the world without the suspicion or envy that would mark the later ages. They had no courts, no armies, no need for iron or bronze weapons. The earth was enough. The earth was generous, and over all of this, Cronus reigned from a place of quiet authority. The sky settled above him, and the world arranged in something like contentment beneath. Rhea was there beside him, and she is worth pausing on for a moment. She was one of the great Titanesses, daughter of Gaia and Uranus, and in the ancient sources she carries a quality that sets her apart from the harder figures around her. Where Cronus is described with a certain cold grandeur, powerful, deliberate, sometimes unsettling even in his finest hour, Rhea is described with warmth. She was the mother of the gods, and that was not simply a title. It seemed to belong to her in a deeper way, the way the earth itself belongs to the season that knows how to tend it. Some ancient writers connected her to Gaia in spirit, as though the love that the earth feels for the things it grows had found a more particular expression in Rhea. She moved through the world of the Golden Age as a essence of comfort and steadiness, and the humans of that age, who lived so close to the gods, may well have felt her nearness without always knowing what to call it. In the stories that survived to classical times, Cronus and Rhea's rule over the cosmos was characterized by a deliberate restraint. Where later gods would demand elaborate temples and constant worship, Cronus seemed content to let the world flourish without excessive divine intervention. The harmony of the Golden Age was not imposed from above through force or divine law. Rather, it arose naturally from the absence of the struggles that would later define the mortal condition. The gods of this era were distant enough to allow true freedom, yet present enough to ensure that the fundamental order of things remained intact. Mortals did not pray to Cronus in the way later peoples would pray to Zeus, with fear and careful attention to proper ritual. Instead, they existed in a state of untroubled peace, sustained by the abundance their world provided. It was as if Cronus had discovered the secret that would elude every ruler who came after him. That true power lies not in the exercise of dominion, but in the creation of conditions where suffering is unnecessary and goodness flows naturally from the structure of things themselves. Some ancient texts suggest that even time itself moved differently under Cronus, that days were longer and years held more ease, as though the ruler of the cosmos had bent the very fabric of existence toward gentleness. The seasons in the Golden Age turned without harshness, according to Hesiod. There was no bitter winter to survive, no scorching summer that withered the crops before they could be gathered. The world maintained a kind of perpetual mild abundance, something between late spring and early autumn, where the air was neither too cold nor too hot, and the light fell at a gentle angle across everything. People spent their days in the open, close to rivers and groves, and the boundary between the human world and the divine one was thin enough that it barely felt like a boundary at all. The gods moved among humans with a certain ease. There was no need for temples or elaborate rites to reach them, because they had not yet gone far enough away to require finding. And yet, even Hesiod knew that this age had ended. He was writing from inside the Iron Age, the hardest and most troubled of all the ages, and the Golden Age he described was already deep in the past, separated from his own time by layers of deterioration, each age worse than the one before it. There is something quietly sorrowful in his account of this, not because the Golden Age ended violently or with a great catastrophe, but because it simply gave way. The Golden Race lived out their peaceful lives, and when they were gone, they were gone. The world moved on without them. But Hesiod did not leave them entirely behind. He gave the Golden Race a fate after death that suited who they had been in life. They did not go to the dim halls of the underworld as the people of later ages did. They became something else, something that remained in the world, present and protective, if no longer visible. They drifted through the living earth as spirits, watching over the people who came after them. And the Greeks of Hesiod's time were meant to feel this, to understand that the goodness of the Golden Age had not simply vanished, but had been absorbed into the world itself in another form. When a farmer noticed his field doing unexpectedly well, or when a traveller found the right road without knowing why he had turned that direction, there was a kind of ancient generosity behind it, something left over from a time before hardship, still moving quietly through the world on behalf of the living. They became the holy spirits of the earth, the ancient Greeks believed, invisible watchers moving through the world, guardians of mortal men, gentle remnants of a time when everything was simpler. The trouble with Cronus was not his cruelty exactly. It was his fear, and what his fear made him do. He had come to power the way that power is often seized, not through patience or wisdom, but through a single decisive act of violence. And in the silence that followed, when the world had reorganized itself around him, and the other titans walked freely in the open air for the first time, something quietly shifted inside him. A ruler who gains his throne by overthrowing the ruler before him carries a particular kind of knowledge inside his chest. The knowledge that it can be done, that it has been done, and that there is nothing in the nature of things to prevent it from happening again. Uranos had whispered it to him in the moment of his defeat, and Gaia, who loved her children but loved truth more, confirmed it in her steady and unhurried way. "One of your own children," they told him, "'ll rise against you just as you rose against your father. The throne you have taken will one day be taken from you, and the hand that takes it will belong to your own blood." This was not a warning offered gently. It was the shape of things, laid out plainly, and Cronus received it the way a man receives news that has already, on some level, been expected, with a cold recognition that settled in and never fully left. The prophecy haunted him not because he was weak-minded or prone to excessive worry, but because it was logically sound. He understood the mechanics of power better than perhaps any ruler before him. He had seen how Uranos' distance from the world had weakened him, how his own nearness and decisiveness had made him strong. But there was no guarantee that strength alone would protect him indefinitely. History had taught him that lesson already. He had lived through it. The prophecy was not mere superstition uttered by blind seers. It was Gaia herself speaking, the oldest consciousness in the world, the one who had witnessed every rise and fall. If she said it would happen, then the only question was not whether, but when, and whether he would be ready. He began to see threats everywhere, possible futures branching out before him like the fingers of a hand. Some of these futures ended in his downfall. Most of them did, if he was being honest with himself, which he tried not to be. For a while he may have held the prophecy lightly, the way one holds an unpleasant thought during days that are otherwise fine. The world under his reign was abundant and unhurried. The Titans moved through their domains with quiet authority. Rhea, his sister and his wife, was warm and steadfast beside him. A Titaness of the deep earth, of mountains and of motherhood, generous in a way that Cronus himself had never been. She was one of the great Titanesses, patient and full of feeling, and she loved Cronus in the way that some people love those who are difficult to love, with a kind of clear-eyed loyalty that did not require him to deserve it. When she told him she was carrying their first child, there may have been a brief moment when he imagined setting the prophecy aside, choosing not to believe it, living as though the words had never been spoken into the world. But the fear was stronger than the moment. It always is, with men like Cronus. The child that Rhea bore into the world was Hestia, goddess of the hearth, of sacred fire, of the home. And before Rhea had time to hold her properly, before the warmth of the new life had settled into anything like permanence, Cronus reached out and swallowed his daughter whole. Hestia passed into the dark interior of her father's body, alive and unharmed, but held as completely as if she had never been born at all. Rhea's grief at that first loss was unlike any grief the world had yet produced. She had carried something precious, and had it removed from her in an instant, not by death, which at least has a kind of finality to it, but by a disappearance so complete that there was nothing left to mourn over, no absence she could point to and say, "Here is where she was." Cronus moved through the days afterward with what looked from the outside like calm, but was in truth the fragile steadiness of someone who has done a necessary and terrible thing and is trying not to think too carefully about what it was. The act had a logic to it that he could explain to himself in the solitude of his own mind. The child, safely contained, could not grow to challenge him. The child, alive within him, could not be said to have been murdered. He had found a way to keep the prophecy from coming true, or so he told himself, though some part of him knew that his reasoning was circular and desperate. What he could not account for was the look in Rhea's eyes afterward, the way she would sometimes stare at her own hands as if they belonged to someone else. He told himself this would pass, that she would understand eventually. He told himself many things. When Rhea was again with child, the same thing happened. Their second daughter was Demeter, goddess of the grain and the green-growing world, of harvests and seasons and the long patience of the earth, and she too was swallowed before she had taken more than a breath of the world's air. Rhea wept, and Cronus watched her weep, and the distance between them grew with a slowness that was perhaps more painful than any sudden rupture could have been. Their third child was Hera, goddess of marriage and of women, of the sky and of the deep bond between a husband and a wife, and she too vanished into her father's keeping before the world had any chance to know her. There is something particular about Hera's loss that seems to carry its own weight, given what she would eventually become, given the way she would one day stand beside Zeus, with a pride that had been forged partly out of everything she had survived. But in that first moment, she was simply a newborn, and her mother held empty hands again, and the air in the room felt like something had been subtracted from it. After Hera came Hades, the fourth child, the one who would one day rule the realm of the dead with a quiet and absolute authority. And then Poseidon, god of the sea and of deep waters, and of the trembling of the earth beneath its surface, the fifth. Each time, the same terrible swiftness. Each time, Rhea's arms filled with the brief, impossible weight of a new life, and then emptied again before she had learned the particular sound of the child's breathing. Cronus did not seem to take pleasure in it. That, in its own way, made it harder to bear. He acted not from malice, but from the mechanical certainty of someone following a plan, someone who had decided that the only protection against the future was to contain it, and who could not see what that containment was costing his wife, or could see it and had decided it was an acceptable cost. Rhea said less and less as the years passed. She moved through her days with a stillness that was not peace, but something that had been worn down to resemble it. 5 children, swallowed whole, carried inside their father like prisoners in a stone tower, and Rhea was left each time with empty arms and a growing certainty that something had to change. When Rhea felt the 6th child growing inside her, she made a decision. She would not hand this one over. It had happened 5 times before. Each time, she had watched Cronus take the newborn from her arms. Hestia first, then Demeter, then Hera, then Hades, then Poseidon. And each time she had felt the same hollow grief settle into her chest, like stones dropped into still water. She had wept, and she had pleaded, and none of it had changed anything. Cronus moved through his fear the way rivers move through stone, not quickly, but with absolute certainty, wearing away everything in his path. He loved Rhea in his way, but he loved his throne more. He always had. This time, Rhea decided, would be different. Before the child arrived, she travelled to find Gaia and Aranos, her own mother and the Sky Father who had been driven so far back from the world that speaking with him was itself an act of considerable effort. Ancient prophecy was older than the gods themselves in some ways, and Rhea understood that if anyone could tell her what this child was meant to be, it was the earth and the sky from whom all things had first come. According to the tradition Hesiod preserves, it was indeed Gaia and Aranos who told her the shape of what was coming, that the child she was carrying would one day be powerful enough to overthrow Cronus, just as Cronus had once overthrown Aranos himself. The wheel of generations was still turning. Rhea only needed to keep the child alive long enough for it to turn. The plan Gaia helped her form was elegant in its simplicity. Rhea would not be in her familiar places when the child came. She would travel far, to a place Cronus would not think to look, and she would give birth in secret. Crete was chosen, a rugged island rising from the sea, full of deep caves and hidden valleys, a place where the earth felt thick and sheltering beneath one's feet. Different ancient sources differ gently on exactly where the birth took place. Some say it was a cave on Mount Dicte, in the eastern part of the island. Others name Mount Ida in the center of Crete, where the mountain air was cool and sharp and smelled of wild thyme and pine. Both traditions agree on the essential fact that the cave was dark and quiet, that the world outside did not know what was happening inside it, and that this was exactly as Rhea intended. She gave birth there in the deep quiet of that place, and the child was Zeus. For a moment, perhaps, she simply held him. He was small and warm, the way all newborns are, and there must have been something unbearable about that smallness, about knowing who he was and what the world was going to ask of him one day, and yet holding him as nothing more than a baby who had just arrived into the world and did not know anything at all. But there was no time for lingering. Cronus would expect the child brought to him, and any delay would invite suspicion. Rhea took a stone, smooth, heavy, the right size and weight, and wrapped it carefully in soft swaddling clothes, the way a newborn would be wrapped. The story says simply that she carried it to Cronus and presented it to him. He reached for it without looking closely, without any tenderness, and swallowed it whole. He tasted nothing unusual. He felt the familiar satisfaction of a fear contained, a threat neutralized. He went back to his days. He never suspected a thing. Meanwhile, Rhea had arranged for her son to be cared for. The baby Zeus was placed in the charge of those who lived on Crete, and different ancient sources name slightly different caretakers. One ancient tradition speaks of a nymph called Adamanthea, who is said to have hung the infant Zeus from a tree by a rope, so that he was suspended between earth, sea and sky, none of the three realms that Cronus governed, making him invisible to his father in a way that was more cosmic than literal. The idea behind it is quietly beautiful, the child hidden not by walls, but by being placed in the space between all things, in the gap where the old ruler's gaze could not follow. The she-goat Amalthea appears in this same landscape, nursing the infant with her rich milk. Her image is a tender one, the great god of Olympus, who would one day hold lightning in his hands, spending his earliest hours nuzzled against a goat in a mountain cave, dependent and helpless, and entirely unaware of his own future. There is something humbling about that image, and perhaps something deliberately reassuring about the way the Greeks preserved it. Even Zeus began as something small and needing. There was also the matter of sound. A baby cries. Babies always cry. And a crying child in a cave on Crete was, in principle, something that could carry on the wind, something that could draw attention across all the distance between the island and Cronus. To prevent this, a group of young divine warriors known as the Curetes surrounded the cave and performed their strange, clamorous duty. They were figures associated with Crete itself, neither fully gods nor mortals, but something older, something that belonged to the island the way mountains and rivers belong to a place. They clashed their bronze shields with their spears. They stamped their feet and shouted and made as much noise as bronze and effort could produce, filling the air with a sound like young thunder, and every cry the infant made was swallowed up inside it. Cronus heard nothing. The world heard nothing. Only the Curetes and the nymphs and the she-goat and the dark warm rock of the cave knew what was there. It is worth sitting with this image for a moment. The quiet at the center of all that noise. Inside the cave, by the accounts that have survived, the child slept and fed and grew, and the world outside was ordinary. Rhea had returned to Cronus with her stone and resumed her life beside him. She was present and composed and revealed nothing. The sorrow of the previous 5 births would have still been with her, but now she carried something else alongside it, a knowledge she could not share with anyone who might let it reach her husband's ears. Hesiod and other ancient sources do not describe how Rhea felt in those days in any great detail, but the structure of the myth makes her grief and her resolve equally visible. She did what she needed to do. She made the distance between herself and her child as bearable as she could, and she waited. Deep in a cave on the island of Crete, a child who would one day shake the world slept soundly while bronze-armored guardians danced and clashed outside, and his father, somewhere far away, felt nothing but the cold weight of a stone. He knew the weight of the island beneath his feet, the smell of salt carried in from the sea, the way the light fell differently through the trees in the early morning than it did at midday. He knew the she-goat Amalthea, whose coat was the colour of new cream and who let him press his face against her flank when the nights were cold. He knew the nymphs who sang softly at the edges of the cave, who brought him wildflowers and watched over him with the particular tenderness of those who understand they are caring for something rare. He knew Crete, its wild ravines and its quiet meadows, its rivers threading down from the mountains toward the sea, the way a child knows the place where he was formed. But Cronus, the great titan who sat somewhere far away and ruled the world, that figure was little more than a shadow in the stories the nymphs whispered carefully around him. The cave where he was raised is named differently depending on who is telling the story. Some say it was a cave on Mount Ida, deep in the wooded heart of the island. Others say it was on Mount Dicte, near the eastern coast, where the cliffs fall steeply down to a luminous sea. In either account, the cave itself is described as cool and quiet, sheltered from the harsher moods of the island, draped in green at its entrance and opening inward to a darkness that felt, to those who knew it, more like safety than absence of light. Amalthea was one of the first living things Zeus knew. Ancient accounts describe her as a goat of extraordinary abundance. Her milk was rich and plentiful, and she gave it freely. According to one version of the story, Zeus broke off one of her horns as a small child, as children will sometimes do with the things they love most without fully understanding their strength. The nymphs, gentle and resourceful, transformed that broken horn into something remarkable, a vessel that overflowed with whatever the person holding it most desired. Fruits, grain, flowers, water, whatever was needed simply came. The Greeks called it the cornucopia, the horn of plenty, and its origin, according to this telling, was nothing more than a child's accidental grip and the quiet grace of those who knew how to make something beautiful from a small loss. The Curetes also kept watch over him. They were young warrior spirits. Some accounts call them minor deities, others say they were simply devoted attendants, and their duty was particular and strange. Whenever the infant Zeus cried, the Curetes would bang their shields together and clash their spears in great rhythmic noise, filling the air with sound so that Cronus, somewhere across the world, would not hear his son through the wind. It is an arresting image. Armed young men leaping and shouting and striking bronze against bronze, all so that one small voice could not be heard by the wrong ears. They were protection in the form of noise, love expressed as a shield wall. As Zeus grew, his world expanded slowly outward from the cave. He learned the contours of the island the way all children learn the places that belong to them, by wandering, by returning, by finding the same spots again and again in different seasons. The bees of Crete fed him as well, according to some accounts. The island was known throughout the ancient world for its honey, and the tradition held that wild bees, the very bees that would later be considered sacred, brought their honey to the young god and offered it to him in the hollows of trees. It is the kind of detail that says something true, even if it cannot be verified. The wild things of the earth recognized him before he recognized himself. He was not entirely alone in his growing either. The nymphs remained close, warm and watchful, and their company was part of what shaped him. There is a tenderness that belongs to those who are raised not by a single family, but by a small gathering of devoted presences, those who come and go, who offer different kinds of care, who collectively build something in a child that no single person could. Zeus grew up surrounded by that kind of attentiveness. The island itself was a teacher. The sea visible from the high ridges taught him scale, how enormous the world was, how small even a powerful being could feel standing at the edge of something vast. The mountains taught him patience, the way the seasons turned over the same landscape, changing it and returning it again and again without urgency. Slowly, a kind of knowledge settled into him that was different from what the nymphs told him in words. It was a deeper understanding, the kind that does not arrive as a single revelation, but accumulates, the way soil builds up over long years, until one day the ground is rich enough to hold whatever is planted in it. He began to understand what he was. He began to understand that his existence was not ordinary, that the care taken to conceal him was not merely the caution of devoted attendants, but something far more weighted. The nymphs spoke to him honestly as he grew older, and the full shape of his story came to him gradually. The prophecy, the father who had swallowed his brothers and sisters whole, the stone that had been offered in his place, the cave that had hidden him from the world for all of his childhood. It is worth pausing to consider what that must feel like. To grow up in beauty and peace, tended by gentle hands on a green island, and then to understand, slowly, that your life began inside someone else's fear, and that somewhere inside the body of a god were 5 beings who were waiting, who had always been waiting, without knowing they were waiting for you. He was not afraid of this knowledge, according to the stories. He held it the way the island held its rivers, not struggling against what it carried, simply being the shape that the water needed. And when he was finally old enough, when his power had filled him the way the sea fills a tide pool, quietly, completely, he knew it was time to go home. The plan was surprisingly simple for something with consequences so enormous. Zeus did not arrive at his father's court carrying weapons or wearing the expression of a conqueror. According to some ancient accounts, it was the Titaness Metis, one of the wisest beings in all of creation, who helped him understand that force alone was not the way, not yet. She prepared a mixture, something powerful enough to work against even a Titan's iron constitution. Zeus carried it with him when he finally approached Cronus. In some versions of the story, he disguised himself as a servant or cupbearer, slipping into his father's world quietly, unrecognized. He had grown up far away from all of this, on a windswept island, nourished by a she-goat and tended by dancing guardians, and Cronus had no reason to suspect that the young figure standing near him was the very child Rhea had spirited away. What happened next is one of the stranger and more arresting moments in all of Greek mythology. Cronus, the ruler of the world, the god who had toppled his own father and held the sky in his dominion for ages upon ages, drank what was given to him. The emetic worked quickly. The first thing he brought up was not a child, but a stone, the great wrapped stone that Rhea had handed him years before in place of her youngest son, the one he had swallowed without question, satisfied that his power was safe. The stone came up first. In later tradition, it was said to have been set at Delphi, at the center of the world, where it would remain as a kind of permanent record of what had been done and what had been undone. Then the children came. One by one they emerged, fully formed, fully grown, carrying inside them all the divine power they had been born with. There was Hestia first, the eldest, goddess of the hearth, who had spent the longest time in that lightless interior, patient in the way that only the oldest child of suffering can be. Then Demeter, goddess of the grain and the growing earth, who had never in her life felt soil beneath her feet or sunlight on her face, yet somehow understood both as fundamental to who she was. Then Hera, radiant and already carrying within her a stillness that would one day become formidable. Then Hades, who emerged into the light of the world with the look of someone already accustomed to darkness, already comfortable at the edges of things where other gods would not willingly go. And finally Poseidon, rolling up from that strange interior like a wave finding the shore, enormous and salt-bright. The sea already written into the nature of him, even though he had never once touched water. It is worth pausing here to sit with how strange that moment must have been. In the way the old myths invite us to sit with strangeness without rushing to explain it away. These were gods who had existed, in some sense, since birth, divine beings of immense power, and yet they emerged into the world with no memory of it, no experience of it, No familiarity with the color of the sky or the sound of wind moving through grass. They had existed in a kind of suspended darkness, held inside the body of a titan, preserved and unchanged while the ages of the world turned above them. And now here they were, standing in the open air for the first time, with centuries of compressed fury and bewilderment and something like grief all rising in them at once. They were disoriented by most reasonable imagining, but they were also almost immediately ready. That readiness is part of what makes them gods in the tradition, not human children blinking and uncertain in the light, but beings who had been born into their power and simply needed the world to give them room to use it. Hades already understood something about depth and force. Demeter already felt the pull of the living earth, and Hera, standing in the air she had never breathed before, had within her all the dignity and authority she would carry for the rest of eternity. Zeus stood among them, already knowing what must happen next. He had had time to understand it. Years of growing up on Crete, years of slowly recognizing the shape of his own destiny. His siblings had had none of that time, but they did not need it. What connected them was not strategy or planning, but a shared wrong, a shared captivity, a shared understanding that their father had done something that could not stand. They had been imprisoned not because of anything they had done, but because of what they were. Children of a god who feared his own reflection in the future. Cronus, it is worth remembering, had done something very similar to what had been done to him. His own father, Uranus, had refused to let his children enter the world, then back into the body of the earth to keep them from displacing him. Cronus had risen against that injustice with the help of his mother and had taken the sky for himself. And then, given everything, he had done nearly the same thing, had swallowed his children, held them inside himself, refused to let the world change. The prophecy had told him what would come. But prophecy or not, fear tends to make a god smaller than his nature intended. Cronus, for all his power, had let fear do exactly that. Now the stone sat somewhere on the earth at Delphi, a monument to the deception that had protected Zeus. And 5 gods stood in the open world, still adjusting to the feel of light on their faces, still taking in the enormity of their own existence. There must have been a moment of silence. The myths do not preserve it, but it feels present in the space between what happened and what came next. A moment where all 5 of them simply breathed, where the world settled around them like a landscape coming into focus after a long and dreamless night. The war that followed would shake the heavens and the earth for 10 long years. It would involve alliances and weapons and the freeing of ancient creatures from the dark. It would end with Cronus and most of the other titans cast down into Tartarus. The world would be reordered entirely, but none of that had begun yet. For just a moment, there was only the quiet after the impossible. Only Zeus, standing with his brothers and sisters in the open air. All of them together for the first time, the stone lying somewhere nearby like a discarded lie. 5 gods stood blinking in the light of a world they had never seen. Somewhere above them, Cronus already understood that everything was about to fall apart. The Titans were not simply the enemies of the Olympians. Before the war, before the enmity, they were a family. Each of them ruled over something essential in the world. They were 12 in the oldest telling, 6 brothers and 6 sisters, the children of Gaia and Uranus, and between them they held dominion over nearly everything a person could look at and name. The sea, the sky, the turning of days, the laws that held creation together, the deep well of memory from which all thought rises. They were not gods of individual cities or particular human concerns. They were gods of the world itself, of its largest and most fundamental structures. When you take a moment to consider them one by one, they feel less like a pantheon and more like the world's own inner workings given shape and breadth and personality. Oceanus is perhaps the most difficult of them to picture. This was because what he ruled was so vast it bordered on the abstract. He was the great river that, in the Greek imagination, encircled the entire world, not the Mediterranean Sea or any body of water a person might sail across, but the primordial ocean that lay at the outermost edge of everything. He was endless by nature. His wife was Tethys, his sister and partner. Together they were said to have given rise to all the rivers, streams, springs of the world, thousands of them, flowing outward from the two of them the way light spreads from a single flame. When the war between the Titans and the new gods finally came, Oceanus and Tethys stayed apart from it. They withdrew to their distant waters and let the conflict pass them by. There is something quietly dignified about that choice, as if beings that ancient and that vast understood that wars over power had very little to do with them. Hyperion and Thea were a different kind of Titan entirely. Where Oceanus was diffuse and borderless, Hyperion was radiant, concentrated, burning with purpose. His name carried the meaning of one who travels above. He was in some sources considered the Titan of heavenly light itself, not just the sun, but all the brilliance that falls from the sky. Thea, his wife, was associated with the far-seeing quality of light, with the way brightness illuminates what would otherwise remain hidden. Their children became three of the most beloved figures in all of Greek myth: Helios, the sun, who drove his golden chariot across the sky each day; Selene, the moon, who drew her silver chariot through the night; and Eos, the rosy dawn, who opened the gates of the morning and scattered light across the sky, hurled before her brother could begin his journey. What Hyperion and Thea made between them was the entire visible rhythm of the sky, the thing that every creature on earth has organized its life around since the beginning. Even under the Olympians, that rhythm never changed. Mnemosyne was quieter than many of her siblings, but her domain may have been more enduring than any of theirs. She was memory, not a single person's recollection of a summer afternoon, but memory as a cosmic force, as the faculty that allows experience to accumulate and meaning to survive. Without her, nothing that ever happened would persist. Every grief, every joy, every story told beside a fire at night would dissolve the moment it ended. She was the one who kept the world from being trapped in a permanent, unknowing present. In time she would lie with Zeus for 9 nights. From those 9 nights came the 9 muses, the goddesses of poetry, music, history, dance, all the arts through which human beings try to hold on to what they love. That lineage is not incidental. It is a statement about where creativity comes from, not from nowhere, but from the act of remembering. Themis stood beside Mnemosyne in this quieter order of the Titans. Her domain was divine law, not the law of any particular king or city, but the law inherent in the cosmos, the sense of right order that holds the world together, the way a spine holds a body upright. The Greeks called it Themis. The concept carried weight that simple translation into words like justice or custom cannot quite capture. It was closer to the idea that certain things are fitting and certain things are not, that the world has a structure which ought to be honored. Themis herself was considered wise in a way that even Zeus respected. In some traditions, she was one of his most trusted counselors. She too would eventually become the mother of the Horai, the goddesses of the seasons, and the Moirai, the 3 fates who measured and cut the thread of every mortal life. Divine law gave birth to the forces of time and destiny. In the Greek understanding of things, that made a certain deep sense. Cronus and Rhea occupied a place of particular prominence among their siblings. Cronus was the youngest of the Titans, and his ascension to power marked a turning point in the cosmos. He was associated with time itself, not time as a uniform flow, but time as limitation, as the force that brings all things to their end. Rhea, his wife and sister, was the mother goddess, the source of nourishment and sustenance for all living things. Their union was considered exceptionally fertile and significant. Between them, they would father the first generation of Olympians: Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Hestia, and Hades. In this way, the Titans did not simply pass from the world. They passed into the next generation, their essence transformed but never truly extinguished. Their blood ran through the veins of the very gods who would overthrow them. It was a paradox that the Greeks understood deeply. The old world does not truly die. It is instead inherited and remade by those who come after. Cronus and Phoebe are less frequently remembered than some of their siblings, but they were significant in their own right. Cronus was associated with the axis of the heavens and with the concept of the inquiring mind, the intelligence that reaches outward and tries to understand what lies beyond the immediate. Phoebe carried an association with bright intellect, with oracular insight, with the moon in its most luminous form. Their daughter Leto would one day give birth to Apollo and Artemis, two of the most important figures in the Olympian world. In that way, the brilliance of Cronus and Phoebe passed forward into the next generation and never truly faded. Then there was Iapetus, whose name was old and whose domain was less precisely defined than some of his siblings. He was associated with mortal life and perhaps with the span of a human lifetime, and whose greatest significance lay in the children he fathered. With the Oceanid Clymene, or in some accounts Asia, he became the father of 3 sons who would each leave a mark on the world so deep that it is still visible. Prometheus, the eldest, would become the great benefactor of humanity, the one who brought fire down from the heavens and suffered enormously for it. Epimetheus, his younger brother, was his near opposite. Where Prometheus thought ahead, Epimetheus acted first and considered the consequences later, a distinction that would prove catastrophic when he accepted the gift of Pandora without thinking it through. And Atlas, the third, would carry a punishment so physical, so unrelenting, that his image became one of the most enduring in all of Western thought, a figure standing alone at the edge of the world with the entire weight of the sky pressing down across his shoulders. His face turned toward the ground, not from submission, but simply because there was nowhere else to look. These were the Titans, not a group of villains assembled in opposition to the heroes of Olympus, but a generation of gods with their own loves, their own responsibilities, their own ways of holding the world together. Some of them were warm, and some were vast, and some were difficult to understand without spending a long time sitting quietly with the question of what their domain actually meant. They were the gods of a previous world, vast and varied and strange. The war that was coming would not so much destroy them as push them out of sight. The war between the Titans and the gods did not begin with a single battle. It began with a choice Zeus made before the fighting even started. He understood, even then, that the 5 gods standing beside him, his brothers and sisters, blinking and disoriented, newly released from their father's body into a world they had never touched, were not enough. The Titans were older, more settled into their power, and they vastly outnumbered the young Olympians. Cronus still commanded the loyalty of most of his siblings, and those siblings had ruled the world for an age so long it had its own name. To face them directly, without preparation, without allies, would have been less a war and more a surrender in disguise. So Zeus went down. Beneath the earth, in the place the Greeks called Tartarus, there were prisoners who had been there since before the Titans ruled. Aranos, the sky, had long ago imprisoned 3 of his own children in that deep and lightless place, being so enormous and so strange that even he had feared them. The Cyclopes were there, 3 brothers named Brontes, Steropes and Arges, whose names carried the sound of thunder, lightning, and the bright flash that follows. They were not the simple, brutish, one-eyed giants of later stories. These were ancient craftsmen of extraordinary skill, beings who had lived in darkness for so long that the memory of the open sky had faded into something like a dream. Alongside them were the Hecaton shears, a word that means simply the 100-handed ones. 3 brothers, Cottus, Briareus, and Gyges. Each of them had 50 heads and 100 arms, and they were described in the ancient sources as beings of almost incomprehensible scale. Hesiod, writing in the Theogony, called them mighty and proud, with strength that matched their size. They had committed no crime. They had done nothing to deserve Tartarus. Uranos had imprisoned them purely because they frightened him. Zeus freed them all. In some accounts, it was the Titaness Metis, a figure of deep intelligence, one of the daughters of Oceanus, who helped Zeus navigate the court of Cronus and administer the potion that forced the swallowing to reverse itself. That same wisdom guided him now, because the freeing of the Cyclops and the Hecatoncheires was not simply a compassionate act, it was strategy. Zeus brought the nectar and ambrosia, the food and drink of the gods, which the prisoners had never tasted in all their long confinement. He sat with them in that place beneath the world, and he told them what was happening above them, and what he was asking of them, and what he was prepared to offer in return: an end to their imprisonment, a place in the world above, the sunlight they had nearly forgotten. The Cyclopes answered his offer with a gift. Working with the skill that was simply part of their nature, they forged 3 weapons, one for each of the 3 brothers who now stood as the core of the Olympian alliance. For Zeus, they made the thunderbolt, a weapon of concentrated lightning, brilliant and devastating, something no force in the world had ever held before. For Poseidon, they shaped the trident, 3-pronged, tremendous, a tool for shaking the sea and the earth alike. And for Hades, they crafted something different entirely. Not a weapon of force, but of concealment, a helmet that rendered its wearer invisible, allowing him to move unseen through any company, divine or otherwise. 3 weapons for 3 brothers, each one suited precisely to the nature of the god who would carry it. With the Hecatoncheires freed and armed with nothing but their own 100 arms, and with the Cyclopes having done their work, Zeus led his allies up out of Tartarus and back toward the world. The geography of what followed was something the ancient Greeks understood in almost physical terms. The Titans gathered on Mount Othrys, a great peak in Thessaly in central Greece. It was their stronghold, the place from which Cronus and his siblings had ruled during the long age of gold, and they held it with the full weight of their ancient authority. On the other side of the same broad landscape, the Olympians took their position on Mount Olympus, the highest peak in all of Greece, its upper reaches already lost in cloud, already a place of a certain legendary quality. 2 mountains facing each other across the open country, each one home to a generation of gods who believed, with complete sincerity, that they were the ones who should be standing when it was over. The war that began between them lasted, according to Hesiod, 10 years. Not a campaign season or a generation's memory, but 10 full years of sustained and world-altering conflict. The ancient sources do not break this period down into individual engagements or named battles. There are no commanders meeting at dawn, no tactical retreats, no moments of negotiation. What Hesiod describes instead is something larger and stranger, a war whose violence was felt not just by the combatants, but by the structure of the world itself. The sea churned. The earth shook under forces it had never been asked to bear. The heavens rang with something that had no name. For most of those 10 years, the outcome was genuinely uncertain. The Titans were not simply overpowered beings clinging to a fading age. They were ancient and enormous in their strength, and many of them had been practicing the exercise of power since before humanity existed. Cronus himself was the god who had castrated the sky. The force required for that act was not something that simply faded with time. He and his brothers, with the exception of Oceanus, who remained apart from the conflict, and 1 or 2 others who would eventually make different choices, held Mount Othrys with a determination that spoke of everything they stood to lose. On the Olympian side, there were also defections from the Titan ranks. Prometheus, son of the Titan Iapetus, chose to fight alongside Zeus, according to some accounts because he could see the future clearly enough to know which side would win, and according to others because his sympathies had always run toward the newer order of things. His brother Epimetheus came with him. The river Styx, a figure of immense ancient authority, pledged her waters to the Olympian cause and brought her children, including the goddess of victory, Nike, with her. These were not minor additions. They shifted something in the weight of the two sides. And still, 10 years passed. There is something almost impossible to hold in the mind about a war of that duration between gods, not the exhaustion of it, which would require human bodies, but the sheer unresolved enormity of it. Two groups of divine beings, separated by a valley of Thessalian plains, hurling their power at each other across a decade, the world around them suffering the consequences of forces it was never meant to absorb. The Hecaton Cheries had not yet been fully deployed when the war began. Their moment was still coming. Zeus was waiting, marshalling, learning what this enemy could and could not withstand. And Cronus, on his mountain, understood well enough what was gathering against him, even if he could not yet see the full shape of his defeat. With their new weapons in hand, and the 100-handed giants at their side, the Olympians moved against the Titans, and the earth shook in a way it had never shaken before. For 10 years, according to Hesiod, the war went on, and it was not the kind of war that can be pictured easily. It was not a war of armies marching across plains or generals trading strategies by firelight. It was something far stranger and more total than that. A collision between two generations of immortal beings whose very bodies were bound up in the forces that held the world together. When they struck at one another, the world itself felt the blow. Hesiod describes it in his Theogony as a time when the earth groaned deeply. The wide sky above thundered, and the sea churned and roared from its deepest foundations. The mountains shook at their roots. Beneath the ground, even Tartarus trembled in the darkness where it had always been still. This was not a metaphor, at least not entirely. It was Hesiod's way of explaining that what was happening between the Olympians and the Titans was not merely political or personal. The very structure of the cosmos was being decided in those years of unrelenting conflict. The sky, the sea, the underworld, the rivers, the winds, all of it was waiting, in a sense, to find out who would be their master, and the uncertainty of that question filled the air with a kind of electric, trembling tension that Hesiod captures more powerfully than almost anything else in the poem. Zeus had the Cyclopes on his side now, the three brothers, Brontes, Steropes and Arges, who had long been imprisoned in Tartarus before he freed them. They had given him his thunderbolts, weapons of a different order in type, rely from what the Titans possessed, and he used them. He drew them down from the sky in an unbroken stream, Hesiod says, so that the ground blazed with fire wherever they struck, and the smell of scorched earth rose everywhere at once. The light of those bolts mixed with the heat of the earth and the steam rising from the heaving sea until the whole world was half blinded, and the Titans who stood on Mount Othrys across the valley from Olympus felt the percussion of each strike deep in their chests. The war revealed itself in different ways to different observers. Those who lived in the spaces between the realms, the nymphs of the groves, the spirits of the freshwater springs, the minor deities who had no stake in either side, learned to hide themselves as the conflict raged. They withdrew into the deep places of the earth, into the roots of ancient forests, into caves so remote that even the thunder seemed distant. The natural world, for all its apparent chaos, was developing a kind of instinctive wisdom about which places were still safe and which had become battlegrounds. Even the older gods who remained neutral, such as Oceanus, found themselves in impossible positions, watching their own children choose sides, unable to intervene without risking everything they had built over. He ages. The tension was not merely physical, but metaphysical, a kind of spiritual weight that pressed down on every creature that could sense the movements of divine will. Stories would later speak of this time as one of cosmic uncertainty, when the basic rules by which reality operated seemed temporarily suspended, waiting for new rules to be written by whoever emerged victorious. And yet, for all of Zeus's power, the war did not break quickly in his favor. The Titans were ancient and vast in a way the Olympians were not, and Cronus still held the loyalty of most of his kin. The two sides remained locked for years, long years that Hesiod counts simply as 10, without giving much shape to the time between, because the shape of that time was not battles won or territories taken, but rather a grinding, ongoing pressure that neither side could quite break through. What slowly began to shift was not the balance of raw power, but something harder to measure: loyalty, conviction, the question of which side was worth fighting for. Some among the Titans looked at what was being asked of them and found they could no longer answer it clearly. Styx, the dark goddess of the underworld river and daughter of the Titan Oceanus, was among the first to cross over, bringing her children, Nike, Kratos, Bia, and Zealous, the embodiments of victory, strength, force, and rivalry, with her to Zeus's side. Her decision carried an enormous weight. The river Styx was the most sacred oath in the cosmos, the thing by which even the gods swore and feared to break. And when that river's own goddess chose Zeus, it said something that could not be easily answered. Zeus honored her in return, giving her children permanent places at his side, promising that she herself would remain the oath of the gods forever. It was a compact between the new order and one of the oldest powers in the world, and it held. Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus made the same crossing, though for different reasons. Prometheus, whose name meant something close to forethought, was said by some ancient sources to have possessed the gift of prophecy, and he could see clearly enough which way the war would end. He understood what the Titans could not bring themselves to understand, that the old age was genuinely closing, that no amount of courage or loyalty to Cronus would reverse what was already in motion. Whether that foresight troubled him is hard to say. He seems to have carried his choices with a certain steadiness that would later define him in far more difficult circumstances. Epimetheus simply followed his brother, as he so often did. The defections mattered, but they were not, by themselves, enough to end things. Other Titans had to be convinced or subdued, and not all of them chose to abandon Cronus. Some saw the defections as betrayals that only made their own loyalty more necessary, more sacred. Iapetus and his children, save for Prometheus and Epimetheus, remained steadfast with the Titans. Themis and Mnemosyne, the goddesses of divine law and memory, also stayed true to the old order, though some later accounts suggest they did so with a growing sense that the outcome was already determined. The conflict had become something beyond simple allegiance now. It was about which version of the cosmos would endure, which principles would govern creation in the ages to come. Every defection strengthened Zeus's position, but also seemed to deepen Cronus's desperation, making him fight with an intensity born not of confidence, but of the recognition that everything he had built was slipping away. The lines of division had never been clearer, and yet the war still could not reach its resolution through power alone. What ended things was the hecatoncheires. Hesiod gives them the full weight of the decisive moment, and it is worth sitting with what he describes. The hecatoncheires, Cottus, Briareus, and Gyges, each had 100 hands and 50 heads, and their strength was so immense that Hesiod says simply that it surpassed everything else. Zeus spoke to them before the final assault, reminding them of their long imprisonment, reminding them that it was his side that had freed them and given them food and honor and a reason to stand in the light again. And they heard him. Each of the three took up great rocks, lifting masses of stone that no Titan could have held. 3 of them, 100 hands each, and they began to hurl. 300 boulders, loosed in a single volley, falling on the Titan position with a sound that Hesiod says covered everything, the sea sound and the sky sound and the thunder of Zeus's bolts all together. The Titans held Mount Othrys for 10 years, and then could not hold it through that single assault. The earth cracked beneath the weight of the stones. The sky rang like struck bronze. The heat was such that it seemed as if the heavens and the earth might at last be pressed together, and everything unmade. The Titans broke. Their lines fell apart in a way they had not in all the years before. Some tried to rally, some simply scattered, but there was nothing left to rally to, nothing to hold a line around. The war that had lasted a generation ended not with a last heroic stand, but with an avalanche of stone from 3 impossible creatures who had waited in the dark for longer than most things in the world had been alive. And then, when the Hecatoncheires unleashed their storm of stone, the tide finally turned and the age of the Titans began to close. When the last battle ended, Zeus did not simply exile his father. He constructed a prison for the defeated Titans that was, in the Greek imagination, almost impossible to fathom. Tartarus was not merely a dungeon or a dark place beneath the earth. It was a dimension of depth, a void so far removed from the world of light and warmth that ancient writers struggled to find the right words to describe it. Hesiod, writing in the Theogony, offered this measurement. A bronze anvil dropped from the surface of the earth would fall for 9 days and 9 nights before it struck the floor of Tartarus. The same distance, he said, lay between the earth and the sky above it. In other words, Tartarus was as far below you as the open heavens are above you. The world pressed between 2 infinities, one luminous and one lightless. The Greeks described Tartarus as surrounded by a wall of bronze, and beyond that wall, a triple layer of night. There was no gradual dimming as one descended. The darkness was total and absolute, the kind that has weight to it, that presses against the skin like cold water. Even sound seemed to lose itself down there. The rivers of the underworld, Styx, Phlegethon, the Burning River, and the others, had their deepest roots in Tartarus, feeding up through the earth the way underground springs push water toward the surface from somewhere you can never quite locate. It was not a place designed for suffering exactly, the way later traditions would imagine it. It was simply a place designed to be inescapable. Removal from the world was the punishment, being cut off from the light, from the sky, from the turning of seasons and the sound of rivers. That was what Zeus intended. The Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed giants who had helped Zeus win the war, became the wardens of this place. There is a certain rightness to that arrangement, if you sit with it long enough. These were beings who had themselves been imprisoned by Uranus long before the Titans ever rose to power. They knew what confinement felt like from the inside, and now they stood guard over the ones who had once been their captors' heirs. They were enormous, impassive presences, with 50 heads each and 100 arms, and nothing in Tartarus was capable of overpowering them. The defeated Titans would remain exactly where Zeus had placed them. Not all of the Titans who fought against Zeus shared precisely the same fate, however. The mythological record is careful to acknowledge that the world is rarely so clean as complete victory on one side and complete ruin on the other. Some Titans had chosen their position carefully before the war began, and that caution was remembered. Oceanus, the vast river encircling the world, had not taken up arms against Zeus. He and his wife Tethys had watched from a distance, keeping their domain of deep waters flowing as they always had. Zeus did not disturb them. The currents of the world still needed to run, and whoever sat on the throne of Olympus still needed the ocean to hold its course. Oceanus kept his waters, Tethys kept her tides, and the boundary between the familiar world and the surrounding dark remained as it had always been. The Titaness Themis, whose very nature was divine order, had no place among those who fought to preserve the old regime. She was not a creature of war, and the sources suggest she moved with relative ease into the new world, eventually becoming a counselor to Zeus himself, a voice of measured wisdom at his side. Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, similarly continued her existence without interruption. The world under Olympian rule still needed to remember itself, and that function could not be imprisoned. The earth needed its harvest cycles, and the sky needed its lights, and the deep mind of the cosmos needed its memory. Those things did not stop because a war had been decided. Still, the losses among the Titans who had fought were severe and genuine. The central figures of the Titan army, those who had stood at the core of resistance, were bound and cast below. The world they had shaped during the Golden Age was now administered by younger gods who had never known it firsthand. Whatever warmth had characterized that earlier era, and Hesiod insists there was warmth, true and complete, it passed with the Titans who had made it. The Olympians were not cruel rulers, but they were different ones, and the world they inherited would be a different world, full of toil and mortality and the kinds of trouble that had not existed before. Cronus himself presents the most interesting question among the defeated. In the tradition that descends most directly from Hesiod, he was cast into Tartarus along with the other Titans who had taken his side. He was bound there in the dark, in the place of no return, the same way he himself had once bound the children growing inside Rhea. There is something in that symmetry that the Greeks clearly felt, because they returned to it repeatedly, the idea that the method of your cruelty becomes the shape of your punishment. Cronus had imprisoned his own children inside his body. Now he was imprisoned inside the body of the earth. The image closes on itself like a stone door. However, a separate and much gentler tradition, found in Pindar and preserved in a few other sources, tells a different story about what became of Cronus in the end. In this version, Zeus eventually relented. He freed his father from Tartarus and reconciled with him, sending Cronus to rule over the Isles of the Blessed, a paradise at the far western edge of the world where the souls of the heroic and the righteous lived in permanent ease. In this tradition, Cronus became not a prisoner, but a kind of benevolent caretaker of the afterlife's most beautiful corner, presiding over a golden stillness that echoed the world he had once ruled. Whether you find that ending satisfying depends, perhaps, on how much weight you give to what he did to his children, and whether a long enough time can settle even the heaviest accounts. And then there was Atlas, who received a sentence entirely his own. Atlas had been among the most active leaders of the Titan forces, and Zeus did not send him to Tartarus. Instead, he was made to stand at the western rim of the world, at the place where the sky met the earth, and to hold the two apart with his own body, his shoulders bearing the great dome of the heavens, so that it could not collapse back down onto the land. It was not a punishment of darkness and confinement. It was a punishment of endless, visible effort. Everyone could see what Atlas was doing. He was out in the world, at its very edge, straining under something that had no end and asked for no help. The sky did not grow lighter with time. The obligation did not diminish. He simply stood there and held, and the world continued because he did. And Atlas, standing at the edge of the world, with the weight of the sky pressing down on his shoulders, became perhaps the most enduring image of what it means to lose. The Romans did not exactly inherit Cronus from the Greeks. They had their own ancient god. Saturn, who had been worshipped in Italy long before Greek influence arrived. Saturn was a god of the harvest, of sown fields, and the turning of the agricultural year. The Romans held him in genuine affection long before they began drawing comparisons between his story and the story of the Titan from Greece. When Greek and Roman cultures came into closer contact and their mythologies began to blend and borrow from each other, the two figures were gradually merged into one, though they were never quite the same being. Saturn was, in temperament and in function, a considerably gentler figure than Cronus. Where Cronus, in Hesiod's Theogony, is a creature of anxiety and violence, swallowing his own child, wren out of dread, Saturn, in the Roman tradition, carried the memory of a time when the world was generous and unhurried, when the earth gave freely without being asked. His temple stood at the foot of the Capitoline Hill in Rome, one of the oldest sacred sites in the city. The Romans stored their state treasury there, perhaps because Saturn was understood as the one who had first taught people to cultivate the land and live from it with care. Each December, the Romans celebrated the Saturnalia in his honor, a festival that lasted several days and carried a spirit quite unlike the usual order of Roman life. Social hierarchies softened during Saturnalia. Enslaved people were permitted to eat at the same table as their owners and were sometimes served by them as a symbolic reversal of the everyday world. Gifts were exchanged. Candles were lit. Something of the old ease and equality that Saturn's reign was said to represent was allowed to breathe again, however briefly. The festival was enormously popular. The warmth people felt toward it says something about what Saturn meant to them. Not a monster from an old myth, but a reminder that the world had once been different, perhaps could feel that way again, at least for a few days in the cold of winter. The practice of gift-giving during Saturnalia held particular significance beyond mere festivity. The Romans understood that exchanging gifts acknowledged shared humanity across social boundaries, temporarily dissolving the rigid structures that defined ordinary life. Some accounts suggest that masters and enslaved people would engage in playful role reversal, a reversal made more poignant by its temporary nature. The festival may have served a dual purpose. It offered genuine relief from daily oppression while simultaneously making the rest of the year's inequalities more bearable by acknowledging they were not immutable. The celebration spread far beyond Rome's walls as Roman power expanded, adapting to local customs while maintaining its essential character of temporary liberation. Later writers reflected on Saturnalia with nostalgia, recognizing in it something that spoke to human longing for a world organized differently. The Greek tradition itself was not entirely settled on what Cronus deserved, or what ultimately became of him. In the darker telling, the one most clearly laid out in Hesiod, he was cast into Tartarus with the other defeated Titans and sealed away from the world forever. But another tradition, preserved in the Odes of Pindar and later elaborated by Plutarch, offered a different ending, one considerably more peaceful. In this version, Zeus eventually relented and released his father from his imprisonment. The old enmity between them dissolved. Cronus was sent to rule over the Isles of the Blessed, the paradise at the western edge of the world where the souls of the heroic dead were said to spend eternity in meadows and soft light. To be the king of that realm was not a punishment, but a kin, of honor. This version of the story allowed Cronus to end his days as something more than a cautionary figure. Pindar described the Isles of the Blessed with quiet reverence. Placing Cronus there as their ruler gave him a dignity the Hesiodic tradition had largely stripped away. Plutarch, writing much later, reflected on the idea with genuine curiosity, noting traditions from the outer edges of the Greek world, where Cronus was venerated as a sleeping king. Resting on an island beyond the ocean, tended by the sons of Hermes and kept in a dreamlike peace, there was something almost tender in those accounts, as if the people who told them wished to grant the old Titan a rest he had never been able to find while the world was still his to worry over. These two versions of Cronus, the imprisoned tyrant and the sleeping king, existed side by side in Greek thought, without much apparent need to resolve the contradiction. The Greeks were often comfortable with that kind of ambiguity in their myths, a single figure to carry multiple meanings depending on what a particular story needed to say. There was also, in the later ancient world, a persistent confusion between Cronus and Kronos, the personification of time itself. The two names sound similar in Greek. Over the centuries, particularly as philosophical and allegorical readings of mythology became more common, they were blended together in ways that the earliest sources never intended. Cronus, as a cosmic principle, was a figure from Orphic cosmology, an abstract embodiment of endless time, sometimes depicted as a serpent coiled around the world egg from which creation hatched. Cronus had no such cosmic role in Hesiod or Homer, but the resemblance of the names made the conflation almost irresistible. Images of Cronus holding a scythe, the agricultural tool associated with Saturn, were eventually reinterpreted as an old Ma, carrying a scythe as a symbol of time, cutting down everything in its path. That image traveled a very long way through Western history, eventually becoming the figure of Father Time, eventually lending something of its shadow to the image of death itself. It is a strange journey for a Titan, whose original story was about a sickle used to castrate the sky. But that is how mythology tends to move, image by image, each generation pressing a slightly different meaning into a shape that has already been worn smooth by the hands of many tellers before them. What the ancients understood as one thing quietly became something else. The something else accumulated its own weight and its own truth over time, until it was difficult to say anymore where the original story ended and the newer meaning began. Somewhere between the child-swallowing Titan of Hesiod and the gentle harvest king of Roman tradition, Cronus became something more complex, a symbol of everything that is powerful and irreversible about time itself. Of all the Titans, Prometheus is the one who stayed in the world, the one whose story did not end with the war, but continued right through the age of the Olympians and long beyond it. His name, in the Greek tradition, carried the meaning of forethought, the ability to see what was coming before it arrived. And that quality, more than anything else, defined who he was and what he chose to do. While most of the Titans stood with Cronus during the Great War, Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus made a different decision. They looked at both sides. According to Hesiod and the later accounts that followed him, they recognized what the outcome would be. They crossed over to Zeus. This was not simply a calculation about survival, though surviving was surely part of it. In the ancient sources, here is a sense that Prometheus genuinely understood the nature of what was coming, that the old order had exhausted itself, that the world needed something new. His brother Epimetheus, whose name meant afterthought, followed along, though with somewhat less clarity about where that choice would eventually lead both of them. What happened to Prometheus after the war tells us a great deal about the kind of figure he was, a being of immense intelligence and genuine compassion, whose love for humanity eventually brought him into a conflict with Zeus that would become one of the most enduring stories in all of Greek mythology. He was not a warrior, not a ruler, not a god of any single domain in the way that the Olympians were. He was something rarer than that. He was a protector. The thing he chose to protect was fragile, mortal, and utterly unable to protect itself. This choice to align with Zeus set Prometheus apart from the other Titans in a fundamental way. When the war ended and the Olympian order solidified, most of the defeated Titans were cast into Tartarus, that deepest pit beneath the earth where light itself could not reach. But Prometheus remained free, remained visible, remained part of the unfolding story. He had earned a place in the new world, not through surrender, but through something closer to recognition. The Olympians knew they could trust him, yet what none of them could have foreseen was how terribly his own compassion would eventually collide with Zeus's need for absolute control. The Titans had fallen because they could not imagine a world beyond their own dominion. Prometheus, in his way, would fall because he could imagine a world that mattered more to him than his own safety. The role Prometheus played in the creation of humanity is described differently depending on the source. In some versions of the story, Prometheus and Epimetheus were tasked by the gods with equipping the newly made creatures of the earth, distributing among them the qualities they would need to survive. Epimetheus went first, and with characteristic lack of foresight, he gave away all the best gifts: speed, strength, sharp senses, thick coats of fur and feather to the animals, and by the time he reached the human beings there was nothing left to give. They were slow, bare-skinned, without claws or natural weapons, vulnerable to the cold and to every creature that the earth produced. Prometheus, looking at them, felt something that in the Greek telling reads almost like grief. They were so poorly equipped, and yet there was something in them that moved him. In the tradition associated with Aeschylus and the later poets, Prometheus was the one who had shaped humanity from clay in the first place, them a form that stood upright and looked toward the heavens rather than toward the ground. That detail carries a quiet significance, that from the very beginning, humans were made to look up, made in the image of something reaching rather than something settled. And so when Prometheus saw what his brother had done, he resolved to give humanity the one thing that could make the difference between perishing and enduring. He climbed to the place where the sun's fire burned, or in some versions to the forge of Hephaestus on Mount Olympus. He carried away a flame hidden inside the hollow of a fennel stalk, With that small, hidden thing, he came down to the earth and offered it to the people who were shivering in the dark. Fire meant warmth, certainly, but it meant far more than that. It meant cooked food, which is to say it meant civilization beginning its long, slow work. It meant metal that could be worked, pottery that could be fired, light that could push the night back far enough to think by. In some accounts, Prometheus also taught humanity the arts that fire made possible: how to read the movements of the stars, how to work with numbers, how to build. He gave them, in other words, not just warmth but the beginnings of everything that would make them more than animals wandering the cold. The gift of fire was revolutionary, not merely in its practical applications, but in what it symbolized about humanity itself. By offering fire, Prometheus was acknowledging something essential about the human capacity for progress and growth. Fire became the great teacher, the medium through which humans could transform the raw world into something shaped by intention and knowledge. The ancient world understood that fire was not simply a tool, but a threshold. It separated the human sphere from the animal kingdom in a way that no other single element could. Once humans possessed it, they could no longer be considered merely another creature among creatures. They became something fundamentally different, beings capable of shaping their own destiny. This is why the gift was so profound and, from Zeus's perspective, so dangerous. Zeus was not pleased. There are different ways to understand his anger in the ancient sources. It is worth sitting with that complexity for a moment, rather than simply calling him cruel. In Hesiod's telling, the gods had withheld fire from humanity deliberately. Prometheus had violated a divine order by going around that decision. Whatever the deeper reasoning behind it, the punishment Zeus devised was severe beyond what most beings could have endured. He had Prometheus seized and brought to the Caucasus Mountains, that long cold range at the edge of the known world. There he was chained to a great rock with unbreakable bonds. Every morning an eagle descended, the same bird that served as Zeus's own symbol. That gives the punishment a particular quality of intimacy and finality, and tore into Prometheus's side, eating away at his liver through the long hours of the day. And then night came. The wound closed over, and the liver grew back, and in the morning the eagle returned. This went on for an enormous span of time. The ancient sources differ on exactly how long. Some say 30 years, others say thousands, but the point was that it was meant to go on forever. Prometheus could not die, he could only endure. And yet, according to Aeschylus in his tragedy Prometheus Bound, he did endure, and he did not break. He held inside him a secret that Zeus badly wanted, the name of the woman whose son would one day overthrow the king of the gods, a prophecy that mirrored the one that had haunted Cronus. Prometheus knew it, and he kept it, and Zeus could not torture it out of him. There is something almost unbearably calm about the way Prometheus is portrayed in those accounts, suffering daily on that cold rock, looking out over the edge of the world, refusing to be unmade by any of it. His mother was the Titaness Clymene in some traditions, in others the Oceanid Asia, and in yet others the Titaness Themis herself. That would have made him a being with divine law running in his blood as surely as anything else. Whatever his parentage, the character he embodied was consistent across every version of his story. He suffered willingly for what he believed. He did not recant. Eventually, the release came. Heracles, on the course of his great labours, passed through the Caucasus and found Prometheus still chained to his rock after all those ages. He killed the eagle with an arrow and broke the chains, and Prometheus was free. Zeus permitted this, the tradition tells us, partly because it added to the glory of his son Heracles, partly because Prometheus had by then revealed his secret, warning Zeus away from the sea goddess Thetis, whose son was fated to surpass his father. The reconciliation, such as it was quiet. There was no celebration described, no great reunion. Prometheus walked back into the world he had suffered so long for. The world continued on around him, long after the other titans had faded into the dark of Tartarus or the distant edges of the world. Prometheus was still there, still bearing the marks of his ordeal, still the clearest example of what it costs to love something more than you love your own safety. His story became a mirror in which humanity could see itself, not as passive recipients of divine gifts, but as worthy of sacrifice, as worth suffering for. That recognition is perhaps the deepest gift of all. Atlas received the harshest individual punishment of any titan. He was made to stand at the western edge of the world and hold the sky up from the earth for eternity. It is worth sitting with that sentence for a moment, because it is easy to let it pass by too quickly. The sky, in the Greek understanding of things, was not a metaphor. It was a physical dome, vast and heavy, pressing downward with a weight that no ordinary being could bear. The space between the earth and the heavens had to be maintained, held open, kept from collapsing back into the formless closeness that had existed before Uranus and Gaia were pulled apart. Someone had to do that work. After the Titanomachy, Zeus decided that someone would be Atlas. It was not a random choice. Atlas had been among the most powerful of the Titans, and according to some accounts, he had fought at the very center of the war, leading the Titan forces, or at least standing among their fiercest defenders. His brothers Prometheus and Epimetheus had sided with the Olympians and were spared. Atlas had not, and so Zeus gave him a punishment that was, in its own way, perfectly designed. Not a cage, not darkness, not sleep, but an endless task that required him to remain awake and standing and straining forever, at the far edge of everything, in a place where no one would see him and no one would come. Ancient sources placed him in the far west, near the land of the Hesperides, at the boundary where the sky met the earth and the ocean flowed around the edge of the known world. Hesiod describes him standing there in the Theogony, holding the wide heavens with his head and his tireless hands. That image, the head bowed, the arms raised, the enormous body braced beneath an impossible weight, became one of the most recognizable postures in all of Western art. But before it became art, it was simply a fate, and a terrible one. The first major myth that brings Atlas into contact with another figure is the story of Perseus, who was returning from his encounter with the Gorgon Medusa, carrying her severed head in a bag. Perseus had not yet found his way home, and the wind and his own exhaustion brought him near the land where Atlas stood. In this telling, which comes down through Ovid's Metamorphoses, Perseus asked Atlas for a place to rest and shelter for the night. Atlas, either by nature or by the weight of his long solitude, refused him. Some versions suggest he had received a prophecy warning him that a son of Zeus would one day come to steal from the garden nearby. Perseus, who was indeed a son of Zeus, fit the description well enough to make Atlas unwilling to extend any hospitality. When Atlas refused him, Perseus did something that was at once practical and terrible. He reached into the bag and held up the head of Medusa, turning his own face away. Atlas looked directly at it and turned to stone, his body becoming the Atlas Mountains of northwest Africa, his hair and beard becoming forests, his shoulders and arms and hands becoming ridges and peaks, his bones becoming rock all the way down into the earth. Ovid tells it with a kind of restrained sadness, as though the transformation was simply the next thing that had to happen. The mountains still bear his name. The other encounter that defines Atlas in myth is a longer and stranger one, and it takes place during the labours of Heracles. The 11th labour set Heracles the task of retrieving the golden apples from the garden of the Hesperides, the same garden that lay near the place where Atlas stood. The details vary depending on the source, but in the version most often told, Heracles eventually made his way to Atlas and made a proposal. He would hold the sky himself, bearing the weight on his own shoulders if Atlas would go into the garden and bring back the apples. Atlas, who had not set the sky down in longer than anyone could calculate, agreed. What happened next is one of the more quietly human moments in Greek mythology. Atlas retrieved the apples, brought them back, and then told Heracles that he would carry them to Eurystheus himself. There was no reason, Atlas suggested, for Heracles to take the weight back. He could go on the errand, he would return. There was a smoothness to how he said it, a casualness that was almost certainly not casual at all. He had just spent a few moments free of the sky, and he had no intention of going back under it if he could find a way not to. Heracles, depending on the telling, either saw through this immediately or thought quickly. He agreed, yes, certainly, Atlas should carry the apples. But would Atlas mind just holding the sky for one more moment, while Heracles adjusted the pad on his shoulders to make the burden more comfortable? Atlas, perhaps a little too eager, took the sky back, and Heracles picked up the apples and walked away. There is something worth noticing in that story that goes beyond the cleverness of the trick. Atlas had been punished with a task so enormous and so permanent that even a few minutes free of it was enough to make him try anything to stay free. He was not a villain in that moment. He was simply someone who had felt, briefly, what it was like not to be crushed and could not bear to go back. The myth does not judge him for it. It just shows what the punishment had done to him. The figure of Atlas carrying the heavens became, over centuries, one of the most persistent images in Western thought. The word Atlas itself came to mean a collection of maps, because a famous early edition of such a collection, published in the 16th century by the cartographer Gerardus Mercator, bore an image of Atlas on its cover and his name in its title. From there the word spread. Until today, almost no one using it gives a thought to the Titan standing at the edge of the world with his arms raised. He appears in sculpture and architecture across centuries, bearing up the corners of buildings, carrying celestial globes in marble and bronze, bowing under the weight of the world in public squares from Naples to New York. The most famous of these may be the bronze sculpture that stands outside Rockefeller Center in Manhattan, installed in 1937. His body arched and his arms stretched wide around a great ringed sphere. Millions of people walk past it every year. Most of them probably do not think about where the image came from or what it originally meant. That there was once a being who stood alone at the edge of everything, holding up the weight that separated the world from the formlessness above it, not because he chose to, but because he lost. What makes Atlas endure as an image, perhaps more than any other figure from the Titans, is that his punishment is one that human beings recognize. Not literally, of course, but the posture is familiar. The sense of carrying something that cannot be set down, something that presses on the shoulders and the neck and never fully lets go. Something that you did not ask for, but that is yours now, with no clear end in sight. The Greeks did not invent that feeling. They just gave it a name and a shape and stood it at the western edge of the world, where anyone looking could see it. People have been drawing and sculpting that image ever since, the lone figure bent under an impossible weight, and somehow it never loses the power of what it originally meant. Not every Titan disappeared into Tartarus or exile. Some of them simply kept doing what they had always done, their roles too important to the daily running of the world for Zeus to set aside. The sun still had to rise each morning. Someone had to drive it. Helios, the son of the Titans Hyperion and Thea, had been doing exactly that since long before the Olympians were born. He went on doing it long after the war was settled and forgotten. Each morning, according to the ancient sources, he would emerge from the eastern horizon in a chariot drawn by 4 blazing horses, climb the great arc of the sky through the hours of the day, descend again in the west, where his golden cup waited to carry him back along the river Oceanus through the darkness of the night, so that he could begin again the following dawn. It was a circuit of almost mechanical consistency. There was something deeply comforting in that. The idea that even while gods warred and the earth shook, the sun kept its schedule. Helios was not a god who involved himself much in the quarrels of Olympus, but his testimony mattered in at least one of the most important myths the Greeks ever told. When Demeter was searching the earth for her lost daughter Persephone, frantic and inconsolable, it was Helios who told her what he had seen from his high vantage across the sky, that Hades had taken the girl down into the underworld. He had witnessed it from above as he witnessed everything. What he shared with Demeter set that whole story in motion. There is also the story of his son Phaethon, that the Greeks told as a kind of quiet warning. Phaethon, young and eager to prove himself, begged his father for the chance to drive the solar chariot for a single day. Helios granted the wish reluctantly, knowing the horses were too powerful and the route too demanding for anyone less than a god of the sun. The outcome was exactly what he feared. Phaethon lost control. The chariot lurched too close to the earth and scorched it, then veered too far out into the cold. Zeus had no choice but to strike the boy down with a thunderbolt to prevent the world from burning entirely. It was a grief that Helios carried quietly afterward, as parents carry the losses that come from love given too freely. His sisters, the Heliades, wept for their brother on the banks of the river Eridanus until they were transformed into poplar trees, their tears hardening into amber. Even the sun, in that telling, was not free from sorrow. Selene, his sister, drew the moon across the sky in much the same way, steady, silver, unhurried. She is a gentler figure in the ancient sources, associated with the full moon especially. The Greeks imagined her as pale and luminous, moving through the night sky in a chariot or sometimes simply riding a white horse or a bull across the dark. Her most memorable story in myth is her long, quiet love for the shepherd, Endymion, a mortal of extraordinary beauty, whom she asked Zeus to grant an eternal sleep so that she could visit him each night in that state, without ever losing him to the ordinary passage of time. There is something in that story, the goddess of the moon watching over a sleeping figure, that feels almost like it was told for nights exactly like this one. Eos, the goddess of the dawn, was their sister. She preceded Helios each morning, opening the gates of the sky and spreading the first light across the horizon in rose and gold before her brother's chariot could follow. The Greeks were fond of her. Homer calls her rosy-fingered again and again in the Iliad and the Odyssey. She appears often at the threshold between the night and the day, a figure of warmth and gentle transition. She too had a mortal lover, Tithonus, whom she asked Zeus to make immortal, forgetting to ask for his eternal youth as well. He lived on, aging beyond all measure, until in some versions of the myth he was transformed into a cicada, the sound of summer heat and long, slow afternoons. These three, Helios, Selene, Eos, formed a kind of family rhythm for the ancient world, the machinery of light by which ordinary life was measured and organized. The three celestial siblings formed a natural order that required no divine intervention to maintain. They were so essential to the functioning of the cosmos that Zeus could not have removed them without causing fundamental disruption to creation. Their work was neither glamorous nor frequently celebrated in the grand myths. Yet without them, there could be no days, no nights, no reliable measuring of time. The Olympians might wage their wars and claim their victories, but these Titan deities quietly ensured that the world continued its basic operations. They represented a kind of quiet authority existing beneath the drama of more famous myths. Their consistency was itself a form of power, one that did not require conquest or recognition to be real and essential. Hecate is a more complicated figure, and her origins in the ancient sources are somewhat debated, but Hesiod treats her as a titaness of remarkable importance, the daughter of the Titans Coeus and Phoebe in some accounts, though traditions vary. What is notable about Hecate is that according to Hesiod's theogony, Zeus honored her above all others after the Titanomachy. He did not diminish what she had held before the war. He let her keep her portions, her influence over the earth, the sea, the sky, and she became one of the most widely honored figures in the Greek world. She was associated with crossroads, with the night, with the boundary places between worlds, with the kind of knowledge that exists at the edges of ordinary understanding. In the myth of Persephone, she plays a meaningful role as well. She heard Persephone's cries as the girl was taken. It was Hecate who accompanied Demeter in the search and who later walked with Persephone, between the underworld and the upper world as a kind of guide. She carried torches. She stood at the threshold. It suited her perfectly. And then there was Oceanus, the vast titan who was the world-encircling river, the source of all fresh water, the edge beyond which nothing was known. He and his wife Tethys had stayed out of the Titanomachy entirely, so they kept what they had always held. Their waters continued to circle the world. Their children, the 3,000 river gods and 3,000 Oceanid nymphs, went on filling the rivers and springs of the earth. In some traditions, Tethys had even helped raise Hera. That gives her a particular tenderness in the story of the Olympians. Oceanus and Tethys simply endured, enormous, ancient, unhurried, the way that oceans do. They moved through the background of 100 myths without ever needing to be the center of them. That in its own way says something about how indispensable they were. The Titanesses are often overshadowed in the retelling of these myths, but the ancient sources describe them as just as essential as their brothers, sometimes more so. While the war and the thunder and the great castings down of gods tend to claim most of the attention, the Titanesses were quietly doing something more permanent. They were holding the shape of the world together. They were the ones who gave it memory and law and the long continuity of life. To move past them too quickly would be to miss something that the Greeks themselves never missed, that the first generation of divine women was not incidental to the cosmos, but foundational to it. Rhea is the one most people encounter first, because she is the mother of the Olympians, and her story is wound up so tightly with the story of Cronus. But she is worth considering as herself for a moment, apart from her husband and her children. In Hesiod's tradition, Rhea was one of the original 12 Titans, daughter of Gaia and Ouranos, sister to Cronus before she became his wife. She was associated with the fertile earth, with the turning of the seasons, with the quiet patience that makes growth possible. Some ancient writers connected her with Cybele, the great mother goddess of Phrygia, recognizing in both of them something older than any particular mythology, the simple, enduring power of a mother who will not let her children be destroyed. Her grief, when Cronus swallowed each of her 5 eldest children, is one of the more quietly devastating things in these myths. There is no dramatic scene in Hesiod where she cries out or rails against the sky. She simply bore it, child after child, until she could no longer, and then she acted. She went to her own mother and father, Gaia and Ouranos, the very earth and sky, and asked them what could be done. They told her. They gave her the knowledge of what the 6th child would accomplish, and the means to protect him. Rhea travelled to Crete, gave birth to Zeus in secret, and handed Cronus a stone. It is a small act in its telling, almost understated, but it changed everything that followed. After the Titanomachy ended and her children stood on Olympus, Rhea seems to settle into a quieter role in the tradition, no longer at the center of events, but still present, still honored, still the mother of gods. Some accounts place her in Phrygia, where she was worshipped with great reverence. Others say she wandered freely through the world she had helped to remake. Whatever the tradition, she is never diminished by what came after. She remains the great mother, the one who endured long enough to change the shape of the world. Themis was something different entirely. Where Rhea embodied the deep warmth of the earth and its generative power, Themis embodied something more abstract and yet just as necessary. The principle of right order, of what is fitting and proper in the world, of the law that exists before any king writes it down. Her name in Greek carries the meaning of divine law, of custom, of the proper way things ought to be done. She was one of the earliest counselors of Zeus, and this is significant. After the Titanomachy, when Zeus was establishing his reign over the new order, he did not simply impose his will in all directions. He turned to Themis. According to Hesiod, she was the 2nd wife of Zeus, after Metis, and together they had remarkable children. The horai, the hours or the seasons, were hers, and they governed the orderly procession of time through the year, opening and closing the gates of Olympus. The moirai, the fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, were also attributed to her in several traditions, though other accounts give them different origins. The Fates who spun and measured and cut the thread of every life were her daughters, which is to say they were expressions of the same principle she embodied. Order is not cruelty in this telling. The thread ends because that is how things must be. The law is not cold, it is simply older than any individual wish. Themis appears in myths at moments when what matters is not strength, but rightness. She is present at the birth of Apollo in some accounts. She warns Zeus about the prophecy surrounding Metis. She calls the gods to assembly. She is the one who knows what should happen. In this way, she was unlike any warrior or craftsman among the gods. Her power was the power of knowing. Mnemosyne is perhaps the most quietly profound of all the Titanesses, because what she governed was memory itself, the capacity to hold the past inside you, to not lose what has already been. In a world without writing, memory was not merely useful. It was the whole foundation of culture, of story, of meaning. Without memory, nothing that had happened could survive into the next day. Mnemosyne made it possible for the world to keep what it had learned. Hesiod tells us that Zeus came to her in Pieria and lay with her for 9 consecutive nights, and from those 9 nights came the 9 muses: Calliope, Clio, Erato, Euterpe, Melpomene, Polyhymnia, Terpsichore, Thalia, and Urania. Each of the muses presided over a different domain of creative and intellectual life: epic poetry, history, love poetry, music, tragedy, hymns, dance, comedy, and astronomy, all of them daughters of memory. This is not accidental in the Greek way of thinking. Every poem, every song, every account of what had happened in the world, all of it depended first on the ability to remember. The muses inspired, but Mnemosyne made inspiration possible to hold. In later tradition, she also gave her name to the river of memory in the underworld, where souls could drink and retain the knowledge of their past lives rather than forgetting them entirely. She was the opposite of Lethe, the river of forgetting, and the choice between them in the Greek afterlife was a choice about what kind of being you wanted to be. Tethys, wife of Oceanus, does not appear in as many dramatic episodes as the others, but her role is no less important in its own way. Oceanus and Tethys together formed the vast circling river that the Greeks believed surrounded the whole of the known world, and from them flowed all the rivers and springs and waters of the earth. Tethys was the grandmother of an enormous number of divine beings through the 3,000 Oceanid daughters and 3,000 river sons she and Oceanus were said to have born. Some traditions hold that it was Tethys and Oceanus who raised the young Hera after the Titans were defeated, tending to her with a gentleness that Rhea, displaced and grieving, could not always provide. In those accounts, Hera's love of water, her connection to the tidal rhythms of the world, owes something to the vast quiet couple who brought her up. Without Mnemosyne, there would be no muses. Without Themis, no divine law. Without Rhea, no Olympians at all. The women of the first generation shaped the world just as much as the men who fought over it. But the connections did not stop there. Demeter, goddess of harvest and grain, was the daughter of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, making her directly descended from the old regime in the most literal sense. Her knowledge of the earth and its secrets seemed to stem directly from her ancient lineage. Poseidon, god of the seas, shared that same parentage, as did Hestia, the hearth goddess. Each of them carried within their divine nature the weight and wisdom of an earlier age. The pattern of Titan inheritance repeated across the divine family in countless ways, whether through direct descent or through partnerships with Titan-born individuals. The Olympians who seemed to possess the greatest depth of character, the most resonant mythological weight, were invariably those with the strongest connections to their Titan forebears. The daughters of Mnemosyne, the Titaness of memory, became the 9 muses: Calliope, Clio, Erato, Euterpe, Melpomene, Polyhymnia, Terpsichore, Thalia, Urania, each one overseeing a different domain of human creative and intellectual life. Poetry and history and astronomy and dance and tragedy and comedy all fell under their care. Ancient poets opened their works by calling on the muses for inspiration. That meant that every great poem in the Greek tradition began, in a sense, with an acknowledgement of Titan heritage. The muses lived on Mount Helicon or Mount Parnassus depending on the account. They were understood not as abstract forces, but as real presences, daughters of memory itself, capable of granting a mortal the ability to speak truthfully about things they had never witnessed. Emis, the Titaness of divine order, gave Zeus the Horai, the goddesses of the seasons, of peace and justice and lawfulness, and also, in Hesiod's account, the Moirai, the three fates who measured and cut the thread of every mortal life. The fates in particular are a striking inheritance from Titan ancestry. This was because they operated outside even Zeus's full authority. They were older than the Olympians in character, if not in strict genealogy. Their decisions could not simply be undone. Among the children of Helios, the Sun Titan, two figures stand out especially in later myth. Circe, his daughter, became one of the most memorable figures in the Odyssey, a powerful enchantress living alone on the island of Aea, capable of transforming men into animals with a touch of her wand. Her brother Aeetes was the king of Colchis, keeper of the Golden Fleece, the obstacle at the center of the Argonauts' long journey. Both of them inherited something of their father's radiance. Circe in her power over living things, Aeetes in the burning, dangerous quality of his sovereignty. And then there was Phaethon, the most melancholy of Helios's children, who asked his father to let him drive the solar chariot across the sky for a single day and could not hold the horses, scorching the earth before Zeus struck him down with a thunderbolt to stop the destruction. His sisters, the Heliades, wept for him so long at the river's edge that they were transformed into poplar trees, their tears becoming amber. The Pleiades and the Hyades, daughters of Atlas, fared differently. They were placed among the stars. The Pleiades as a cluster associated with navigation and the agricultural calendar, the Hyades as the rainy stars of spring. Atlas's daughters lit the sky. His grandson Hermes carried messages between worlds. His great-grandchildren sang the poems that kept memory alive. The further you follow those family lines, the more clearly you can see that the Titans were never truly a separate story from the Olympians. They were the foundation beneath the foundation, the deeper layer of a world that kept building on top of itself without ever quite letting go of what had come before. The Titans never truly disappeared from Greek mythology. They were folded into it, their children and grandchildren carrying their nature forward into every story the Greeks ever told. Hesiod told a story about the ages of the world, and it is one of the most melancholy things in all of Greek mythology. He described 5 ages, each one a step further from something that had once been whole and good. The first was the Golden Age, and it belonged entirely to Cronus. Under his reign, according to Hesiod's works and days, human beings lived without labor or sorrow. The earth gave its fruits freely, without any need for plowing or planting. There was no war, no sickness, no slow wearing down of the body that comes with hard living. People aged, in a sense, but gently, as if time moved through them like a soft wind, rather than something that grinds and erodes. When they died, they did not suffer. They simply closed their eyes and drifted into something like sleep, and Hesiod wrote that they passed away as if overcome by rest. What happened to them afterward was remarkable, in its own quiet way. They did not go to the underworld as later souls did. Instead, they became daimons, spirits, guardians, invisible presences moving through the living world. Watched over mortals, Hesiod said, and wherever they walked, they brought something of that original goodness with them. They were not gods exactly, and not quite human anymore. They were something gentler than either. The Greeks believed these spirits still moved through the world in their own time, And the thought was both comforting and a little sorrowful, because it meant that the Golden Age had not entirely vanished. It had only become invisible. This narrative of decline was not unique to Hesiod, though his version became the most influential in the Western tradition. Other ancient cultures had similar myths of a golden past, retreating before human hands and human failings. What made Hesiod's account particularly powerful was the precision of his loss. Each age, not merely worse than the last, but worse in specific and measurable ways. The people grew smaller, lived shorter lives, became more prone to violence and injustice. The math of it was brutal and clear, and embedded within this sequence was an unsettling paradox. The Age of Heroes, positioned fourth in the descending order, seemed to contradict the entire premise of inevitable decline. These demigods were warriors and flawed men, and yet they achieved a nobility that the bronze people, who came before them, had never possessed. This irregularity troubled many readers, raising a question that Hesiod himself did not fully resolve. Was the world truly declining in a straight line, or was it more complicated than that? After the Golden Age came the Silver, and already the decline had begun. The people of the Silver Age were lesser in every meaningful way. They were slow to grow into adulthood, spending 100 years in childhood, and then living only briefly as grown men and women before dying. They were foolish, and they refused to honor the gods, and so Zeus put them beneath the earth when their time was done. They became spirits too, but of a lower kind, spirits of the underworld, rather than of the living world above. Then came the Bronze Age, a generation of hard and violent men who loved war above everything and destroyed themselves with their own hands. After them, Hesiod placed an age that does not fit the pattern of simple decline. The Age of Heroes, the age of the demigods, of Achilles and Heracles, and the men who fought at Troy and Thebes. These were greater than the Bronze people, more just and more noble, and when they died, the most worthy among them were sent to the Isles of the Blessed, a place at the far western edge of the world where the earth gives 3 harvests a year and the air is always soft. Then came the Iron Age, the age Hesiod himself lived in, and the age he wrote about with something close to grief. It was an age of unending labour, of justice quietly departing the world, of fathers and children who could no longer trust one another. He did not know when it would end, only that it would end badly. The story Hesiod was telling was not really a story about the past. It was a statement about loss, about how the world had started in a kind of perfection that no amount of effort or longing could recover. The Greeks who heard this myth already understood the Iron Age in their bones. They felt its weight in every difficult harvest, every unjust ruler, every prayer that seemed to go unanswered. The Golden Age was not simply a poetic image for them. It was a memory the world itself carried, faint but persistent, the way a room still holds warmth long after the fire has gone out. And Cronus, the ruler of that first and finest age, became over time something more complicated than the terrifying figure who swallowed his children. In the tradition recorded by Pindar and later by Plutarch, Zeus eventually reconciled with his father. The Great War was over. The wounds of it had healed in the slow way that only centuries can manage, and Cronus was released from Tartarus and given rule over the Isles of the Blessed, that same gentle place where the heroes of the Age of Heroes had been sent to rest. It is a strange and moving turn for a figure who began the mythological tradition as a being defined by fear and violence. But perhaps the Greeks understood something in it that is worth sitting with quietly. The same God who could not bear the thought of being surpassed, who held 5 children inside himself, rather than face the uncertainty of a future he could not control. That same God was eventually given a kingdom of peace, a place outside of time's reach, where nothing needed to be fought over or protected anymore. The Isles of the Blessed sat beyond the ocean that encircled the world, according to the tradition, where the breezes off the water were always cool, and the light was the kind of golden light that only comes just before evening settles in. There was no striving there, no prophecy to dread, no children to fear. Whatever Cronus had been during the long ages of his power, whatever cruelty his fear had made of him, all of it had finally stilled. And somewhere far to the west, across the ocean, the old king of the world was finally sleeping without fear, which is perhaps the only ending that could have felt like peace. Long before the Olympian gods took their seats on the mountain that would bear their name, there were others, older, more primordial beings who had ruled the world in an age most mortals would never fully remember. These were the Titans, children of Arinos and Gaia, children of the sky and the earth themselves. Among them moved a figure whose story is unlike almost any other in the vast tradition of Greek mythology. His name was Prometheus. The name itself is the first thing worth sitting with for a moment. This was because it tells you almost everything about him before the story has even properly begun. In the ancient Greek language, Prometheus means forethought, the capacity to think ahead, to look towards something not yet arrived, and to understand, with uncomfortable clarity, exactly what it will bring. It comes from the words that mean before and to learn. This was not simply a name his parents gave him, the way one might give a child any pleasant-sounding name. It was a description, a definition, and in a way, a sentence. He was a Titan who was born already knowing what was coming. That knowledge, vast and unrelenting as it was, shaped every moment of his long and extraordinary existence. Prometheus was a second-generation Titan, not one of the eldest divine powers, but the son of Iapetus, himself a great Titan, of the Oceanid Clymene, though some ancient sources name his mother as Themis, the goddess of divine law and order. Both versions of his parentage carry a certain weight. If his mother was Clymene, he was born of the wide ocean's daughter, connected to the deep and endless currents that move beneath everything. If his mother was Themis, he was the child of rightness itself, of the ancient principle that some things are simply as they should be and others are not. Either way, Prometheus came into the world carrying an inheritance of something deeply serious. He would spend his entire existence living up to it. The weight of such a heritage manifested in everything Prometheus did and thought. He could not escape the pull of his origins, nor did he wish to. Instead, he would channel them into a purpose that would ultimately define not just his own existence, but the entire trajectory of divine and human history. This was the path laid before him, even before his birth. To be the bridge between worlds, the translator of divine knowledge into mortal understanding. It was a role he would fulfill completely, with unwavering dedication. What set him apart from so many other figures in this tradition was not raw power, though he was certainly powerful. It was not battle skill or divine ferocity. It was the quality captured so perfectly in his name, the quiet, constant, often painful awareness of consequences. Where others acted from passion or pride or simple want, Prometheus acted from foresight. Foresight is a gift that does not always feel like one. There is something genuinely moving about a being who can see the future and who chooses, with full understanding of what that future holds, to act in a way that will bring tremendous suffering upon himself. Most creatures, faced with the clear knowledge of what a choice will cost them, draw back from it. Prometheus never did. He was not reckless. He was, if anything, the opposite of reckless. This was because recklessness requires not thinking ahead. Thinking ahead was the one thing Prometheus could never stop doing. He made his choices in full view of their consequences. That is what gives his story a weight that other myths, for all their drama, do not always carry. The ancient Greeks who told and retold his story seem to have understood this instinctively. They did not celebrate him, imply because he was clever, though he was enormously clever. They did not celebrate him simply because he defied authority, though his defiance of Zeus became one of the most famous acts in the entire mythological tradition. They celebrated him because he looked clearly at what his choices would cost him. The chains, the rock, the eagle, the long cold centuries at the edge of the known world, and he made those choices anyway. out of love for the creatures he had helped to bring into being. That is a different kind of heroism from the kind that rides into battle and trusts to its own strength. It is quieter and in some ways far more difficult to sustain. His place in the order of things was significant even before his story reached its most famous episodes. As a Titan, he existed in the long, slow world that preceded the Olympians, a world that operated according to older rhythms, older powers, older understandings of how things worked. And yet, Prometheus, for all his ancient origins, was a figure who seemed always to be looking forward rather than back, always more concerned with what was yet to come than with what had already been established. This was both his great gift and the source of every difficulty that would follow him through the centuries of his story. And it was this gift, this perpetual, aching awareness of what was coming, that made every choice Prometheus ever made feel less like impulse and more like sacrifice. Prometheus was not an only child. Understanding his brothers helps explain a great deal about who he was and why he made the choices he did. His father was Iapetus, one of the elder Titans, a son of Uranus and Gaia, and a figure of considerable standing in the generation of gods that preceded Zeus and the Olympians. Iapetus does not appear often in the surviving myths. When he does, it is usually at a distance, a presence more felt than seen, a patriarch whose name carried weight even when he himself was not in the room. His mother, depending on which ancient source one follows, was either Clymene, an Oceanid of graceful and quiet disposition, or Themis, the goddess of divine law and natural order. Both versions have been passed down from antiquity, and neither can be dismissed. What is worth noting is that if his mother was indeed Themis, the embodiment of rightness and justice, then Prometheus may have inherited more than his intelligence from her. He may have inherited his sense that there is a proper way for things to be, that it is worth defending even at tremendous personal cost. Clymene, for her part, connects him to the Oceanids, those countless daughters of the primordial sea, beings of calm and deep waters. Either way, the lineage on both sides was ancient and formidable, stretching back to the very beginning of the world. This complicated inheritance, ancient, powerful, yet marred by choices made in an earlier age, set the stage for everything Prometheus would become. His parentage gave him the tools and the perspective to see further than most, but it also bound him to a family whose fate was already written. To be born into such a line was to inherit not just names and power, but also the weight of history and consequence. His brothers were three: Atlas, Epimetheus, and Menetius. Each of them carried a name with meaning, as was common in the Greek tradition. The meanings between them tell a quiet story of their own. Atlas is thought to carry a sense of endurance, of bearing, of carrying, and his fate would come to mirror that name in the most literal and exhausting way imaginable. Menetius is harder to translate cleanly, but his character was described by Hesiod as proud and reckless, a Titan who carried within him a disposition toward violence and excessive confidence. It was this quality, this inability to temper his own strength with any kind of wisdom, that brought him to ruin. During the war between the Titans and the Olympians, Zeus struck Menetius with a thunderbolt and sent him down into Erebus, that deep, shadowy place beneath the earth, where he would no longer be in a position to cause any further trouble. He is the least remembered of the four brothers. That obscurity seems fitting for a figure whose defining trait was acting without thought of consequence. Atlas suffered a different fate, and in some ways a more visible one. After the Titans lost the Great War, Zeus singled him out for a particular punishment, not imprisonment in Tartarus like so many of the others, but something stranger and in its own way more terrible. He was made to stand at the western edge of the world and hold up the heavens on his broad shoulders, keeping sky and earth from collapsing back into the union from which the universe had originally been born. It was a punishment that made use of his tremendous strength. What might have been a gift into an endless, exhausting obligation There is something quietly cruel about a sentence designed to last forever, not in a dark pit, not in chains on a mountain, but simply standing and holding, day after day, in a labor that could never be completed or set aside. Prometheus, who could see so much of what was coming, must have known something of what awaited his brother. The weight of that knowledge was one he carried alongside everything else. Such knowledge of a brother's doom is its own kind of burden, one that required Prometheus to witness helplessly as fate unfolded according to patterns he could perceive but could not alter. Then there was Epimetheus. Of all the brothers, he is perhaps the most important to understanding Prometheus himself. His name means afterthought, a companion word to Prometheus's forethought, placed deliberately in opposition to it. The ancient Greeks were not subtle about this pairing. Where Prometheus thought ahead, weighed the future, accepted suffering with his eyes wide open, Epimetheus acted first and reflected later, usually when it was already too late to change anything. He was not a figure of malice or cruelty. The myths rarely portray him as wicked, but rather as someone genuinely incapable of the kind of long-range thinking that his brother possessed so naturally and completely. He was warm, impulsive, and trusting in ways that tended to go badly for everyone around him. The two brothers appear together repeatedly in the myths. Their pairing feels deliberate, as though the ancient storytellers were making an argument about human nature, suggesting that forethought and afterthought are not simply opposites but companions, eternally linked, one always cleaning up after or anticipating the disasters of the other. A world with only Prometheus in it would be cautious and perhaps too heavy with awareness. A world with only Epimetheus would move quickly and cheerfully toward its own undoing. Together, they represented something like the full picture of how a mind might work, and the tension between them never fully resolved. Iapetus himself was cast into Tartarus after the Great War, joining most of the other Titans in that lightless place. His 4 sons were scattered by Zeus in different directions, each receiving a fate suited, in Zeus's estimation, to his particular character. Atlas bearing the sky, Menoetus swallowed by shadow, Epimetheus left to wander through his own mistakes, and Prometheus left standing among the victors, for now, his foresight having guided him to the winning side. Though what that would ultimately cost him was already clear to anyone who knew how to look at the shape of his life. Together, these 4 brothers formed something like a complete picture of the range of human impulses: endurance, recklessness, foresight, its eternal counterpart, the failure to look ahead at all. In the earliest days, before war came to the heavens, life on Earth was something that later generations could barely imagine, a time that the ancient Greeks called the Golden Age. Hesiod, writing in the 8th century before the Common Era, described this age with a kind of tender longing, the way a person might describe a childhood home they can no longer return to. In those days, according to his account in the Works and Days, human beings lived beneath the care of the Titans, and life was genuinely abundantly easy. The earth gave up her fruits without being asked. There was no need to break the soil with a plough or coax reluctant crops from hard ground. Grain simply grew, and it grew generously, more than enough for everyone who walked beneath the open sky. The seasons turned gently and predictably, and the air carried something that later people would only find in stories, a quality of ease that seemed built into the world itself, the way warmth is built into sunlight. Humans in this age did not know old age the way their descendants would come to know it. Their bodies did not wear out with the slow, grinding patience that time would later use against the generations that came after. They lived, and they flourished, and when the end of their days came to them, it came softly, like someone drifting into sleep. There was a closeness between the divine and the mortal in those days that the world would never quite recover. The gods did not live remote and untouchable behind clouds and ceremony. They moved among human beings in ways that felt natural and easy, the way a river moves through a landscape, belonging to it completely. Prometheus himself would have known this intimacy well, having helped to shape the very creatures who walked this golden earth. He understood them not merely as a craftsman understands a finished object, but as a gardener understands something living, something that requires attention, something that can be lost. The humans of the Golden Age were his in a way that went beyond the act of creation. He had given them their form, their upright bearing, their faces turned toward the sky, and the world that surrounded them, in these earliest days, was a world that seemed almost to have been built for them on purpose, generous and unhurried and full of everything they needed. The daily rhythms of the Golden Age reflected this fundamental accord between human need and earthly plenty. Work existed, but it was not the kind of work that breaks a person down through endless repetition. The tending of gardens brought genuine joy rather than exhaustion. Between humans, there was a quality of relation that later ages would recognize only in fragments, communities bound not by desperation, but by authentic affection and respect. Conflict was quickly resolved when it arose. There was no hoarding because there was no scarcity. Greed had not yet found a foothold in the human heart. What Hesiod describes is not a paradise of luxury or divine intervention, but something quieter and, in its own way, more beautiful than that. It is a world in which the basic struggle that defines most of human history simply did not exist yet. No one labored against a reluctant earth. No one went cold in winter because the harvest had failed. No one watched a child go hungry. The ache of those particular human experiences, so ordinary in later ages that they became almost invisible, had not yet entered the world. Life was not dramatic in the Golden Age. It was peaceful in the way that early morning is peaceful, before the rest of the day has started making its demands. The Titans, whatever their other qualities and conflicts, presided over this time. And Prometheus, who was among them, who was in many ways one of the most thoughtful and attentive of them, watched the humans he had helped create, moving through this gentle world with something very like love. He was not a distant observer. His foresight, the very quality that made him who he was, meant that he was always reading the world ahead of the present moment, always seeing what was coming before it arrived. In the Golden Age, this gift would have been both a comfort and a quiet ache. He could see the abundance around him and appreciate it fully. He could also see, with a clarity that none of the human beings wandering through their uncomplicated days could share, how fragile all of it was. Fragility does not always announce itself. The Golden Age, from the inside, must have felt solid and permanent, the way good things always feel solid and permanent to the people living inside them. The earth gave her fruit. The sky was generous with light. The divine and the mortal existed in the same world without the layers of distance and ceremony that would later grow between them. There was no reason, standing in the middle of all that ease, to suspect that it would not simply continue. But Prometheus was not standing in the middle of it in the ordinary way. He was standing in it and seeing through it simultaneously, seeing the shape of what was building beyond the horizon, the forces that were gathering in the generations of the gods themselves, the contest of wills that would one day remake everything. The Golden Age was real. Its ease and its abundance and its gentleness were all real, and the humans who lived inside it were real. These upright, thinking, sky-facing creatures that he had shaped from the earth and cared for with a constancy that did not waver even when it cost him enormously. It was a world worth protecting, and Prometheus, who could see the future more clearly than anyone alive, already knew it would not last. When the war finally broke out between the old gods and the new ones, it was not a sudden clash. It had been building for a very long time, and Prometheus had been watching its approach the way a farmer watches a storm gather on the horizon. He was a Titan by birth, a son of Iapetus, raised in a world that belonged to Cronus and his generation, and in the ordinary way of things, there would have been no question at all about where his loyalties lay. But Prometheus was not the kind of being who dealt in ordinary ways of thinking. His name meant forethought, the capacity to see what was coming before it arrived. And what he saw, in those long years before the first battles broke out across the earth, was a conclusion that no one else among the Titans seemed willing to accept. The Olympians were going to win. He was as certain of this as he was certain of anything. And that certainty would come to define everything he did during the 10 years of war that the ancient Greeks called the Titanomachy, the great struggle between the old order and the new. It was a war that remade the world entirely, and Prometheus walked into it with his eyes open in a way that almost no one else did, carrying the quiet and lonely burden of a being who already knows how the story ends. In the early stages, Prometheus did fight on the side of the Titans, or at least remained among them as the war took shape. He was not a figure who rushed carelessly toward any kind of conflict. He was measured, thoughtful, someone who preferred the elegant solution to the forceful one, and it was precisely this quality that led to his first serious break with the Titan cause. According to the tradition, he urged his fellow Titans to rely on cunning rather than brute strength, to use intelligence and strategy rather than simply throwing their considerable power against the Olympians in open battle. The Titans, who were proud beings who had ruled the cosmos for a very long time and who believed in the authority that raw power conferred, were not interested in what Prometheus had to say. They were ancient, they were strong, and they could not quite bring themselves to believe that Zeus and his younger siblings posed a genuine threat that could not simply be overwhelmed. They dismissed Prometheus's counsel, and in doing so, they sealed their own fate. A being of his particular gifts, a being whose entire nature was organized around the ability to see ahead, could not stay in the company of those who refused to look ahead at all. It would have felt, for him, like a particular kind of loneliness, watching the very disaster he had warned against assembling itself, piece by piece, on the horizon. This was not merely political, but profoundly philosophical. Prometheus understood what his elder brethren could not. Raw power could be overcome by strategy and intelligence. The question was not whether the Titans could fight, but whether they could adapt. His alienation was not made lightly, for to stand against one's own kind meant accepting profound isolation. Yet for a being whose nature was foresight itself, remaining with those marching toward disaster was unbearable. This was the burden of forethought, to be forced to choose between loyalty to one's own and clarity about what was coming. Some accounts of the myth hold that Prometheus's mother, who in certain traditions was not Clymene, but Themis, the Titaness of divine lore and prophecy, also supported Zeus rather than the Titan cause. This detail is worth pausing on, because if true, it suggests that the decision Prometheus made was not simply the cold calculation of a strategist betting on the winning side. It may have run deeper than that, rooted in a sense of where justice and right order actually lay. Themis, after all, was a figure associated with law and with the proper unfolding of things, and if she saw in Zeus's cause something that aligned with those values, her son may well have seen the same. Or perhaps the simplest explanation is also the most tender, that Prometheus loved his mother and followed her counsel as she had followed what she herself could foresee. The myth does not always make these motivations explicit, and that ambiguity is part of what makes Prometheus such a genuinely interesting figure. He was not purely selfless, and he was not purely strategic, but something more complicated than either. What is clear is that once he had made his decision, he committed to it fully. He brought his foresight to the service of the Olympians, and the war, which had been grinding on in the way that only a war between immortals can, vast, slow, shaking the very foundations of the earth, began to turn. The Olympians were aided by other allies as well, including the Cyclopes who had been freed from Tartarus and who gave Zeus his thunderbolts, Poseidon his trident, and Hades his helmet of invisibility. These were not small gifts. The thunderbolt in particular was a weapon of extraordinary destructive power, and it gave Zeus something that the Titans, for all their strength, could not easily answer. The battles that followed were catastrophic in the way that only the conflicts of gods can be. Entane shook, seas boiled, and the earth itself seemed to remember what had happened to it for a very long time afterward. Hesiod describes the violence of it with a kind of awe, as if even he, writing centuries later, could feel the reverberations of what had taken place. After 10 years of this, the Titans were defeated. Cronus, who had swallowed his children and ruled the cosmos with an iron certainty that his position could never be taken from him, was overthrown at last. The other Titans who had fought against the Olympians were gathered up and cast into Tartarus, bound there in the same deep darkness where they had imprisoned the Cyclops before Zeus freed them. A neat and terrible symmetry. Guards were set over them, and the world above continued on, fundamentally changed. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon took the sea, Hades received the realm of the dead. The three brothers divided the cosmos between them, and the age of the Titans was over. For Prometheus, this was both a vindication and a complicated new beginning. He had been right about everything, had helped the victors achieve their victory, and now stood in a world reorganized around their power rather than his own kind's. He was among the winners, which was exactly what his foresight had told him he needed to be, and yet the position carried with it a strangeness that no amount of forethought could entirely dissolve. The Titans were cast into Tartarus, the deepest abyss the world contained, and the Olympians began dividing up their new dominion, and Prometheus, who had helped them win it, stood among the victors, though not entirely comfortably. Of all the tasks that Zeus assigned in the reorganization of the world after the Titans fell, none would prove more consequential than the one given to Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus, to fill the earth with living creatures and give each one what it needed to survive. It was, on the surface, a generous assignment, a kind of creative freedom that the two brothers might have been grateful for, given how the war had ended and how others of their family had fared. Zeus had parceled out dominions and responsibilities across the new Olympian order, and this particular task, the populating of the earth, carried with it a certain dignity. The brothers set to work, though they approached it in ways that could not have been more different from each other, and those differences would matter enormously before the work was done. Epimetheus, whose name means afterthought, the one who reflects only once something has already passed, took on the animals first and threw himself into the work with an enthusiasm that was, in its own way, rather touching. He was a being of instinct and generosity, warm-hearted in the way that people are when they haven't yet considered what their generosity will eventually cost them. He moved through the newly settled world, distributing gifts with both hands, giving each creature exactly what it seemed to need. To the bear, he gave immense strength and a coat thick enough to sleep through the coldest months of the year. To the hawk, he gave keen sight and hollow bones and the gift of rising on warm columns of air without effort. To the rabbit, he gave quickness and a low profile and ears that could hear the soft footfall of a predator from a remarkable distance. To the tortoise, he gave a shell so sturdy it was almost a small house the animal simply carried with it wherever it went. He went on like this for a long time, working his way through creation with what can only be described as genuine joy. Every creature he touched seemed to bloom under his attention. The wolf received speed and cunning. The ox received endurance. The fish received the ability to breathe in water. The bee received an architecture of instinct so precise and intricate that it bordered on something resembling art. Epimetheus gave and gave, delighted each time a creature shook itself into its new abilities and wandered off into the world that had been made for it. He was, by any measure, a gifted craftsman when it came to animals, imaginative, thorough, and deeply pleased with his own work. What he was not, however, was careful about the accounting. By the time Prometheus turned his attention to humanity, to these upright figures he was shaping carefully from clay and water, Epimetheus had already spent everything. Every gift in the original allotment had been distributed. The animals had received the full inheritance and nothing remained. There were no spare coats of fur, no reserves of speed or strength or armor, no extra capacity for night vision or burrowing or flight. The storehouse, so to speak, was completely empty. Prometheus shaped humanity anyway. According to the tradition that has come down through Hesiod and others, he formed them from clay in the image of the gods themselves, upright, with faces turned toward the sky rather than down toward the ground, as most animals carried themselves. This was not an accident or a mere aesthetic choice. There was something deeply intentional about that posture, something that the ancient Greeks seemed to have felt was worth preserving in the telling of the story across centuries. To stand upright and look toward the heavens was to exist in a different relationship with the cosmos than the creatures that grazed or crawled or burrowed. It implied a kind of aspiration, a reaching. It meant that humanity, whatever else it lacked, was oriented from the very begin, inga, towards something beyond its immediate physical circumstances. Prometheus worked with great care. He was not Epimetheus, scattering gifts with cheerful abandon. He was a being of forethought, and forethought implies attention, implies the slow turning of a problem from every angle before committing to a shape. He understood what he was making. He understood, in the way that a creator sometimes simply knows, that these clay figures upright on the earth were going to matter, that they were going to be something the world had not quite had before. There is a tenderness in the accounts of this moment, even in the most spare and ancient tellings. Prometheus looked at these creatures and felt something for them that was more than a craftsman's pride in finished work. It was closer to what one might feel for a child, a sense of responsibility that would not be easy to put down. And then he saw what Epimetheus had done, or rather what Epimetheus had failed to do. These humans he had shaped so carefully were standing in a world fully stocked with creatures far better equipped than they were. The bear could outmuscle them without effort. The wolf could outrun them easily. The hawk could see them from heights they could never reach. Even the bee, in its quiet architectural industry, had been given something they had not, a built-in precision, a purposeful order to its days. Humanity had none of this. They were bare-skinned in a world where the cold arrived without warning. They had no claws worth speaking of, no armor, no particular speed. They were, in purely animal terms, astonishingly vulnerable. The kind of creature that would not ordinarily be expected to last very long at all. What they had, though, and this was the thing Prometheus could see clearly, because foresight was what he was that upward orientation, that capacity to look at the sky and ask something of it. There was an intelligence in them, a kind of flexible, searching awareness that none of the gifted animals possessed in quite the same way. The hawk had extraordinary eyes, but did not wonder about the horizon. The bear had extraordinary strength, but did not ask why winter came. Humanity, naked and slow and shivering on the new earth, had been given something harder to name and harder to take away. The posture and the inclination of a being that might, given the right conditions, do something unexpected with its time in the world. But inclination alone does not keep a person warm. Aspiration does not slow a wolf. The intelligence shining in those clay-formed faces was real, but it existed inside bodies that were genuinely, dangerously unprepared for the world. Epimetheus had already finished equipping without them. Prometheus saw this with a clarity that was not comfortable. He looked at what he had made, these upright, bare, shivering, brilliant creatures, and he understood that simply making them had not been enough. The conflict between Prometheus and Zeus did not begin with fire. It began at a place called Mycone, at a gathering that was supposed to settle something much more mundane, the proper way to divide a sacrifice. Mycone was a place that the ancient Greeks associated closely with the city-state of Sicyon, a settlement on the northern edge of the Peloponnese, where the foothills begin their gentle slope down toward the sea. But the Mycone of myth belonged to an earlier age than any city. It was one of those liminal, half-dreamed locations where the boundaries between mortal and divine had not yet hardened into anything permanent, where gods and men still met on something that resembled common ground. According to Hesiod's account in the Theogony, it was here that gods and mortal men came together to work out a matter of ritual and proportion. When an animal was slaughtered in offering, who would receive what? It sounds, on the surface, like a question of ceremony. But in the world that Hesiod describes, ceremony was never merely ceremony. It was the articulation of a relationship, the careful mapping of who stood where in the order of things. In ancient Greek religious practice, the division of a sacrificial animal was not something that could be handled carelessly. The portions given to the gods determined the shape of the relationship between mortals and the divine. A misstep could mean ritual offense and a dangerous imbalance in the cosmic order itself. Prometheus was there, and the ox had already been slaughtered by the time the arrangement fell to him. What happened next is one of the most carefully constructed moments of deception in all of Greek mythology, and it is worth following every layer of it slowly, the way Prometheus himself must have laid it out. He divided the animal into two portions. The first contained what any reasonable being would want: the rich, nourishing meat, and the inner organs, all the parts of the ox that a hungry god or a hungry man would choose without hesitation. But Prometheus covered this portion with the ox's stomach lining, the dull and rather unlovely paunch that nobody looked at with any kind of appetite. The second portion, by contrast, was the bones, bare, stripped of their flesh, without real sustenance. But these he covered with a gleaming layer of white fat. The beauty of the deception lay in its perfect exploitation of appearance. Prometheus had not resorted to crude lies, but had trusted entirely in how the gleaming fat would draw attention, making the worthless bones beneath seem valuable. In the firelight, or in whatever light blessed that gathering at Mycenae, the bones would have looked extraordinary. Hesiod describes it with a plainness that almost seems amused. The silvery fat caught the light, and the pile of bones beneath it disappeared entirely into that deceptive sheen. When Prometheus stepped back and invited Zeus to choose, he was offering what appeared to be an obvious bounty on one side and an uninviting heap on the other. What Zeus did next is the part of the story that rewards careful attention, because Hesiod is quite specific about it. He does not say that Zeus was fooled. He says something much more interesting and, honestly, more troubling: that Zeus, whose plans were unfailing, saw through the deception completely. He recognized the gleaming fat for what it was. He understood, in that moment, that the bones beneath it were bones, and then he chose them anyway. This is a choice that has occupied readers of Hesiod for a very long time, and it is worth sitting with for a moment, because it changes the entire character of the scene. If Zeus had been genuinely deceived, the story would be a relatively straightforward tale of a clever titan outwitting a less attentive god. But Zeus was not deceived. He chose the inferior portion with full knowledge of what he was choosing, which means he was doing something else entirely, something calculated and cold. By accepting the trick's apparent terms, Zeus gave himself something far more valuable than a good meal. He gave himself a grievance, a legitimate, articulable grievance against Prometheus, and through Prometheus against every mortal who would now make offerings of fat-covered bones to the gods on altars throughout the world. He had been offered an insult he could choose to receive, and he chose to receive it. The implications spread outward through everything that followed. Zeus was establishing that he would choose to be wronged when it served his purposes, gaining the moral authority to punish. This was a god with a vision of how the world should be ordered. Hesiod tells us that Zeus was furious, though that fury had a quality of performance to it. The fury of someone who has decided to be wronged. He withheld fire from humanity, which was, as punishments go, devastating in its completeness. But what the story makes quietly clear is that Zeus had seen exactly what Prometheus was doing, and had allowed it to proceed because the trick was more useful to him acknowledged than prevented. There is something in this that says a great deal about the relationship between these two figures, which was never simple and was never quite what it appeared on the surface. Prometheus was genuinely fond of the mortals he had helped to make. That much seems consistent across every version of his story. And at Mycenae, he was trying, with considerable ingenuity, to ensure they kept the best of what the slaughter produced. He was acting on their behalf with the particular kind of quiet cleverness that had always been his nature. He was also, almost certainly, aware that Zeus might see through it. His name meant forethought. He had a habit of knowing what was coming, and if he understood that Zeus might see through the trick and still pressed forward with it, then Prometheus too was making a choice that went beyond the immediate meal. He was establishing, at whatever cost, that he would act on behalf of his creation, even when the risk was considerable. What neither of them could have said, or would have said, is which of them had truly won at Mecone. Zeus walked away with bones and a reason to punish. Prometheus walked away having secured, for the time being, the better portion of the ox for the mortals he cared about. The meeting had accomplished what it was supposed to accomplish, in a narrow technical sense, but the relationship between the king of the gods and the titan who thought ahead had shifted into something more openly adversarial, and both of them knew it. Hesiod does not editorialize about this very much, which is perhaps its own form of wisdom. He simply records what happened and what came next. The sacrifice was divided. Zeus chose what he chose. And then came the anger, which was real, and the punishment, which was also real, and which fell not only on Prometheus, but on the mortals who had been the whole point of the exercise. There was a kind of terrible efficiency to it. Zeus, in his displeasure, had found the one response that would hurt Prometheus most completely, not by reaching him directly, but by reaching the creatures he loved. And Zeus, who had seen through every layer of the trick and chosen the bones regardless, now had everything he needed to make both Prometheus and humanity pay for the insult. Zeus's first act of retaliation was not chains or an eagle. It was absence. He simply withdrew fire from the world of mortals, quietly and completely. The way a parent might take something precious from a child who has misbehaved, tucking it away somewhere beyond reach without a word of explanation. There was no proclamation, no dramatic gesture from the heights of Olympus. The fires that humans had known, the ones burning in their hearths, warming their hands, cooking their food, they faded, sputtered, and went cold. The people who depended on them were left staring at ash and embers they could not revive. Hesiod tells us this plainly, without great ceremony. Zeus held back fire from the ash tree, from the mortal men who dwell upon the earth, so the people were left without it. That was all. That was enough. It is worth sitting with what that actually meant. This was because the ancient Greeks understood fire to be something far greater than warmth. It was the very instrument through which civilization became possible. Its absence did not simply make life uncomfortable. It unmade the conditions that allowed human life to be anything more than bare survival. Without fire, there was no way to cook food. That meant that the grains and roots and tough cuts of meat that people relied upon became, in many cases, inedible or dangerous. The body that has to eat everything raw is a body working enormously hard just to extract the nourishment it needs, spending energy that might otherwise go toward thought, toward building, toward the long, slow accumulation of skill and knowledge that makes one generation better prepared than the last. Fire had been doing that quiet, fundamental work for so long that people may not even have fully understood how much they depended on it until it was gone. The cold, too, was a different kind of problem in a world without fire. Greece could be mild, but the nights were real, and beyond Greece the world grew harsher and less forgiving in every direction. Without the hearth at the center of a home, the home itself lost a great deal of what made it a home. People huddled together in the dark in the way that animals do, sharing warmth through proximity because they had no other choice. And there was something else, something perhaps harder to name, that fire had always provided: light. With it the sense that the darkness could be held at bay, that the night was not simply a void in which a person waited helplessly for the sun to return, that psychological warmth, the feeling of being gathered around something alive and bright, was gone with the rest. The working of metal, that had given humans tools and weapons and the means to shape the physical world to their needs, became impossible without the heat required to smelt and forge. Pottery, which had allowed them to store food and water and carry things across distances, required the kiln. Even the simplest acts of trade and craft had fire woven through them in ways that only became visible once the fire disappeared. The world that Zeus left humans with was not the gentle, effortless world of the Golden Age, when the earth gave freely and labor was unnecessary. It was something worse. A world that required labor, but denied humans the tools to make that labor bearable or fruitful. They were left working against the earth with nothing but their hands. The earth was not inclined to be generous to people who could not cook what it offered them. Prometheus, who was a being defined by his ability to look forward and trace the consequences of things, would have understood all of this with a clarity that must have been its own kind of anguish. He had shaped these creatures himself, had pressed the image of the gods into the clay with his own hands and breathed something into them that set them apart from every other living thing on earth. He had loved them in the way that a maker loves what they have made, not simply as a craftsman is satisfied with a well-finished object, but with something deeper and more tender, something closer to the love a parent feels watching a child struggle with a world that is not always kind. And now he watched them struggle in a way that did not have to be, that was the result of a decision made in anger, a punishment delivered not for any wrong the humans themselves had done, but because Prometheus had been too clever at Mekone, and Zeus had too much pride to let the insult pass unanswered. What makes this particular punishment so quietly devastating is that it was invisible in the way that only withdrawals can be. Zeus had not sent a plague or a flood. He had not struck anyone down or turned the sky dark. He had simply taken back something that had always seemed like it belonged to the world. The people living in that world had to learn, slowly and painfully, how much of everything they thought they had built rested on that one taken thing. Prometheus would have watched this understanding dawn on them the way the sun rises over cold ground, slowly, gradually, without any softness in it. He could see the whole shape of what had happened and what would continue to happen if nothing changed. That foresight, which was his greatest gift, was also in moments like this his greatest burden. This was because seeing the future clearly does not make the present any easier to bear. It only makes it more precisely, more irrefutably terrible. Prometheus watched his creation stumbling in the dark. Whatever calculation he had been running in his mind finally reached its conclusion. The theft itself, as Hesiod tells it, was not a battle. There were no raised weapons, no armies, no confrontation at the gates of heaven. What Prometheus did, he did quietly, in the manner of someone who has thought a thing through so completely and for so long that when the moment finally arrives, there is almost nothing left to feel except a deep and settled calm. He was not reckless. He had never been reckless. He was the one who thought ahead, who weighed consequences before he took a single step. So when he finally moved toward the divine realm with the intention of taking what Zeus had withheld, he moved with the unhurried deliberateness of someone who had already lived through the moment 1,000 times in his mind. The decision to steal fire did not come suddenly, but rather as the inevitable conclusion of a long internal struggle. Prometheus had stood witness to the suffering of mortals for generations, watching them shiver through nights without warmth, watching their food remain raw and inedible, watching their vulnerability to the elements and to predators. He had foreseen the future. It was one of his gifts as a Titan, and he could perceive the path that humanity might take if they were given the tools to survive and flourish. This knowledge had become a burden he could no longer carry in silence. The theft was not an impulse, but the careful execution of a plan that had matured over countless years of observation and contemplation. Every detail had been considered, every consequence weighed against the profound need he felt to act. It was this quality of deliberation, this marriage of vast foresight with patient planning, that made Prometheus different from the other titans and gods who inhabited the heavens. One version of the story, found in later sources, tells us that Prometheus made his way to the chariot of Helios, the god of the sun, whose great vehicle blazed across the sky each day, carrying light from one end of the world to the other. There, at the source of all that radiance, he is said to have lit his torch, pressing the tip of it to something so vast and ancient and luminous that the small flame he carried away from it seemed almost modest by comparison. In Hesiod's account, the detail is simpler and somehow more affecting for its simplicity. Prometheus stole fire and carried it down hidden inside the hollow stalk of a fennel plant. It is the kind of detail that rewards a moment of quiet attention. This was because the choice of the fennel stalk was not incidental or merely poetic. Fennel, known in Greek as narthex, produces a stalk that is tall and pithy at its core, fibrous and slow-burning in its interior, even as its outer surface remains cool to the touch. A flame nestled inside the pith of a fennel stalk will sustain itself, fed gradually by that dry inner material, without consuming the stalk quickly or betraying itself with great heat or light from the outside. It was, in other words, a genuinely practical solution, the kind of solution that only someone with deep knowledge of the natural world would think to devise. And Prometheus, who had shaped humanity from the clay of the earth and who loved the physical world with something that felt very much like tenderness, would have known the properties of plants the way a craftsman knows his tools. There is something about that image, a god carrying fire inside a hollow weed, that says more about who Prometheus was than almost anything else in his story. He was a being of enormous power and foresight, a titan who had helped determine the outcome of a 10-year war, who had made humanity itself from the raw material of the ground. And yet when the time came to do the most consequential thing he would ever do, he did not arrive wrapped in lightning or accompanied by the sound of the earth shaking beneath him. He arrived quietly, carrying a plant stalk, the flame hidden inside it like something fragile and precious being cupped in two careful hands. The audacity of what he was doing existed in complete contrast with the gentleness of how he was doing it. That contrast feels like the very heart of his character, that his love for his creation expressed itself not in grand proclamations, but in this careful, patient, almost domestic act of bringing warmth to the cold. It was an act of rebellion that looked nothing like rebellion, disguised in the humble form of a plant and a flame. The divine authorities who ruled from Olympus would surely have expected any challenge to their authority to announce itself loudly, to come adorned in the trappings of power and defiance. Instead, Prometheus moved through the world unremarked, carrying what would prove to be the most transformative gift ever given to mortal kind. His strategy was one of stealth, not out of fear, but out of clarity about what needed to be accomplished. He understood that Zeus would never permit this transfer of power willingly, and that any confrontation would end in his own destruction. Better then to move like a shadow, to complete the deed, and let the consequences unfold after the deed was done. This too reflected his deep knowledge of how the world worked. Not the world of divine politics, but the physical world of cause and effect, of actions and their inevitable outcomes. He had watched the people he made with his own hands struggling in the darkness that Zeus had imposed, unable to cook their food, unable to warm themselves when the night grew long and the air turned sharp, unable to do any of the things that made their brief and difficult lives bearable. And he had decided, with full knowledge of what it would cost him, that he could not leave them there. The fire he carried was not a weapon and not a prize. It was a gift for creatures who were suffering, given by someone who loved them enough to accept whatever came next. When he reached the mortal world and the flame was coaxed from its hiding place inside the fennel stalk, when it caught the air and grew into something that could be shared and passed from hand to hand, from one small half to another, the people who received it could not have known fully what had been sacrificed to bring it to them. They would have felt the warmth of it, seen the world made visible again in its light, understood in some immediate and physical way that something had changed. For the first time since Zeus had taken it away, fires began to appear across the landscape of the mortal world, small lights burning in the darkness, each one carrying the trace of everything Prometheus had risked to put it there. The fire that Prometheus carried down in that fennel stalk was not simply a flame, at least That is not how the ancient Greeks seem to have thought about it. When they told this story, generation after generation, sitting close together in the cool evenings of a world that depended entirely on fire to survive, they were not merely recounting the history of how humanity learned to keep warm. They were explaining something far more essential than that. They were explaining how humanity became humanity, how the creatures that Prometheus had shaped from river clay and breathed into life came to be something genuinely remarkable, something no other living thing on earth had ever managed to become. Fire was not a comfort to them. It was a transformation. Aeschylus understood this more fully than almost anyone else who put words to the myth. In his Prometheus Bound, the chained Titan does not simply say that he gave humans a flame. He goes much further than that. He says, plainly and with a kind of exhausted pride, that every art mankind possessed came from him, every single one. The statement is enormous, and it is meant to be. Aeschylus was not being careless or theatrical with that claim. He was articulating something the ancient Greeks believed in a very serious and considered way. That fire was not one gift among many. It was the gift that made all other gifts possible. Think for a moment about what human life looked like without it. Prometheus's creations were upright and thoughtful and capable of extraordinary things in potential. But in practice, they were cold and exposed, and utterly at the mercy of a world that did not particularly care about them. They could not cook their food, which meant they could digest far less of what the earth offered them, and they could not preserve it, and so they lived always close to hunger. They could not harden clay into vessels for carrying water or storing grain. They could not work metal into tools or weapons, or the fine, delicate things that later filled the temples and households of a civilization that prided itself on beauty as much as usefulness. They could not build in any lasting way, because the shaping of stone required metal, and the hardening of brick required heat. Without fire, they were intelligent animals, and nothing more. With fire, something entirely different became possible. Cooking alone changed what it meant to be human in ways that are almost difficult to fully appreciate. Food that had once been indigestible or dangerous became nourishing. The range of what a person could eat expanded enormously, and with it the range of where a person could live. Communities that had clustered near particular food sources could begin to move, to store, to plan for seasons rather than simply endure them. This is what Prometheus had understood when he looked down at his cold and struggling creations and felt, whatever a Titan feels in such a moment, that he could not simply leave them this way. The hearth, too, was something the Greeks thought about with genuine reverence. A fire burning at the center of a home was not merely practical, it was sacred. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, was among the most deeply honored of the Olympians, and her fire was the still center of domestic life, the place around which a family organized itself, the warmth toward which everyone moved when the day was done. There is something about gathering around a fire that asks people to slow down, to sit close together, to talk. The ancient Greeks noticed this. They understood that fire had not only warmed the body, but had created the conditions in which human society, with all its conversation and storytelling and shared memory, could take shape at all. A community that has no fire has no hearth, and a community with no hearth has nowhere to come home to. Metalworking was perhaps the most visible expression of fire's civilizing power, and Aeschylus dwells on it with a kind of quiet wonder. Bronze and iron, the materials from which tools and weapons and plows and nails were made, could not be worked without the sustained, intense heat that only a proper forge could provide. Prometheus's gift had made all of that possible. The plow, which allowed humans to cultivate the earth in a way that hunting and gathering could never sustain, required metal that required fire. Agriculture, the very foundation of settled civilization, of cities and laws, and the accumulated knowledge that gets written down and passed on, had fire somewhere in its long ancestry. Even the arts, the things that seem furthest from the practical and the useful, carried fire's trace within them. Pottery, which gave people the ability to store water and oil and wine and grain, was shaped by fire in the kiln. The earliest written records were pressed into clay tablets that were sometimes hardened by heat. The sculptures that filled the temples and public spaces of Athens were cast in bronze in furnaces that roared with the same kind of controlled fire that Prometheus had carried down in his hollow stalk. There is almost nothing the Greeks made, nothing they built or painted or wrote down or shaped with their hands, that does not somewhere along its history pass through the heat of a flame. What Aeschylus was saying then, when he gave Prometheus that sweeping claim, "Every art of mankind comes from Prometheus," was not that one Titan had been exceptionally generous. He was saying that the gift of fire had been the gift of agency itself. Before it, humans could receive what the world chose to offer them. After it, they could begin to shape the world according to what they imagined. They could heat and cool and harden and melt and reform the materials of the earth. They could work at night. They could survive winters that would otherwise have been fatal. They could gather in warmth and talk and remember and teach. They could become, in ways that were genuinely new under the sun, makers of things. In the oldest versions of the story, every art that humans possessed, every skill that separated them from the animals, traced its origin back to that single stolen ember. Zeus did not go to Prometheus directly, not at first. What he did instead was something more considered, more far-reaching, in many ways more devastating than any immediate punishment could have been. He turned his attention not toward the Titan who had stolen from him, but toward the creatures the Titan had made and loved so deeply, toward humanity itself. In Hesiod's telling, Zeus understood something that perhaps even Prometheus had not fully anticipated, that the most painful way to wound a creator is not to harm him, but to reach past him and touch his creation. And so Zeus set about designing a punishment that was not only retributive, but architectural, something that would reshape the human condition from the ground up. He called upon Hephaestus, the god of the forge, the divine craftsman whose hands could shape anything from raw matter into something extraordinary. He gave him an unusual commission. Hephaestus was to take clay and water, the same humble materials from which Prometheus had once shaped humanity, and from them fashion a new kind of being, not a man this time, but a woman, the very first woman the world had ever seen. Hephaestus, who was himself a god acquainted with suffering and rejection, worked with an artistry that was careful and almost tender. He gave her a form of breathtaking beauty, the kind that the ancient world described as something almost divine in its effect on those who looked upon her. But she was not simply a beautiful shape. She was, from her very first moment, a collaborative creation, a being assembled not by one god alone, but by the whole of Olympus working in concert. Athena breathed wisdom into her and dressed her in shimmering garments and taught her the arts of weaving. Aphrodite wrapped her in longing and grace, in a quality of presence that made her impossible to look away from. Hermes gave her a cunning mind and a voice as smooth as honey. Also, Hesiod is quite clear about this, a nature inclined toward deception, not out of any particular malice on her part, but because that was the gift Zeus had requested for her. Each god added something, and together they made her whole. When she was finished, they gave her a name, Pandora, that the ancient Greeks understood to mean something like all-gifted or all-giving, because every god had given her something of themselves. She was, in this sense, the most complete being the divine world had ever assembled, and she was designed to be irresistible. This act of creation represented something unprecedented in the cosmic order. For the first time, the gods had collaborated not to build something for themselves or to enhance their own power, but deliberately to craft a being whose entire purpose was instrumental, a means to an end. Pandora was a masterpiece of intentional design, and yet she was also, in a strange way, a victim of that very design before she ever took a single breath. She embodied a kind of paradox, infinitely gifted and yet fundamentally constrained by the will of those who made her. The mortals who would encounter her would see only her beauty and her grace, would feel the pull of every quality Hermes and Aphrodite had woven into her being. They would not see the architecture beneath the surface, the careful arrangement of traits designed specifically to accomplish Zeus's purpose. She was, in effect, a Trojan horse of sorts, a gift bearing a hidden mechanism. The other gods understood what they were participating in, even if the full weight of its consequences would not be known until later. Some accounts suggest that even they did not fully comprehend how far the ripples of this punishment would spread, how deeply it would reshape the trajectory of human existence. There was one more gift, though it came not from any god's hands, but from Zeus himself. Before Pandora was sent down into the mortal world, she was given something to carry with her, a great sealed jar, or pithos in the Greek, a vessel of the kind used in ancient households to store grain or oil or wine. What was inside it, she was told, she must not open. The instruction itself must have felt, to anyone who knew how these things went, like an almost theatrical cruelty, like handing someone a locked door and telling them they must never turn the key, while knowing, in the full depth of your divine foresight, exactly what they would do. Prometheus, had he been free and present, might have recognized this immediately. He had warned his brother Epimetheus, his dear, impulsive, soft-hearted brother whose name meant afterthought and who embodied that quality completely, never to accept a gift from Zeus. The warning was direct and clear and given with genuine love. Prometheus understood the architecture of the trap because he was a being of forethought. He could see exactly how the pieces were designed to fit together. But Epimetheus, who had always lived in the present tense rather than the future one, took one look at Pandora and accepted her into his home, and eventually into his life as his wife. It is difficult to be too harsh with Epimetheus for this. She was, after all, the combined work of every divine craftsman and goddess on Olympus, made to be precisely the kind of presence that a person of afterthought could not refuse. He did not accept her out of stupidity, exactly, but out of something more recognizably human, the willingness to take hold of beauty when it stands before you, even when someone you trust has told you not to. And so Pandora came to live among mortals. The jar she had brought with her waited, sealed and patient, in the corner of the house. For a time, how long, the sources do not say, there was a strange kind of peace. Pandora lived among humans and by all accounts brought them a kind of joy they had not previously known. The household of Epimetheus became a place of warmth and companionship. She learned their ways and they learned hers. The jar in the corner was simply a presence, unremarkable in the way that familiar objects become invisible through habit. Days passed into seasons and seasons into years. No one opened it. No one even thought much about it anymore, except perhaps in passing moments when Pandora's gaze would linger on it, drawn by something she could not quite name. That quality of curiosity Hermes had planted so carefully within her. It waited with the infinite patience of an instrument designed for a single purpose. The mortals around it had no way of knowing that the very structure of their contentment was temporary, that it was balanced on the edge of a secret that could not remain secret forever. When Pandora opened it, and she did open it, this was because the curiosity that Hermes had placed within her was as real and ungovernable as anything else she had been given. What poured out into the world was not a single thing, but an entire catalogue of human suffering. Hesiod describes it as all the evils that would now make their home among men, illness and hardship and grief, old age and labour, and the 1,000 unnamed miseries that make a human life difficult in the ways that the Golden Age had never known. They scattered in every direction before she could close the lid again. From that moment forward, they were simply part of the world, woven into the fabric of mortal existence as thoroughly as sunlight or hunger. Pandora herself is a complicated figure to sit with. I think it is woe, after pausing here, to feel that complexity, rather than to flatten her into something simpler. She was not malicious. She was not even, in any meaningful sense, responsible for what she had been made to carry. She was an instrument of Zeus's will, shaped and gifted and sent precisely to accomplish what she accomplished. The sorrow that flows from her story belongs not to her character, but to the design of the god who conceived her. The ancient Greeks understood her this way, at least in part, as a kind of cosmic hinge on which the door between the ease of the earlier world and the difficulty of every world that followed was made to swing open. And at the very bottom of that jar, still remaining after everything terrible had already escaped into the world, there was hope, which is either a comfort or, depending on how you read it, one final cruelty. In Aeschylus's telling, the punishment of Prometheus begins not with rage, but with something quieter and almost sadder, an unwilling executioner and a victim who already knew exactly what was coming. When Aeschylus opens his great play, there is no thunderbolt, no shouting from the heights of Olympus. Instead, the scene that greets us is almost domestic in its quiet misery. Hephaestus, the god of the forge, arriving at the edge of the world with his tools and his grief, accompanied by Kratos and Bia, the divine embodiments of strength and force, who have brought Prometheus with them to this barren place. Kratos speaks with the cold efficiency of someone carrying out an order he has no feelings about, one way or another. Bia says nothing at all throughout the entire scene. She is pure compulsion, wordless and absolute. But Hephaestus, who was a craftsman before he was anything else, who had spent his long divine life making beautiful things and giving form to what had previously been thick, formless, could not quite bring himself to approach this task without first saying aloud how much he wished he did not have to do it. He calls Prometheus his kinsman. He says that what he is being asked to do grieves him deeply. He knows, as every god on Olympus knows, that Prometheus had loved humanity with a sincerity that was difficult to argue against, even if the method of expressing that love had crossed every line Zeus had drawn. Hephaestus understood craft and creation the way Prometheus did. He understood what it meant to make something and feel responsible for it. And so he stands at the edge of the world with his hammer and his chains, saying all of this out loud. Then he drives the chains in any way. This was because the command of Zeus was the one thing even grief could not override. This is one of the most quietly devastating moments in all of Greek literature, not because of what Hephaestus does, but because of how fully he understands the wrong of it and does it regardless. He is not a villain in this scene. He is something more uncomfortable than that, a decent being trapped between his own conscience and a power he cannot refuse. Prometheus, for his part, says very little during the binding itself. He endures it, and this, too, is significant, because Prometheus, who would spend the rest of the play speaking at extraordinary length about justice and foresight and the nature of Zeus's rule, chooses silence while the chains are being fastened. He had known this was coming. He had seen it the way he saw everything that was coming, with that particular clarity that was simultaneously his greatest gift and the source of every ounce of suffering he would ever know. There was nothing left to say while the iron was being driven into the rock. This was because he had already said everything worth saying to himself long before this moment arrived. The location chosen for his punishment was deliberate and meaningful. The Caucasus Mountains sat at the very eastern edge of the world, as the ancient Greeks understood it, a place so remote that most people would never see it. A landscape of peaks and wind and cold that felt less like a part of the inhabited earth and more like the place where the earth simply gave up and became something else. To the Greeks, the Caucasus was associated with the outermost limits of civilization, beyond the lands of the Scythians, beyond the borders of any world that felt familiar or warm. It was a place where a person, or a god, could be placed and largely forgotten by the rhythms of ordinary life. That was, of course, exactly the point. There was no community there, no passing travellers, no fires lit against the cold, none of the signs of human settlement that Prometheus had helped to make possible. The wind came across the peaks without anything to soften it. The rock itself was the kind of hard, indifferent stone that has no relationship with the things chained to it. It simply holds. the way all stone simply holds, without feeling or preference. This was not an accident of geography. Zeus had chosen a place that was the opposite of everything Prometheus had given humanity: warmth, community, light, the gathered heat of a hearth with other people sitting around it. Instead, there was this: isolation on an enormous scale, the cold coming in from every direction at once, the knowledge that no one who mattered was nearby. Kratos, in Aeschylus's account, makes certain that the binding is thorough. He reminds Hephaestus more than once not to be gentle, not to leave any slack in the chains out of pity. The fetters needed to be absolute, unbreakable, the kind of restraint that could hold an immortal body across spans of time that mortals could not even properly imagine. Hephaestus works with the precision that was always his nature. What he produces is exactly that: chains that would hold not for years or decades, but for what the myth describes, in some accounts, as 30,000 years. Not a restraint meant to teach a lesson after which the prisoner would be released and life could resume. A restraint meant to simply be permanent as the mountain itself, as indifferent as the stone. And through all of this, Prometheus waits. That is perhaps the word that describes him most completely in this moment: waiting. Not struggling, not pleading, not calling out to Zeus or to any of the Olympians for mercy. He already knew the mercy was not coming, in the same way he had always known everything that was coming. His foresight, which had let him see the Olympians' victory before the Titanomachy was even decided, which had let him understand the consequences of the sacrifice trick before he attempted it, which had let him see exactly what would happen when he carried the fennel stalk down from the heights. That same foresight had shown him this rock, these chains, this mountain, this cold. He had walked toward it with full knowledge of where he was going. The way a person might walk toward something they dread but cannot in good conscience avoid. Hephaestus finishes his work and leaves. Kratos leaves, and Bia, who was never really present in any human sense, departs as well. The procession that had arrived with so much grim purpose recedes back toward the world, back toward Olympus and warmth and the ordinary business of the gods. Prometheus is left with the mountain and the wind and the slowly cooling iron around his wrists. And there he remained, bound at the edge of the world, the chains cooling in the mountain air, waiting for what he already knew would come with the dawn. Every morning, without variation, the eagle came. It descended from somewhere high above the Caucasus Mountains, where the cold air thinned and the sky became the particular shade of pale grey that arrives just before dawn. It came with the same unhurried deliberateness each time, as if it were performing a duty that required neither haste nor hesitation. The eagle was enormous. It was sacred to Zeus, his bird, his symbol, the creature most closely associated with the king of the gods in the ancient Greek imagination, and so its arrival each morning carried a weight beyond its own considerable size. It was not merely an animal descending to feed. It was the will of Zeus made physical and feathered, arriving at first light to remind Prometheus, with great precision and without a single word, exactly who had won. Hesiod describes the punishment in the Theogony with the kind of plainness that somehow makes it worse than any dramatic elaboration could. He writes that the eagle consumed the liver of Prometheus each day, that by night the liver grew back, full and whole, ready for the morning. That is the structure of it, stated quietly, almost without commentary, and perhaps Hesiod understood that the mathematics of the thing spoke for themselves. A new day, and the liver restored. A new dawn, and the eagle's shadow falling across the rock again. There was no progression to it, no arc that moved toward any conclusion. It was a cycle designed to continue indefinitely, a punishment built not from intensity alone, but from the particular cruelty of repetition. The ancient Greeks placed enormous significance on the liver. It is worth pausing on that detail, because the choice was not incidental. In the Greek medical and philosophical tradition, the liver was understood to be the seat of the deepest emotions, not the heart, that the modern imagination tends to favor. But the liver, which was thought to be the organ where passion, courage, desire, the very force of life itself resided, when a Greek poet spoke of someone's courage failing or their love burning, the liver was often the organ being referenced. Seers used the livers of sacrificed animals to read omens, believing that the liver reflected the inner condition of a creature more directly than any other organ. To target the liver, then, was not simply to wound the body, it was to reach into the deepest center of what a being was, to consume the very organ of his feeling and his life force, to do it again and again before it could fully mean anything. By striking at the liver, Zeus was not merely inflicting bodily pain, but attacking the very seat of Prometheus's consciousness and will. The punishment was designed with a precision that went beyond mere cruelty. It was an act of deliberate philosophical violence. To destroy repeatedly the organ where passion and desire dwelt was to ensure that even as the body healed, the violation of the god's deepest self would be renewed each morning. Prometheus was immortal, and that immortality was the engine of the punishment. Without it, the suffering would have had a natural end, an end that might have been terrible, but would at least have been an end. Because he could not die, the liver that was taken each morning returned each night. The eagle that consumed it returned each morning. There was no accumulation of damage that might eventually resolve itself into mercy. He healed every night into the exact condition he had been in the morning before. Woke, if sleep is even the right word for what an immortal endures, into the same moment he had already lived. The Caucasus was described by ancient sources as being on the very edge of the known world, a remote and desolate range far to the east, where the sky met mountains so high they seemed to belong more to the heavens than to the earth. There were no cities nearby, no travelers passing through, no sound of human life to interrupt the stillness. There was wind and stone and cold and the bird. What makes this punishment so remarkable to sit with, when you allow yourself to really consider it, is the dimension that separates it from almost every other form of suffering in the ancient mythological tradition. Prometheus was not surprised. He had foresight. It was the very quality his name was built around, the thing that had defined every significant decision he ever made, and he had known, before a single chain was fastened, before Hephaestus had driven a single bolt into the rock, exactly what was waiting for him. He had stood at the threshold of this choice with complete clarity, understanding not just the broad shape of what his punishment would be, but the specific and repeating texture of it, the way each morning would feel when the shadow of wings fell across him, and the cold that had settled in overnight gave way to something far less bearable than cold. He had seen it, and he had stolen the fire anyway. There is a quality of suffering that is unique to the foreseen, and it is a different thing entirely from the suffering that arrives without warning. When something terrible comes as a surprise, the initial shock carries within it a kind of disorientation that, however painful, also distances the sufferer from full comprehension, at least for a time. What Prometheus endured had none of that distance. He had already lived through every morning in his mind before the first one ever arrived. He understood the sound the eagle's wings would make in the descent, the particular quality of the pain, the slow and extraordinary patience of an immortal liver growing back in the dark hours, preparing itself, as if in good faith, to be taken again. He had known all of this, with the same certainty that most people know only the simplest and most obvious facts of their lives. He had chosen it with open eyes, that quality of chosen suffering, suffering that was accepted rather than simply endured, is what makes Prometheus something more than a figure in a cautionary tale. The ancient Greeks were acutely aware of the difference between a person who suffers because they have no choice and a person who suffers because they made a choice that led them there. The second kind of suffering has a dignity to it that the first kind does not quite reach, though it is also, in some ways, harder to witness. This was because there is no one to blame for it but the sufferer themselves. The sufferer knew exactly what they were accepting. Prometheus, chained on his mountain at the edge of the world, with the eagle arriving in the pale grey light of every new morning, was not a victim of circumstance. He was a creator who had looked at what he had made, looked at what was being taken from them, looked at what Zeus intended for their future, decided that the suffering he was about to enter was a price he was willing to meet. He had known it would be like this. He had always known, and somehow that made it both more bearable and more terrible than any suffering that comes as a surprise. What makes Aeschylus's treatment of this myth so extraordinary is that Prometheus, chained to the rock, does not simply suffer. He talks. He reasons. He argues. He holds court with visitors who travel to the far edge of the world to find him, and through every exchange he maintains something that the chains cannot seem to reach, a philosophical composure that is, in its own quiet way, more defiant than any act of open rebellion could ever be. Aeschylus understood that a figure who merely endures punishment is a figure who has already been defeated, but a figure who can articulate, with patience and precision, exactly why his punishment is unjust. That is a figure who has not been defeated at all. And so in Prometheus Bound, the great play that has come down to us from the 5th century before the Common Era, Prometheus speaks at considerable length about what he did, why he did it, and what he knows that Zeus, for all his power, does not. His first and most fundamental argument is a simple one. He saved humanity. He says this not with bitterness or self-congratulation, but with the plain-spoken certainty of someone describing a fact. Before his intervention, he tells the sympathetic chorus of Oceanids, who have gathered near his rock, human beings were like creatures living in a dream. They had eyes but could not truly see, ears but could not understand the world around them. They moved through their lives without the capacity to build, to reason through seasons, to preserve warmth against the cold. They had no knowledge of the crafts that make a life genuinely livable. And Zeus, Prometheus explains, had no particular interest in changing this. In some tellings, Zeus had even been willing to let the human race perish entirely and begin again with something new. Prometheus had seen this coming, and so he had acted, not impulsively, not recklessly, but with the full knowledge of what it would cost him, which is, in many ways, the most remarkable part of the whole story. Because Prometheus possessed foresight, the awareness of future events that his very name promised, he had known from the beginning what Zeus would do in retaliation. He had not stolen fire under any illusion that it would go unnoticed or unpunished. He had carried that fennel stalk down from the divine fire, knowing precisely the shape of the suffering that was waiting for him at the end of that journey. The chains, the rock, the eagle, none of it arrived as a surprise. And yet he had done it anyway, which is the thing that Aeschylus seems most interested in exploring, because it transforms the act of theft into something closer to conscious sacrifice. He was not a reckless rebel who had failed to anticipate consequences. He was a being who had anticipated every consequence with perfect clarity, and had decided that the suffering of his creation, those bare, upright, shivering creatures he had shaped from the clay of the earth, was simply not something he could allow himself to watch without intervening. When the Oceanids ask him whether he feels any regret, he is patient with them in the way that someone is patient when they have already worked through a question many times before. He tells them that he does not wish he had done otherwise. He tells them that what he did was right. There is something genuinely moving in the way Aeschylus writes this. Prometheus is not performing courage for an audience. He is expressing a position he has already settled within himself, long before the eagle ever arrived, and the chains and the pain and the isolation have not shaken it. His second argument, however, is the one that carries the most political weight, and it is the one that Zeus most fears. Prometheus claims that he holds a secret, a piece of foreknowledge about Zeus's future that Zeus himself does not possess. There is a marriage, Prometheus tells his visitors carefully, and without full elaboration, that Zeus is inclined to pursue, a union with a certain goddess of the sea. And if Zeus follows that inclination, the son who results from that union will be greater than his father. He will overthrow him. The same fate that came to Cronus, who swallowed his own children in terror of being surpassed by them, would come to Zeus, and the mechanism by which it would arrive is already in motion, already written in the fabric of the future, waiting only for Zeus to make the wrong choice. The goddess in question, as later traditions would come to name her more clearly, was the sea nymph Thetis. And the irony of this secret is profound, because in the end, Zeus would redirect Thetis's marriage toward a mortal man named Peleus, and the son born from that union would be Achilles, whose greatness outshone his father and every mortal who came before him without threatening Zeus's throne at all. But at this point in the story, Zeus does not know the full shape of the prophecy. He knows only that Prometheus knows something he does not, and that Prometheus has refused to tell him what it is. Hermes arrives at the rock eventually, sent by Zeus with a direct demand: share the secret, or face punishment even greater than what he is already enduring. The exchange between Hermes and Prometheus is one of the most striking in all of ancient drama. Hermes is efficient, a little contemptuous, and entirely certain that the threat he carries will accomplish what it is meant to accomplish. Prometheus is calm, almost amused, and entirely certain that it will not. He tells Hermes that he has no interest in bargaining with Zeus. He tells him that the role of messenger, carrying the demands of a ruler who is afraid of what a prisoner knows, is not a position he would envy. He speaks to Hermes the way a person speaks to someone who does not yet fully understand the situation they are in. HE is either arrogance or simply accuracy, and in this particular case seems to be the latter. What Prometheus grasps, in a way that Hermes apparently does not, is that the secret gives him leverage that no chain can neutralize. Zeus cannot kill him, not only because an immortal cannot truly be killed, but because a dead Prometheus is a Prometheus whose secret dies with him. And Zeus cannot simply wait him out, because the prophecy is not becoming less urgent with the passage of time. The longer Zeus delays in learning what Prometheus knows, the longer he remains at risk of walking blindly into his own destruction. Prometheus, in other words, has transformed his captivity into something oddly resembling a negotiation, and he is the one with the better hand. There is a kind of quiet grandeur in this that Aeschylus renders with enormous care. The play is not a story of a hero who wins by strength or cleverness in the conventional sense. It is a story of a figure who has accepted the worst that power can do to a body, who continues to feel the worst of it every morning when the eagle descends, and who has discovered that even in total physical subjugation, there remains a domain, the domain of what one knows and what one refuses to say, that no external force can enter without permission. Prometheus had given humanity fire. He had given them the means to build a civilization, and in doing so he had perhaps also demonstrated, through the strange ongoing theatre of his own captivity, what the deepest form of freedom actually looks like. Strange kind of power for a prisoner. The knowledge that the king of the gods, for all his eagles and chains, could not quite afford to let Prometheus die. Prometheus did not suffer entirely alone. Visitors came to the Caucasus. Though visiting a chained immortal at the edge of the world required a certain kind of courage or desperate need. The first to arrive, according to Aeschylus, were the Oceanids, daughters of the great Titan Oceanus, nymphs of the deep waters who had heard the sound of Prometheus's chains being driven into the rock and had come, moving through the air on winged chariots. This was because they could not bear to simply stay away. They were not fierce creatures or powerful allies who could do anything to help him. They were, in truth, witnesses. Perhaps that is what he needed most in those first days of captivity, not rescue, but company, and the knowledge that someone had seen what had been done to him and had found it wrong. They sat near the rock and listened to him. They wept, and they told him honestly that they thought he had gone too far, that he had been rash and proud in equal measure. And Prometheus, who never pretended to be unaware of the cost of his choices, did not argue with them very hard on that point. He had known what he was doing when he did it. He had done it anyway, And that was the whole of his answer. Then Oceanus himself arrived. Old, vast, paternal Oceanus, who had managed to keep himself apart from the war between the Titans and the Olympians and had survived into the New Age with his dignity and his position more or less intact. And he offered Prometheus what he probably thought was wisdom. Make peace with Zeus. Soften your words. Stop provoking the king of the gods. Perhaps mercy will follow. It was well-intentioned advice, offered with something like genuine concern. Prometheus received it with something like genuine gratitude, then gently but firmly told Oceanus to go home before his sympathy for a disgraced Titan brought the same fury down on his own head. Oceanus left, and the Oceanids remained. The Oceanids did not return to their waters when their father departed. They remained at the foot of the rock, and though they could not undo what had been done, their presence became a kind of anchor for the immortal who was chained there. Days became weeks, and weeks became years, stretching into the longer spans of time that immortals understand differently than mortals do. The Oceanids kept vigil through seasons that turned the mountain white, and then green, and then white again. Prometheus came to understand that witnessing was not a small thing, that to have been seen, to have been mourned, to have been deemed worth the journey to the edge of the world, was itself a form of power that Zeus had not accounted for. The chains had been meant to isolate him, but they had not managed it. The rock had not become his entirety. And the mountain was quiet again, except for the sound of the wind moving over the rocks and the distant, patient creak of the chains. It was after this that Io arrived. Her visit was something different entirely from the sympathy of the Oceanids or the cautious diplomacy of her father. Io had once been a priestess of Hera, a mortal girl of remarkable beauty. Zeus had loved her in the careless, devastating way that Zeus loved mortals, without asking them and without considering what it would cost them. And when Hera began to suspect what had happened, Zeus transformed Io into a white heifer to conceal her. That did not fool Hera at all. This was because Hera was not a goddess who was easily fooled about anything that mattered to her. Hera claimed the animal as a gift, placed her under the watch of the 100-eyed giant Argus. When Hermes eventually killed Argus on Zeus's behalf and freed Io from that prison, Hera sent a gadfly to torment her, a creature whose sting drove Io into a kind of mad, unceasing wandering across the earth, unable to rest, unable to stop, unable to return to any life she had known before. The transformation had stolen her voice initially, leaving her with only the sounds a heifer could make, but her mind remained imprisoned inside that body, fully aware, fully conscious of the distance between what she was and what she appeared to be. By the time she reached the Caucasus, she had learned to make herself understood through a kind of terrible eloquence, through her movements, through the desperation in her eyes, through the sheer weight of suffering that radiated from her being. She was a walking testimony to Zeus's casual cruelty, a monument to the way power used without restraint could twist both body and fate. She stumbled to a stop near the rock, where Prometheus was chained, and cried out her story to him in broken, agonized words. Prometheus listened to all of it with the full attention of someone who understood exactly what it meant to suffer at Zeus's hands for the crime of being noticed by him. When she was finished, he did not offer her false comfort or tell her that the gods were just. This was because he believed neither of those things. What he offered her instead was the one gift his foresight allowed him to give, knowledge of what was coming. He told her where her wandering path would take her, naming the lands and the peoples she would pass through, sketching out the long, terrible geography of her curse with a careful tenderness that somehow made the vastness of her suffering feel less formless and more survivable. And he told her more than that. He told her that one day, far in the future, her bloodline would produce the hero who would climb to this very rock and free him from his chains, that the child born from her line, after generations beyond counting, would be the one to end what Zeus had begun here on the mountain. That this too was already decided, already woven into the long cloth of what was going to happen. She went, still tormented, still wandering, but carrying at least the cold comfort of knowing that her suffering had a shape to it, that somewhere in the long river of time it would end. Through all the years of his torment, Prometheus held one card that Zeus could never simply take from him. It was a piece of knowledge, a prophecy, really, that had been lodged in his mind long before the eagle ever arrived at the Caucasus. It concerned the future of Zeus himself in a way that made even the king of the gods deeply uneasy. According to the tradition that Aeschylus drew upon most fully, Prometheus knew something that Zeus desperately wanted to know, that the sea nymph Thetis, one of the most beautiful and beloved daughters of the old sea god Nereus, was fated to bear a son who would be greater than his father. For a mortal man, this would have been a proud thing to know, a blessing of the ordinary kind that parents have always hoped for. But for Zeus, who was already contemplating Thetis as a consort, this prophecy was nothing less than the mirror image of his own rise to power. He had overthrown Cronus. Cronus had overthrown Uranos before him. Now the pattern threatened to complete itself again in his own household, through his own child, if he made the wrong choice. The secret that Prometheus kept wasn't simply about a marriage or a sea nymph. It was about the structural fragility at the very center of divine sovereignty. Zeus had built his rule on the ruins of his father's reign. Somewhere in the architecture of fate, the same crack was already forming beneath his feet. Prometheus understood this, because foresight was the one thing that had never abandoned him. Not through the cold nights on the mountain, not through the heat of the eagle's presence, not through the long silence of centuries when no visitor came to the Caucasus. He had looked into the future with the same quiet clarity that you might look into perfectly still water and see your own face looking back. What he saw told him that Zeus's hold on the heavens wasn't eternal, that it depended, at least in part, on the king of the gods avoiding a single specific mistake. The power this gave Prometheus was extraordinary and quietly devastating. This was because it meant that the chains holding him to the rock weren't merely restraints, they were also, in their own strange way, a kind of negotiation. Zeus couldn't simply torture the information out of him. This was because the moment the secret was surrendered freely, the leverage it carried would dissolve along with it. And Prometheus, who had always thought further ahead than anyone around him, understood this with the bone-deep certainty of someone who has lived inside a single truth for a very long time. He had shaped humanity from clay with his own hands and carried fire down from the heavens for love of his creation. Now he carried this prophecy the way a person carries something irreplaceable, quietly, carefully, without ever letting it show too plainly on his face. The visit that concluded Aeschylus's surviving play came not from Zeus himself, but from Hermes, the swift messenger of the gods, who descended to the Caucasus with a particular combination of authority and unease that tends to accompany someone delivering orders they didn't entirely choose. Hermes wasn't cruel about it. He was, by his nature, too quick and too light for cruelty of the sustained kind. But he arrived with a directive that couldn't have been more plain. Zeus demanded to know the prophecy that Prometheus had been guarding all this time, the specific oracle concerning the danger hidden inside his own future. Hermes made it clear that refusing would only deepen the punishment already in place, that Zeus had both the will and the means to make things considerably worse than they already were. Prometheus, who had heard variations of this argument for longer than most civilizations had managed to exist, was unmoved by it in a way that I find genuinely remarkable to consider, not because he was reckless or numb to pain, but because he had already weighed all of it, long before Hermes ever arrived. He told the messenger that no threat Zeus could devise would loosen his tongue, that the king of the gods was welcome to add whatever further torment he saw fit, that the secret would remain exactly where it was. There is a quality in Aeschylus's Prometheus during this exchange that is difficult to name without reaching for the word dignity, though that word is perhaps too small for what the scene actually shows. It is more like the specific stillness of someone who has accepted that suffering cannot be the last word. This was because knowledge is something that suffering simply cannot reach. You can chain a body to a mountainside and send an eagle to it every morning, but you can't chain a mind that has already seen past the end of its own ordeal. Prometheus knew that Zeus wouldn't destroy him outright, because destroying him would mean losing the prophecy forever. That knowledge was, in its own quiet way, a wall around him that no amount of divine fury could breach. When the play ends, in the portion that has survived, there's a sense of furious divine weather descending, thunder and lightning, as though Zeus expressed in storm what he couldn't accomplish through messenger or chain. Prometheus remained. He had always known he would. Hermes departed with nothing. Prometheus was left with the only thing the chains could not reach, the knowledge of what was coming, the freedom that knowledge gave him, the liberation of Prometheus, when it finally came, arrived in the form of a man who was only half divine, or rather, a man who was half human. That might have been exactly the point. Heracles, son of Zeus and the mortal woman Alcmene, was perhaps the most famous hero the ancient world had ever produced. He was passing through the Caucasus Mountains during one of the many extraordinary journeys that his life seemed to demand of him. According to most accounts, including the brief but significant mention in Hesiod and the fuller telling preserved by Apollodorus, Heracles arrived at the rock where Prometheus had been chained and found the eagle already at its work, descending as it always did, with the same terrible patience it had shown every single morning for longer than any mortal could count. Heracles drew his bow and killed it. The accounts do not dwell on this part for very long. In some ways that simplicity is moving, this act of violence on behalf of a suffering immortal, delivered by a man who happened to be passing by and could not bear what he saw. He then broke the chains, or in some versions they were broken for him by the will of Zeus. Prometheus, after all those ages of iron and stone and cold mountain air, was free. What makes this liberation so strange and worth sitting with for a moment is the question of how it was allowed to happen at all. Zeus was not a god who forgot his punishments or softened them out of sentiment. He had bound Prometheus with the explicit intention that the binding would be permanent, or at least, that it would last until Prometheus chose to reveal the secret he was keeping, the prophecy about Thetis and the son who would overthrow his father. And yet here was Heracles, Zeus's own son, shooting the sacred eagle and snapping the chains. The sky did not fall. No divine retaliation followed. Zeus, by most accounts, permitted it. And the question of why tells you quite a lot about the way this myth was understood by the people who told it. One reading, and perhaps the most compelling, is that by the time Heracles arrived, Prometheus had already shared what he knew about Thetis, perhaps through Hermes or through some other channel that the sources do not always make explicit. The secret, once given, dissolved the original purpose of the punishment. Zeus could afford to let his son have the glory of freeing the Titan without losing anything essential. Another reading, and one that the ancient sources also leave open, is that Zeus wished to honor Heracles, that the liberation was a gift to a son he loved, a way of weaving his hero's name into one of the grandest stories in the cosmos. Both of these things could be true at once, and in myth they often are. This question of divine permission raises another dimension of how the Prometheus myth functioned in Greek thought. The story was not simply about justice or mercy, but about the relationship between power and wisdom. Zeus had absolute power to prevent his son's intervention, and yet he did not. This speaks to a more complex understanding of godhood than simple tyranny, the possibility that supreme power could recognize when it was time to release what had been held. It was not weakness on Zeus's part, but a form of strength that the ancient Greeks valued highly. Furthermore, the fact that Heracles could accomplish this deed suggested something important about heroes and their role in the cosmos. They occupied a space between the divine and the human, where extraordinary things became possible. They could intervene in matters that seemed predetermined, could alter the course of stories written in stone. Heracles, passing through the mountains, was precisely the kind of figure who could change cosmic history. The ancient sources suggest such interventions were not exceptions to the divine order, but part of its deeper logic. There is also Chiron, the centaur, who enters the story in a way that might seem at first like a small detail, but carries a weight of its own. Chiron was one of the most beloved figures in Greek mythology, a centaur of extraordinary wisdom and gentleness, teacher of heroes, healer, friend to gods and mortals alike. He had been wounded accidentally by one of Heracles' arrows during an earlier encounter, struck by a poisoned shaft that caused him unending agony. Because Chiron was immortal, he could not die and could not escape the pain. In some versions of the Prometheus story, Chiron offered to die in Prometheus's place, to surrender his immortality, that the gods allowed him to transfer, so that Prometheus could be released without violating what Zeus had originally decreed. That was that Prometheus would remain bound unless another immortal agreed to take his place in death. There is something extraordinarily tender in this arrangement. Chiron, suffering his own incurable wound, chose to use the only thing of value he had left, his immortality, to free someone else who was suffering. He descended to the underworld so that Prometheus could stand again on the earth above. The ancient Greeks seem to have understood that this kind of grace, this willingness to spend one's last remaining gift on behalf of another, was worth recording and remembering. Apollodorus, writing in his library and drawing on earlier traditions, gives us the version in which both events are present: Heracles killing the eagle and breaking the chains, with Chiron's substitution providing the theological logic that allowed Zeus to accept the liberation without appearing to simply reverse his own decree. It is the kind of detail that suggests the people preserving these stories were careful thinkers who felt the tension between divine justice and divine mercy, wanted the myth to hold both without contradiction. Zeus could be satisfied that the terms had been honored. Prometheus could be freed. Heracles could have his moment of heroism. And Chiron, that most humane of all the centaurs, could find the only kind of peace available to him. The myth found a way to give each of these figures what they needed. The architecture of it, once you see it clearly, is quietly remarkable. What the ancient sources do not spend much time on, and what is perhaps most worth imagining, is what the moment of liberation actually felt like for Prometheus himself. He had known, with his foresight, that this day would eventually come. He had known the shape of his own deliverance before it arrived. And yet knowing something and experiencing it are not the same thing. Even a titan who could see the future must have felt something when the chains finally gave way and the cold rock that had held him for so long no longer had him. After all the millennia of the eagle and the rock and the slow cold nights when his liver grew back and he knew the morning would come again, Prometheus finally stood upright on the earth he had once helped to populate, breathed the air of a man who had been freed. This shift in perspective across the centuries speaks to more than just different storytellers with different sensibilities. It reflects a broader change in how the Greeks thought about morality, power, and the nature of defiance. Hesiod lived in a world where the god's authority was, on the whole, accepted, not questioned so much as navigated. The Theogony and the Works and Days are fundamentally conservative documents, concerned with explaining the way things are, rather than challenging whether they should be that way. Aeschylus, by contrast, wrote during the height of Athenian democracy, having himself witnessed his city move from tyranny towards something approximating self-governance. He had fought in the wars that defended that emerging system. He had seen, firsthand, what it meant to live in a society that permitted argument, dissent, and the right to refuse obedience to unjust commands. That historical experience colored everything he created. The questions that democracy raises about power, legitimacy, right to challenge authority, the possibility of change. These questions are alive in Prometheus. Bound in a way they simply could not have been for Hesiod. We are not looking at the same myth told by different voices. We are looking at the same myth being asked different questions by different eras. Aeschylus, writing in the 5th century before the Common Era, somewhere between 200 and 300 years after Hesiod, seems to have looked at the same myth and seen something almost entirely different. His Prometheus, the one who speaks from the rock in Prometheus Bound, is a figure of profound moral dignity, someone who chose suffering deliberately, who understands every dimension of what he has done and refuses to apologize for any of it. The tone of the play is nothing like Hesiod's cool, explanatory narration. It is heated, at times anguished, shot through with an anger that feels genuinely political, the anger of a just being held in unjust chains by a ruler who prioritizes power over gratitude. Where Hesiod's Zeus seems more or less within his rights to punish a trickster who embarrassed him, Aeschylus's Zeus reads as something closer to a tyrant. Prometheus reads as the only figure in the cosmos willing to say so out loud. This Prometheus taught humanity not just fire but blind hope, so that they would not simply lie down and wait for death. He gave them the arts of civilization, not as a byproduct of a trick gone sideways, but as a conscious, generous act. And he endured the eagle and the chains and the cold of the Caucasus without breaking. This was because he believed that he was right and that Zeus, eventually, would have to acknowledge it. Aeschylus almost certainly wrote 2 more plays to follow Prometheus Bound, a Prometheus Unbound and a Prometheus the Firebringer, and scholars who have spent lifetimes trying to reconstruct what those lost works contained generally believe the trilogy moved towards some form of reconciliation between Zeus and Prometheus, with the king of the gods perhaps coming to understand something about justice that he had not fully grasped at the beginning. The loss of those plays is one of the genuinely aching gaps in what has survived from the ancient world. This was because without them, we have only the first movement of what was clearly designed as a complete, resolved arc. What we have is a Prometheus mid-suffering, mid-argument, still bound, which is, in its own strange way, perhaps the most honest place to leave him. Both traditions shaped how later generations understood the myth. Neither one is more authentically Greek than the other. They simply ask different questions of the same story, find different things inside it. Both versions have survived, though. Perhaps that is fitting. A myth about a being who held contradictions within himself deserves to live in contradictory forms. Prometheus had a son named Deucalion. The story of what happened to Deucalion tells us something important about the kind of father Prometheus was, and the kind of god Zeus could be when he was truly angry. Deucalion was born of Prometheus and a woman named Pronoia in most accounts. From the very beginning, he seems to have inherited something of his father's steadiness, his father's quiet practicality in the face of enormous and overwhelming forces. He grew into a man who was said to be decent and careful and good, a man who honored the gods and treated other people with a kind of fairness that was becoming increasingly rare among the human population around him. Because by the time Deucalion came of age, humanity had changed considerably from those early, tender days when Prometheus had first shaped them from clay and given them fire and watched over them with something very close to parental devotion. The generations had multiplied and spread across the earth. With them had spread a certain violence, a certain disregard, a corruption that Zeus watched from Olympus with growing displeasure and eventually with a cold and settled fury. He looked down at what the world had become and decided, according to the oldest versions of this story, that it would be easier to wash it clean and begin again than to continue tolerating what humanity had made of the gift of existence. And so he gathered the reins. He called upon Poseidon to release the waters of the deep. Together they opened the sky and the sea in a way the world had never experienced, a flood of such magnitude that the mountains themselves were swallowed. The coastlines dissolved, and everything that had been built and planted and loved by human hands disappeared beneath a vast and indifferent grey water. Prometheus, who had always been able to see what was coming before it arrived, understood what Zeus intended. He was still bound to his rock in the Caucasus in most tellings of this story. Yet even from that remote and painful place, he managed to reach his son. He warned Deucalion of the flood that was being planned. He told him what to do, to build a great wooden chest, sealed and solid enough to survive what was coming, to shelter inside it with his wife Pyrrha, who was the daughter of Prometheus and Pandora. That means that in Pyrrha the bloodlines of both brothers came together in a single life. There is something quietly tender in the image of Prometheus, chained and suffering at the edge of the world, using whatever remained of his influence and foresight to protect the one child he could still reach, finding a way, even from captivity, to be a father. Deucalion listened. He built the chest as his father had instructed. When the rains came and the waters rose, he and Pyrrha climbed inside and sealed it shut. They drifted for 9 days and 9 nights across a world that had become entirely ocean, with no land visible in any direction and no sound except the water moving around them in the dark. 9 days is a number that appears often in Greek myth when the gods wish to convey a suffering that is long and complete, but ultimately survivable. There is something almost meditative about the image. 2 people floating in a wooden chest across a drowned world, waiting, trusting that what they had been told would prove to be true. On the 10th day, the chest came to rest on solid ground, most often said to be the slopes of Mount Parnassus, though some accounts name Othrys or another peak. Deucalion and Pyrrha stepped out onto a world that was wet and silent and entirely empty of human life. They were, as far as anyone could tell, the only people left. The earth that Prometheus had populated with such care, the civilization that his gift of fire had made possible, all of it was gone. What followed is one of the stranger and more beautiful episodes in the whole tradition. Deucalion and Pyrrha made their way to a shrine and asked, through prayer, how the world might be filled again. They received an instruction that seemed at first to make no sense at all. They were told to throw the bones of their mother behind them as they walked. Pyrrha was troubled by this, feeling that disturbing the bones of the dead was something close to sacrilege. But Deucalion reasoned gently that the instruction might mean something other than what it appeared to, that the bones of their mother might refer not to any human woman, but to the earth itself, that the stones of the ground beneath their feet might be what they were being asked to cast behind them. And so they walked. They threw stones over their shoulders as they went. Where Deucalion's stones fell, men rose up from the ground. Where Pyrrha's stones landed, women came forth, people born from rock and earth, carrying in their very substance the same raw material from which Prometheus had once shaped the first human beings. There is a continuity there that feels deliberate, a world rebuilt from the same clay and stone that had first given life, with the son of the original creator serving as the instrument of a second beginning. Deucalion and Pyrrha went on to have children of their own as well. From those children came the lineages of many of the great peoples of the Greek world. Helen, their son in many accounts, gave his name to the Greeks themselves, the Hellenes. In this way, the bloodline of Prometheus, the Titan who had made humanity from clay and given them fire and suffered for 30,000 years on their behalf, continued to walk the earth in every generation that came after. The ancient Athenians did not simply tell the story of Prometheus, they ran it. Each year, in the sacred grove known as the Academy, that sat just outside the city walls of Athens and was already considered a place of unusual quiet and significance long before Plato gave it his name. There stood an altar dedicated to Prometheus. From that altar a race began that carried fire directly into the heart of the city. Runners would light their torches at the altar and then set off toward Athens, each one responsible for keeping the flame alive and burning as they moved through the open air, through the streets, through the watching crowd. If a torch went out along the way, that runner was finished. The fire had to arrive living, the same way it had arrived in Prometheus's hands, still burning, still real, still meaning something. There was a tenderness to this requirement that feels almost deliberate, as though the Athenians understood that what Prometheus had given humanity was not merely fire in the abstract, but fire that was protected and carried at great personal effort, fire that could be extinguished at any moment by the world's indifference. The race was not simply athletic, it was, in a way that the ancient Greeks seemed to take seriously, a kind of annual reenactment of the original theft, a collective memory that moved through the body rather than through words alone. Plato himself mentions these torch races in his writings, referring to them with a casual familiarity that suggests they were simply part of the fabric of Athenian life, something everyone had seen, something everyone understood as connected to the larger story of where light had come from and what it had cost. The runners who competed were not priests performing a solemn ritual in the usual sense. They were citizens, young men moving fast through familiar streets with something sacred and fragile held out before them. The crowd watching would have understood exactly what that image meant. The torch races themselves were not small or marginal events in the city's calendar. They were attended by crowds and spoken of with genuine interest, suggesting that the Athenians recognized in them something worth witnessing year after year. The races typically took place at night or in the evening hours, which would have made the sight of the flames all the more vivid and arresting. A procession of moving lights threading through the darkened streets. This choice of timing seems almost theatrical in its effectiveness, as though the Athenians were deliberately staging the moment to make it memorable and emotionally resonant. The physical exertion required of the runners, combined with the practical challenge of keeping a flame alive in open air, meant that every race was genuinely stead and genuine in its stakes. There was no pretense here, no mere symbolic gesture. A runner either succeeded in delivering the fire or failed in full view of the city. That reality gave the races a kind of authenticity that purely ceremonial practices might not have possessed. Beyond the torch races, there was another tradition associated with Prometheus that carries its own kind of quiet poetry. In ancient Athens, people wore garlands or wreaths of leaves and branches on certain occasions. One account of this custom traces it directly to the myth of Prometheus's punishment, the idea being that the wreath worn around the head or wrist echoed, in a gentler and more bearable form, the chains that had bound him to the rock in the Caucasus. It is the kind of commemorative gesture that says a great deal about how the Athenians thought about him, not as a distant and untouchable divine figure, but as someone whose suffering had been real, whose sacrifice had been made on their behalf, whose memory deserved to be carried close to the body. Wearing a wreath in his honor was a way of saying that the chains were remembered, that the weight of what he had endured had not been forgotten, simply because it was over. There is something genuinely moving about a tradition like that. The idea that ordinary people in an ancient city went about their days wearing something that stood, however lightly, for the suffering of the one who had made their civilization possible. The Prometheia, the festival held in his name, gathered the city together around the memory of a single act of generosity that had changed everything. It did so not with solemnity alone, but with the kind of physical, embodied celebration that the Greeks understood as the most sincere form of gratitude. A story told in words can be doubted or set aside, but a race that you have run yourself, with a torch in your hand and the wind working against the flame, becomes something that lives in the body differently. The ancient Athenians seemed to know this. They knew that the best way to honor a figure who had risked everything to carry fire from one world into another was to do exactly that, to carry fire, to feel its warmth against your hands, to understand in your own muscles and breath what it meant to keep something precious alive across a difficult distance. Every time a runner lifted a torch at the altar and carried it living through the streets of the city, the original theft was being remembered, in some quiet sense, completed all over again. There is a reason this story has lasted as long as it has. It is not simply that Prometheus is dramatic, though he is, or that his suffering is vivid and terrible, though it is both of those things as well. It is that the story touches something that feels genuinely unresolved, a question the ancient Greeks were living inside of, the same question that every civilization since has continued to live inside of, which is the question of what it costs to know things and whether knowing them is worth it. The ancient Greeks who first told this story in the form we recognize were not naive about what Prometheus had done. Hesiod, writing in the 8th century before the Common Era, was not entirely sympathetic to him. In Hesiod's telling, Prometheus is clever and brave, but his cleverness brings consequences that fall hardest on the very people he was trying to help. Fire comes to humanity, yes, but so does Pandora, and so does the labor and hardship and illness that poured from her jar into a world that had once been gentle and easy. There is something almost cautionary in the way Hesiod frames it, as if the lesson is that even a gift given with love can carry within it the seeds of everything that makes life difficult. Aeschylus sees it differently, and his Prometheus is a figure of tremendous dignity, a being who understands fully what he is doing, who has seen the future and walked into it with open eyes, and who refuses, even in chains, even with an eagle arriving each morning, to let Zeus have the satisfaction of his surrender. The Prometheus of Aeschylus is someone who has decided that there are things more important than his own comfort, more important even than his own freedom, and that the creatures he shaped from clay and breathed possibility into deserved someone willing to pay a price on their behalf. What makes the myth so enduring, perhaps, is that it holds both of those readings at once without choosing between them. Prometheus gives humanity something that genuinely transforms their existence, enabling warmth and cooking and metalworking and all the arts that Aeschylus attributes to that single stolen flame. And yet the world that fire builds is not the Golden Age. It is a world of work and weather and mortality, a world where humans must struggle for the things that once came freely. The gift and the loss arrive together, as they so often do. There is something in Prometheus that the ancient Greeks recognized as deeply human. Even though he was a titan and technically immortal, he is a being who loves something he has made, loves it enough to suffer for it, and who does so with full knowledge of what the suffering will look like. His foresight, the thing his name is built from, is at once his greatest strength and the quality that makes his situation most painful. He does not stumble into his punishment the way Epimetheus might have, without looking ahead. He sees it coming the way you might see a season turning, and he goes toward it anyway. That willingness to act on behalf of others, while knowing the cost, is something the Greeks seem to have found both admirable and a little heartbreaking, and they were probably right to feel both things simultaneously. He also represents, in a way that the myth returns to again and again, the idea that knowledge and authority exist in permanent tension with one another. Zeus is powerful, unquestionably. He has the eagle and the chains and the mountain and the 30,000 years. But he does not have the secret that Prometheus keeps, and that secret matters enormously. The king of the gods needs something from his prisoner. That dependency runs quietly beneath the whole story, suggesting that what Prometheus carries inside him, foresight, understanding, the willingness to hold a truth even when holding it is agonizing, is a form of power that force alone cannot reach or extinguish. What the Greeks were articulating, through all the beautiful and terrible details of this story, was something they seemed to have understood instinctively, that the life of the mind, the life of knowledge and foresight and creative love, is not a comfortable life. It is a life of responsibility that does not let you rest, that shows you things you might prefer not to see, that binds you to the consequences of what you know and what you have made. Prometheus is not a cautionary tale, exactly, and he is not a simple hero either. He is something more like a portrait of what it looks like to care deeply about the world you live in, and to act on that caring, and to bear what comes after. Somewhere, right now, a small flame is burning in the dark, and in that ordinary, unremarkable fact, Prometheus is still present, still keeping his long-ago promise to the creatures he made from the clay of the earth. Long ago in ancient Greece, in a kingdom whose name has been largely forgotten by history, there lived a king and queen who had 3 daughters, and the youngest of them was so beautiful that people found themselves struggling to describe what they had seen after looking at her. Her 2 older sisters were lovely in their own right, daughters of a prosperous king, well-dressed and well-spoken, accomplished in the household arts, and pleasant enough to look upon that suitable husbands had been found for them without much difficulty. But Psyche was something entirely different, and this difference had been apparent almost from her earliest years, though no one could satisfactorily explain it. It wasn't the fineness of her features, though those who saw her agreed her features were exceptional. It wasn't the colour of her voice, or the way she wore her hair, or any single detail you could point to and say, "There, that is the thing." It was more that looking at Psyche produced in the mind a particular kind of stillness, a quiet that settled over you the way silence settles after a bell has finished ringing, when the sound is gone but the air still carries the shape of it. She was dark-haired, with eyes that appeared deep brown in lamplight and almost amber when the afternoon sun fell across her face at the right angle. She carried herself without any theatrical awareness of her own grace, which only made the grace more noticeable. She moved through the palace and the gardens and the city streets with a kind of quiet attention to the world around her, pausing at the edge of a flower bed or bending to move a stone from a path before someone could stumble. And people who watched her felt, without quite understanding why, that they were in the presence of someone to whom the world had given an extraordinary and unasked-for gift. Her two older sisters did not feel this way about the world, and they were no worse for it. They had their own households by now, their own ordinary pleasures, their own husbands who found them perfectly satisfactory. They loved Psyche with the warmth and occasional impatience of people who had grown up in the same house with the same parents and the same long summer days. They had simply arrived in the world carrying different weights, and Psyche's weight was one she hadn't chosen and couldn't set aside. The city where Psyche had grown up was unremarkable by the standards of ancient Greece, a hillside town with a stone marketplace at its centre, a harbour below, and a temple on the highest ground overlooking everything. The palace was modest but well kept, surrounded by gardens where the queen had always taken quiet satisfaction in growing things, rosemary and bay laurel, climbing roses in shades of pale cream and deep pink, and lemon trees that flowered twice a year and filled the inner courtyard with a sweetness that carried all the way to the street outside. Psyche loved those gardens more than any other part of her daily life. She was up early most mornings, before the rest of the household stirred, walking barefoot along the garden paths, checking on what was in bloom, pulling up whatever had died back in the night. She had a natural instinct for growing things, a willingness to pay them close and unhurried attention, and they seemed to respond to it. Her section of the garden was always the most flourishing. Inside the palace walls, she was helpful and patient with the younger servants, studious in the lessons her father arranged for her, and given to long silences that were never unfriendly. The silences of a person who is simply thinking, not retreating. She enjoyed music and was a capable singer, though she rarely performed for audiences larger than her mother and the women of the household. She had, as far as I can tell from the way the story remembers her, no great ambitions, no restlessness, no desire for a larger world than the one she inhabited. She seemed genuinely content inside the life she had been given, and this contentment was something people noticed and found unusual because it sat so oddly alongside how extraordinary she plainly was. It was when she began to go into the city, to the market, to the harbour with her mother on cool evenings, to the public festivals that marked the season changes, that what would eventually become trouble began to make itself known. Strangers stopped walking when she passed. Men who had been deep in conversation broke off to look. Women brought their friends back the following day to see her again. It started the way these things always do, quietly and gradually, and then it stopped being quiet and gradual. The transformation from curiosity to reverence happened gradually at first, then all at once, in the way that significant shifts in the emotional life of communities often do. There was a particular moment, though it was forgotten almost immediately by everyone who witnessed it, when something tipped. It came on an ordinary afternoon in spring, when Psyche had ventured into the marketplace with her mother's servant to purchase honey and dried herbs. An elderly woman, the kind who served as a keeper of old knowledge in the town, saw her pass and suddenly dropped to her knees, pressing her forehead to the stone. Others turned to look, and then something in the sight of that reverence inspired them toward it. Within weeks, the informal gatherings at the palace gate had taken on new order and ritual. People began arriving at dawn instead of random hours, standing in silent lines. The offerings became more elaborate, more carefully considered. Someone carved a small shrine into the stone wall beside the gate, and it was never empty of fresh flowers. The language people used when they spoke of her began to change as well, less the words of admiration and more the vocabulary of devotion. She was no longer simply beautiful. She had become something that occupied an entirely different category of existence. Psyche was, by all accounts, deeply uncomfortable with this development. She remained as she had always been, helpful to her parents, kind to servants, attentive to her garden. But there was now a distance between her and the ordinary world, created not by any action of her own, but by the collective will of everyone around her. Within a few years, the kingdom found itself receiving visitors who had travelled long distances for no other purpose than to look at the king's youngest daughter. Merchants who passed through on their ordinary routes would carry the story to the next city, and then someone from that city would make the journey specifically. They came from neighbouring towns at first, and then from the farther coastal settlements, and eventually from places far enough away that reaching the city required real preparation and effort. They arrived carrying things, small offerings, flowers, votive figurines pressed from clay. They gathered near the palace gate at the hours when Psyche was most likely to appear, and when she did pass, some of them wept openly, which she found deeply bewildering. She had done no thing to earn anyone's tears. She hadn't sought their attention or given them any reason to feel strongly about her. She tried, as best she could, to be ordinary, to walk quickly, to keep her eyes down, to carry her market basket like someone who is simply going to market and has no interest in being observed. It made no difference. The admiration took on a quality that went well beyond anything ordinary appreciation could explain. People began to arrive who were not merely curious travellers, but pilgrims in the truest sense, people who had made long journeys in the old tradition of honouring something sacred. They brought the kinds of offerings that belonged in temples, garlands woven from herbs considered holy, small oil lamps meant to burn through the night, carved figures that in any other context would have been laced before a deity. They scattered flower petals on the road where she walked. They bowed their heads in something that could only be called prayer. Your eye, had you been standing in that city in those years, would have found it difficult to look away from what was happening, not because it was joyful exactly, but because it had the quality of something that could not be stopped. The temple of Aphrodite on the hill above the city, which had always received its faithful and steady stream of worshippers, women hoping for love to find them, mothers asking protection for their children, young men made reckless by desire, began to empty out. The spring flowers that once climbed the temple steps were being carried past them now, down into the city below, toward the palace road. The oil lamps at Aphrodite's altars burned low and were not replaced. The garlands dried on the stone and crumbled, and no one brought new ones to take their place. Psyche herself was aware that something was going wrong, though she lacked the power to correct it. She was a girl who loved her mother's garden and the early quiet of the city before it woke, and she had not asked for any of this, and she would have traded it without a moment's hesitation for the unnoticed life her sisters had. But the world had made its decision about her without consulting her, and the world's decisions carry consequences that outrun the wishes of the people they concern. Aphrodite's temples grew quiet, her altars cold, and the goddess herself, the goddess of love and beauty, began to take notice. Aphrodite had been the most beautiful being in existence since the moment she rose from the sea foam off the coast of Cyprus, and for an eternity no one had thought to question it. She had emerged from the ocean whole and radiant, carried to shore on the slow curling of a wave, And from that first moment, the world had arranged itself around her the way flowers arrange themselves around the sun. Naturally, without argument, as though there had never been any other possibility. The gods acknowledged her beauty with the reverence one gives to something that simply is. The mortals built her temples on hillsides overlooking the sea, filling them with white flowers and the smoke of offerings, whispering her name with a tenderness that was almost love itself. For all of that long time, the arrangement had held. She was beauty. She was love. These were not titles anyone was likely to give away, and Aphrodite had never had cause to believe that anyone would try. And then Psyche was born, in a small kingdom no one paid much attention to, and the arrangement began to loosen at its edges in a way the goddess found she could not simply ignore. It started gently enough, a traveller passing through a town describing a girl of extraordinary loveliness, a small crowd gathering along a road to watch a young woman walk by. Nothing that seemed worth attending to, but the reports kept arriving, each one a little more extravagant than the last, each one carrying in its centre that same quiet comparison, that this girl, this mortal, was beautiful in the way that Aphrodite was beautiful. The goddess heard it and set it aside. She heard it again and felt the first tremor of something cold moving through her. She heard it a third time, and by then the temples on the hillsides were growing quiet, and the altars had begun to cool, and Aphrodite understood that this was no longer a rumour she could simply outlast. What she felt was not vanity wounded in a small and passing way. It was something older than that, and more serious. She was the goddess of love and beauty, not merely a very lovely god among others, but the divine embodiment of those things, their source and their guardian. When mortals transferred their devotion from her to a human girl, they were not simply making an aesthetic error. They were pulling something essential out of the order of the world, confusing the mortal with the immortal, the created with the divine. She stood in her temple and felt the silence where the prayers had been, and what moved through her was not merely anger. It was the cold certainty of something being taken from her, not a possession exactly, but something closer to an identity. The loss of this identity felt particularly acute because it had never been challenged before. For countless ages, her supremacy had been absolute, not questioned, but simply accepted as one might accept that the sun rises in the east, or that the sea contains salt. She had watched empires rise and fall, had seen mortals age and die in the blink of a divine eye, had witnessed gods themselves come and go in the grand scheme of things, and through it all, her position had remained untouched, uncontested, as permanent and essential as the turning of the seasons. But mortals were unpredictable in ways that sometimes escaped even the gods who ruled them. They were capable of sudden, sweeping changes of heart, of collective movements of devotion that could shift like wind-driven sand. She had seen it happen in small ways before. A god losing favour to another, a temple abandoned for a newer deity. But never had it happened to her. Never had she felt the ground beneath her authority begin to shift. And never had it been caused by something so fundamentally inexplicable. A mortal girl. She was not a goddess who suffered quietly. That had never been her way, and the gods who knew her well understood that when Aphrodite felt wronged, the response tended to arrive like weather, sudden, encompassing, and very difficult to argue with. She thought of the girl for a long time, turning the situation over with the careful attention she gave to things that genuinely troubled her. A mortal, not even a nymph, not even a minor goddess with some claim to divine radiance, but a mortal girl whose beauty was the accident of birth, and who would age and diminish and vanish into the earth within a handful of decades, as all mortals did. The insult was not only in the comparison itself, but in its fundamental wrongness. And so she made a decision, the kind of decision that, once made, tends to move very quickly. She would call for Eros, her son, the god of desire, the winged young figure who carried his quiver of arrows through the world and chose, with a mischief that was entirely his own, who would love whom and under what painful or joyful circumstances. She had raised him in the way that powerful mothers raise exceptional children, with great love and a certain expectation of usefulness, and with the unspoken understanding that when she needed something done, he would be the one to do it. He had proven this countless times over the centuries. Eros had launched his arrows at heroes and shepherds, at kings and beggars, at gods and titans alike, always with the precision that came from long practice and an understanding of human nature that rivaled his mother's own. He knew the vulnerable points in the human heart, knew exactly how to draw an arrow back and release it so that the victim would never suspect they had been struck at all. The arrows were swift and silent, and by the time their target understood what had happened to them, love or its absence had already taken root in their chest, already begun its inevitable work. He had never once refused his mother's request, had never once suggested that perhaps a particular scheme was cruel or unfair, or that maybe the target of her wrath did not deserve to suffer quite so thoroughly. Eros arrived the way he usually did, with the soft disturbance of air that accompanies wings folding, with a brightness about him that had nothing to do with light exactly, and with the particular expression of a young god who finds most things in the world genuinely amusing. He was beautiful in the way that only immortal things can be beautiful, effortlessly, completely, in a way that left no room for doubt. His quiver hung at his shoulder, full of arrows that mortals had built entire stories around, golden-tipped arrows to kindle love, lead-tipped to extinguish it. He had used them carelessly over the centuries, and without much guilt, because for Eros, desire was simply the nature of the world, and its presence or absence in any particular heart was not a matter he spent much time worrying about. He understood the weight of his arrows only in the sense that he understood their effectiveness, not in the sense that he understood their consequences, for that was a distinction he had never bothered to make. His mother told him what she wanted. She told him about the girl, about the temples, about the prayers that had been redirected away from her and toward a mortal who had no right to receive them. She told him to descend to the earth and find Psyche, and to use one of his golden arrows to make her fall helplessly in love with the most wretched, lowly, and unfortunate creature that could be found, some miserable thing that would bind her to a life of humiliation and keep her far from the kind of adoration she had been receiving. She spoke with the calm precision of someone who has already decided on a course of action and simply needs the instrument. Eros listened. He was not, by nature, a god who spent much time weighing the ethics of what he was asked to do. He understood that his mother was angry, understood what she wanted, and felt the familiar readiness settle over him, the arrow already half selected in his mind. He had his bow, he had his arrows, and he had his mother's command. And so Eros descended toward the earth to find the girl who had caused all of this trouble. The problem with being Psyche was that everyone adored her and no one wanted to marry her. This was not for any ordinary reason. She was not cold or difficult or strange in her manner. She was, by most accounts, as gentle and thoughtful as she was beautiful. She moved through her days in the kingdom with a quiet grace that made people feel at ease simply by being near her. But being near her and approaching her were entirely different things. The men who might have courted her seemed to lose their nerve somewhere in the space between admiring her from a distance and actually speaking to her as a person. They came to festivals and markets and saw her and stood at the edges of things, watching, whispering to one another about what they had seen. Then they went home and married her sisters instead. It is a strange kind of loneliness, being regarded as something that cannot quite but be touched, being held at the particular remove that beauty, when it becomes too extraordinary, tends to create around itself. You can admire a flame, but you do not reach your hand into it. Psyche had somehow passed over the line that separates a woman from something burning. Her two older sisters had found husbands without much difficulty at all. They were lovely women, warm and practical and well-mannered, and their weddings had been celebrated with music and feasting, and all the ordinary rituals that marked the beginning of new households. Psyche had stood at both ceremonies with a genuine and untroubled smile, glad for them in the straightforward way that she was glad for most things. Then she had returned to her room in her father's house, and sat with the particular quiet that settles over a person when they begin to understand that something in their life is simply not going to move. She was not bitter about it. She was something more difficult than bitter. She was confused, quietly lonely in the way that people are lonely when they cannot name exactly what is missing, only that it is. Her parents had watched all of this with the helpless worry that belongs to parents who love their children deeply and cannot fix what is hurting them. Her father consulted advisors. He invited suitable men from neighboring kingdoms to visit the court. Her mother arranged gatherings where Psyche might be seen in comfortable and ordinary surroundings, where conversation might happen naturally, where something might begin. None of it changed anything. Men came, and they looked at Psyche the way you might look at something in a temple, with reverence, with a soft and slightly awed silence. And then they moved on. She was too beautiful to approach as a wife. She had become, without ever intending to, an object of worship rather than affection. As the years continued in this way, the worry her parents had been quietly carrying became something they could no longer set aside. Her sisters were settled by then, their households growing, their lives taking the shape that parents hope for. And Psyche remained in her father's house, tending to a small garden she had made her own along the eastern wall, watching the light change over the hills in the late afternoon, living a life that seemed somehow suspended, as if it were waiting for a word that had not yet been spoken. Her father made the decision that people in the ancient world made when human understanding ran out. He would travel to the oracle, Apollo's oracle, at Delphi, according to the version Apuleius preserved, though other early traditions placed the consultation at Miletus, was the voice through which the gods spoke to those who had exhausted every other answer. Her father travelled there with a carefully worded question about his youngest daughter's future and a heart that was already half braced for what he might be told. The journey took days. He made it with only a small party of trusted attendants, moving through the countryside in the kind of purposeful silence that belongs to someone who has already made peace with the difficulty of what lies ahead. When he arrived and put his question before the oracle, the answer came back in the formal and terrible language that oracles use when they have something devastating to deliver. Psyche, the god's words said, was not destined for any mortal husband. She was meant instead for a creature of great and terrible power, something that dwelt above the ordinary world, before which the gods themselves were said to lower their eyes. She was to be dressed in funeral garments and taken to the summit of a rocky mountain crag and left there. What was coming for her would find her in that place. Her father came home from that journey, changed in the particular way that people are changed when they have been given news that cannot be unmade. He told his wife. For a long while, they simply sat together with it, the way you sit with something that cannot be made smaller by speaking about it aloud. They had travelled to the oracle, looking for a path forward, and had come back with something that looked, from where they were standing, like the end of every path they had imagined for their daughter. The grief of it was the kind that does not announce itself all at once. It settles in slowly, spreading into all the quiet corners of a household. You'll find it everywhere you look, they told Psyche. It is difficult to know how that conversation began, what words a parent reaches for in a moment like that. But they told her, and she listened with the same stillness she brought to most things. She did not fall apart, not immediately, and she did not refuse what the oracle had decreed. Something in the prophecy seemed to settle into her rather than strike her from the outside, perhaps because, in some part of herself she had never fully spoken aloud, she had already understood that her life was not going to take an ordinary shape. She had been set apart from the beginning, held at a remove from the regular movements of human life, regarded as something other than what she actually was. The oracle had simply given a name to what she had been feeling for as long as she could remember. There is, in some difficult circumstances, a kind of relief in that, in having what you already suspected confirmed, however terrible the confirmation turns out to be. She agreed to go. She agreed with a composure that broke her parents' hearts more thoroughly than tears would have. There was a procession. It moved through the city in the early morning, while the light was still grey, and the streets were mostly empty. It resembled a wedding procession, just enough to be painful. White garments, flowers woven through Psyche's dark hair, torches carried by attendants who walked in the careful silence of people performing a duty they cannot look directly at. The music that accompanied her was slow. It moved like something that had forgotten where it was going, low and deliberate. The people who saw it from doorways and windows and did not know the full truth may have watched it pass with nothing more than a vague and slightly sorrowful wonder at the strange ceremony making its way through their streets. Her parents walked behind her for as long as they could bear to walk. Her mother's grief had long since stopped being contained. It moved openly through her, the way deep grief does when it has grown too large to be kept in any one place. Her father walked in silence beside her. That was in certain ways harder to witness than weeping. This was because silence of that particular quality carries the weight of every word a person has decided against saying. He had done what the oracle required. He had done what the god had decreed. He would carry that for the rest of his life without ever finding a comfortable way to set it down. She climbed the rocky hillside in her wedding clothes, her parents weeping behind her. When she reached the summit, she closed her eyes and waited for whatever the gods had decided she deserved. Instead of claws and teeth, what came for Psyche on that mountain was something gentle. She had been standing on the summit, with her eyes closed and her hands at her sides. The wind moving through her wedding clothes, the sound of her parents weeping somewhere below her, already beginning to fade. She had made her peace, or tried to, in the way that people make peace with things they cannot change, not by accepting them fully, but by simply stopping the fight against them. And then the wind changed. It shifted from the usual cold and restless air of a high place into something else entirely, something with intention behind it, something that moved the way hands move when they are trying not to startle you. This was Zephyr, the west wind, who had been sent ahead by Eros to carry Psyche safely down from the crag. He came around her slowly, lifting the fabric of her dress first, then her hair. Then, so gradually she could not have said exactly when it happened, he lifted her entirely. She was no longer standing on the rock, but floating above it, held up by the air itself, as if the air had decided she was worth holding. She did not cry out. There was something in the quality of it that made crying out seem wrong, the way you would not shout in the middle of a piece of music you did not want to end. She was moving through the sky at the pace of a slow river, the mountain falling away beneath her, the valley below growing larger and greener as Zephyr carried her down through the late afternoon light. The world from up there was very beautiful and very quiet. She could see forests rolling out across the hills, dark and soft as the pelt of some enormous sleeping animal. She could see rivers catching the sun in long bright seams. She could see a place tucked into the base of the mountains where the trees grew so close and tall that they formed a kind of ceiling over whatever lay beneath them. It was toward the tea place that Zephyr was guiding her, unhurried, as if they had all the time in the world. When she descended through the canopy of trees, the light changed immediately. It became softer, greener, filtered through so many layers of leaf and branch that it arrived at the forest floor already gentle and golden. The air smelled of water and of flowers she did not have names for, sweet without being heavy, clean without being cold. Zephyr set her down on a carpet of grass so fine and dense it felt nothing like ordinary grass, but more like something that had been carefully tended for an unimaginable length of time. She stood on it barefoot. Her shoes had been lost somewhere in the ascent and felt the ground beneath her. cool and alive and impossibly soft. She turned and saw the palace. It stood at the far end of a long open lawn that led the eye from the tree line to its gates. It was not the kind of thing you took in all at once. You looked at one part of it and then another. Each part was different from the last, and somehow more remarkable. The walls were ivory and gold, not decorated with ivory and gold, but built from them. The two materials woven together in long sweeping columns and arches, so that in the late light the whole structure seemed to glow from somewhere within itself. The roof was cedar, fragrant even from a distance. From it hung gardens, trailing plants with blossoms the color of deep water and warm embers that cascaded down the outer walls as if the palace were wearing them. The floors inside, visible from the open archways, were set with stones of such varied and vivid color that walking across them would feel like walking across a painting. Deep blue lapis and pale green jade and warm amber and the pure white of quartz, all fitted together without a single visible seam. She walked toward it, the way you walk toward something you are not sure is real, slowly, with a kind of wondering hesitation, half expecting it to dissolve before she could reach it. It did not dissolve. The closer she came, the more detailed it became. The more detailed it became, the more clearly she understood that no mortal hand had built it, and no mortal mind had designed it. It was the work of something older than craft, older than architecture, older than any civilization she had ever heard her tutors describe. Inside, the air was different again. It carried the smell of warm cedar and of something flowering that she could not see. Beneath those things, a fainter smell, mineral and clean, that told her there was water nearby. She found the fountain at the center of the main courtyard a moment later, a wide bowl of pale stone from which water rose in a low, continuous arc, catching light from the open sky above and scattering it in all directions. She put her hand into the water, and it was cool without being cold. It tasted, when she brought her wet fingers to her lips, the way very clear spring water tastes, as though it had come from somewhere very deep and very still. She was standing there beside the fountain when she heard the first voice. It came from slightly to her left and slightly above her, calm and even. The kind of voice you would use in a library or a sick room. Not a whisper exactly, but careful. It told her that the palace was hers to move through freely, that she should want for nothing, that whatever she required, she had only to ask for. She turned toward the voice and there was no one there. She turned in the other direction and there was no one there either. Just the courtyard, the fountain, the scattering light, and the voice that had already fallen silent. This was, she would come to understand, how things worked here. The servants of the palace were present in every way except the visible one. She heard them, occasionally felt a gentle guiding pressure at her elbow when she was being led somewhere, experienced the results of their work in every room she entered, fires laid and lit, water drawn and warmed, food arranged on long tables with a care and abundance that reminded her of festival days at home, except that every day here was laid like a festival. There were dishes she had never tasted, bread still warm from ovens she could not locate, fruit of colors she had no words for, wine that was so gently flavored it was more like drinking the idea of something than the thing itself. She ate slowly that first evening, alone at a table long enough for 20. The invisible servants refilled her cup without being asked, and removed each plate when she was finished, with the silent efficiency of people who have been doing this for a very long time. Afterward, they drew her a bath in a room lined with pale stone and warmed from below. The water fragrant with oils that smelled of cedar and something that might have been orange blossom. There were soft cloths waiting on a shelf, garments folded beside them that fit her perfectly, though she could not imagine how anyone had known her measurements, unless the palace simply knew things the way very old places sometimes seem to. She dressed, and the invisible servants led her by small sounds and gentle pressures down a corridor to a room where a bed had been prepared, a bed with linens so fine they were almost weightless, in a room where the air moved just enough to keep it from being still where a low flame burned in a hearth on the far wall and cast everything in warm, unsteady amber. She lay down. The terror that had been with her since the oracle's pronouncement, that had lived in her chest all through the procession up the mountain and the long descent on the wind, had loosened somewhere over the course of the evening. It had not entirely gone. She was still in a place she did not understand, still the promised bride of something she had never seen, still entirely alone in the largest and strangest house she had ever entered. But the terror had become something smaller and less certain of itself, something that shared the space in her chest with wonder, with the particular quiet of a person who has surrendered to a situation and found the surrendering unexpectedly peaceful. The fire burned low, the room darkened, and then, from somewhere very close in the darkness, she heard a voice, not the voice of the invisible servants, not the measured and impersonal tone she had grown used to throughout the evening, but something entirely different, quieter, personal, the kind of voice that carries within it the specific weight of someone choosing their words with care, because what they want to say matters to them. He told her she was safe. He told her there was nothing in this place that would harm her, that whatever she had been told to expect, she would find that he was not it. She could not see him. She could not have said with certainty where in the room he was, only that he was near, that the voice was gentle in a way that felt entirely unperformed. She lay in the darkness listening to the soft sound of his breathing beside her, thought that whatever this was, it was not what she had been told to fear. Days passed, and then weeks. Psyche began to understand that the palace had its own kind of seasons. In the mornings, when pale light came through the high windows and fell in long bars across the inlaid floors, the invisible servants would be waiting. She could not see them, but she could hear the soft arrangements of her day beginning around her, the sound of water being drawn, the rustle of linens being laid out, the quiet presence of hands she could feel but never find. She learned not to reach for them. She learned, instead, to simply accept, the way one learns to accept the fact of a river by sitting beside it long enough. They brought her food she had no name for, things warm and fragrant, flavored with herbs she did not recognize, and sweetened in ways that had no equivalent in any kitchen she had ever known as a mortal girl in her father's house. She ate slowly, those first weeks, tasting everything with the focused attention of someone who understands that wonder too is a kind of nourishment. The palace gardens lay open to her in whatever direction she chose to walk. She walked all of them, running her fingers along the edge of low stone walls, stopping beside pools where the water held such perfect stillness that the reflected sky looked more real than the sky above it. There were flowers she could not name, birds that sang in registers she had never heard before, trees whose bark was smooth and silver in the morning light. She was alone in all of it, entirely alone. Yet the loneliness of those early days had a quality she had not expected. It was soft rather than sharp, more like the loneliness of a library than the loneliness of an empty field. As the weeks accumulated into something resembling a routine, Psyche found herself settling into the rhythms of this place with a kind of inevitability. The invisible servants became less strange to her, and she began to anticipate their small courtesies, the way her preferred breakfast would be waiting on the terrace on mornings when the light was particularly clear, the careful placement of books in the library where she had lingered the day before. She realized that they were learning her preferences, her habits, the small details of what brought her comfort or pleasure. She began to leave notes on surfaces, at first uncertain whether anyone would read them, but gradually understanding that her words were being received and answered. There was a kind of conversation happening. She came to understand that required no voices at all. The palace itself seemed to be in dialogue with her. The gardens were rearranged to showcase flowers she had paused to admire. New chambers were opened to her that contained things she had mentioned wanting to see. Even the temperature of her bath seemed calibrated to match the weather and her mood with uncanny precision. She had been afraid in those first days that invisibility meant indifference, but gradually she understood it to mean something else entirely, an attention so complete and so thoughtful that it had learned to make itself invisible to avoid startling her. There was something both deeply comforting and subtly unsettling in this degree of attentiveness, this sense of being known and cared for by hands she could never return, the gesture toward. She began to wonder if she was becoming someone new in this place, or if she was finally becoming herself, the self that no one in her father's house had ever bothered to see. At night, that changed. At night, the darkness that had frightened her on the first evening became the ordinary texture of her life. Within that darkness, a voice she had come to know, better than any other, filled the quiet rooms of the palace with something she was still learning what to call. He was thoughtful in the way that people are thoughtful when they have had a long time to consider how they speak, careful with words, but not cold, and occasionally he would say something unexpected that made her laugh in the dark, a sound that surprised her each time because she had not expected laughter to be part of this. He asked her questions about herself, about her childhood, about the particular quality of the light in the kingdom where she had grown up, about what she had imagined her life would look like before the oracle had said what it said. He listened to her answers with an attention she had not often been given. In listening, he made her feel that the details of her ordinary life had weight and meaning, that she herself had weight and meaning beyond the beauty that had always made people look past her rather than at her. One evening he told her he loved her, simply and without ceremony. She lay quietly in the darkness for a moment before she said that she believed she was beginning to love him in return. The honesty of that, the beginning, the slow and uncertain beginning, seemed to matter to him more than any more complete declaration could have. As that love grew into something more solid, more real, the nights became the truest part of her existence. Everything that happened in the daylight hours, the gardens, the invisible servants, the strange perfection of her surroundings, began to feel like prologue to these hours in the dark. They would talk until very late, until the night itself seemed to grow tired around them. He told her stories of places he had known, of books he had read, of ideas he had considered in the long hours before she arrived. She found that his mind was as beautiful to her as his presence was comforting, and perhaps more so. He spoke about what he valued, what he feared, the particular loneliness of an existence lived entirely apart from the ordinary world. She realized that he too was imprisoned here, not by her presence, but by something older, something more fundamental to his nature. This understanding created a new kind of intimacy between them, the recognition that they were both, in their different ways, exiles from the worlds they had known. She began to tell him things she had never spoken aloud before, confessions and doubts and small shames that had lived quietly inside her. He received these revelations with the kind of grace that made her understand she was being loved, not despite her imperfections, but because he saw her entire self and found it worthy. And yet there was the one condition, the single rule that shaped every other thing. He had told her early on, in a tone that was neither harsh nor uncertain, but simply final, that she must never attempt to look at him. Not in the first grey moments before full dark, not in the middle of the night, not at dawn when the light was still uncertain enough that she might have imagined she could see without truly seeing. She accepted this, for a time, with a willingness that surprised even herself. This was because the voice and the presence and the warmth beside her in the dark were real and sufficient. She had learned that what you cannot see, you fill in with something finer than fact. But loneliness has a way of finding the smallest openings. The one that found her was not the loneliness of solitude. She had made a kind of peace with walking those gardens alone, with sitting by herself in rooms that were more beautiful than anything she had seen in her life. It was the other loneliness, the one made of missing specific faces and specific voices, the longing for her sisters and her mother, and the small ordinary annoyances of a life lived among people who had known you since you were young. She missed the sound of her sisters arguing. She missed the smell of her father's house. She missed the particular texture of the world she had left behind. its roughness and its imperfection. All the things that the palace with its perfect pools and its nameless flowers and its invisible hands could not provide. She asked him one evening if her sisters might visit. After a long silence, he told her that this was the one thing he wished she would not ask for. Psyche's sisters arrived on a warm afternoon carried by the west wind. The moment they stepped into the palace courtyard, they stopped walking and simply stared. They had known, in an abstract way, that their youngest sister had been carried off by something divine. They had wept for her, or believed they had, in those first hollow weeks after she was left on the mountain and failed to return home in the form of a body for them to mourn. But grief has a way of settling into the shape of the life that surrounds it. The sisters had settled back into their own lives, their own husbands, their own households, their own arrangements of modest comfort, and the ache had dulled to something they could carry without thinking about it too often. Then the west wind had come for them, without warning, soft and purposeful as a held breath. Now they were standing in a courtyard, paved with stones that seemed to glow from somewhere beneath their surface, looking at walls threaded with gold, at fountains that ran clear and singing, at doorways hung with silk the colour of the last hour before sunset. They did not speak for a long moment, and then, from somewhere inside, Psyche appeared. She was radiant in a way she had not been when they last saw her, not the frightened, resigned girl in wedding clothes who had climbed a mountain to meet her fate, but something fuller, warmer, more at rest in herself. She embraced them both, and they embraced her back, and there were tears, genuine ones, mixed with something else that the sisters could not yet name, and so did not try to. She brought them through the palace, the way a child brings a beloved friend through a place they are proud of, not boasting, but quietly delighted, touching things as she passed them to show they were real. The dining hall, where a table set itself with dishes neither sister could identify. The baths, where the water was already warm and scented with something floral and faintly sweet. The gardens, where fruit hung low and the grass was a shade of green so saturated it seemed almost painted. The older sister ran her hand along the carved stone railing and said nothing. That was itself a kind of statement. The younger sister laughed at all the right moments, asked questions in a bright, careful voice, watched everything with eyes that missed very little. Invisible servants brought food and wine and spoke in soft, unhurried voices that came from no particular direction. The sisters accepted all of it. They ate well, and they smiled across the table at Psyche, and the afternoon went on like that for some time, lovely and warm, and quietly charged with something that had not quite broken the surface yet. The palace seemed to grow larger as they moved through it, or perhaps it was only that the sisters' awareness of its size was growing. Each room opened into another, each more exquisite than the last. The younger sister noticed that no two surfaces were quite the same. The marble in one corridor was softer, almost greyed. In another, it was bright as new snow. She asked Psyche where it all came from, and Psyche said she did not entirely know, that it had always been here, waiting. The older sister heard this and filed it away without comment, but her jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. There was something about not knowing the provenance of one's own surroundings that troubled her in ways she could not quite articulate. It suggested a kind of helplessness, or perhaps a kind of refusal to look too closely at what one lived among. It was the younger sister who first asked about the husband. She framed it gently, almost casually, the way you might ask after someone you expect to appear at any moment. She said she was looking forward to meeting him, that she hoped he would join them for dinner. Psyche explained that he would not be coming, that he was away during the daylight hours, and that this was simply the arrangement they kept. The sister nodded, as if this were perfectly ordinary. The older one asked what he was like. Psyche smiled and said he was kind, that he was tender with her, that she had never felt safer in her life. The younger one asked what he looked like. Here, if you were watching carefully. Psyche's answer shifted in a way that was almost imperceptible. She described him once as tall and fair-haired and broad-shouldered, the kind of description that fits a type rather than a face. Later in the same conversation, She said something that suggested he was dark, then corrected herself without seeming to realize she had. Her sisters noticed. They did not say so. They refilled their cups and asked other questions, softer ones, but the inconsistencies had created a small opening, and through it their doubt began to move. Listen to her talk about the garden, the fountains, the food, the way the palace felt at night when it was very quiet. She spoke about all of this with a warmth that was clearly real. She was happy here. That much was unmistakable. It sat in the room with all of them, like a presence of its own. When the light began to shift toward evening, Psyche brought out gifts for them. Garments, jewels, things of a beauty and craftsmanship that neither sister owned anything remotely like. She pressed them into their hands with such genuine pleasure that it was impossible to feel anything simple in response. It was very hard, standing in a palace like this one, receiving gifts like these. Looking at a sister who had been given everything while they had been given their ordinary lives, to feel only gratitude. It was hard to feel only love. The older sister held a necklace of amber and gold against her collarbone and looked at her own reflection in a mirror of polished bronze. What moved across her face in that moment was complicated enough that it would take more than one word to describe. A younger one was quieter on the way out than she had been on the way in. She carried her gifts carefully, not the way you carry something you are grateful for, but the way you carry something you do not yet know what to do with. The gifts felt like questions or accusations. They felt like evidence of something, though evidence of what remained unclear. Zephyr came for them as the shadows lengthened, lifting them gently from the courtyard the way he had brought them, carrying them back up and away from the valley where the palace sat, hidden and improbable and absurdly, almost insultingly beautiful. They did not speak much on the way home. There was too much to think about. Thinking required a kind of quiet that conversation would only have interrupted. They had not lied to Psyche. They had not been cruel to her. They had embraced her and eaten her food and accepted her gifts and told her they were glad she was alive and safe and loved. All of that was true enough, but the questions they had asked about the husband, the inconsistencies they had heard in her answers, had taken up residence somewhere behind their eyes and were already beginning to do the slow, patient work that envy and worry do when they are given time and a receptive place to work in. They loved their sister. That was also true. It is one of the harder things about this part of the story, that love and envy can live so comfortably side by side in the same heart, each feeding the other in ways that are very difficult to see from the inside. Psyche watched them go with a warm heart, not yet understanding what she had just let into her garden. When her sisters came back, they were gentler at first, softer in their approach, and that should have told Psyche something. They arrived again on Zephyr's breath, stepping down into the courtyard with their arms open and their voices warm, and Psyche, who had spent many nights in that palace longing for a familiar face, rushed to meet them with a joy she could not contain. She had gifts prepared for them already, more gifts than the last time, because she had spent her days thinking about what they might like, turning over small kindnesses in her mind the way people do when they have too much time and too much love and not enough places to put either. They embraced her. They told her she looked beautiful, and she did. There was a softness to her now, a roundness, the early evidence of the child she was carrying, and her sisters noticed it immediately. They said all the right things. They held her hands and looked into her eyes and smiled, and it was only later, much later, that Psyche would understand the particular quality of a smile that does not quite reach the eyes. They sat together in one of the palace's open rooms where the light came through in long, pale columns, and at first the conversation was easy enough. They asked about the gardens, about the invisible servants, about the food and the baths and the 1,000 small luxuries that surrounded her. Psyche answered everything willingly, pleased to have someone to tell. She had been alone with her wonder for so long that sharing it felt like relief. But then the questions shifted, so gradually that she almost missed it happening. One of her sisters set down the golden cup she had been turning over in her hands and looked at Psyche with an expression of concentrated concern, the kind of expression that is very carefully arranged to look like love, and asked very quietly what her husband looked like. Psyche gave the same answer she had given before. She had not seen him. She knew his voice, his warmth, the particular gentleness of his hands in the dark, but she had not seen his face. Her sister nodded slowly. The other sister said nothing for a moment, only looked at the floor with her mouth pressed together in a way that suggested she was holding something back out of kindness. And then she said it. She said that she did not want to frighten Psyche, but that she had been thinking about the oracle. They all remembered what the oracle had said. The word the oracle had used was serpent, a creature of terrible power, yes, but the word the people had whispered at the time, the word that had clung to the prophecy since the day it was spoken, was serpent. And was it not strange, her sis, Ter said, her voice dropping lower, was it not worth at least considering that a creature who loved her would want her to see him, that a husband with nothing to hide would not hide himself? Psyche felt something cool move through her. She had heard this argument before, in a smaller form, on their last visit, but this time it was different. This time they had come prepared. They built the case the way people build things they have been working on in private, piece by piece, each part fitting against the next with a care that suggested it had all been thought through well in advance. He was fattening her, they said. He was waiting. The child she carried might be all he wanted from her, and once the child was born, there would be nothing left to stop him from becoming what the oracle had always said he was. They did not say these things cruelly. That was the remarkable and terrible part of it. They said them in the voices of women who were frightened for someone they loved, ear faces arranged in genuine-looking distress, their hands reaching out to cover Psyche's hands on the table between them. And Psyche, who was carrying a child and had not slept well in several nights, and who missed the ordinary world with a longing that surprised her sometimes in the middle of the day, found that the fear was taking root before she had decided to let it in. She tried to hold on to what she knew. She knew the sound of his voice in the dark, the patience in it, the humor, the way he sometimes spoke to her as if he was trying to give her something real and lasting, something beyond the palace and the gifts and the life she had been given, without asking for it. She knew how she felt when he was there, and she knew how the room felt when he was gone. These were not the feelings one had beside a monster, but feelings are difficult things to defend when the people doing the questioning are the people whose judgment you trusted before you learned to trust your own. And Psyche's sisters were very good at what they were doing. For every certainty she reached for, they had a gentle question ready. Was she sure? How could she be sure? Had she considered that such a creature might be capable of great tenderness in the dark, precisely because he needed her not to look? The argument had a horrible internal logic, and Psyche could feel it working in her, even as she resisted it. When they left that afternoon, they left laden with gifts as before, and they embraced her with every appearance of sorrow at the parting. They told her they loved her. They told her to be careful. They held her face in their hands and looked at her with their arranged expressions of concern, and then Zephyr carried them back up and away into the sky, and Psyche stood in the courtyard watching until there was nothing left to see. She stood there for a while after that, one hand resting lightly on the roundness of her belly, the afternoon quiet around her. The gardens were as beautiful as they had ever been. The fountains ran. The invisible servants had set out a light supper on the low table near the window, and somewhere nearby a bird was singing the same 4 notes over and over with total owl conviction. Nothing had changed. Everything felt different. That night, alone in the darkness waiting for him, she found herself noticing for the first time how much she did not know. She did not sleep that night. She lay still in the darkness with her eyes open, listening to the soft and steady rhythm of breathing beside her. She thought about what her sisters had said. Their words had found the cracks in her, the small places where certainty had not quite taken hold. Now the fear lived there, quiet and patient and growing. She had tried, through the long hours of the evening, to hold on to what she knew, the tenderness in his voice, the way he had never spoken to her with anything other than care, the warmth of a marriage that had surprised her with its gentleness. But her sisters had not spoken to what she knew, they had spoken to what she didn't. And that, in the end, was the more powerful argument. Somewhere in the hours before dawn, she reached beneath the bed and felt for the oil lamp she had hidden there, the knife beside it. They were still there. She had not yet decided, she told herself. She was only checking. The lamp was smooth and cool beneath her fingers. She left her hand resting against it for a long time, listening to him breathe. When she was certain he was deeply asleep, she rose from the bed as slowly as she had ever moved in her life. The floor was cool under her feet. The palace was silent in a way it never quite was during the day, when the invisible servants moved softly through the rooms and the fountains kept up their low music. At this hour, everything had gone still, as if the whole enormous building was holding its breath alongside her. She lifted the lamp from beneath the bed and carried it to the far corner of the room, where she lit it with trembling hands. For a moment, she stood with her back to the bed, watching the flame settle and steady itself. She thought about putting it out. She thought about going back to sleep, about choosing not to know. Then she turned around. She lifted the lamp and carried it toward the bed. The light moved ahead of her across the floor in a slow, warm circle. She let it fall across the sleeping figure beside her, and she looked. He was not a monster. He was not a serpent, not a creature of shadow and appetite, not anything her sisters had described. He was young, younger than she had imagined, and he was beautiful in the way that things are beautiful when they have never tried to be. His hair fell soft against the pillow. His face in sleep had that particular quality of openness that sleep gives to people who carry themselves carefully when they are awake. And there were wings, golden, impossibly light, folded against his back in the way a bird's wings fold when it has come to rest, quiet and full of a potential that was, in this moment, perfectly still. His quiver lay beside him, the arrows gleaming faintly in the lamplight. She understood then, in a way that hit her somewhere below thought, exactly who he was. She understood everything at once. The understanding was so large that for a moment she simply stood and looked, forgetting the lamp, forgetting the knife she had left untouched beneath the bed, forgetting everything except the extraordinary fact of him. She had been sharing her life with the God of love himself. He had loved her, and she had not trusted it. Her hand was shaking. She did not notice until a single drop of hot oil fell from the lamp, arced through the still air between them, landed on his shoulder. Psyche walked for a long time without knowing where she was going. The hillside where the palace had stood was now just a hillside, grass and wind and the pale colour of early morning light moving over stones that had nothing to say to her. She stood there for a while, turning in a slow circle, as though the palace might reappear if she looked at it from a slightly different angle. And then she began to walk, because there was nothing else to do. The world had not changed in her absence. The roads still ran between the same fields and villages. The rivers still moved in their usual directions, and the people she passed looked at her the way people look at beautiful strangers, with a kind of startled admiration, followed quickly by the resumption of whatever they had been doing before. None over. Them knew what she had lost. None of them could have understood it if she had tried to explain. She walked without a destination for several days, moving through countryside that was lovely in the way. All countryside is lovely in late summer, warm and golden and utterly indifferent to individual suffering. She slept where she could, ate very little, and thought about Eros almost constantly. She thought about his face, the face she had waited so long to see and had held in the lamplight for only a moment before everything fell apart. She thought about the way he had looked at her when he woke, not with fury, with something sadder than fury, and that was harder to carry than anger would have been. It was in this state, somewhere between grief and determination, that she came upon a temple to Demeter set on a low hill at the edge of a wide plain. The temple was modest by divine standards, weathered columns and a stone floor swept clean, piles of grain arranged at the altar as offerings from the farmers of the surrounding land. Psyche gathered the sheaves of grain that had fallen and arranged them carefully, because her hands needed something to do and because it seemed like the right thing. And Demeter noticed. The goddess of the harvest appeared to her there among the grain, warm and unhurried in the way that earth itself is unhurried, and she listened while Psyche explained everything: the palace, the darkness, the lamp, the burning oil, the moment he left. Demeter did not dismiss her. She looked at Psyche with the particular tenderness of someone who has watched enough seasons pass to know that suffering is not distributed fairly, and that sympathy is sometimes all a person has to offer. She told Psyche plainly that she could not give her shelter, and that it was not a matter of unwillingness, but of the order of things. Aphrodite was a force that moved through love and beauty, and the desires of all living creatures, and no goddess of the earth could place herself between Aphrodite and the mortal she had marked. To do so would be to invite a conflict that would spread far beyond the two of them. She advised Psyche to go to Aphrodite willingly, rather than be found against her will. Then she was gone, and Psyche stood alone in the temple with the grain she had arranged, and no better answer than the one she had arrived with. She tried again at a temple of Hera, which she came to several days later on a promontory overlooking the sea. Hera's temple was grander, marble columns, a high roof, the smell of incense still drifting from morning offerings. The queen of the gods received her with the composed attention of someone accustomed to hearing difficult appeals, and she too expressed something that resembled sympathy. Hera understood loyalty, and she understood what it was to love someone who had caused you considerable harm, and there was a moment in which something in her expression suggested that she found Psyche's situation genuinely moving. However, she was not able to offer what Psyche needed. She too explained that giving sanctuary to a mortal who had offended Aphrodite was not within the bounds of what she could reasonably do, even as queen of the gods. The bonds between the divine required a kind of mutual deference that made some interventions impossible regardless of how the individual gods might feel about the particulars. She said this without coldness, but she said it firmly, and when Psyche left the temple, the sea below was very wide and very blue, and offered no guidance whatsoever. Meanwhile, Eros had returned to his mother's house on Olympus and taken to his room. His shoulder, where the oil had fallen, was not a serious wound by divine standards, but it was painful, and it refused to heal as quickly as wounds usually do, perhaps because burns carry a particular quality of surprise in them, the sense of having been hurt by something warm that should not have been dangerous. He lay there in the soft light of his mother's house, his wings folded, thinking about Psyche with an intensity that did not diminish with time. He was not angry with her. He could not find anger in himself when he tried. What he could find was the memory of her face in the lamplight, the expression she had worn when she saw him before the oil fell, and this was not a memory that made anger easy. Aphrodite, however, had no such difficulty. She learned quickly what had happened, the way powerful beings in close proximity to major events always learn, through the subtle changes in the atmosphere of things, through the whispers of minor deities who move through the world as messengers without knowing what they carry. She went to Eros's room and stood in the doorway and looked at her son lying there with a burned shoulder and a ruined expression on his face. And her fury was the kind that comes from multiple directions at once. She was furious at Psyche for disobeying the one condition Eros had set, for lifting the lamp and breaking open what they had built together in the dark. She was furious at Eros for having married the girl at all, the same girl she had sent him to destroy, the same mortal whose beauty had emptied her temples and redirected devotion that was owed to her. And underneath the fury, if she had been willing to look at it directly, there was something else. The particular ache of a parent who watches a child suffer over love and recognizes that there is nothing to be done about it. She was not willing to look at it directly. She focused on what could be acted upon, which was the matter of Psyche still being somewhere in the world, uncontrolled and unpunished, walking through the landscape with the face that had caused all of this. Aphrodite sent word through the world that any god, spirit, or creature who gave shelter to the runaway mortal would face her wrath, and that Psyche herself would be brought before her to answer for what she had done. Psyche found her way to Aphrodite's house, the way people find their way to difficult things, not because they want to, but because they have run out of every other direction. She had walked for what felt like a very long time, through countryside that offered her no shelter, and past temples whose goddesses had turned her gently away with something resembling apology in their eyes. By the time she stood before the threshold of Aphrodite's dwelling, she was exhausted in a way that went deeper than her body. There was a particular quality to the air around that place, warm and golden the way a late afternoon is warm and golden, but with something beneath it, some tension in the light, the way the sky looks beautiful just before a storm changes it entirely. The house itself was radiant in the way that only divine places are radiant, where the beauty is so complete that it begins to feel like pressure, like standing too close to something you are not quite made to look at directly. Psyche stood at the door for a long moment, and then she went in. This was because there was nothing else left to do. The threshold itself seemed to recognize her as something neither wanted nor expected. The hinges did not creak so much as sigh, as though the house were breathing out something it had been holding. The light inside was different from the light outside, softer and more golden, but also somehow colder, the way candlelight can seem both warm and isolating at once. The walls gleamed with a luster that suggested they had been polished by hands that worked ceaselessly, never allowed to rest. Everything in the house seemed to exist in a state of perpetual beautification, as though beauty itself were a burden that required constant maintenance. The servants who came to her first were not the kind and invisible presences she had grown used to in Eros's palace. These two were called Worry and Sorrow. That is how the old story names them. It is a name that tells you everything you need to know about what kind of house this was at the moment Psyche entered it. They took hold of her at Aphrodite's instruction. They were not gentle. When Aphrodite finally appeared before her, there was nothing in the goddess's expression that resembled mercy or any inclination toward it. She was everything the stories had always said she was, beautiful in a way that made every other beautiful thing seem like a pale suggestion of itself, and she was furious in the way that only someone who has been genuinely wounded can be furious. That is to say, she was furious in a way that had real feeling behind it, real grief beneath the anger, real love for her son, twisted into something jagged and hot. She looked at Psyche the way someone looks at a thing that has caused them pain without meaning to, and has caused it all the same. There was no part of her expression that offered any comfort. She spoke about what Psyche had done, the marriage kept secret, the lamp lit in the darkness, the burned shoulder of her son, and her words were not theatrical or performative. They were the words of a mother, a goddess, and a being who had spent an eternity as the most beautiful and most desired in all of existence, and had then been forced to watch a mortal girl receive the kind of worship that belonged to her alone. It would be too easy to call Aphrodite simply cruel in this moment. The story itself does not seem to want her to be simply cruel. She was something more complicated, and therefore more true, a powerful being acting from real pain. That is perhaps the most dangerous kind of power there is. She circled Psyche slowly. The girl stood still and did not look away. This was because she had come here of her own choosing, and understood that this was the cost of that choice. Aphrodite spoke again about Eros, her son, her child, and there was something almost tender in how she said it. Even inside all of her fury, the way love for a child does not disappear even when it is wearing the clothes of rage. She had sent him to destroy Psyche, and instead he had married her. The wound on his shoulder was still healing. The scar tissue was still forming, still tender to the touch. In Aphrodite's eyes, this was not the mark of a god made stronger through trials, but evidence of a betrayal so fundamental that it could not be forgiven without recompense. A mother's logic operates differently from other logics, and a goddess's maternal fury operates differently still. None of this, in Aphrodite's view, was anything other than Psyche's fault from beginning to end. The goddess was not entirely wrong about any of it. That is part of what made the encounter so difficult to survive with any kind of grace. Psyche did not argue, and that itself was a kind of wisdom. She had not come to defend herself. She had come because the only path that led back to Eros passed through this room and through whatever his mother decided to do with her. She understood that clearly enough to stand quietly and receive what was given. Aphrodite told her that if she truly loved her son, she would have to prove it, that love without proof was just a feeling. Feelings without demonstration were nothing the gods were obliged to honor. There was something almost reasonable in the framing of it, even inside the cruelty, as if Aphrodite was saying that what Psyche had broken could only be repaired through effort of a particular and very serious kind. Psyche agreed, not because the tasks would be easy or because she believed Aphrodite wished her well, but because agreement was the only door in the room, and she intended to walk through every door available to her until she found her way back. Aphrodite pointed towards a vast storeroom heaped with seeds of every kind: wheat, barley, millet, lentils, poppy, chickpea, all mixed together, and told Psyche that if she truly had any worth at all, she would have them sorted before dawn. Psyche looked at the heap of seeds for a long time. The longer she looked, the more impossible it seemed. The storeroom itself was enormous, the kind of room that seemed larger on the inside than the building that contained it had any right to allow, and the heap rose from the floor nearly to the height of her shoulders. A great mounded confusion of wheat and barley and millet and lentils and poppy seeds and chickpeas, all tumbled together into something that resembled, from a certain angle, a small hill someone had carried indoors and abandoned there without explanation. Aphrodite had not given her tools, had not given her a lamp for the darker corners, had given her nothing at all except the task itself and a door that closed firmly behind her. Now Psyche stood alone in that storeroom, with the afternoon light coming in thin and pale through a high window, and falling across the heap in a way that only made it look more enormous. She understood the nature of the task completely. Understanding it was the thing that broke something loose inside her, the way a stone will shift and give way under the weight of water that has been pressing against it for a very long time. She sat down on the floor, not because she had decided to give up exactly, but because her legs seemed to have made that decision before the rest of her had caught up with it. Once she was sitting with her back against the cool stone wall and the heap of mixed seeds in front of her. She could not immediately find a reason to stand again. There was a kind of grief in that moment that had nothing to do with the seeds specifically. The seeds were only the latest and most concrete expression of something she had understood since Aphrodite first looked at her with those cold, measuring eyes. The tasks were not meant to be completed. They were meant to demonstrate, in the most humiliating way possible, the precise distance between what a mortal woman could do and what the gods required of her. She pressed her back against the wall and breathed slowly. The heap of seeds sat in the fading afternoon light and did not become any smaller. The shadows in the room began to lengthen across the floor toward her, the way shadows always do when the afternoon begins to understand that it is losing ground to the evening. She might have sat there until dawn, simply staring. Had something not changed? It was not dramatic, the way it happened. There was no sound she could clearly identify. No single moment she could later point to and say, there, that was when it began. It was more like a quality of attention shifting in the room, the way a very quiet place becomes slightly quieter when something living has entered it and is holding itself still. The ants came in at the base of the far wall, thousands of them, moving in long columns that poured through the gap between the stone and the floor like dark water finding its level. They moved with the particular purposefulness of creatures that have never in their entire existence wasted a single moment on indecision. Psyche watched them come. She did not move, not because she was afraid of them, but because there was something in the way they organized themselves that made movement seem beside the point. The way you stay very still when you are watching something extraordinary and do not want to disturb it before you have had a chance to understand what you are seeing. They spread across the base of the heap and began to work in a coordination so absolute and so unhurried that it looked, at first, almost like stillness, as if the heap itself were slowly rearranging itself out of some private inclination, rather than through the labor of 10,000 small bodies moving continuously across its surface. But the piles were separating. Barley gathered with barley. Millet found its way to millet. The tiny dark poppy seeds accumulated in their own quiet accumulation in the far corner of the room. The lentils collected themselves with a seriousness that seemed, in the strange light of that long night, almost touching. Psyche sat against the wall and watched it happen and did not sleep, though at some point the room grew very dark and then, much later, began to grow pale again. The ants worked through all of it without slowing. She thought, in the quiet middle hours of that night, about how little attention she had ever paid to ants, how she had walked past them her entire life without a second consideration, as most people do. This was because they are small and numerous, and the world is large and full of things that announce themselves more insistently. And yet here they were, doing what she could not, sorting the unsortable with a patience and a precision that no mortal could have matched, working alone in that room from now until the end of all things. There is something in that which the old storytellers must have meant to leave there quietly, without pointing at it, the idea that help, when it comes, does not always arrive wearing the face you are looking for, that the smallest creatures in the world carry within them a kind of ordered wisdom that the larger and louder ones sometimes entirely miss. When Aphrodite opened the door at dawn and found the piles sorted in clean, careful mounds across the floor, she stood in the doorway for a moment with an expression that was not quite anger and not quite surprise, but something colder than either of those, a recognition, perhaps, that whatever was moving on Psyche's behalf was something she had not fully calculated into her plans. She stepped into the room and walked slowly around the sorted piles. Her silence had the quality of a thing being reassessed. Aphrodite looked at the sorted piles for a moment, said nothing kind, tossed Psyche a piece of bread, told her to be ready at sunrise for what came next. The second task involved a field on the other side of a wide green river. When Psyche saw what was grazing in it, she understood that Aphrodite had stopped pretending this was a fair test. The rams were enormous, far larger than any animal she had ever seen tended by shepherds, or moving quietly through the hillside grasses of the world she had known before all of this began. Their wool caught the morning light in a way that made it look less like fleece and more like something hammered out by a craftsman. Thick ropes of gold hanging from their flanks, glinting as they moved. They were beautiful in the way that dangerous things so often are, and they were not still. Even from the bank of the river, where Psyche stood with the water rushing cold around the hem of her sandals, she could hear low, heavy sounds, the stamp of hooves against dry earth, the crack of horns meeting horns. The sun was still climbing, and it was already warm. The rams moved through the tall grasses on the far bank with a restless, heated energy, as if the day itself was feeding something inside them that had no easy outlet. Aphrodite had told her simply to bring back a handful of their golden wool. The instruction had sounded almost reasonable until this moment, standing at the river's edge, watching the animals shoulder past one another with a force that left gouges in the soft earth. There was no crossing into that field. Not now. Not while they were like this. She knew it the way you know certain things before your mind has fully worked it through. Psyche had survived the seeds. She had sat before an impossible heap of chaos and watched the smallest creatures of the earth organize it into meaning, while she held herself together in the darkness. But this felt different. This felt like the kind of task where surviving the first one had only been permitted so that the second one could finish the job properly. She stood at the water's edge and felt the particular weight of a person who has nothing left to lose and is not sure whether that makes things easier or worse. It was the reeds that spoke to her. They grew along the near bank in long, swaying clusters, pale green and bending slightly, even in air that barely moved. She heard the sound of them before she understood it as language, a soft, papery whispering that rose and fell beneath the noise of the current. "Wait," the sound seemed to say. "Wait." She was still enough now that she could hear it clearly. The instruction was simple. Do not cross the river yet. Do not approach the rams while the sun is at its height. This was because, in this heat, they are not themselves. Something that is not itself is not something you can reason with or move around. But the afternoon changes things. As the sun begins its long lean toward the west, the heat breaks just enough. The rams feel it. They drift gradually toward the shade at the far edge of the field, growing quieter as they go. The aggression going out of them, the way light goes out of a room when a lamp is turned low. And then, the reeds told her, go to the thorn bushes at the river's edge, to the low branches of the trees that hang over the water. You will find what you need, wool caught and left behind, snagged on thorns and bark, pulled loose by the animals themselves as they brushed past in the course of their own ordinary moving through the world. She didn't have to take anything from them directly. The river and the branches and the thorns had already done it for her. She only had to wait. And so she waited, sitting on the bank with her feet tucked beneath her, watching the light move across the water in long, slow shifts. The river going from silver to green to a deep, warm copper as the afternoon settled over it like something being gently laid down. The rams moved as the reeds had promised, slowly, in ones and twos, pulling away from the center of the field toward the deep shadow beneath the trees at the far boundary. Their sounds changed too, dropping from that heavy, restless percussion into something slower and more ordinary, the breathing of animals at rest. When the field had been quiet for a while, Psyche rose and moved along the near bank. She found the wool exactly where the reeds had said, caught in the thorns in small soft tufts, draped over the lower branches of the willows, warm and fine and absolutely golden even in shade, as if the light was something the fleece had absorbed over a long time and was now slowly giving back. She gathered it carefully, working it free from each thorn with fingers that were not quite steady, the briars drawing thin lines of red across her knuckles and the backs of her hands. It did not take very long. There was more than enough. She held the gathered wool against her chest and walked back to Aphrodite's house through the cooling late afternoon air, the river sound fading behind her. Somewhere in the quiet of that walk, she noticed that she had not wept this time, had not sat in despair for more than a moment before listening for whatever the world was trying to tell her. Aphrodite received her without warmth, turned the golden wool over in her hands with an expression that gave nothing away, and set it aside. Whatever she had hoped for had not come to pass. She did not say so, and that silence was its own kind of answer. She brought the wool to Aphrodite with her hands scratched from the thorns and her heart full of something she was only beginning to recognize as her own strength. The place where the river Styx began its descent from the world of the living toward the world of the dead was not a place that mortals were meant to find. Even the gods approached it carefully, if they approached it at all. It existed at the edge of things, past the last ridge of mountains that had any name, past the final meadow where any grass would grow, in a region so remote and so deliberately unwelcoming that the landscape itself seemed to have decided long ago that visitors were not something it intended to accommodate. The cliffs there were black and perfectly sheer, rising from a darkness below that had no bottom anyone had measured. The water came down from them with a sound that was less like a waterfall and more like the earth clearing its throat, a constant, enormous roar that you felt in your chest long before you could see anything. that filled your skull and made it difficult to remember what silence had ever felt like. The mist that rose from it was cold in a way that ordinary cold was not. It was the cold of a place that had never once been warm. Aphrodite had given Psyche a small crystal vessel for the task, delicate, no larger than a cupped hand, the kind of object that looked almost frivolous against the scale of what she was being asked to do with it. She was to fill it with water from the Styx at the point where the river made its first great fall, where the current was strongest and the water had not yet slowed. That was the only water that would serve. Aphrodite had been very precise about this, with the particular precision of someone who knows they are describing an impossibility and wants to make sure the impossibility is fully understood. Psyche found the place because there was nowhere else left to walk. The path narrowed and then ceased to be a path, and then she was simply standing at the rim of the world, looking down into a darkness that looked back at her with no particular feeling either way. The falls were to her left, crashing down the black face of the cliff in a torrent so violent that the water seemed less like water than like something tearing itself apart. And at the rim of the falls, coiled along the rocks with the patience of creatures that had never needed to hurry, were the dragons. They were not sleeping. According to every telling of this story, they never slept. Not truly, not in the way that leaves a living thing briefly undefended. Their eyes were open, and those eyes moved across the water, and the cliff's edge, and the small mortal standing some distance away, holding a crystal vessel, taking in everything with a slow, cold attention that had been watching this particular place since long before Psyche's grandmother was born. She understood then, very clearly, what the task was. It was not a task designed to be completed. It was a task designed to be the last one, the place where whatever had been helping her, the ants, the whispering reeds, would finally run out, because there was nothing here to help. There was no colony of small creatures moved by her distress, no gentle voice of a river plant offering patient advice. There was only the roar and the cold, and the dragons who did not blink, and the falls that would pull her in and down before she got close enough to feel anything at all. She stood there for what felt like a long time. The crystal vessel was very light in her hand. The eagle came from above, from somewhere high enough that it had simply been a dark shape against the pale sky before it descended and became something real. It was large, larger than eagles typically are, which is to say, it was large enough that its arrival felt like a deliberate statement rather than a coincidence of nature. It landed on a rock near Psyche, regarded her for a moment with one amber eye, and then, without ceremony, took the crystal vessel from her hands in its talons. It was Zeus's eagle. Not sent, it should be understood, because Zeus had any particular tenderness for Psyche's situation, or because he was inclined to involve himself in the domestic difficulties of his nephew Eros or the grudges of Aphrodite. The eagle came because Zeus had been watching, the way Zeus always watched, and because somewhere in the accounting of things he kept in his long and complicated mind, he had made a determination about this mortal woman and her particular quality of endurance, and that determination had come out in her favor. He recognized something in her, not innocence, not beauty, but something sturdier than either, the willingness to keep standing in front of an impossible thing rather than turn away from it. He was the king of the gods, and he had seen enough of the world to understand that this was rarer than it looked. The eagle flew to the falls without hesitation, navigating the violence of the water and the attention of the dragons with the easy authority of a creature that answered only to one power in the universe, and that power happened to be the one whose symbol it was. It dipped the vessel in the current, held it steady until it was full, and returned to where Psyche stood. It placed the vessel back in her hands and was airborne again before she had fully processed what had just happened. The water in the vessel was dark and perfectly still, despite everything that surrounded it. There is something the old storytellers understood in giving Psyche this particular moment. That endurance alone is not always enough, that standing before a threshold too large to cross by yourself and simply remaining there, willing and present and not yet defeated, is its own form of courage. and that sometimes the answer to an impossible thing is the humility to let another carry the part you cannot carry alone. She held the filled vessel carefully in both hands all the way back to Aphrodite, as if it might shatter if she let herself feel too much relief. When Aphrodite told Psyche the fourth task, she watched the girl's face carefully. She told her, simply and without ceremony, that she was to go down into the underworld, into the kingdom of Hades itself, and return with a small box filled with a portion of Persephone's beauty. The goddess explained that she had spent so much of her own divine beauty tending to Eros's wounded shoulder that she needed it replenished, that only Persephone, queen of the dead, could provide what she required. She handed Psyche a small, carved wooden box and dismissed her with a wave of her hand, and Aphrodite was not wrong to watch the girl's face the way she did. This was because this task was different from the others in a way that both of them understood entirely. The ants had helped with the seeds, the reeds had whispered at the river, the eagle had soared where no mortal could follow. But the underworld was the one place that no creature of the living world could help her enter. More importantly, the one place from which no mortal was expected to return. Psyche walked for a long time with the empty box held against her chest, moving through the world as if she were already somewhere between living and not. She had grown accustomed, over the past weeks, to despair arriving and then passing, to the feeling of an impossible wall giving way at the very last moment. But the underworld asked something different of her. It did not merely ask her to be patient, or quiet, or brave in the particular way that required waiting. It asked her to walk into the place where everything ends and trust that she might walk out again. She had almost decided to throw herself from a tower, to end the suffering before Aphrodite could, when the tower itself spoke to her. It was an old tower at the edge of a city, unremarkable in every visible way. The voice that came from it was low and unhurried, the kind of voice that has no particular urgency because it has been saying the same things for a very long time. It told her not to die. It said that dying would solve nothing. This was because a spirit without proper burial had no easy passage into the realm of the dead. She would find herself wandering a threshold she was trying to cross deliberately. Better, said the tower, to go in living and come out the same way. Then it told her how. She was to go to a particular place in the Laconian city of Tainarum, where an opening in the earth descended into the underworld. She was to carry 2 coins, one in each hand, and 2 small honey cakes, one in each hand beside each coin, so that she would be carrying all 4 things at once and would be unable to reach out to assist anyone she encountered along the way. The tower spoke about this carefully. There would be a lame man with a lame donkey who would ask for her help gathering wood that had spilled into the road. She was not to stop. There would be a dead man floating in the river who would reach up toward her with thin arms and ask to be pulled into Charon's boat. She was not to reach down. These were traps, the tower said, not malicious ones, but traps nonetheless, placed there by Aphrodite or simply by the nature of the journey itself. This was because the underworld had a way of asking the living to give more than they could afford. Her compassion would cost her everything if she let it. She was to keep walking. She was to give 1 coin to Charon, the ferryman, so that he would carry her across the river. She was to give 1 honey cake to Cerberus, the 3-headed dog who guarded the gate, as she went in. Save the second for her return. She was to ask Persephone politely for the box to be filled, accept whatever Persephone gave her, and leave. And she was not, under any circumstance, to open the box. Whatever was inside it was not for her, and the consequences of opening it would be severe. The tower fell silent, and Psyche stood in the late afternoon light, committing everything to memory. Then she went to Tainarum. The entrance to the underworld was exactly where the tower had told her it would be, a narrow opening in the hillside, where the earth smelled different, not of rot exactly, but of something very old and very still, the way deep caves smell when they have not seen light in a long time. The path downward was gradual at first, stone underfoot, the light thinning behind her as she walked. until the opening she had entered was only a pale grey shape at her back, and then nothing at all. The Styx, in its upper reaches, where she had filled the crystal vessel for the third task, had been loud and crashing, full of the violence of falling water. Here, at the depth where Charon made his crossings, it was different entirely, wide and slow, and the colour of pewter, barely making a sound as it moved. The air above it was cool in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. Shadows moved along the far bank, gathered in clusters. Psyche understood without being told that these were the dead, waiting. Charon was there as she had been told he would be. An old figure in a low boat, neither patient nor impatient. Simply present in the way that things are present when they have existed outside of time for long enough. She gave him the coin from her right hand and stepped into the boat. He pushed off from the bank without a word. She did not look at the floating man who reached up toward the hull. She kept her eyes ahead, on the far bank, where the shadows thickened and Cerberus stood with all three of his enormous heads raised and watching. He was as large as she had imagined, and somehow larger, the kind of creature whose size registers slowly because the mind takes a moment to accept it. She walked toward him steadily and held out the honey cake. The nearest head dipped down and took it from her hand with surprising gentleness. The other two heads watched her pass, and then she was through the gate. The interior of the underworld was quieter than she had expected. There was no particular darkness. There was simply an absence of the quality of light that the living world takes for granted, a greyness that was neither threatening nor welcoming, but simply neutral, the way things look at the very bottom of a still lake seen from above. The shadows of the dead moved around her without much interest, absorbed in whatever the dead are absorbed in. The path she followed was worn smooth from long use, also exactly what she might have imagined if she had thought carefully enough. It was large and cool and very still, with walls that seemed to be made of something between stone and shadow. Persephone herself sat at the centre of it in a chair that was neither throne nor ordinary seat, but something in between. She was beautiful in the way that things are beautiful when they have passed entirely beyond the need to be admired for it, composedly, without effort, with a kind of quiet authority that had nothing to prove. She looked at Psyche for a long moment. Psyche felt herself being seen in a way that she had not been seen since the lamp. She explained her errand carefully and held out the box. Persephone took it from her, considered it, filled it with something that Psyche did not see and could not describe. Then she closed the lid and handed it back. She took the box from Persephone's hands with a bow of gratitude, turned back through the grey corridors of the dead, began the long climb toward the light. She was so close to the end of it. The path back from the underworld rose gently beneath her feet, and the air around her was beginning to change, losing the grey, mineral coldness of the deep places, and taking on something warmer, something that carried the faint suggestion of wind and open sky. She had done everything the Tao had told her to do. She had paid the coins, offered the honey cakes, kept her eyes forward and her hands still when the suffering shades along the river reached out to her. She had stood before Persephone herself and asked, with as much quiet dignity as she could gather, for a small portion of the queen's beauty to be sealed inside the box she carried. And Persephone, who was not unkind, had obliged her without ceremony or cruelty, and sent her back the way she had come. The box was not heavy. That surprised her somehow, that something so consequential could weigh so little in her hands. She carried it the way she had carried the crystal vessel back from the falls of the Styx, with a careful, deliberate steadiness, as if the slightest tremor might undo everything. One step, and then another. The path continued to rise. Somewhere above her, though she could not yet see it, there was daylight. It was in those final moments of the climb, when the worst of it was behind her and the ordinary world was close enough to almost feel, that the thought arrived. It came the way most dangerous thoughts come, quietly, dressed in something that sounded almost like reason. She had been beaten. Aphrodite's servants had not been gentle with her, and the weeks of tasks had left their marks. Her hands were scratched from the thorn bushes along the river. Her body was exhausted in a way that sleep had not fully touched, and something in her face, she felt, had grown harder and older than it had been before any of this began. She had sorted seeds in the dark and gathered fleece from the thorns and carried water from the edge of death itself. She had gone into the underworld and come back, which was something almost no living person had ever done. And now she was walking toward the light with a box that contained beauty, actual, distilled, divine beauty, sealed inside something no larger than her two cupped hands. She thought about how she must look. She thought about Eros, and about what it would mean to stand before him again after all this time, worn down and diminished in ways she could not quite name. She thought about Aphrodite looking at her with that particular expression of cold appraisal she had worn from the very beginning, measuring her and finding her wanting. And she thought, just for a moment, just to consider it, that there was beauty in this box, and that she had perhaps earned the right to take the smallest amount of it for herself, not to steal it, not to deprive Aphrodite of what she had asked for, just to restore a little what all of this had cost her. The thought had a kind of internal logic to it that made it feel responsible rather than reckless. She had come so far. She had done everything that was asked of her. Surely this small thing, this one additional gesture, just for herself, could not undo all of that. Surely she had suffered enough to be forgiven one moment of wanting something. She stopped walking. She looked at the box in her hands for a long time. The light above her was growing stronger, and the path was nearly level now, and she could feel the warmth of it beginning to reach her. She was almost there. She opened the box. What came out was not beauty. There was no shimmer, no warmth, no restoring glow. What came out was sleep. Not ordinary sleep, not the kind that waits at the end of a long day and offers rest and dreaming, but the deep, lightless sleep of the underworld, the sleep of the dead, the sleep that has no morning in it. It rose from the box like something that had been waiting a very long time to be released, and it settled over Psyche the way a heavy curtain settles when the last hand lets it go, and she had no time to understand what was happening before it took her entirely. She fell where she stood. The box fell with her, or a moment after her. The small sound of it against the ground was the last sound on that part of the road for a long time. The path was quiet. The light above continued as it had been, indifferent and steady, and a small wind moved through the grass at the edge of the road without noticing what had happened. There were no witnesses. There was no one to call out to or to call for help. There was only Psyche, lying still on the road between the world she had just left and the world she had nearly reached, with her task completed and her curiosity, once again, having gotten there just ahead of her. It had been the lamp. It had always been the lamp. That same reaching impulse, that same inability to leave the closed thing closed, the same hope that what was hidden might be better than what she already had, or worse than she feared, and that either way she needed to know. She had come all this way. She had earned the right to go home. And at the very last moment, with daylight close enough to feel on her face, she had opened the box. The box lay open beside her hand, and Psyche lay in the road between the underworld and the living world, neither fully in one place nor the other. He found her on the road between the underworld and the world of the living. That is one of the lonelier places a person can be found. She was lying very still on the ground, the open box beside her hand. The sleep that had come out of it was so heavy and so complete that she looked less like someone resting and more like someone who had simply stopped mid-step and been gently removed from the story. He knelt beside her for a moment without touching her, looking at her face. It was the same face he had memorized in the dark by the sound of her breathing and the particular way she laughed when she thought something was quietly funny. He gathered the sleep carefully back into the box and closed it, the way you might close a door that should not have been opened. Then he reached for one of Psyche's arrows and touched it to her skin so lightly that it was barely a touch at all. More like a reminder, more like a question asked very softly, to which the answer came back at once. She opened her eyes. He was there. For a long moment, neither of them said anything. This was because the moment did not immediately have room for words. Then he told her, in a voice that was neither angry nor unkind, that her curiosity would always be the most dangerous thing about her, that this time it had come very close to costing both of them everything there was to lose. She did not argue with this. There was nothing to argue. He helped her to her feet. She stood in the early light of the road with the particular steadiness of someone who has just been returned to herself after a considerable absence. They remained there for a time in that threshold space between worlds. The light was strange there, neither quite morning nor evening, and it seemed to rest gently on everything it touched. She was asking him questions with her eyes about where she was and what would happen now, and whether the past that lay between them could be crossed. He understood all of these questions without her speaking them aloud. There was something in their history that existed between them, like a closed door. The promise broken, the trust interrupted by a trembling hand and a lamp. But there was also something else that had persisted through darkness and distance and all the impossible things that had happened to them both. This was the thing that mattered now. His choice in this moment would determine whether what they had could be salvaged, or whether it would remain forever on this threshold, never quite belonging to either world. He took the box from her. This was because the final task had been hers to carry, and he intended to see it finished. He brought it to Aphrodite himself, set it before her without ceremony, said nothing that invited a longer conversation. The task was complete. The arrangement, such as it was, had been honored. And then he did something that he had not entirely planned but found. In the moment was the only thing that made any sense. He went to Zeus. The court of Zeus on Olympus is not a place where small requests are made, and Eros understood this. He also understood that what he was asking for was not, by any reasonable measure, a small request. He was asking for a mortal woman to be recognized as his wife, for a marriage to be sanctioned that had taken place in secret and against his mother's explicit wishes, for the particular problem of Psyche's mortality to be resolved in the only way it could be resolved. That was to dissolve it entirely. These were not modest ambitions, but Eros had always been a god who worked through directness when it mattered. This mattered more than anything had mattered to him before. He told Zeus about Psyche plainly, her beauty, that Zeus would already know something about from the displaced worship that had reached Olympus, her suffering, which had been considerable and which could not be entirely separated from his own role in setting it in motion, and her endurance, which was the kind that does not announce itself, but simply continues through one impossible morning after another until the impossible mornings run out. He told Zeus that he loved her. That is a thing that gods say less often than mortals, because gods tend to assume they will always have time. He said that she had proven herself through trials that most mortals would not have survived, that she had done it without losing the essential quality that had made him love her in the first place. That was a kind of open and incorrigible desire to understand the world she was living in, even when that desire cost her. He asked Zeus, as carefully and as honestly as a son asking something of the most powerful being in existence can ask, to make her immortal, to give her ambrosia, to let her stand on Olympus not as a curiosity or a concession, but as someone who had earned the ground she stood on. Zeus listened to everything Eros said, then was quiet for a moment in the way that very powerful people are quiet when they have already made up their minds. The gods had gathered on Olympus for many reasons over the centuries, but a celebration of this particular kind was unusual enough that they arrived with genuine curiosity. There had been wars celebrated here, councils held, and judgments delivered that reshaped the order of the world below, but a wedding between the god of desire and a mortal woman who had walked through the underworld and come back again was something else entirely. Zeus had already given his word to Eros, quietly and without fanfare, in the way that decisions of great consequence are sometimes made, not with proclamations, but with a nod, a pause, a recognition that certain things have simply become inevitable. Now the mountain filled with light, and the assembled gods settled into their places. Zeus rose to make it for Mal. He spoke of Eros, of the long history of love causing more trouble than it solved. There was warm laughter at that. This was because every god present knew exactly what he meant. He spoke of Psyche, not with the ceremony he might use for a powerful ally or a son of an ancient house, but with something closer to genuine admiration. She had done what she was asked, he said, and more than that. She had done it without divine birth, without wings, without the accumulated power of an immortal nature. She had come through all of it still herself, and so Zeus announced that Psyche would drink of the ambrosia and become one of them, no longer a mortal woman subject to the slow erosion of time, but a goddess, permanent and luminous, as real on Olympus as any being who had been born to it. There was significance in this that rippled through the assembled immortals like a stone dropped into still water. Mortals did not become gods through merit or endurance. They did not ascend through trials, no matter how impossible those trials had seemed. And yet, here was the exception, the one case where the rules had shifted to accommodate something true. The other gods recognized it, the way beings who have existed for eternities recognize when a boundary has been crossed that will not be uncrossed. It was not only love that had been validated in this moment. It was the idea that a mortal, ordinary and bound by time, could be worthy of transformation, could be worthy of forever. This was dangerous knowledge in its own way, but it was also necessary. The world had needed to know that true ascendance was not reserved only for those born to it. He sent Hermes down to find her where she stood on the road between worlds, still blinking in the ordinary light, still holding the memory of the darkness she had just climbed out of, not yet fully understanding that the hardest part was over. Hermes arrived beside her the way he always arrived, swiftly, with a quality of brightness around him that made the air feel different. He told her simply that she was wanted on Olympus and took her hand. The world shifted around them in the way it does when the gods move through it with intention. She arrived to find them all waiting. Demeter, who had once turned her away from her temple door, but done so with sorrow in her eyes. Hera, austere and observant. Apollo, who had delivered the devastating oracle that set all of this in motion. And Aphrodite, standing a little apart, with an expression that was not quite warmth, but not quite its opposite either. Aphrodite looked at the girl she had beaten and berated and sent into the dark. Something complicated moved across her face, the particular look of a person who has been proven wrong about something important and is still deciding how to hold that knowledge. She loved her son. Whatever else was true about Aphrodite, whatever jealousy had driven her to cruelty, she loved Eros with a fierceness that was entirely real. And Eros was standing beside Psyche now with his wings folded and his face open in a way that Aphrodite had not seen since he was very small, before he learned to be mischievous, before the arrows and the trouble they caused, open in a way that could only mean he had found something he had not expected to find and had no intention of letting go of it. Aphrodite did not embrace Psyche. She did not offer words of apology for the seeds or the rams or the river or the box, but she did not interfere. In its own way, from a goddess who had wanted this girl destroyed, that was a kind of peace. The restraint required for Aphrodite to remain silent cost her visibly. Her hands trembled slightly at her sides. Her jaw clenched and unclenched, but she held her tongue, and in doing so, she granted something that mattered more than any spoken forgiveness could have. She granted her son his choice. She granted Psyche her place. And in that silence, something old and intractable in the relationship between mother and son began to shift. It would take time to mend, time to rebuild what pride and intention had damaged. But the foundation had been laid. Eros saw it, the effort it cost his mother, and something in his expression softened toward her, even as he remained rooted beside Psyche. A cup of ambrosia was brought to Psyche, cool and golden, smelling of something that had no name in the mortal world, something that belonged entirely to this high and permanent place. She drank it and felt the change move through her the way warmth moves through a body that has been cold for a very long time, slowly and then completely. The music that accompanied all of this was not loud. It was the kind of music that exists at the edges of sleep, low and unhurried. The light on the mountain was the particular gold of late afternoon, the kind that makes everything it touches look like it has always been exactly where it is. The gods celebrated with the ease of beings who have no need to be anywhere else, no obligation pulling at them, nowhere else the evening needed to go. There was whirl, inne, and there was food of every kind. And there was the particular contentment of a story reaching a place that, against considerable odds, turned out to be a good one. And so Psyche, who had once been a mortal girl in a kingdom no one remembers the name of, took her place among the immortals, with a cup of ambrosia still warm in her hands and Eros beside her, at last visible, at last known. The ancient Greeks understood something in naming her Psyche, something that has carried through 2,000 years without losing very much along the way. The word itself, in the original Greek, holds two meanings at once, and both of them matter enormously to the story. Psyche means soul, and Psyche means butterfly. These are not as different as they might first appear. The butterfly was, for the ancient world, one of the most natural and available images of transformation, a creature that begins its life in one form, withdraws into darkness and stillness, and emerges as something entirely changed, something that can move through the air with a kind of freedom its earlier self could never have imagined. The Greeks saw the soul in exactly this way, and they chose to give that soul a name, and a story. They gave her a face that was too beautiful for her own good, a family she loved, a husband she could not see, and a series of tasks that should have destroyed her. That she survived all of them, and that she did not survive them unchanged, is the entire point. The story of Psyche is not really about a girl who fell in love with a god, though it is certainly that too. It is about what the soul has to go through before it is capable of bearing the full weight of love without flinching away from it. The lamp she carried into the darkness of their shared room has stayed in the imagination of every generation that has heard the story since. It is such a simple object for something that carries so much meaning. She hid it under the bed. She waited until she heard him sleeping, and then she lit it because she needed to see. That need, the stubborn, frightened, deeply human need to see rather than simply to feel, is what the lamp stands for. It is the oldest impulse of consciousness, to bring what is hidden into the light, to know rather than to trust, to replace faith with evidence. This impulse has given humanity everything it has ever discovered and understood about the world. It has also caused a great deal of suffering. Psyche's lamp is both of those things at once. She was not wrong to want to know, and the knowing changed everything, as knowing always does. The drop of oil that fell on Eros's shoulder was not carelessness. It was the inevitable consequence of bringing light to something that had only existed in the dark. What came after the lamp was not punishment in any simple sense. Aphrodite's 4 tasks were cruel in their design and merciless in their execution, but looking at them together, from the far side of the story, they begin to feel like something else as well. The first task was to sort an enormous heap of mixed seeds, wheat and barley and lentils and chickpeas and poppy, all tumbled together into one impossible mountain before dawn. She sat before it in despair, and the ants came. This task asks the soul to do what it finds most difficult in its earliest stage, to distinguish, to separate what is essential from what is not, what is true from what merely feels true, what deserves attention from what is only noise. It is the kind of work that cannot be done in haste, and it cannot be done through force. It requires patience and a willingness to sit with overwhelming complexity long enough for some kind of order to emerge. The ants, small and deliberate and absolutely committed to their work, are the most honest image possible of that process. The second task, gathering golden wool from rams that were, in the heat of midday, dangerous and unpredictable, required something different from her. It required restraint. The reeds along the riverbank told her to wait, to let the afternoon settle over the field, to let the animals grow quiet and drift into shade before she moved among the thorn bushes where the fleece had caught. There is a kind of wisdom in this that has nothing to do with weakness. Psyche learned to wait rather than to force, to observe rather than to act, to trust that the right moment would arrive if she did not exhaust herself trying to manufacture it. These are not small lessons. They are the kinds of things that take most people a lifetime to learn imperfectly, if they learn them at all. The third task brought her to the edge of the living world, to the place where the river Styx begins its long descent toward the dead. The dragons that guarded the falls did not sleep. There was no strategy that could get her past them, no patience that would cause them to step aside, no wisdom she could draw on to make the path safer. She stood there with an empty crystal vessel and nothing else, and she was right to understand that this task was not designed to be survived. Help came from above. Zeus's eagle, descending without explanation to take the vessel from her hands, fill it at the falls, and return it to her. The lesson of the third task is perhaps the quietest of all four, and in some ways the most difficult for the soul to accept. That there are thresholds no amount of effort or patience or cleverness can cross alone. Knowing when to accept help, and being humble enough to let it come without insisting on doing everything yourself, is its own form of wisdom. The fourth task asked her to go where none of the others had required her to go, into the underworld itself, into the kingdom of the dead, to bring something back. She went. She followed every instruction she had been given. She refused the hands that reached toward her in the grey corridors. She kept her eyes forward. She took the box from Persephone and turned back toward the light. She did nearly everything right. And then, on the road back, with the task almost completed, she opened the box. It is the lamp all over again, and it is not an accident that it happens twice. The soul's curiosity does not disappear after being burned once. It is woven into the nature of the soul itself, which is perhaps the most honest thing the story has to say. The sleep that poured out of the box and took her down was not a punishment for wickedness. It was a consequence of being, at her core, the kind of being who needs to know. And Eros, who loved her precisely because of what she was, came and woke her from it. Together, the four tasks form something like a map of the soul's development. It's learning to discern, to be patient, to accept help, and finally to face death without turning back. That the soul still opens the box at the end, even after all of that, is not a failure. It is the detail that makes the story feel true rather than merely instructive. The soul, the story tells us, does not arrive at love fully formed. It earns it, one impossible task at a time, with a lamp in one hand and a great deal of hope in the other. The earliest images we have of Psyche predate the oldest written version of her story by several centuries. On ancient Greek vases and carved relief panels, she appears as a young woman with butterfly wings. The visual shorthand her culture used to show that she was not simply a girl, but something more than that. The soul made visible, the inner life given form. These images circulated through the ancient world long before anyone set the story down in full. That tells us something important. The myth of Psyche and Eros did not begin with a writer. It began with people who recognized something in it, who passed it from one telling to the next because it named an experience they understood. When the Roman author Apuleius finally wrote it down in the 2nd century of the Common Era, he was not inventing the story so much as catching it, preserving in ink what had already been alive for generations in stone and paint and spoken word. His novel, known as The Golden Ass, is the only complete work of Latin prose fiction to have survived from antiquity in its entirety, a remarkable accident of history. Within it, the story of Psyche and Eros is told as a tale within a tale, offered by an old woman to a frightened young bride to pass a difficult night. That framing is quietly perfect. It is a story told in the dark, to someone who needs it, by someone who understands that stories can hold a person together when nothing else can. Apuleius wrote in a Latin that was deliberately ornate, layered, occasionally dreamlike. His telling of the myth carries those qualities throughout. Pallas shimmers with an almost overwhelming abundance of detail. The tasks are rendered with a weight that feels genuinely dangerous. Psyche herself is drawn with a psychological attention unusual for mythology, a woman whose inner life the text is genuinely interested in. Scholars have noted that Apuleius was almost certainly working with earlier Greek sources, now lost. The images on those ancient vases support that conclusion, showing scenes from the myth that align closely with his narrative, even though they were made centuries before he was born. The story did not rest quietly in antiquity. It moved forward through time, the way compelling things do, slowly at first, then gathering force in the hands of artists who recognized in it something they could not leave alone. During the Renaissance, when educated Europeans rediscovered the classical world with something approaching reverence, the myth of Psyche and Eros became one of the most beloved subjects in painting and sculpture. Raphael, commissioned by the wealthy Roman banker Agostino Chigi, painted the story of Psyche across the loggia ceiling of the Villa Farnesina in Rome, a series of frescoes that depicted the wedding feast on Olympus with a warmth and abundance that made the divine world feel almost reachable. Gods lounging among clouds, garlands of fruit and flower cascading, NJ across the painted sky, the whole scene lit with the particular golden light of a celebration that has gone on long enough that everyone has forgotten to be formal. The frescoes are still there. You can stand beneath them today and look up at the assembled Olympians. Something in the composition still communicates the feeling that this ending was earned, that it cost something, that the figures gathered above you are not simply decorative but relieved. A few centuries later, the Italian sculptor Antonio Canova returned to a single moment from the myth and made of it one of the most celebrated sculptures in the Western tradition. The moment when Eros bends over the collapsed Psyche and wakes her with a touch so gentle it barely seems to make contact. The marble is carved with a softness that marble should not be capable of, his wings curved protectively over her, her arms just beginning to lift toward him, the whole piece suspended in the instant between sleep and waking, between lost and found. It lives now in the Louvre in Paris. People stand before it for a long time without quite being able to say what it is they are feeling. That is perhaps the appropriate response to a story that has always been more interested in what cannot be put into words than in what can. In the centuries that followed Canova, the myth continued to captivate artists across multiple forms and nations. Writers returned to Psyche's story repeatedly, drawn by the same timeless qualities that had moved Renaissance painters and sculptors. The narrative proved remarkably elastic, capable of accommodating new interpretations while retaining its essential shape and power. Musicians composed operas and symphonies based on the myth, translating the story into sound. Poets translated and retranslated it, each generation finding fresh resonance in Psyche's trials and transformations. Even as the Western world grew increasingly secular and scientific, educated people continued to encounter the story in museums, libraries, concert halls, and theatres. The tale persisted not because it was locked away in archives or protected by scholars, but because it spoke to something fundamental about human experience. This ongoing circulation became itself significant, a living proof that the myth contained depths worth preserving. The myth entered the modern world through another door as well, a quieter one, but one that opened onto a vast territory, the Greek word psyche. That meant soul and also butterfly, became in the 19th century the root of an entirely new field of human inquiry. Psychology, psychiatry, psychoanalysis, all of them carry Psyche's name inside them. all of them organized around the same central conviction that the inner life is real, that it has shape and weight and history, that it can be known if you are willing to look at it honestly and with care. The early psychoanalysts were not unaware of the myth. Carl Jung wrote about it at length, seeing in Psyche's trials an image of the soul's individuation, the long difficult work of becoming fully oneself. His colleague Eric Newman wrote an entire book examining the myth as a map of feminine psychological development, the tasks understood not as punishments, but as the necessary stages of growth that a soul must pass through before it is capable of genuine union with another. Whether or not you find that reading persuasive, there is something worth pausing over in the fact that a story this old keeps finding new people to whom it feels personally addressed. The lamp, the box, the ants, the eagle, the long walk through the underworld. These images have lasted because they point at something that does not change very much. The particular combination of longing and fear, and curiosity and love that makes up the experience of being a person who loves another person and is not entirely sure they deserve to. Psyche asked a question she was warned not to ask, opened a box she was told to leave closed. In doing so, she lost everything twice. Both times she found a way through, somewhere between the ancient vases and the marble sculptures, and the word we still use today when we talk about the human mind. Psyche has been with us all along, the soul that would not stop searching, even in the dark. Tonight, we will follow one of the most powerful and complicated figures in all of Greek mythology. Poseidon, god of the sea, lord of earthquakes, and keeper of horses. We will trace his story from its very beginning, from his birth into a family of immense ancient power, through wars and victories and long grievances carried across centuries. We will walk alongside him through underwater palaces and storm-lit coastlines, through love stories and betrayals, through creatures so strange they could only have come from the deep. But before we begin, let us take just a moment to arrive here fully. Wherever you are lying right now, allow yourself to feel the weight of your body settling. There is nothing required of you tonight. The day and all of its details are already behind you. Right now, the only thing in front of you is a long, quiet story told in the dark. If you have been carrying any tension in your shoulders or your jaw, you might let a little of it go now. Not because you have to, simply because you can. Your body already knows how to rest. You are already doing it. Now, with your eyes closed and your breathing easy, let us think for just a moment about the sea. Not a sea you have to reach or prepare for, simply the idea of it. The way it sounds at night when you are far enough from the shore to hear it as a low, continuous presence. The way ancient peoples once stood at its edge and felt, with absolute certainty, that something alive was watching back. The Mediterranean world that gave us these stories was built along coastlines and harbours. The sea was not a backdrop to life. It was life itself. It fed people, carried them between islands, and buried them without warning. It was generous and it was merciless, and they could never quite predict which it would be on any given morning. It made sense then that they gave it a god, and not a minor one. Poseidon stood second only to Zeus among the 12 Olympians. He was immense in his power and in his moods, capable of absolute calm and absolute destruction. The ancient Greeks called him the Earth Shaker, and they meant it literally. They believed that when the ground trembled and coastal cities cracked along their foundations, it was Poseidon moving beneath them, expressing something too large for words. He was also, in ways that may surprise you, the god of horses. We will come to understand why that is, and how it connects to something very old about who he was before the sea became his home. But all of that comes later. For now, we begin where every story in Greek mythology eventually must begin, with the Titans, with the world before the Olympians had any power at all, with a vast and ancient darkness in which Poseidon himself was once the one with no say over anything. And so, with the sound of deep water somewhere beneath us and the stars slowly filling the sky overhead, let us begin at the beginning, with the family into which Poseidon was born, a family that would change the shape of the universe forever. Long before Poseidon ever touched the sea, before he ever held a trident or felt salt spray against his face, he lived in darkness. The world into which he was born was nothing like the one that came after it. The Titans ruled then, enormous, ancient beings who moved through existence with the slow authority of glaciers, each of them carrying a portion of the primordial world inside them, as if they themselves were made of it. Their names had a different weight than the names that followed: Cronus, Rhea, Oceanus, Hyperion, Themis, Mnemosyne. Syllables that felt as though they had been spoken by the earth itself before anyone was around to hear them. This was not yet the age of temples or stories told in firelight. This was the age before those things needed to exist, when the mountains were still deciding how tall to be, and the rivers were still learning the shapes of their own valleys. Everything was older, quieter, and far more certain of itself than the world would later become. The sky rested on the earth rested on the deep water below it, and the Titans rested at the center of everything with the untroubled confidence of beings who had never once been made to question their place. Power in those days was not contested so much as simply inhabited, worn the way a mountain wears its snow, not because it chose to, but because there was no other arrangement that made any sense. Cronus was the lord of all of it, and he had come to that position in the particular way that positions of absolute power tend to be acquired, by taking it from someone else. He had overthrown his father, Arinos, had done to him something unspeakable and definitive, and in doing so had closed one age of the world and opened another. He was enormous in the way that the Titans were enormous, not just in body, but in the space they occupied in the world's understanding of itself. He was powerful and capable, and, beneath all of that, genuinely afraid. The prophecy had found him the way prophecies always find the powerful, not from the outside, but from somewhere within, a knowledge he had perhaps always carried and was only waiting for the right moment to be given its proper shape. It told him that one of his own children would rise against him, that what he had done to Arinos would be done to him. He heard it and did what people do when they receive news they are not prepared to act wisely upon. He refused to let the future arrive. Rhea, his wife, was different from him in ways that the stories take care to preserve. She was patient and warm in the way that deep things are warm. Not with heat exactly, but with a kind of steady, abiding tenderness that does not announce itself and does not diminish with time. She loved her children with the specific intensity of someone who already understands, on some level, that love will be asked to survive things it should not have to survive. She brought Hestia into the world first, gentle, quiet Hestia, who even in those earliest moments seemed oriented toward warmth and the still center of things, the kind of being around whom comfort simply gathered, and Rhea loved her with everything she had. Then Cronus took the infant from her arms and swallowed her whole. There was no argument he was interested in hearing, no grief he was interested in witnessing. His fear was total, and where fear is total, tenderness tends to be the first thing it consumes. Rhea had to find a way to live inside that, and she did, though what it cost her, the stories do not say in any words that feel adequate to the actual cost. Then came Demeter, rich and unhurried, already somehow connected to the slow cycling of the earth's seasons, even in her first moments of life. Demeter was swallowed. Then Hera, who carried even in infancy something that would one day be called queenliness, a certain quality of presence that you could feel before you could describe it. Hera was swallowed. Then Hades, Solomon still, with the particular composure of someone who has already made their peace with the deepest dark, though at this moment in his existence the darkest thing he knew was the inside of his father. Hades was swallowed, and then Poseidon was born, and Rhea held him, and Cronus came. Each time it happened, she had hoped it might be the last time. After Hestia she had hoped. After Demeter she had prayed. By the time Poseidon arrived, and she felt the old terrible certainty in Cronus's intention, her grief had moved somewhere beyond grief, into a quieter and far more deliberate place. She gave Poseidon over. She had no choice yet, and she knew it. But she was beginning to understand that she would have one eventually, and she was already, somewhere deep inside herself, preparing for it. Inside Cronus, time did not behave the way it behaved in the world above. The swallowed gods did not die, the stories are clear about that much, but neither did they live in any way that asked much of them or offered much in return. They existed in a suspension that the ancient accounts circle around without ever quite reaching, because perhaps it was genuinely beyond the reach of ordinary description. There was no light, there was no sound from outside, there was only the slow, warm dark and the closeness of one another. Hestia's quiet, Demeter's patience, Hera's stillness, Hades' deep composure, and then Poseidon among them, the five of them together in a space that asked nothing and promised nothing, simply held them. If they were aware of each other in those long and lightless hours, it must have been a strange and wordless awareness, something more like the knowledge of nearness than any kind of true communion. Not conversation, not comfort exactly, just the small mercy of not being entirely alone in whatever this was. Outside, the Titan world continued its slow and ancient business. The mountains stood, the rivers moved. Cronus went about his vast and satisfied reign with the particular confidence of someone who has solved the problem that frightened him most. He had no reason to doubt that the solution was permanent. Rhea moved through those days with her face composed and her grief kept somewhere out of his sight, which was where she kept most of what mattered to her now. When she became pregnant again, she carried the new child with all the same tenderness, but underneath, it ran something entirely different. A cold, careful, purposeful quiet that felt nothing like resignation. She went to her parents, to the great deep powers of Gaia and Artemis, and they gave her what counsel they could. When the child came, she wrapped a heavy stone in cloth and swaddling, shaped it as best she could to suggest the soft weight of an infant, and offered it to Cronus without letting anything show on her face. He took it. He swallowed it down without a second look, and the real child, the one the stone had replaced, the one the prophecy had been waiting for all along, was carried quietly away to the island of Crete, where he would grow up beneath an open sky, among the smell of wild herbs and warm rock, becoming steadily more himself. Inside Cronus, none of this was known. The darkness was exactly the same darkness it had always been. The stillness was exactly the same stillness. Hestia was there, and Demeter, and Hera, and Hades, and Poseidon with them, all of them suspended in a patience that had not been chosen so much as simply imposed, held in the deep interior of their father's body, alive and waiting, with no way of knowing what was being quietly arranged on their behalf beyond the walls of everything they had ever known. And there, in that impossible stillness, surrounded by his sisters and his brother Hades, Poseidon waited, though none of them quite knew yet what they were waiting for. Zeus came back to his father's house, not as a child, but as something else entirely, steady, watchful, quietly certain of what he intended to do. He had spent his years on Crete growing into himself, raised in secret by the nymphs Adrasteia and Ida on the slopes of Mount Dicte, fed on honey and the milk of a divine goat named Amalthea, hidden from the world and from his father's knowledge. By the time he returned to the halls of Cronus, no one recognized him for what he was. According to most ancient accounts, he came in disguise, taking a place among his father's court as a cupbearer. It was in that position, quiet, close, unremarkable, that he administered the potion. Some traditions say the goddess Metis prepared it for him, a mixture with emetic properties, something that would undo the terrible work Cronus had done years before. Cronus drank it without suspicion. What happened next was swift and irreversible. First came the stone, the one Rhea had wrapped in cloth and offered in Zeus's place at the moment of his birth, and it struck the ground with a heaviness that seemed to carry all the years it had spent inside a god's belly. Then came Hestia, goddess of the hearth, blinking into the light she had not seen since the first moments of her life. Demet followed, and then Hera, and then Hades, each one returning to the world with a kind of stunned and overwhelming bewilderment, like someone surfacing from very deep water. And then, last of all, came Poseidon. He stepped back into existence, and the sensation must have been extraordinary. Air filling a body that had existed without it, light pouring in where there had been only perfect darkness, the enormity of space where before there had been none at all. The ancient world simply opened up around him, vast and loud and full of wind. He had waited inside that darkness for what felt like an eternity, and now, without warning, the world was enormous and he was standing in it, breathing. His brothers and sisters were there beside him, equally disoriented, equally alive in a way they had no quite been before. The first moments of Poseidon's awakening were consumed with pure sensation. His lungs expanded and contracted, drawing in air that tasted of salt and distance. His eyes adjusted to brightness and shape and the terrible clarity of the physical world. There was his mother Rhea, her face streaked with relief. There was the vast stone chamber of his father's court, its columns rising like prison bars suddenly revealed. And there were his siblings, 5 other divine beings looking equally transformed by their sudden liberation. Poseidon's memories were intact, they all were, but the experience of reclaiming a body, of inhabiting space again after such absolute confinement, seemed to strip away any pretense. The gods were not serene at this moment. They were raw and newly made, like infants who had somehow retained consciousness throughout their imprisonment. Poseidon felt the pull of something vast and unknown, a direction that called to him without any clear source. It would take him years to understand that this was the sea, calling across distances not yet mapped, responding to the presence of one who would eventually command it. Zeus was already moving, already thinking forward. This was because that was the nature of Zeus. He had been preparing for this moment while they had been suspended inside it. The war that followed was not swift. The Titanomachy, as the ancient Greeks called it, lasted 10 years according to Hesiod's Theogony. For much of that time, neither side gained lasting ground. The Olympians, Zeus and his siblings, along with allies they gathered, stood against Cronus and the Titans who remained loyal to him. The fighting shook the earth in ways that people said were still felt in the landscape long afterward. It was during this war that the Cyclopes entered the story. These were the one-eyed sons of Ouranos and Gaia, enormous craftsmen who had been imprisoned in Tartarus by Cronus and whom Zeus freed as part of the effort to build alliances against the Titan king. In gratitude, they forged weapons of terrible power, one for each of the 3 brothers. For Zeus, they made the thunderbolt, crackling and bright light. For Hades, they made the helm of darkness, that could render its wearer invisible to gods and mortals alike. And for Poseidon, they made the trident. The ancient sources describe the Cyclopes as possessing a skill with metal and fire that no other beings in the cosmos could match. The trident they produced for Poseidon reflected that mastery entirely. It was forged from something harder than ordinary bronze, 3-pronged and perfectly balanced, each tine tapering to a point that could split stone or raise water or cause the earth itself to shudder when driven into the ground. The weight of it was said to be precise, heavy enough to carry real force, light enough to be wielded with intention. The forging of Poseidon's trident was, by some accounts, an act of profound understanding on the part of the Cyclopes. They had consulted with no one about what shape his weapon should take. They simply knew, the way artisans know their craft, what form would suit a god who ruled the sea. The trident was not a weapon of intimidation like Zeus's thunderbolt, which announced its existence through sound and light. It was a tool that worked through subtler means, leverage and precision, and an understanding of force applied to water and earth. The Cyclopes had intuited that Poseidon would need something that could translate intention into movement across multiple domains. When Poseidon first closed his hand around its shaft, the weapon responded to him as if it had been made for no one else. That, of course, it had. The Cyclopes understood what each god needed. What Poseidon needed was something that could move between elements, strike the earth, stir the water, split the sky open if he chose. The trident could do all of those things. In the years that followed, it became inseparable from his identity. As much a part of him as his voice, or his anger, or his deep and complicated love for the sea, he had not yet claimed. With those weapons in hand, the balance of the war shifted. The Olympians and their allies prevailed. Cronus and most of the Titans who had fought alongside him were cast down into Tartarus, the deepest region beneath the earth, a place that the ancient texts describe as so far below the surface that an anvil falling from the sky would take 9 days and nights to reach it. 9 more to fall from there to the floor of Tartarus itself. It was as complete a removal as mythology could imagine, not death, since the Titans were not entirely destroyable, but a containment so absolute it amounted to the same thing for all practical purposes. And with that settled, the 3 brothers turned to the question of what came next. They drew lots, as the tradition tells it, a method that acknowledged chance in a way that avoided the kind of dispute that pure hierarchy might have caused. Zeus drew the sky and the upper air. Hades drew the underworld. Poseidon drew the sea. The division of the cosmos among the 3 brothers was a moment of profound significance, though not all of them seemed to recognize it at once. Hades accepted the darkness and the rule of the dead with a kind of austere dignity that needed no elaboration. Zeus looked upward at the domain he had claimed and smiled, already imagining the throne he would build there, the palace of gods that would rival anything Cronus had created. But Poseidon stood still for a long moment after drawing his lot, contemplating what it meant. The sea was not the sky, bounded by horizon and limits that a god could perceive at a glance. It was something else entirely, vast and moving and fundamentally unknowable, even to a divine being. It would take him time to understand the gift he had been given. The earth itself, and Mount Olympus with its high clean winds and its light, were to belong to all 3 of them equally, shared ground that none of them could claim as exclusively their own. It was a division that made a kind of sense if you looked at it clearly. The sky above, the depths below. Between them, the great moving water that wrapped the world entire. Poseidon must have looked at what he had been given and understood, perhaps slowly, that it was not a lesser portion. The sea covered more of the world than the land did. It connected everything. It held within it a darkness as complete as Tartarus, and a surface as bright as anything Zeus would ever find in his sky. The sea was Poseidon's alone. Standing at the edge of it for the first time as its lord, he felt the full weight of what that meant. The palace at the bottom of the sea was nothing like the marble halls of Mount Olympus. There were no columns of white stone catching the sunlight, no open courtyards where the wind moved freely and the air carried the scent of cedar and cloud. The palace of Poseidon was built from the materials of the deep, coral in shades of red and amber and deep rose, walls inlaid with pearl and sea-polished shell, great arching passages formed from the slow accumulation of ancient reefs that had grown and died over ages beyond counting. Light did not fall there from above. Instead, it rose from within, from the small bioluminescent creatures that drifted through the halls and nested in the coral, giving off a soft, shifting glow of blue and green that made the whole palace seem to breathe. The floors were dark sand, undisturbed by any current. In the deepest chambers, the silence was absolute, a silence more complete than anything that existed in the world above, where even the stillest night has birdsong and wind and the distant movement of leaves. Ancient Greek poets described this place in reverent terms as a vast and sovereign dwelling that had no equal anywhere in the known world. It was built not by mortal hands but by the will of its owner, and it reflected him entirely, immense, shadowed in some places and brilliant in others, simultaneously beautiful and capable of becoming something terrible. Poseidon had not been given the sea as a compromise or a lesser prize. He had been given the largest kingdom in existence, wider than the sky and deeper than any road the living could travel. The ocean covered more of the world than land did, and all of it was his. To move through his kingdom, Poseidon travelled by chariot, and his chariot was drawn not by ordinary horses, but by hippocampi, creatures that were horse from the shoulders forward and fish from the waist back. Their front legs ended in hooves that moved through water as if it was simply a lighter kind of air, and their hindquarters tapered into long, scaled tails that swept behind them in powerful, graceful strokes. Their manes were pale and loose, trailing around them like sea foam does around a breaking wave, spreading and dissolving and reforming with every movement. When they moved at full pace through the ocean, the water parted ahead of them and closed again behind in long, smooth eddies, and it was said that the sea turned briefly calm in the track of Poseidon's passing. They were strange animals, neither fully of the land nor fully of the water, belonging comfortably to neither world and at ease in both, and there was something about them that suited their master perfectly, a god whose power extended well beyond the ocean's surface. In his hand, Poseidon carried the trident. The Cyclopes had made it for him during the war against the Titans, those one-eyed craftsmen who worked under the earth and understood the properties of metal and divine intention in ways no ordinary smith ever could. The trident was a three-pronged weapon, modelled on the long fishing spears that coastal people used, but made from something far older and stronger, imbued with a will of its own. With it, Poseidon could raise storms from a flat and peaceful sea, summoning wind and darkness from nothing. He could bring walls of water crashing against a coastline that had known nothing but calm for a generation. He could drive one prong into the earth and cause springs to burst upward from dry rock, fresh water rising where there had been only dust and silence. He could split boulders, crack open cliffs along the shore, and, most fearfully of all, he could cause the ground itself to shake. This last power was the one that made the ancient Greeks most wary of him, and it is worth understanding why they believed a god of the sea could also be the lord of earthquakes. Their conception of the world was not the same as ours. In the old Greek understanding, the land did not rest on bedrock, it rested on water. The earth floated on the great primordial sea, and everything beneath its surface was connected to the ocean in ways that were not always visible, but were always real. When Poseidon moved through those depths, when he struck his trident against the seafloor, or pushed upward through the body of the earth, the ground above trembled in response. He was called Psyche Eros, one of his oldest titles, which meant something close to the one who shakes the earth. He was called Psyche as well, the earth shaker, and the poet Hesiod described him in precisely those terms, as the one who holds the earth and shakes it. These were not metaphors to the people who used them. They were descriptions of what the ancient Greeks understood as physical reality, that the trembling of the ground was Poseidon, moving somewhere below. When a coastline shuddered and buildings cracked and the sea pulled back from the shore before surging forward again, people did not wonder what had happened. They wondered what they had done, or what someone nearby had done, to provoke him. A temple offering left unpaid, a sailor who had boasted about calm waters and given no thanks, a king who had refused to honor an agreement made at the shore. Poseidon kept score, and his accounting was long and patient, and eventually expressed through the earth itself. The same understanding shaped the way sailors thought about storms. When the sea rose in fury and waves battered the walls of harbors, those aboard ships did not think about weather systems or shifting winds. They thought about whether an offering had been neglected, whether the voyage had started without proper prayers, whether anyone on board had spoken carelessly about the ocean within earshot of it. A storm was not misfortune. A storm was a mood, and Poseidon's moods were famously volatile, responding to slights with a swiftness that left little time for preparation. The sea could change from glassy calm to something catastrophic within a very few hours, and this was entirely consistent with a god whose temper even other Olympians regarded as something to be handled with care. In sculpture and on painted pottery, Poseidon was depicted as a mature man, broad-shouldered and heavily built, with a dark beard and a bearing that conveyed authority without any need to announce it. He was sometimes shown in the full robes of a god, and sometimes with a cloak draped loosely across his arms and shoulders, as if the formal dress of Olympus was something he tolerated rather than embraced. He always carried the trident. Some images showed him standing at the edge of a great wave, the water rearing behind him. Others showed him riding his chariot across a calm sea, the hippocampi moving easily beneath him, the surface barely disturbed. That second image, Poseidon unhurried across a quiet sea, carried its own kind of power. It suggested that the calm itself belonged to him, that the stillness of the water on a clear morning was simply the face of his contentment, and that it could be withdrawn at any moment by something as small as a broken promise or a neglected sacrifice. The sailors who crossed the Aegean understood this. They knew the water they moved through was not an empty thing, but a presence, that the sea had weight and intention and memory far longer than any human life. They made offerings before they launched and gave thanks when they arrived. And on those days when the water was smooth and the wind cooperated and the stars held steady overhead, they were grateful not just for good fortune, but for the specific mercy of a god who could have made it otherwise. When the ground shook and the coastline cracked, the ancient Greeks did not reach for explanations. They already knew whose footstep had caused it. A god as powerful as Poseidon should have had no difficulty finding a bride, and yet for a while it seemed the sea itself conspired against him. He had ruled the ocean for some time before the thought of a queen became something he could no longer set aside. The underwater palace was vast and luminous. The hippocampi moved in elegant arcs through its coral corridors, and the sea answered to his trident without hesitation. And still, there was something missing in those great halls, some quality of warmth and presence that power alone could not supply. It was then that Poseidon turned his attention to the Nereids, the 50 daughters of the ancient sea god Nereus and the Oceanid Doris. They were not Olympians in the way Poseidon was, but they were creatures of genuine grace, sea nymphs who moved through the shallows and open water with a kind of easy joy that was entirely their own. According to some accounts, it was near the Isla and of Naxos that Poseidon first saw them dancing together on the surface of the sea, their voices rising and falling with the rhythm of the waves, their movements so naturally fluid that it was difficult to say where the water ended and they began. Other traditions place the encounter at the court of Atlas, far at the western edge of the world, where the Nereids sometimes gathered in the deep quiet of that distant place. Wherever it happened, among all 50 of them, one stood out to Poseidon immediately. Her name was Amphitrite. She was not the loudest or the most visibly radiant among her sisters. What distinguished her was something quieter, a steadiness, a kind of belonging to the sea that even the other Nereids seemed to recognize. She moved through the water with complete ease, as if the ocean received her rather than simply carrying her. She understood the moods of the deep in a way that spoke of long familiarity, not merely divine heritage. Poseidon approached her directly, as was his nature. He was not a god who had ever learned to be subtle about what he wanted. He made his intentions clear, and Amphitrite refused him. She turned away from him without ceremony and left, travelling to the furthest reaches of the world to take shelter with Atlas, whose great shoulders bore the sky at the edge of the ocean. Whether she was simply unwilling, or whether she understood something about what it meant, to become queen of a realm as volatile as the sea, the old stories do not entirely explain. What they do tell us is that she was gone, and that for Poseidon, her refusal landed with a weight he had not anticipated. The rejection was unprecedented in his experience. Gods of his stature were accustomed to having their desires met, and Poseidon's will had moved mountains and opened chasms in the earth itself. Yet here was a Nereid who had simply turned from him and walked away, choosing exile at the edge of the world over the prospect of sharing his throne. This was not defiance born of fear or resistance rooted in the kind of mortal uncertainty that might eventually yield to persuasion or time. Amphitrite's refusal seemed to come from a place of genuine clarity about what she wanted for herself and what she would not accept even from a god. Poseidon found himself in unfamiliar territory, not merely denied, but confronted with the reality that his power, which could command the waves and splinter ships, could not compel the heart of someone who had already made up her mind. Some accounts suggest he raged at first, that the seas grew turbulent and difficult in his frustration. Others suggest he fell into a kind of brooding silence, understanding that force would only drive her further away. He sent messengers out across the ocean, many of them searching the waters from coast to coast and into the furthest dark blue distances of the world. Most returned without her. Among them, though, was a dolphin, and that dolphin was different from the rest. Rather than simply delivering a summons or pressing Poseidon's case with the kind of insistence that had driven Amphitrite away in the first place, the dolphin approached her gently and spoke to her with care. The old accounts describe the dolphin persuading her, not commanding, not pleading desperately, but offering her something more like a true picture of the god who had sent him, his devotion, his sincerity, the genuine nature of what he felt. The dolphin seems to have understood something that brute force never could, that Amphitrite needed to hear not demands but truths. He may have spoken of Poseidon's loneliness in those vast halls, of the way he had searched for her among all the Nereids because something in her was different, because she was not simply beautiful, but understood the ocean in a way that suggested she might understand him as well. Whether Amphitrite had softened on her own in those long months at the edge of the world, or whether the dolphin's words genuinely moved her toward a decision she had not yet made, she agreed to return. She allowed herself to be brought back across the breadth of the ocean, back toward the center of the world and the sea that she had always known better than any other place. It was not a surrender, but rather a recognition that perhaps she and Poseidon might be stronger together than she could be alone. Poseidon was so moved by what the dolphin had done that he honored him in the most permanent way he knew. He placed the dolphin's image among the stars. The constellation Delphinus, small and quiet in the night sky, has carried that story ever since. It sits there as a kind of record of the event, a reminder that the dolphin served not with brute strength, but with something more patient and more lasting. The wedding of Poseidon and Amphitrite was celebrated across the sea. Ancient sources describe a procession of sea creatures and divine beings escorting the new queen across the water, Nereids and Tritons surrounding her, the hippocampi moving in formation, the ocean itself apparently taking on a different quality for the occasion, calmer and more luminous than usual. Amphitrite was crowned queen of the seas, and she stepped into that role with a quiet authority that suited her entirely. She was not merely a consort. In many traditions, she appears as a goddess in her own right, with real dominion over the ocean's calmer aspects, the steady deep, the reliable tides, the creatures that moved without frenzy through her waters. The palace, that had once seemed merely magnificent, now became a true seat of shared power. Amphitrite brought order to the household, established ceremonies and traditions that had not existed under Poseidon's sole rule, and created spaces of genuine beauty where before there had been only vast and formidable architecture. Where Poseidon's reign had been marked by the assertion of power and the demonstration of divine authority, Amphitrite's presence introduced another dimension, one of restraint, elegance, and the kind of wise governance that considers not only the exercise of strength, but its proper application. The two gods complemented each other in ways that became evident almost immediately. Together, Poseidon and Amphitrite had children who reflected something of both parents. Their most famous son was Triton, who was born half man and half fish, a merman whose upper body was powerfully built and whose lower half swept behind him in great scaled coils. He carried a conch shell whose sound could organize the chaos of the sea, raising or calming the waves depending on how he chose to blow it. Then there was Rhode, the nymph of the island that would bear her name, and Benthesisime, whose name carried the meaning of the deep-sea swell, a daughter whose very name suggested the quality of water far from shore, where the surface rolls in long, slow undulations that have nothing in common with the choppiness near the coast. Amphitrite's presence beside Poseidon was not incidental to who he became as a ruler. She was a steadying figure in a way that seems to have mattered, not in the sense that she controlled him, because no one truly did, but in the sense that the sea under their shared governance had more dimensions to it than it might otherwise have had. He was the earthquake, the storm, the struck rock, and the risen wave. She was the deep consistency beneath all of that, the part of the ocean that continued quietly, regardless of what the surface was doing. Between the two of them, the sea became something more complete than either could have been alone. And from that day, the dolphin was not merely a creature of the ocean. It was a reminder that even the most stubborn of hearts can sometimes be persuaded by the right messenger. Triton's voice could move mountains of water. He was the son of Poseidon and Amphitrite, their firstborn and most celebrated child. He was unlike anything that swam or walked or breathed in the ancient world. From the waist upward, he had the broad shoulders and strong arms of a man. From the waist downward, his body tapered into the gleaming scaled tail of a great fish, moving through the water with a kind of effortless power that made the ocean part for him wherever he went. He carried with him a conch shell, a great spiral shell taken from the deep, and when he pressed it to his lips and blew, the sound that came out could do something remarkable. It could calm the roughest seas, quieting waves that had been building for days into something gentle and still. And it could do the opposite as well, raising the water into walls of dark motion when his father needed the ocean to speak in its most forceful voice. Triton served as Poseidon's herald, his messenger, the one who announced his father's presence to the creatures of the deep and the coastlines of the world. When sailors heard an unusual sound rising from the water, low and resonant and somehow both near and impossibly distant, they understood that Triton had been there, that some message had passed between the god and his ocean that they were not meant to fully understand. In artistic depictions, Triton appeared across Greek pottery and sculpture as a figure of grace and power combined. He was recognized by the conch shell he carried, which became as much a symbol of his identity as Poseidon's trident was of his father's dominion. The trumpet-like quality of the conch made it the perfect instrument for a herald, a tool that could project sound across impossible distances, reaching from the palace on the seafloor all the way to the ears of mortals who wandered too close to the shore. Triton's position as the bridge between Poseidon and the rest of creation was essential to how the ancient Greeks understood divine communication. He was not a warrior or a judge, but rather a voice, a messenger whose role was to ensure that the will of the sea god reached those who needed to hear it. In the earliest traditions, he was a single being, one son, one herald, moving between his parents' palace on the seafloor and the surface world above. But as the centuries passed and the stories multiplied, Triton became something broader. Later writers describe not one Triton, but many, a whole population of Tritons, sea beings who lived in the deeper waters and populated Poseidon's court, each of them carrying that same half-human, half-fish form, each of them serving the sea in their own way. The ocean, in this vision, was not empty space but a world as layered and inhabited as the land above it, full of beings who had their own customs and their own understanding of things. This multiplication of tritons suggests how the sea itself seemed to ancient observers not a place of singular authority, but rather a realm where similar beings might flourish in numbers, each one a small part of a larger underwater civilization that operated according to rules the surface world could only guess at. Polyphemus was a very different kind of child. He was enormous, a cyclops with a single eye set in the center of his broad forehead. He lived not in the sea, but on land, in a cave on an island where he tended his flocks and kept mostly to himself. His mother was the sea nymph Thusa. Through her, he was Poseidon's son. Though you would not have guessed it easily by looking at him, there was nothing of the ocean's fluidity in him, nothing of the wave or the tide. He was massive and slow, and rooted to the earth in a way his father never was. His story becomes important later, in the long wandering of Odysseus, but even before that chapter began, Polyphemus existed as a kind of proof that Poseidon's children did not always resemble their father, that the sea could produce something as immovable as stone just as readily as something as restless as the current. Then there was Proteus, who was almost the opposite of Polyphemus in every way. Proteus was ancient, older feeling even than his connection to Poseidon would suggest. He was known by the old title of the Old Man of the Sea. He tended Poseidon's herds of seals on sandy shores, keeping count of them, watching over them with a patience that seemed infinite. What made Proteus remarkable, and deeply frustrating to anyone who sought him out, was that he knew things. He possessed the gift of prophecy, a full and clear sight of what had been and what would come. He was willing to share none of it willingly. If a person managed to find him during his midday rest and hold him fast while he slept, Proteus would wake and immediately begin to change shape into a lion, a serpent, rushing water, a tree, fire, anything at all to frighten his captor into releasing him. Only someone who held on through every transformation, refusing to let go no matter what form appeared in their hands, would finally force Proteus back into himself, tired and resigned, ready at last to answer. He knew everything and shared nothing unless compelled. That made him one of the more honest reflections of the sea itself, full of information, deeply reluctant to give it up. Mortals who sought out Proteus understood that the effort required to gain his knowledge was itself part of the wisdom. The sea, in his nature, was saying that truth does not come easily, that some of the most valuable information in the world demands persistence and courage to obtain. His transformations were not merely defensive, they were also instructive, showing that the sea itself was a shapeshifter, a realm where nothing stayed the same, where the very ground beneath your feet could become fluid and unreliable. Those who succeeded in holding Proteus became heroes not because they had defeated him, but because they had proven themselves capable of grappling with the sea's essential nature without losing their grip. The Telchines belonged to a stranger and older layer of the tradition. They were said to be among the earliest inhabitants of the sea, mysterious beings with the heads of dogs and the flippers of seals in place of hands. They lived in the water long before the Olympians had settled their dominion over the world. Some accounts credited them with having forged Poseidon's trident itself, working the metal in some deep and ancient workshop before the god had even claimed the sea as his own. They were craftsmen and sorcerers both, capable of shaping metal and of influencing the weather. They were connected to several islands, Rhodes especially, where they were said to have been among the first to arrive. Their nature was ambiguous in the old stories. Sometimes they were portrayed as protective and skilled, sometimes as dangerous and prone to using their powers in ways that harmed the earth around them. Zeus eventually destroyed them, in most accounts, though the reasons given vary. What the Telchines represent, more than anything specific, is the sense that Poseidon's world had a prehistory, that before the ordered mythology of the Olympians, there were older, stranger beings in the water whose origins no one could quite trace, whose nature did not fit neatly into any familiar category. Charybdis, too, belongs to this region of the myth where categories begin to dissolve. She was a whirlpool, or the being that caused one, located in a narrow strait where the sea pulled downward 3 times a day with enough force to swallow ships whole. Some traditions connected her loosely to Poseidon's domain, a creature or force that existed at the edge of the sea's most dangerous character. Nearby, Scylla lurked against the rocks, 6-headed, each head ringed with teeth. A monster who had once been something else before transformation took everything recognizable from her. Together, these beings, Triton with his conch shell, Polyphemus in his cave, Proteus changing shape on the sand, the ancient Telchines at their forge, Charybdis pulling the water into herself, form a kind of portrait of what the sea contained, what it sheltered, and what it produced. None of them are easy to place. None of them belong entirely to the human world or entirely to something beyond it. They live at the boundary. That is exactly where the ocean has always lived, at the line between the known and the unknown, surface and the deep, the world where light reaches and the world where it does not. The ocean kept its strangest children hidden, deepest of all. Poseidon, more than any other god, understood that the world beneath the waves followed rules that the world above could barely imagine. There was a city being built on a high rocky outcrop of Attica, and both Poseidon and Athena wanted it. This was not a small ambition. To be the patron of a city meant something profound in the ancient Greek world. It meant temples, sacrifices, festivals held in your name, and the daily devotion of thousands of people for as long as the city stood. A god's power was fed, in some sense, by the attention of those who worshipped them, and so when a promising new city rose on a limestone hill above a wide plain reaching toward the sea, neither Poseidon nor Athena was willing to simply step aside. The question of who would claim it could not be resolved by force alone. Even among gods, there were rules for certain things, and so it was decided that each of them would offer the city a gift, and the people, and the divine judges assembled among them, would choose. The hill itself was extraordinary. It rose sharply from the surrounding plain, its rock pale and ancient, its flat summit visible for great distances in every direction. On a clear day you could see the sea from it, which mattered more than it might seem. The people who lived on and around that hill were farmers and traders, sailors and craftspeople, and they needed the sea and the land in equal measure. They watched as the two gods descended toward them, one trailing the smell of salt and deep water, the other calm and serious, her grey eyes steady, carrying no weapon in that moment, only the quiet authority of someone who had already decided what she intended to do. Poseidon went first. He raised his trident, the great 3-pronged weapon forged by the Cyclopes, the same instrument that could raise storms and split coastlines, and brought it down hard against the bare rock of the hilltop. The blow rang out like thunder meeting stone, and from that crack in the Acropolis rock, water came surging upward in a bright column, catching the light, filling the air with its sound. It was an astonishing thing to witness. Here was proof of Poseidon's power laid open for everyone to see. A spring of water conjured from dry rock, the sea itself answering his command in the middle of the land. The people leaned forward. Water was life. Water was everything. And yet, when the excitement of the moment passed and someone tasted the spring, the report moved quietly through the crowd. It was salt. The water was salt water, as if the sea had simply extended itself through the stone, unable to offer anything other than what it truly was. Some accounts say that what Poseidon created was not a spring at all, but a horse, that he struck the rock and from it emerged the first true horse, powerful and dark-maned, a creature that could carry soldiers and pull plows and change the shape of warfare. The versions differ, and it is worth holding both of them gently, because what they share is the same essential quality. Poseidon's gift was magnificent, and it was, in its way, untamable. Salt water could not be drunk or used to water crops. A horse, however noble, served some people far better than others. Both gifts said something true about who he was. Then Athena stepped forward. She did not strike anything. She simply knelt at the edge of the rock and pressed something small into a patch of earth near the summit. What grew from it was an olive tree, unremarkable in appearance at first, green-grey and modest, its leaves silver on the underside when the wind turned them over. It was not theatrical. It was not loud. It did not smell of the sea or move with the kind of force that made people step backward. It simply grew there, calm and inevitable, in the thin soil of the Acropolis. The judges deliberated. What the olive tree offered was harder to see at first glance, but easier to live with over time. Its fruit could be pressed for oil for cooking, for lamps, for the preservation of food, for the anointing of the body, for trade. Its wood was strong and slow burning. Its shade was real shade. The tree could survive drought and poor soil. It would still be producing fruit when the people who planted it were long dead, and their children's children would harvest from it too. Against salt water, or even against a horse, the olive tree was a quieter thing, but it was the kind of thing that fed a city across generations, rather than dazzling it for an afternoon. Athena's gift won. One version of this story carries an additional detail that has stayed with people for a long time. According to this account, the contest was settled not only by divine judges, but by the votes of the city's inhabitants. And when the men of the city voted, they chose Poseidon, while the women voted for Athena. There happened to be one more woman than man present, and so Athena won by a single voice. The consequence, according to this same tradition, was severe. Poseidon's anger at losing was partly redirected onto the women who had tipped the balance against him, and as a result, the women of Athens were stripped of their right to vote in civic matters. It is a dark thread in the story, and ancient sources treat it differently. Some include it, some do not. But it has stayed attached to this myth because it reflects something the ancient Greeks understood about how power, when humiliated, tends to find someone smaller to punish. Poseidon did not accept his loss quietly. The god who could shake coastlines and drown plains was not inclined toward gracious defeat. According to the myth, he sent floodwaters across the Attic plain in his fury, drowning the farmland below the hill in salt water, ruining whatever crops were growing there, reminding the people of what they had declined to make their ally. Eventually, the anger was addressed. Some accounts say through negotiation among the gods. Some say through honors offered to Poseidon that acknowledged his power, even in defeat. The worship of Poseidon did not disappear from Athens. Temples were built for him, sacrifices made, and his presence was woven into the city's religious life, even though Athena held the highest place. The two gods were never entirely separated in Athenian devotion, because people who lived near the sea understood that they could not simply choose to ignore it. What the myth left behind was not only a story, but something physical. The sacred olive tree remained on the Acropolis, or rather, a succession of olive trees, since the original was said to have burned when the Persians sacked the city, and then was said to have grown back from the same roots by the next morning, which was understood as proof of its sacred origin. And the crack in the rock where Poseidon had struck his trident remained too. Pausanias, the ancient traveller who wrote about the monuments and sacred places of Greece in the 2nd century, mentioned the mark still visible in his time. Nearby, there was what the Athenians called the Erechtheum, a complex of sacred spaces on the Acropolis that housed both the olive tree and the salt spring side by side, as if the city had dared to hold both memories at once, to keep both gods present in the same sacred enclosure, rather than pretend that only one of them had ever mattered. The spring itself was something people spoke of with a kind of quiet wonder. It did not produce much water. It was not a river or a gushing source. It sat in a shallow depression in the rock, a small thing, and yet it was salt, which meant it belonged to the sea, which meant it had no business being there at all, on a hilltop far from any coastline. There was a cleft in the rock nearby that, on windy days, produced a sound, a low, hollow resonance that some people described as the sound of waves, moving through the stone itself, as if the ocean had left something of itself behind in the moment of impact and had never fully retreated. People came to stand beside it for a long time after the contest was over, and the gods had moved on to other disputes and other cities. They came partly out of religious duty, and partly, perhaps, out of something simpler, the desire to be near a place where something genuinely extraordinary was said to have happened, where a god had struck the earth and the sea had answered. Visitors to the Acropolis for centuries afterward could press their ear to the rock near the sacred olive tree and hear, faintly, the sound of the sea. Long before Poseidon was understood as the lord of the sea, in the oldest corners of Greece, people worshipped him as something else entirely, as the god of horses. This is easy to forget when we picture him standing at the edge of the water, trident in hand, with the spray of the ocean around him. But in Thessaly, in parts of the Peloponnese, in the older and quieter sanctuaries of Arcadia, his name was joined to a different title altogether. He was called Hippios there, the horse god, and scholars who have studied the oldest layers of Greek religion believe this connection to horses may actually be more ancient than his connection to the sea. The sea domain came to define him, as it would come to define everything eventually, but the horses were there first, rooted in something older and harder to explain. One tradition held that Poseidon created the very first horse. The accounts vary in their details, as Greek traditions often do, but the central image is consistent. He struck something, a rock, the crest of a wave, the bare earth, with his trident, and from that point of contact, the first horse emerged. Some called this horse Skypheos, though the name appears in only a few sources, and the creature itself was more important than any name attached to it. What mattered was the idea that horses and Poseidon shared an origin, that the power and unpredictability of a horse in full motion was not so different from the power of the sea. Both could carry you gently or destroy you entirely. Both were beautiful in ways that made it difficult to look away. The ancient Greeks who worshipped Poseidon, as Hippios understood this connection, not as a metaphor, but as something quite literal. The god who made the waves also made the animal that most resembled them. The deepest and most unusual myth connecting Poseidon to horses is the story of his pursuit of Demeter. It takes place not at the shoreline, but far inland, in the mountainous forested region of Arcadia, a landscape of caves and dense woodland, of rivers cutting between slopes, of a sky that felt closer to the earth than anywhere else in Greece. Demeter was wandering at that time, as she often was during the long period of her grief over the disappearance of her daughter Persephone. She moved through the world distracted and exhausted, and her sorrow had already begun to affect the earth around her. Grasses thinning, harvests failing, the soil growing reluctant. Poseidon noticed her. His desire for her was immediate and insistent, in the way that Poseidon's desires often were, and he began to pursue her across the land. Demeter, not interested and already burdened enough by her grief, did not wish to be found. She came upon the horse herds of King Onkeos in Arcadia and made a decision that she hoped would hide her completely. She transformed herself into a mare and walked quietly among the other horses, indistinguishable from them, her grief folded into the stillness of an animal form. Poseidon, for all his force, was not easily deceived. He searched and eventually understood what she had done, and so he too transformed himself, taking the shape of a stallion, and moved through the herds until he found her. From their union, according to this Arcadian tradition, 2 children were born. The first was a horse, Arion, described as black, extraordinarily swift, with a mane that moved as though it had its own intention. The second child was a daughter, a goddess worshipped in the Arcadian mysteries under the title Despoina, which simply means the mistress. Her actual name was considered so sacred, so closely held within the ritual community of her worshippers, that it was never spoken aloud to outsiders, and it has not survived. Even now, we know her only by her title. The cave where Demeter was said to have hidden herself in Arcadia was shown to travelers for centuries. It was near the town of Thelpusa, and local people pointed to it with the quiet certainty of those who have never had reason to doubt what they were told. Pausanias, the Greek traveller and writer of the 2nd century, described visiting Arcadia and hearing these traditions still alive in the communities there. The cave, the sanctuary, the knowledge that the ground beneath these forests had once witnessed something the rest of Greece had largely forgotten. Arcadia held on to older things longer than most places did. Its isolation helped. Its mountains kept the newer versions of stories from displacing the ones that had been there from the beginning. Arion, the black horse born from that encounter, eventually passed out of Poseidon's story and into the story of the hero Adrastos, king of Argos. Adrastos was said to have owned Arion and ridden him during the ill-fated campaign known as the Seven against Thebes. In that disastrous military venture, nearly every leader who participated was killed, but Adrastos survived, and the tradition said it was Arion who saved him, carrying him away from the collapsing battle with a speed that nothing living could match. The horse's supernatural swiftness, inherited from his divine parentage, made the difference between life and death for a mortal king. Arion moved in these accounts the way that waves move when Poseidon is urgent, not gently and not slowly, but with a force that the earth itself seemed to lean out of the way of. The reverence for horses of supposed divine lineage extended throughout the Greek world. Several cities and regions claimed possession of horses they believed descended from Arion or from other unions of gods and mortal animals. These creatures were kept in special sanctuaries and treated with ceremonies usually reserved for sacred animals. Horsemen would perform elaborate rituals before mounting such animals, acknowledging both the power they were about to command and the divine presence resident within it. Some sources describe offerings left at the stalls of these horses, fruits, wine, flowers, as though one were honoring not just an animal, but a god wearing an animal's form. The line between treating a horse as a valuable possession and treating it as a semi-divine being grew blurred in these accounts. What mattered most was the understanding that certain horses carried within them something of Poseidon's own nature, and to ride such a horse was to ride something touched by divinity. The connection between Poseidon and horses extended into the way people honored him during his lifetime of worship. At the Isthmian Games, held at Corinth on the narrow strip of land that joins the Greek mainland to the Peloponnese, Poseidon was the presiding deity, and the games were held in his honor every 2 years. These were among the 4 great Pan-Hellenic festivals, the others being the Olympics at Olympia, the Nemean Games, and the Pythian Games at Delphi. At the Isthmian Games, victors were crowned with wreaths of pine, pine being one of Poseidon's sacred trees, and in some periods with dried wild celery as well. The site at Isthmia was chosen not only because of the geography, but because of its intimate connection to the sea on both sides, a place where Poseidon's presence would have felt natural and close. Horse racing was among the events, as it was at many of the Pan-Hellenic festivals, and this too was understood as an offering to Poseidon Hippios, the god who had made the horse and who could still, if he chose, recall that the animal owed its existence to him. There is something tender in all of this, if you allow yourself to sit with it for a moment. The image of Poseidon as the god of horses is softer than the image of him calling up storms or splitting the earth with his trident. Horses are powerful, yes, but they are also warm-blooded and loyal, creatures that press their noses into open palms and stand quietly beside the people who care for them. The ancient Greeks who left offerings at the horse sanctuaries of Arcadia and Thessaly were approaching something in Poseidon that the sea storm version of him does not quite contain. A god who understood living things, who had made something that could be known and touched and ridden, not just feared from a distance. The Arcadian myth of Demeter and the cave near Thelpusa always ends the same way, with the grief of one god and the relentlessness of another producing 2 children who carried that complicated origin into the world. Despoina kept her name hidden in the sacred silence of the mysteries. And Arion ran so fast that people said he barely touched the ground at all, which made perfect sense for a creature whose father had once been the god of waves. Medusa was mortal in a way her sisters were not. That meant she was already more vulnerable than most people who cross paths with a god. Her sisters, Steno and Euryale, were born immortal. They could not be wounded or killed. No human hand could ever truly harm them. Medusa was different. She was born into the same family, the same ancient lineage of sea-born creatures, the same strange and formidable world of the Gorgons, and yet she had been given a mortal life. That meant she could suffer in ways her sisters never would. Ancient sources describe her as a woman of remarkable beauty. That beauty, as it so often did in the world the Greeks imagined, drew the attention of someone she had no power to refuse. Poseidon came to her in the temple of Athena. What happened there was not a meeting of equals. The older tradition, preserved in poets like Ovid and in the layers of myth that preceded him, describes it plainly as a violation, an act carried out in a sacred place, in a space that belonged to a virgin goddess who prided herself on the inviolable order of her sanctuary. There is a version in which the encounter is described differently, as something mutual, but the weight of the ancient sources leans heavily in the other direction. The consequences that followed suggest the Greeks themselves understood what had truly taken place. Poseidon walked away from that temple unchanged. He suffered nothing. He was not diminished, not punished, not even spoken to about what he had done. The myth does not pursue him. That imbalance, the god untouched, the mortal woman bearing everything, is one of the most uncomfortable truths embedded in the fabric of Greek mythology. It is worth sitting with for a moment before moving on, because it shapes everything that comes after. This pattern, the god's action and the mortal woman's consequence, appears throughout the mythological record with striking consistency. Leda and the swan, Danae and the shower of gold, Alcmene and her midnight visitor. The stories multiply, each one a variation on the same fundamental truth. Divine power exercised without restraint, divine desire satisfied without consent, divine absence from the aftermath. The myths seem to document a world in which such violations were not merely possible, but inevitable, woven into the very nature of how gods and mortals interacted. There was no recourse, no appeal, no authority higher than the gods themselves to which one might turn. Medusa's story is not unique in this regard, though her particular punishment was uniquely severe. The violation itself was terrible, but what followed, the transformation, the exile, the burden of bearing Poseidon's children within a body that had been remade into something she could not recognize, this created a suffering that extended far beyond the moment of the assault itself. She became a living wound, a permanent record of what had been done to her. Every mirror would have shown her something unrecognizable. Every reflection would have reminded her of what she had lost. The grief of such a transformation cannot be easily measured or contained within the neat boundaries of a story. Athena's response was swift, and it was directed entirely at Medusa. The goddess was furious, not at Poseidon, but at the desecration of her temple, at the presence of that act within her sacred space. Whether the anger was truly misdirected, or whether Athena had no power to punish an Olympian brother and chose instead what she could reach, the result was the same. Medusa's beautiful hair, which had perhaps been the first thing anyone ever noticed about her, became a writhing crown of living serpents. Her face, which had drawn suitors and drawn the eye of a god, became something that no living creature could look upon directly and survive. Anyone who met Medusa's gaze was turned to stone, permanently, completely, without reprieve. She was transformed from a woman into a creature, from something beloved into something that had to be hunted and feared. She lived out the rest of her days on an island at the edge of the world, beyond the ocean stream, surrounded by the silent stone figures of those who had come too close, Her sisters stayed with her, as they always had. They were grief-stricken in the way that immortal creatures grieve, without the release of death to eventually end it. Medusa carried the memory of what she had once been inside a body that the world now called monstrous. She carried something else too, though she may not have known it at first. She was carrying the children of Poseidon. The island where Medusa was exiled became a landscape of petrified witnesses. Those stone figures were not abstract monuments or symbolic reminders. They were the actual bodies of men who had sought her out over the centuries, some out of desire, some out of curiosity, some as part of quests they had been assigned by fate or by other gods. The presence of these silent sculptures around her would have been a constant and deliberate cruelty. They served as evidence of her power, but also as evidence of her isolation. Each one represented a moment in which another living being had attempted to breach her solitude and had paid the price for that attempt. The island became, in effect, a tomb full of living monuments, a graveyard that grew in population with each unwary traveller who arrived at its shores. Medusa herself remained trapped within this circle of stone, caring for her immortal sisters, bearing the invisible weight of her pregnancy, waiting for a fate that the myths did not yet predict, but that was already written somewhere in the structure of the stories themselves. When Perseus came to find her, armed with a mirrored shield and divine guidance from Athena herself, a detail whose irony the Greeks surely felt, he used the reflection in that shield to avoid her gaze and brought his sword down while she slept. From the wound that killed her, from the blood that spilled at the edge of that far shore, two beings emerged into the world. One was Chrysaor, a warrior already carrying a golden sword, already fully formed, stepping out of death as if he had simply been waiting for a door to open. The other was Pegasus. He was a horse. That made a kind of sense given everything we know about Poseidon and his ancient connection to those animals. But this horse had wings, enormous and white and impossible. He rose from the place of his mother's death and simply flew. He was born of a sea god and a transformed woman, conceived in a temple and born from a beheading. Yet what he became was something radiant. There is something in the myth of Pegasus that resists easy explanation. He seems to carry none of the darkness of his origins, none of the weight. He flew upward toward the sky, toward Mount Helicon and the springs sacred to the Muses, toward a life that had nothing to do with salt water or stone islands or the cruelties that had shaped the beginning of his story. He was, in some quiet way, the only one in that whole sequence of events who escaped entirely. Medusa had been beautiful, then monstrous, then gone. But from her end came a creature that the Greeks associated with poetry and inspiration and the kind of grace that lifts things above the ordinary world. The tragedy of her story and the wonder of his were inseparable, wound together in a way that the ancient Greeks seemed to understand and did not try to resolve. Poseidon never appeared in that final scene. He had no part in the birth of his own children, no presence at the death of the woman his action had set in motion toward that end. He was elsewhere, as he so often was, with his storms and his deep water and his ancient indifference to what remained behind. Pegasus flew upward into the open sky, born of salt water and sorrow. That was the last anyone saw of him at the edge of the sea. He had been inside the cave of a cyclops named Polyphemus, trapped there with his men behind a boulder too heavy to move, watching his companions disappear one by one. The plan that finally freed them was clever and brutal in equal measure. A sharpened stake of olive wood, a fire, and the darkness of the cave working in their favour. When Polyphemus screamed and reached blindly for the men who had burned out his eye, Odysseus and what remained of his crew slipped beneath the bellies of the great rams and escaped into the open air. They ran for the ships. They rowed hard and put distance between themselves and the island. And then, and this is the moment everything turned, Odysseus called back across the water, He could not let the Cyclops remain ignorant of who had outwitted him. He shouted his own name into the sea wind, proud and reckless, letting Polyphemus know that it was Odysseus of Ithaca who had done this to him. What Odysseus did not fully understand was that Polyphemus was not simply a monster living alone on an island. He was the son of Poseidon, born to the god of the sea and a sea nymph named Thoosa, and when he lifted his ruined face towards the sky and prayed to his father, Poseidon heard him. The Cyclops asked that Odysseus never reach home at all, or, if the fates had already fixed that homecoming, that he arrive late, alone, on a foreign ship, and find only suffering waiting for him there. Poseidon granted the prayer. From that moment, the sea itself became an obstacle rather than a road, and the 10 years Odysseus had already spent at war were nothing compared to what lay ahead. The curse was not arbitrary. It was woven into the fabric of Odysseus's fate by a god who held both the sea and the memory of his son's suffering as sacred, binding obligations. Poseidon did not simply will storms into existence. He orchestrated them with the precision of someone who understood exactly where Odysseus would be, what he would be hoping for, and how best to deny it to him. The god's vengeance was not thoughtless anger, but a systematic unraveling of every attempt at return, a patient campaign that treated the sea as both weapon and personal domain. It was the kind of punishment that only an immortal could sustain and perfect, drawing power from the infinite expanse of water and the endless patience of divine resentment. The wandering that followed was not random. Storms appeared when the weather had been calm. Winds shifted at the worst possible moments, pushing ships away from Ithaca instead of toward it. When Odysseus and his fleet were close enough to smell the familiar hills of home, one of his men, unable to resist his curiosity, opened a leather bag given by the wind god Aeolus, and every favorable wind inside it rushed out at once, driving the ships back across the sea they had just crossed. It was not entirely Poseidon's doing, but Poseidon's influence seemed woven into every misfortune, the way a cold current runs beneath warmer water, invisible but felt. Companions were lost to sea monsters, to enchantment, to the slow erosion of hope. Ships were wrecked, men drowned. The crew that had left Troy with Odysseus shrank voyage by voyage until there were none left, and Odysseus himself ended up stranded on the island of the nymph Calypso, living there for 7 years, unable to leave because she would not let him go, and the sea offered him nowhere to turn. It was during those 7 years that the gods began to debate among themselves. Athena, who had always favored Odysseus for his intelligence and his endurance, pressed her case before Zeus and the other Olympians. Poseidon, she pointed out, had been tormenting this man far beyond what the original offense warranted. Odysseus had blinded a Cyclops in self-defense, having been trapped and eaten alive by the creature, and yet here he sat on a remote island, his home unreachable, his family mourning him as if he were already dead. Zeus acknowledged that Odysseus was owed his homecoming. The only complication was that Poseidon had not relented, and as long as Poseidon stood against him, the sea remained closed. The opportunity came when Poseidon travelled to Ethiopia to receive offerings from the people there, who honoured him with great feasts and sacrifices along the southern coast. The gods sometimes moved toward human devotion, the way water moves toward low ground. And while Poseidon was there, receiving what was given to him with something close to pleasure, Hermes was sent to Calypso's island to tell her to release Odysseus. She obeyed reluctantly and helped him build a raft. He set off across the open water with nothing but a sail and the stars to guide him, and for 17 days the sea was quiet. Then Poseidon came home. He had been travelling the long way back, and when he crossed over the mountains of the Solymi and looked down toward the sea, he saw the raft. He recognized Odysseus immediately, the small figure crossing the water on his own, free and moving toward Ithaca, and what rose in him then was not calculated cruelty, but something rawer. His son had prayed from a dark island with burned-out eyes, and here was the man responsible, sailing peacefully through the sea that Poseidon controlled. He gathered the clouds. He took his trident in both hands and stirred the water from 4 directions at once. The south wind, the north wind, the east and the west all arriving together, churning the sea into something that had no horizon anymore, only moving walls of water. The raft spun and broke apart beneath Odysseus, and he was thrown into the waves. He might have drowned there, but a sea nymph named Leucothea, once a mortal woman named Ino, who had been transformed into a divine being of the sea after her death, rose from the water beside him. She had watched what was happening, and she felt a kind of pity for this man clinging to what remained of his raft. She gave him her veil, a length of divine fabric, and told him to tie it around his chest and swim. It would hold him above the water, she said, and when he finally reached land, he should throw it back into the sea without looking. He did as she told him. He swam for 2 days through water that Poseidon kept churning, and when he finally dragged himself onto the shore of the Phaeacians' island, he pushed the veil back into the waves, too exhausted to feel much of anything at all. Poseidon, watching from a distance, understood that the hand of Zeus was now in this. He could not destroy Odysseus outright, not when the other gods had agreed the man deserved his homecoming, but there was still one thing he could do before the matter was entirely settled. The Phaeacians were a seafaring people who lived near the gods, and they had a tradition of transporting any stranger who needed passage to wherever that stranger needed to go, sailing by night with ships that knew their own way, guided by some quality the vessels themselves seemed to possess. When Odysseus told them his story and asked for their help, they agreed without hesitation. They loaded him with gifts and set him on one of their ships and sailed through the night while he slept deeply in the stern for the fur. Sent time in years. They reached Ithaca just before dawn and carried him ashore still sleeping, laying him gently on the beach with his gifts arranged around him. Then they turned their ship and began the journey home. Poseidon saw the ship returning. He had been patient about what he could not prevent, but he was not finished. He went to Zeus and asked permission to punish the Phaeacians for their interference, not by destroying the ship and its crew, but by turning the vessel to stone the moment it entered the harbour, so that everyone watching from the shore would see it. Zeus gave his permission, with the condition that no further harm come to the men aboard. Poseidon struck the ship with the flat of his hand as it came through the harbour entrance, and it stopped, and it hardened, and it became a rock in the shape of a ship, rooted to the seabed. The people of Scheria stood on the shore and watched it happen, and they understood immediately what it meant. Their king, Alcinous, told them that this was what Poseidon had always threatened, that one day their hospitality to strangers would cost them something, and he ordered that sacrifices be made to the god at once, 12 bulls, to prevent him from surrounding their harbour entirely with a mountain. Odysseus, asleep on the beach at Ithaca, missed all of this. He woke under an olive tree in the early morning fog and did not recognize where he was. The goddess Athena had wrapped the island in mist so that his homecoming could unfold without interruption. But when the mist lifted, and he understood at last that this was his own shore, his own earth, his own island, something that had been wound tight in him for 20 years slowly began to loosen. Poseidon had lost, not dramatically, not all at once, but in the way that any long campaign eventually ends. The effort simply ran out of space to continue. The man had made it home. The prayers of Polyphemus had been answered as fully as the fates would allow, and the sea had done everything asked of it, and still Odysseus had arrived. The stone ship sat in the harbour at Scheria for centuries, they said, a permanent reminder that the sea does not forgive quickly. Poseidon was not always the enemy in these stories. Sometimes he was the reason the hero survived at all. After 10 years of watching Odysseus suffer at sea, it is easy to forget that Poseidon could look upon a mortal with something closer to tenderness than fury. He was a god of tremendous contradictions, capable of prolonged and devastating cruelty toward one man, and quietly generous toward another. The heroes he fathered across his long mythological life were proof of that complexity. They were not always the most famous names in the Greek world, but they carried something of the ocean in them, a restlessness, a quality of moving through the world in ways that ordinary mortals simply could not. Of all the children Poseidon is said to have claimed, Theseus was the most celebrated. The story of his parentage begins on a small island called Sphaeria, near the coast of Troezen, on a night when the mortal king Aegeus of Athens had visited the household of King Pythias. Aegeus believed himself to be the father of the child Aethra was carrying, and in one sense perhaps he was, for he had visited her that same night. But the tradition that carried more weight in the ancient world held that Poseidon also came to Aethra on Sphaeria, drawn by some quality in her that the god found worthy of attention. The result was a child who belonged, in some sense, to two worlds at once, to the mortal line of Athenian kings, and to the cold, restless depths of the sea. What made Theseus unusual among heroes was not merely his courage, though that was considerable, but the particular gifts his divine parentage afforded him. He could, according to some accounts, walk along the seafloor without harm, moving through Poseidon's kingdom as though it recognized him as kin. This was demonstrated most vividly in the story of the dive he made to retrieve a golden ring thrown into the sea by the Cretan king Minos, who wanted to humiliate him and test the claim of divine blood. Theseus descended without hesitation and returned not only with the ring, but with a golden crown said to have been given to him by Amphitrite herself, deep beneath the water. It was the kind of story that the ancient Greeks told to explain something they already believed, that certain people moved through the world with a protection others simply didn't have, as though the earth and sea inclined slightly in their favor. Poseidon also gave Theseus 3 wishes, a gift whose weight would only become clear much later in Theseus's life, when joy had long since curdled into grief. The most famous use of one of those wishes did not involve a monster from across the sea or a distant enemy. It involved Theseus's own son, Hippolytus. The story is a painful one. Phaedra, who was Theseus's wife, developed feelings for Hippolytus that were never returned. When he refused her, she told Theseus that the young man had done the opposite, that Hippolytus had wronged her deeply. Theseus, in his rage and grief, did not wait for proof. He called upon one of the wishes Poseidon had promised him, asking the god to punish his son. Poseidon, who honored his word as a god must, sent a creature up from the sea, a great bull, according to most versions, rising from the waves as Hippolytus drove his chariot along the coastal road. The horses panicked at the sight of it, and Hippolytus was thrown and killed. He was entirely innocent. Theseus learned the truth too late, as fathers in these stories so often do. It is one of Greek mythology's most quietly devastating episodes, and Poseidon's role in it is not heroic. He was faithful to his promise, not to justice. That distinction mattered enormously in the ancient world. The connection between Poseidon and Perseus is a different kind of story, less direct, more threaded through other events. Perseus was not Poseidon's son, but Poseidon moved at the edges of his great quest in ways that shaped its outcome. Part of that involvement traced back to Medusa herself, whose children by Poseidon, Pegasus and Chrysaor, were released at the moment Perseus struck off her head. But there was another dimension to the story, one that began long before Perseus arrived with his borrowed weapons. A queen named Cassiopeia, ruling beside her husband Cepheus over a kingdom on the Ethiopian coast, made the mistake of boasting that her daughter Andromeda surpassed the Nereids in beauty. The Nereids were Poseidon's sea nymphs, the daughters of old Nereus, and some of them were deeply dear to the god of the sea. The insult was not something Poseidon overlooked. He sent a sea monster, Cetus, enormous and ancient, heaving itself out of the water to devastate the coast. And the oracle told Cepheus and Cassiopeia that the only way to end the suffering of their people was to offer Andromeda to the creature. She was chained to the rocks at the water's edge and left there. Perseus arrived at precisely that moment. returning through the sky after his encounter with Medusa, still carrying her severed head wrapped carefully in his pack. He saw Andromeda against the cliff and was moved by what he found there, her stillness, her quiet endurance. When Cetus came heaving out of the water, Perseus used the only weapon that mattered, holding Medusa's gaze outward until the monster was turned to stone. What Poseidon had sent in wrath, another child of Poseidon's union helped undo. There is something almost circular in that, the god's own bloodline, turning the god's own punishment to stone in the harbour. Bellerophon belongs to this same layered tradition. He was, in some accounts, a son of Poseidon, born to Eurynome, the daughter of a Lycian king, though other versions give him Glaucus of Corinth as his mortal father. Whether divine or not, his connection to Poseidon ran through Pegasus, the winged horse who had come from Poseidon's bloodline through Medusa. Bellerophon tamed Pegasus with the help of a golden bridle provided by Athena, and the two of them together achieved extraordinary things. They killed the Chimera, flew over armies, and seemed for a time to move through the world with an ease that only the truly favoured could manage. The horse born from the ocean and a Gorgon's death carried a mortal hero across the sky on wings that caught the same air the waves disturbed far below. It was the kind of image the ancient Greeks found profoundly beautiful, something catastrophic at its origin, becoming the means by which a man could rise above everything that tried to destroy him. What these stories share is a quality of inheritance that doesn't always feel like a gift. Theseus received Poseidon's wishes and used one in a moment of blind grief to destroy his own child. Bellerophon flew so high on Pegasus that he eventually fell. Perseus prevailed, but the world through which he moved had already been made more dangerous by Poseidon's earlier anger. Even the heroes who were helped found that the ocean's gifts came with a pull downward, a weight that ran deeper than it first appeared. Poseidon loved his children and his favoured heroes in the way the sea loves the land, pressing against it constantly, sometimes nurturing and sometimes devastating, never fully at rest. The children Poseidon claimed were not always easy to love and not always easy to know, but they were never ordinary. The sea never produced ordinary things. The sea was never empty. Ancient Greeks who stood at the shoreline and watched the waves understood this instinctively. The way you understand something, not from being told, but from simply standing close enough to feel it. The water moved with too much intention. The depths shifted with too much weight for the ocean to be merely water. Every ripple suggested something passing just beneath it. Every current seemed to carry the memory of a living thing, and within the tradition Poseidon presided over, this intuition was not imagination, it was the truth. This was because his realm was inhabited more richly than any world above the surface could easily hold. The creatures that populated those deep and shimmering corridors of water were not simple animals. They were beings of an older, stranger order, formed at the intersection of two natures, belonging to two worlds, and fully contained by neither. The most recognized among them, at least in the way they were described in ancient art and literature, were the hippocampi, the horses of the sea. These were the creatures that drew Poseidon's chariot across the open water. They were extraordinary in the particular way that only the ocean can produce extraordinary things. From the shoulders forward, they were horses in every recognizable sense, powerful necks, broad chests, manes that streamed behind them the way sea foam trails behind a breaking wave. But where a horse's body would continue into flanks and hooves, the hippocampus folded into something else entirely. Great scaled haunches, luminous and greenish, tapering into a long fish's tail that moved in smooth, undulating rhythms through the water. When Poseidon rode above the surface, these creatures moved at tremendous speed, their upper bodies rising in that familiar equine surge, their tails propelling them from beneath with a power that left long white furrows across the sea. The sound of them, according to some ancient descriptions, was like the sea itself breathing, a deep rush of water. a percussion of something vast and graceful and not quite tame. They were never fully tame. They were Poseidon's, which meant they were wild in the way he was wild, capable of gentleness and capable of terrifying force. You could not always know in advance which one you were about to witness. The Nereids moved through his realm as well. They were a different kind of presence entirely, neither monstrous nor wholly divine, but something in the middle space that Greek myth understood so well. There were 50 of them, the daughters of the ancient sea god Nereus and the Oceanid Doris. Each one understood to embody a particular quality or movement of the sea. Some represented its brightness, some its depths, some the gentle carrying of ships toward shore, some the violence of the undertow. Amphitrite herself had been a Nereid before she became Poseidon's queen. Even after that elevation, she retained the particular temperament of her kind, calm, self-possessed, not easily disturbed. Thetis was another, and her story carried a weight all its own. Poseidon had once desired her, and so had Zeus. But a prophecy circulated that Thetis was destined to bear a son who would surpass his father in greatness. Both gods, upon hearing this, quietly withdrew their intentions. Thetis was instead given in marriage to the mortal hero Peleus. The son she bore him was Achilles, which meant that the most celebrated warrior in all of Greek legend owed the particular shape of his destiny partly to a piece of divine caution, to two gods stepping back from something they wanted because they understood what it might cost them. Thetis loved her son with a grief that preceded his suffering, the way only a mother who already knew the ending could love. Galatea was another Nereid whose story has survived, and hers was a gentler one, though not without sorrow. She loved a mortal shepherd named Assis, young, unhurried in the way that shepherds on hillsides above the sea tend to be, and she loved him in that fully committed way that made her presence in the myths feel unusually human for a divine being. The Cyclops Polyphemus, Poseidon's own son, also loved her, or believed he did, in the consuming and incapable way of a creature who has never learned how to hold something carefully. He killed Acis in his jealousy. Galatea transformed her shepherd's blood into a river, so that something of him might continue moving through the world. She returned to the sea. These were the kinds of stories the Nereids carried with them. Stories about what it meant to feel deeply in a world that did not always protect those feelings. Proteus belonged to a different order of being. He was called the Old Man of the Sea. He served Poseidon as a shepherd of sorts, tending the god's seals along rocky coastlines, watching over the places where the ocean met the land. He was ancient even by divine standards. He possessed two gifts that made him both valuable and profoundly difficult to approach. He knew all things. He could change his shape at will. If you managed to catch him during his midday rest among the seals and hold him fast while he twisted and transformed, becoming fire, becoming water, becoming a lion or a serpent or a rushing stream, and if you held on through all of it, he would eventually return to his own form and answer your question truthfully. He was not malicious in his evasions. He simply did not want to be known. There is something in that worth sitting with quietly, the idea of a being, G, who contains all knowledge and uses his strangeness not to deceive, but to protect himself from the weight of being asked. Glaucus arrived in the mythology from an entirely different direction. He had been human once, a fisherman living an ordinary life near the sea. One day, according to the story, he laid his catch on a particular patch of grass. The fish, upon touching it, came back to life and returned to the water. Glaucus ate some of the same grass out of curiosity. Almost immediately he felt the pull of the sea as something he could not resist. He ran toward the water and dove in. When he emerged, he was no longer what he had been. His skin had turned a deep blue-green. His legs had fused into a fish's tail. Something essential about his nature had shifted irrevocably toward the depths. The sea gods welcomed him. Poseidon and Amphitrite purified him of his mortal nature through a ritual of immersion. He became one of the minor sea deities, a prophet of the waves. Someone sailors might encounter in calm water, his seaweed beard trailing behind him. He was neither the man he had been, nor fully divine. That made him representative of something the Greeks seemed to find genuinely compelling, the idea that the ocean could transform you completely if you stepped into it willing enough. The Ichthya centaurs, Bythos and Aphros, were older still, and stranger. They had the upper bodies of men, the forelegs of horses, the tails of enormous fish, a combination that placed them somewhere between the hippocampus and the centaurs of land, belonging to neither tradition fully. Their names meant depth and foam. It was said that it was they who carried Aphrodite safely to shore after her birth from the sea, guiding her gently across the water as she emerged from the waves above Cyprus, holding her steady as she arrived into the world. They appeared rarely in the surviving stories, but their presence in ancient art suggests they were understood as beings of the deep ocean, inhabitants of the parts that no light reached, who occasionally surfaced to perform some essential act before returning to wherever they had come from. The underwater world of Poseidon's realm, as the ancient Greeks understood it, was not a void or a darkness. It was populated, layered, full of life, that had organized itself according to principles different from those above the surface. The creatures there did not fit cleanly into any category the waking world had made for them. They were part horse and part fish, part mortal and part god, part prophet and part fugitive from knowing. They changed shapes, or they had shapes that were already two things at once. They loved and grieved and herded seals on rocky shores and carried goddesses through foam. Every creature in Poseidon's realm seemed to exist at the edge of two worlds, belonging entirely to neither. That in itself felt like a reflection of the ocean. There was a time, strange as it sounds, when Poseidon built walls for a living. The story begins with a punishment, though the sources disagree on exactly what the offense was. What is certain is that Zeus, in a moment of divine authority, sentenced both Poseidon and Apollo to serve a mortal king for a period of 1 year. The king was Laomedon of Troy, a man of considerable power and considerable arrogance, ruling over the city that sat at the narrow strait between two worlds, Europe and Asia, in a place of tremendous strategic beauty. To be sent there as a laborer, bound by divine obligation to serve a human being, was not merely inconvenient for Poseidon. It was a humiliation of a particular kind, the kind that a god of the sea, accustomed to being prayed to and feared, would not easily digest. Apollo, the god of light and music and prophecy, found himself tending Laomedon's flocks on the slopes above the city, watching over cattle and sheep, while the sun moved overhead without any direction from him. Poseidon, lord of the great ocean, earthshaker, god of the trident forged by the Cyclops, found himself hauling stone. According to the tradition, it was Poseidon who built the walls themselves, those famous walls that would one day make Troy seem indestructible to the armies of Greece. He laid the great stones one by one, shaping the fortifications that would define the city for generations. There is something quietly remarkable in that detail, if you sit with it for a moment. The walls that made Troy legendary were built by the same god who would later despise everything those walls stood for. Every stone that Poseidon placed was placed in service to a man who would end up mocking him. And yet the walls were magnificent, as anything made by divine hands tends to be, thick and high and fitted together with a precision that human builders admired and could not quite explain. Apollo's flocks, too, grew strong and numerous under his care, though he was no less bitter about the arrangement than Poseidon was. When the year was complete, they went to Laomedon to collect their wages. Laomedon refused. He did not merely decline to pay them, he threatened them. According to some versions of the story, he told them he would bind them and sell them into slavery, or cut off their ears and send them away. He spoke to gods the way a man speaks when he is forgotten, or perhaps never truly understood, what gods are. Poseidon's response was not immediate. but it was thorough. He sent a sea monster to the Trojan coast, Cetus, a creature of enormous proportions, rising from the water to devastate the shoreline and the people who lived along it. The sea, which Troy had always depended on for trade and sustenance, became a source of terror. Laomedon consulted an oracle to learn how the devastation might be ended, and the answer that came back was the kind that strips a father of everything comfortable. His own daughter, Hesione, had to be offered to the creature. She was brought to the rocks at the shoreline and chained there, left to wait for what was coming out of the waves. It was at this moment that Heracles arrived. He was passing through, or perhaps drawn there by some thread of fate that the Greeks often sensed without being able to name. And he offered Laomedon a bargain. He would descend into the creature's throat. Some accounts describe him leaping into the open mouth of Cetus and cutting his way out from the inside, spending 3 days in that darkness, before emerging, hairless from the heat but alive. And in exchange, Laomedon would give him the divine horses that Zeus had once presented to the Trojan royal family as compensation for taking the boy Ganymede up to Olympus. These were not ordinary horses. They were said to be capable of running across the surface of the sea, born from stock that carried something of the divine in their blood, and Laomedon prized them above almost everything else he possessed. He agreed to the exchange. Heracles killed the monster and freed Hesione from the rocks. Then Laomedon refused to surrender the horses. He had now cheated gods twice and a hero once, which was a remarkable accumulation of bad faith, even by the standards of Trojan royal behavior. Heracles left, but Heracles had a long memory and a particular relationship with anger, and he would return. He came back with ships and soldiers, and he sacked the city, the first sacking of Troy, generations before the war that would make it famous forever. Laomedon was killed. Hesione was given to Heracles' companion Telamon, who had helped take the city. One of Laomedon's sons, a young boy named Podarces, was spared at Hesione's request, and she ransomed him with her own veil. Podarces was renamed Priam, and it was Priam who would be king of Troy when the Greeks came for it the second time. Poseidon's involvement in the Trojan War, when it finally arrived, carried all of that ancient weight within it. He fought on the side of the Greeks, and while some of that allegiance had to do with the broader politics of Olympus, with Hera's hatred of Paris and the alignment of divine sympathies, part of it was simply the long memory of a god who had not forgotten what Laomedon's city owed him. He moved through the battle in disguise at times, strengthening Greek soldiers when their courage began to fail, rallying them at moments when the Trojan forces pushed them back toward their ships. There is a passage in the Iliad where Poseidon moves through the Greek camp like a tide coming in, touching men one by one and leaving something steadier in them than he found. He was not helping out of warmth toward the Greeks exactly. His relationship with individual heroes was complicated, and his persecution of Odysseus, which would come later, showed how little loyalty he felt obligated to maintain. But Troy he did not want to survive. The city had been built partly by his own hands, had been defended by his own walls, and had refused him what was owed. That refusal had never been answered adequately enough to satisfy him. When the Trojan War finally came and the city burned, Poseidon did not weep for it. He had watched it refuse to honor its debts twice, and that was more than enough. The temples built in Poseidon's name were almost always placed at the edge of something, the edge of the land, the edge of the sea, the edge of the known world. This was not an accident of geography, but a deliberate choice, a way of situating the god exactly where his power was most legible, where the solid certainty of the earth gave way to something vast and ungoverned and deep. The most celebrated of all his sanctuaries stood at Cape Sunion, on the southernmost tip of Attica, where the land narrows to a pale rocky point and drops away into the Aegean Sea. The temple there, built of white marble in the 5th century, sat high on the promontory so that sailors approaching from the south could see its columns long before they saw the coastline beneath them. On clear days the light came, the water in long flat sheets. The columns seemed to glow against the blue, as if the stone itself were giving off warmth. Sailors who had been weeks at sea would have caught sight of those columns and understood that they were nearly home, that the god had perhaps allowed them to come this far, that some form of gratitude was now in order. The temple faced west and slightly north. In the late afternoon, the sun would catch the marble in a way that turned it golden. The sea below would deepen to a colour somewhere between violet and grey. The whole place felt simultaneously very old and very much alive. The offerings brought to Poseidon across the ancient Greek world ranged from the modest to the extraordinary. What a person offered depended largely on what they needed from him and what they could afford to give. The most important sacrificial animal was the black bull, a creature chosen for its colour. That echoed the dark water of the deep sea, and for its size and strength. That made the offering a genuinely costly one, and therefore a genuinely serious one. Bulls were led to his altars, at coastal sanctuaries, and at the great ceremonial centres. Their sacrifice conducted with the formal care that any approach to so volatile a god required. Ippios, the god of horses. In some traditions, horses were drowned in rivers as an offering, led into the current and released, a practice striking enough that later writers remembered it with a kind of solemn awe. The drowning of a horse in moving water felt like a return, a giving back to the fluid world that Poseidon had always presided over. Whether that world was the sea or the underground rivers that the ancient Greeks believed ran beneath the earth and connected the ocean to everything that moved and shook. For sailors, worship of Poseidon was less a ceremonial occasion than a continuous and deeply personal practice. Before any significant voyage, offerings were thrown into the sea from the ship or from the harbour, wine poured over the water, small figures of clay or bronze, prayers spoken quietly at the rail as the coast grew small behind them. The sea was not a safe place for the ancient Greeks. They knew it with the kind of intimacy that comes from direct experience rather than abstract knowledge. Their ships were wooden and open, their understanding of weather reliable but imperfect. A sudden storm in the Aegean could end a crew and a cargo and leave nothing to show for it. Poseidon was the fact of that danger made personal. Addressing him before a voyage was simply what a reasonable son did. If he was pleased, the wind would cooperate and the water lie flat and the ship arrive where it was supposed to arrive. If he was not, there was very little anyone could do except hold on. The Isthmian Games were among the most important expressions of collective worship Poseidon received, held every 2 years at the Isthmus of Corinth, the narrow strip of land connecting mainland Greece to the Peloponnese, where his sanctuary stood in a grove of pine trees near the sea. The Games were one of the 4 great Pan-Hellenic festivals, alongside the Olympics at Olympia, the Pythian Games at Delphi, the Nemean Games, and athletes came from across the Greek world to compete in his honour. Victors were crowned with wreaths of pine, the tree sacred to Poseidon, though in some periods dried wild celery was used instead. Its pale stalks fashioned into a crown that carried a solemnity out of proportion with its modest appearance. The pine grove around the sanctuary had a quality that ancient writers found worth noting: dark and resinous, and always slightly shadowed. Even on bright days, the trees growing close together the way they do near the sea, bent a little by the prevailing wind. To compete at the Isthmian Games was to compete before Poseidon. The olive wreath of Olympia and the pine wreath of the Isthmus were understood as different expressions of the same fundamental act, placing yourself in the presence of a god and asking to be found worthy. At Tyanarum, at the very southern tip of the Peloponnese, where the land runs out into the Mediterranean, there was a cave that people believed belonged to Poseidon and reached downward into the underworld itself. The oracle there was consulted. The site was treated with the careful reverence owed to a place where the boundary between the living world and whatever lay beneath it was thought to be unusually thin. The god of the sea was also, In this tradition, the god of what lay deepest underground, the force that moved beneath the earth as surely as he moved on top of the water. The fishermen and sailors and coastal farmers who dedicated portions of their lives to keeping Poseidon appeased were not worshipping an abstraction. They were living alongside a genuine and unresolvable power that gave them their food and their livelihood and their connection to the wider world, that could take all of it away with no particular warning and no particular remorse. The fear and the gratitude were not separate feelings. They arrived together the way the sea itself arrives, as one thing with two faces, calm on one day and devastating on the next, beautiful in either case. And the sea itself, that had been there long before Poseidon was given a name and would be there long after, kept doing what it had always done, moving, always moving, never quite the same from one moment to the next, and never entirely knowable. Long before Artemis was known as the goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the wild places of the world, she came into being under circumstances that were far from gentle. Welcome, and thank you for being here tonight. I will be your guide as we travel back to the very beginning of one of the most beloved goddesses in all of Greek mythology, to the moment before she had her silver bow, or her hunting hounds, or her deep forests, to the moment when she was simply a child, newly born, on a small and trembling island at the edge of the ancient sea. We will follow the story of her birth, the hardship that preceded it, and the extraordinary things she did in her first hours of life. Before we begin, allow yourself to settle into wherever you are. Let your shoulders drop, let your hands rest open and easy, and let the sound of this voice be the only thing you need to follow for a little while. You are already exactly where you need to be. The story begins, as so many Greek stories do, with Zeus. He was the king of the gods, the ruler of the sky and the storm, and he had a wife named Hera who was as powerful and as proud as he was. Hera was the goddess of marriage, of family, of the sacred bonds that held the world in order, and she guarded those bonds fiercely. When Zeus turned his attention toward a titaness named Leto, gentle, quiet Leto, daughter of the old titans Coeus and Phoebe, Hera's fury was immediate and absolute. Leto was said to be extraordinarily beautiful, with a calm about her that drew people close, and when it became known that she was carrying Zeus's children, Hera made a decision that would send the poor woman wandering across the face of the earth with nowhere to rest. She sent out a decree, and the decree carried the full weight of a queen's authority. No land that rested beneath the sun, no island, no shore, no meadow or mountain of the solid world would be permitted to offer Leto shelter for her birth. Any place that dared to disobey would face Hera's wrath, and Hera's wrath was not something any corner of the world was eager to invite. So the doors of the earth, one by one, closed against Leto. She walked for a long time. The old accounts describe her moving from island to island, from coastline to coastline, her condition growing more apparent with every passing week, her need for rest growing more desperate. She crossed rocky shorelines where the waves broke white against the stone. She climbed into the foothills of mountains where the wind moved through the grasses with a sound like something breathing. She came to fertile valleys where the rivers ran cold and clear and the trees leaned toward the water, and she asked each of these places for shelter, and each of them turned her away. They were afraid. They were right to be afraid. Hera was watching, and no piece of land wished to become the site of her anger. There was also the matter of the serpent Pytho, or Python depending on the telling, a monstrous creature that Hera had sent to follow Leto wherever she went, to keep her moving, to prevent her from ever finding stillness. The image of Leto that survives in these stories is not a pitiful one, exactly, but it is a tender one, a woman of immense dignity carrying something precious and fragile through a world that kept refusing to hold her. Then there was Delos. It was not much of an island by most measures, small, rocky, treeless in places, sitting in the middle of the Cyclades, like something the sea had half forgotten. But Delos was different from every other piece of land in one essential way. It was not fixed to the earth. It drifted, unanchored, moving with the currents of the Aegean, which meant that Hera's decree did not apply to it in the same way it applied to solid ground. A floating island does not rest beneath the sun the way a mountain does. It belongs, in some sense, to the sea and the sky equally, and so it lay outside the reach of the queen's command. When Leto came to Delos and asked the island for refuge, Delos considered what it had to offer and what it stood to gain. According to Callimachus and others who told this story, Delos had been a humble and largely forgotten place, and it made Leto a simple bargain. If the child to be born there would honor the island with a great temple, Delos would shelter her. Leto agreed, and the island held still beneath her feet. What followed was a labor of 9 days and 9 nights. The stories are very clear on this. It was long and it was difficult, and there was an additional complication. Hera, still working against Leto even here, kept the goddess of childbirth, Eileithyia, away from Delos. Without Eileithyia's presence, the birth could not proceed. The other goddesses who had gathered on Delos to be with Leto waited and hoped, and eventually they sent Iris, the messenger, with a beautiful necklace of amber and golden thread to bribe Eileithyia into coming. She came, and the labor moved forward at last. Artemis arrived first. She came into the world on that small, wandering island, under a sky lit by whatever light managed to find its way through the cloud and salt air, and the first thing she encountered was her mother's exhaustion and distress. Leto was not finished. Apollo was still to come, and the labor with him was hard. What the myth tells us next is remarkable. The newborn Artemis did not simply rest or cry or be held. She helped. She took her place beside her mother and assisted in bringing her twin brother into the world. She was there, a child herself, barely arrived, serving as midwife for the birth that followed her own. The ancient sources, including the Homeric hymn to Artemis, give her this role plainly. She was the first to aid in childbirth because she had been the firstborn and had immediately helped with the next. This is why, later in her mythology, she would become a protector of women in labor, a goddess you could call on in the hardest hours of bringing new life into the world. She learned what that required from the very moment of her own existence. Palm trees grew on Delos, according to the accounts. One palm tree in particular, against which Leto leaned during her labor, and which became sacred because of it. The sea around the island turned gold, people said, when Apollo finally arrived, and swans circled the island singing, drawn there by some pull that even they could not explain. Whether the gold and the swans were real or the imagination of later tellers, the emotional truth they point to is clear enough. Something extraordinary had happened on that small drifting island, and the world felt it. Two of the greatest gods in the Greek pantheon had been born in hardship, in exile from the comfortable places, in the middle of the sea, with only a floating stone and a mother's endurance to shelter them. And the older of the two, the girl, the one who arrived first, had spent her first hours of existence making sure the second one arrived safely. And so from her very first moments of life, Artemis had already done what she would spend all of eternity doing, protecting someone who needed her. She was still very young enough that the stories say she climbed up onto her father's knee the way any child might, except that this child was a goddess, and her requests were nothing like any child had ever made before. The ancient poet Callimachus, writing in Alexandria in the 3rd century before the Common Era, preserved this scene with a tenderness that has outlasted almost everything else from that age. In his telling, Artemis was perhaps 3 years old, small enough that Zeus could cradle her comfortably, and yet already so certain of herself that she spoke without hesitation and without the smallest tremor of uncertainty in her voice. Zeus, the king of all the gods, the one whose moods could shift the weather of the entire sky, sat and listened. He was, by most accounts, a god who rarely listened to anyone for very long, but something about this particular child made him still. She began with the gift most unusual of all. She asked to remain a virgin forever, to never be bound by marriage, to never belong to any household but her own. In the world where these stories were told, that request was extraordinary. The lives of women in ancient Greece were organized almost entirely around marriage and the production of children, and even goddesses were expected to inhabit roles defined by their relationships to husbands, lovers, and sons. Hera was the wife of Zeus. Demeter was the mother of Persephone. Aphrodite was the embodiment of desire itself. But Artemis looked up at her father and asked to be none of those things. She asked, essentially, to be free, and she used the word that meant something very specific in that tradition, a word meaning whole unto herself, possessed, belonging entirely to her own will and her own purpose. It was less a rejection of love than a declaration of sovereignty made before she had ever needed to defend it. What makes this particular request even more striking is the context in which she made it. This was not a goddess who had been wounded by love or driven to bitterness by some divine betrayal. She had not yet experienced the world in any meaningful way. She was asking for autonomy, not out of necessity, but out of pure certainty about who she was and what she wanted her life to contain. There is something almost prophetic in that, as though she could already see the shape of her own future and recognized that it would not follow the paths worn smooth by the footsteps of other goddesses before her. She was not rejecting marriage because it had failed her. She was choosing another way entirely because some inner compass had already aligned itself toward a different north. After this, the rest of her requests came one after another, each one quietly illuminating some aspect of who she already knew herself to be. She asked for a silver bow and a quiver of arrows, the tools of the hunt, and she specified silver, not gold, which was the metal of the sun and of her brother Apollo, but silver, the color of moonlight and still water, and the cold edge of a clear night. She asked for a name that would stand beside her brothers in renown, not beneath it, a request that was careful and precise in the way that only someone deeply aware of their own worth tends to be. She had no desire to outshine Apollo. She wanted only to be considered his equal, which in some ways was the more quietly radical of the two positions to take. Then she asked for her companions, 60 young nymphs, she said, to run alongside her, daughters of Oceanus, young, joyful, devoted to the same life she intended to live, and 20 more, these drawn from the river Amnisus in Crete, to tend her hunting hounds and keep her arrows ready while she rested. The number itself has a quality of vision about it. She had already imagined, in specific and beautiful detail, the shape of the life she was asking for. Not a solitary life, but a communal one, built around shared purpose rather than domestic obligation. A household of her own kind, organized not around a husband at its center, but around the goddess herself and the wild places she meant to inhabit. She was building, in that moment on her father's knee, the architecture of an entirely different way of living. It is worth noting that in asking for these particular companions, Artemis was not simply gathering attendants in the way that other goddesses assembled retinues of servants. She was deliberately choosing women, or rather young goddesses and nymphs, who would share her commitment to the unmarried life, who would understand from their own nature what she was asking them to preserve and protect. Each one of these 80 nymphs would become, in their own way, a mirror of her choice, a living affirmation that the life she had chosen was not a solitary aberration, but part of a larger pattern of female self-determination. They would hunt with her, rest with her, and remain forever outside the structures of patriarchal obligation that governed so much of existence in the ancient world. She asked for the mountains too. "Give me all the mountains," she said, according to Callimachus, not any one mountain in particular, but the mountains as a category, as a kind of belonging. She asked for the forests and the wilderness beyond the edges of the cities, and she asked never to be required to enter those cities at all, except on those rare occasions when a woman cried out for her in the pain of childbirth, and then she would come. That exception tells you something important about her. For all her fierceness and her love of solitude, she had not turned away from human suffering. She had simply chosen where she would direct her care. Not in the city squares or the temples built for public ceremony, but at the private threshold of a woman's hardest hour, in the dark, when the need was most urgent and most real. Zeus listened to all of this. The stories describe him laughing as she spoke, a quiet laugh, full of something warmer than amusement, something closer to recognition, the particular pleasure a parent feels when a child reveals a self that is already whole and fully formed. He stroked her hair. He agreed. He granted everything she asked for without negotiation, without qualification, and apparently without the hesitation he showed when other gods and mortals came to him with their desires. There is something in that detail worth pausing over. Zeus was a god who drove hard bargains, who gave gifts with conditions attached, who moved through the world as a being whose generosity was rarely uncomplicated. But with Artemis, there were no complications. She had asked for exactly what she needed, and nothing more, and perhaps that clarity was itself persuasive in a way that grander ambitions were not. The older gods who observed Olympian life would have understood how unusual this scene truly was. Most Olympian children were assigned their roles or claimed them through competition, through inheritance, through the slow accumulation of deeds and associations. Artemis simply asked, at the age of 3, and was answered. She arrived at her own nature, not through struggle, but through the directness of her own self-knowledge, and she arrived there early. Every request she made on that afternoon was a window into a character that was already complete. The independence she asked for, the freedom from obligation, the preference for open wilderness over enclosed civic life, the desire for companions rather than subjects, the choice of silver over gold. Taken together, they form a portrait of a goddess who had understood herself before she had even had occasion to be tested. Zeus agreed to every single one of them, and for once the king of the gods did not seem surprised by the terms. He seemed, if anything, proud. Her first errand as a newly granted goddess was not to a garden or a temple, but to a forge, a volcanic island where the Cyclopes hammered iron for the gods and the air tasted of sulfur and heat. Callimachus, the ancient poet who wrote so tenderly of her early life, tells us that she went there small and unhurried, a young goddess still carrying the newness of her divine gifts. She arrived at the island while the great one-eyed smiths were already deep in their labor. The island itself trembled under the weight of what they were making. It shook and rang with the force of iron, meeting iron. The sky above it was stained a pale amber from the fires burning below. She walked toward all of that noise without flinching. The ground beneath her feet was warm even through the soles of her sandals, a warmth that rose from somewhere far beneath the rock, from the deep interior heat of the earth itself. The Cyclopes who stood at those enormous anvils were not like anything else in the world. Each one towered upward to a height that made the trees surrounding the forge look like low shrubs. Their single eyes caught the firelight and threw it back in orange gleams. Their arms, when they swung their hammers, moved with a force that sent vibrations through the stone underfoot. When Callimachus describes this scene, he lingers on the particular work they were doing when Artemis arrived. They were forging a great gift for Poseidon, the trident that would become the god of the sea's most recognizable possession. The metal was singing with heat. The sound of the forge was a continuous deep ringing that filled the whole island the way thunder fills a valley. But when they saw her, this small, composed, utterly fearless figure standing at the entrance to the forge, they set their hammers down. There was something in her bearing that commanded that kind of attention, not through loudness or force, but through the particular quality of her stillness. A stillness that seemed to say she would wait as long as necessary, and was in no hurry at all, and expected nothing less than their full effort when the time came. She told them what she wanted: a silver bow, curved and light, a quiver of silver arrows to match, the Cyclops work, and what they made for her was not merely a weapon, but something that seemed to carry within its silver length the cold light of the moon itself. A bow that would be associated with her for as long as her name was spoken anywhere in the world. She received it from their enormous hands with the ease of someone accepting exactly what had always belonged to her. She turned and left the forge behind her, walking back out into the cleaner air with her new bow resting across her arm. The island went on trembling, and the hammers resumed their enormous work. The smoke rose back into the amber sky as if she had never been there at all. What she carried with her now was more than a weapon. It was a declaration of intent, a tool shaped by the mightiest craftsman in the cosmos and meant for her hands alone. The bow felt right in a way that suggested the Cyclopes, for all their lack of foresight, had understood something essential about who would come to claim it. She descended the volcanic island and began the journey northward, her thoughts already turning toward the next necessity. There was still something missing, something she could not forge or command into existence, something that had to be sought out and freely given. The bow would serve her well in the life she had imagined for herself, but it would not be enough by itself. She needed companions for the wild places, creatures that understood the language of the forest and the mountain as naturally as they breathed. And there was only one being she knew who could provide such gifts with the grace and generosity she required. From the forge, she made her way to the mountains and forests of Arcadia. This was because there was one more thing she needed before she could begin the life she had already imagined so precisely in her own mind. Pan was there among those forested slopes, the wild, shaggy god of pastures and flocks, who moved through the woodland places of Greece with the easy familiarity of someone who had been born knowing every path and hollow and hidden clearing. He was not a god of Olympus and not a god of the great formal powers, but he was entirely at home in the places where Artemis intended to spend most of her existence. She went to him because he was the one who kept and knew the finest hounds. When she found him, Callimachus tells us, he was in the act of dividing out a litter from one of his finest hunting lines. He gave her generously, as someone gives who is genuinely pleased to give. 7 swift hounds from Arcadia, dogs bred for speed and for the particular intelligence that makes a hunting dog worth having. Dogs that could read the movement of quarry through dense undergrowth and hold a scent across running water. 3 of them had spotted coats, pale markings against darker ground. They were among the finest he had. He gave those to her as well, adding them to the group with the quiet manner of someone who understood exactly who he was dealing with and wanted to be remembered well. The hounds took to her immediately, which was not always how things went with animals and new handlers, but there was something about Artemis that wild creatures recognized without being taught to recognize it, a quality in her presence that said she belonged to the same world they did, that she was not a visitor to it, but a permanent and rightful inhabitant. The dogs seemed to know this before she had done anything particular to demonstrate it. They circled her with the restless, joyful energy of animals that have just understood they have found their person, their noses working at the hem of her robe and at the new silver bow, and at the forest air that surrounded her, sorting out the information of her as if filing it permanently away. She let them do this, standing patient and warm among them while they made their investigations. When they were ready, she moved and they moved with her, ahead of her and around her, and doubling back to check on her position, and then ranging out again, falling naturally into the rhythms of a hunt, even though there was no quarry yet, and no particular direction. Only the beautiful open prospect of the Arcadian mountains stretching away on all sides into the kind of distance that makes the heart feel simultaneously very small and very free. Pan watched them go, and said nothing, because there was nothing that needed saying. With her bow across her shoulder and her hounds running loose ahead of her, she turned toward the forest. The forest, it seemed, was exactly where she had always been meant to go. The forests she chose were not the tame, sun-dappled groves near the edges of cities, but the deep ones, the ones where the trees grew so close together that noonlight arrived at the ground as something dim and green and ancient. These were places where the roots of oak and pine broke the soil into ridges and hollows, where moss covered every stone in a soft, unbroken green, where the air itself tasted different from the air of open meadows, cooler, damper, carrying the faint mineral smell of water moving somewhere just out of sight. She moved through these forests the way water moves through a landscape, following the path of least resistance, touching everything lightly, almost no trace behind. Her home was not a palace or even a fixed shelter, but the accumulated geography of wild Greece itself. She knew the mountains of Arcadia the way a shepherd knows his pasture, not as scenery, but as living ground beneath her feet. She knew which ravines held snow until late spring, that hillsides faced north and kept their shadows all afternoon, that high meadows opened suddenly from the tree line like rooms discovered at the end of a long corridor. The mountains of Taygetus, Erymanthus, Maenalus, these were her familiar territories. In each of them, she was at ease in a way that she never was anywhere more ordered or more built. She had no use for roads. She had no use for walls. The wilderness gave her everything she needed, and she gave it her full attention in return. Her days had a rhythm that followed the light, rather than any human schedule. Before dawn, while the sky above the mountains held its deep indigo color, and the stars were still present in it, she was already moving. There was something in the pre-dawn forest that she seemed particularly fond of, the hour when the animals of the night were finishing their work and the animals of the day had not yet begun theirs, when the world existed briefly in a kind of stillness that felt less like emptiness and more like listening. She would move through it quickly and quietly, her hounds close at her sides, their breath fogging in the cold air, the only sound the soft fall of feet over pine needles and leaf mold. With her were her nymphs, the 60 companions who had pledged themselves to her service and her way of life. They were daughters of rivers and mountains and woodlands, and they carried that origin in everything they did. In the early morning, before the hunt began, they bathed in the cold rivers that ran down from the mountain slopes. These were not slow, warm rivers, but fast-moving ones, running clear and loud over polished stones, cold enough in the high season to make a mortal gasp. The nymphs waded into them without hesitation, moving through the current with the ease of creatures who had always lived near water. Artemis bathed among them. In these moments of early morning and cool, rushing water, the group had a quality of joy that was quiet and complete, nothing theatrical or perform. Just the simple pleasure of cold water and companionship and morning light beginning to move across the tree line above them. When the light came fully, the forest canopy lifted from shadow into its daytime green. The nymphs moved through the woods with purposes of their own. Some gathered plants along the stream banks, not only for food, but for the simple pleasure of knowing what grew in each season, in each kind of soil. They knew which berries ripened first on south-facing slopes and which mushrooms appeared in the days after rain. Others climbed to the rocky outcrops above the tree line, where the sun arrived earliest, sat there in the warming light, watching the landscape lay itself out below them, the dark shapes of the forest canopy, the silver thread of a river, the pale gold of distant meadow grass. The mountains of ancient Greece were not empty or silent places. They were full of sound and colour and life, and the nymphs of Artemis inhabited them as naturally as any creature born there. Music appeared without any formal arrangement. In the late afternoon, when the heat of the day had passed and the shadows of the trees stretched long across the ground, the nymphs would gather in one of the clearings, small open spaces in the deep forest, where light came through the canopy evenly and the grass grew soft, and there they danced and sang together. These were not elaborate performances, but something more spontaneous, voices finding harmonies with each other, feet finding rhythms in the soft ground, music that rose and dissolved back into the sounds of the forest, the way smoke rises and then disappears into air. Artemis was not always at the center of these moments. Sometimes she sat at the edge of the clearing, her back against the bark of a great tree, her hounds sleeping around. her, watching her companions with an expression that the old poets described as quietly contented, a look that belonged to someone who has exactly the life she chose. Her relationship with the animals of the forest was unlike anything in the human world. It was not the relationship of a keeper with kept creatures, nor the relationship of a hunter with prey. Though she was a hunter in the most complete sense of the word, it was something harder to name, a mutual recognition perhaps, or a form of trust that ran between a creature and the landscape itself. Deer grazed close to where she rested without lifting their heads in alarm. Bears, emerging from the heavy undergrowth at the edge of a river, watched her pass without retreating. Birds that would have burst upward from the grass at the sound of human footsteps remained where they were when she moved through. The animals seemed to understand, in whatever way animals understand such things, that her prey once was not a threat to them, or not simply a threat, that she was something the forest itself had produced and accepted. She moved through darkness without discomfort and without slowing. On nights when the moon gave enough light to work by, she hunted well past dusk, her eyes finding shapes in the shadows that a mortals would have missed entirely. On nights with no moon, she moved by feel and sound and an orientation that seemed less like navigation and more like instinct, the way a tree knows which direction is up without being told. She was not afraid of the dark forest. That can feel, to a human, like an entirely different place after sundown. The familiar trees made strange, the ordinary sounds amplified, the paths gone uncertain. For Artemis, the night forest was simply the forest in another mode. She moved through it with the same ease she moved through it at noon. Solitude did not trouble her either. There were times, the old stories suggest, when she moved ahead of her nymphs and went alone into the deepest parts of the mountains, into the high rocky places where the tree line ended and the bare ridge lines began. There, the wind came without obstruction from any direction. The landscape was stripped down to its essentials, stone and sky, and the sound of the wind moving over both. She stood in those places, not because she was lonely or needed distance from her companions, but because the high, empty places fed something in her that even the best company could not. She was a goddess who required both community and solitude. She arranged her life so that she had access to both, on her own terms, whenever she wanted them. In the evenings, the company gathered again. The nymphs prepared food from what they had foraged through the day. They ate together in the long blue dusk that falls over the Greek mountains when the sun has gone behind the western ridges, but the sky above is still luminous. The hounds settled around the fire. Conversation moved quietly from one voice to another. The mountains cooled rapidly after sunset. The stars appeared in large numbers over the ridgelines. The night sounds of the forest began their patient work, the owls calling across the dark valleys, the small sounds of creatures moving through the undergrowth, the creek running its own low continuous note beneath everything else. This was the life she had asked for at 3 years old, sitting on her father's knee. It was the life she had been given, and it was the life she kept. She had her hounds, her nymphs, her rivers, the cool smell of pine and wet stone. Every morning the world was exactly as wild and exactly as free as it had been the day before. Of all the creatures in the natural world that she governed, Artemis showed a particular tenderness toward deer, a tenderness that coexisted, without any contradiction, with her role as the greatest hunter the world had ever known. There is something in that paradox worth sitting with for a moment. This was because it tells you a great deal about who she was. She did not love the hunt because she loved destruction. She loved it because she understood the wild world from the inside. The deer, graceful, swift, attuned to every shift in the air, was in many ways her truest mirror. Ancient accounts describe her chariot as drawn not by horses but by deer with antlers of hammered gold, 4 of them pulling her through the sky above the mountains and forests she called home. She is said to have captured these creatures herself. Travelling to the land of the Hyperboreans, a mythical place beyond the northern winds where the air was always warm and still, and finding golden horned deer of extraordinary beauty grazing along the riverbanks there. 4 of them she took. The 5th, according to one telling, escaped across the river Celadon. Artemis, rather than pursuing it, allowed it to go. That 5th deer would eventually become the creature at the center of one of the most celebrated pursuits in all of Greek myth. The relationship between Artemis and the deer she chose to keep was not one of dominion in the conventional sense. These animals served her, certainly, but they did so as partners in her movements through the world. The golden-horned creatures understood her intentions and moved in concert with them, their own natures perfectly aligned with hers. To harness them to her chariot was not to diminish them, but to recognize a kinship that existed on a level beyond the ordinary. The deer that pulled her across the sky bore her not as a burden, but as a sacred trust. In the same way that the Cyrenian hind would later be sacred to her, these 4 creatures occupied a place in her heart and her cosmos that was nearly equal to her own. They were not servants in any diminishing sense. Rather, they were the expressions of her own nature, swift, vigilant, attuned to the wilderness. When later myths described her moving through the world accompanied by these creatures, what was being suggested was something more like a conversation between the goddess and the natural world, a dialogue conducted in movement and silence, and the particular attention that only the most refined hunters possessed. The Cyrenian hind, as it came to be known, was a creature unlike any other in the natural world. Its antlers were made of gold, its hooves of bronze. It moved with a speed and lightness that made every other living thing appear heavy and slow by comparison. It was sacred to Artemis. That made the story of Heracles and his labors considerably more complicated. This was because capturing the hind was one of the tasks assigned to him. What is less often told is the account of how Artemis first encountered this animal and what passed between them. In one version drawn from older tellings, Artemis herself had spent a full year pursuing the hind through the mountains and river valleys of the Peloponnese before it was finally caught, not by force, but by patience, by following it through exhaustio, until it slowed at last near the river Ladon, and Artemis was able to take it gently in her arms. The year-long chase was not a contest of strength. It was something more like devotion, a long, unhurried attention paid to a single beautiful thing moving through the world. When Heracles later sought the creature as part of his labor, Artemis confronted him directly. In most versions of the story, she allowed him to borrow the hind only after he explained himself and swore to return it unharmed. The hind was not his to keep, and they both understood that. The bear held a different kind of significance. Where the deer suggested swiftness and grace, the bear suggested something older and more grounded, a deep, slow power, a fierceness in the protection of young things. Artemis's connection to bears was ancient enough that it may have preceded the later stories about her, woven into the religious life of Attica long before the mythology had fully taken its familiar shape. At Broron, on the eastern coast of the Attic Peninsula, there was a sanctuary where young girls between roughly 5 and 10 years old were sent to serve Artemis for a period before their eventual marriages. These girls were called arctoi, bears, and they wore saffron-colored robes and participated in processions and dances and races. Living for a time within the orbit of the goddess's sacred space, the myth that explained this practice told of a bear sacred to Artemis that had been killed, the goddess's anger over its death, the ritual that the Athenians established to appease her and restore the proper order between the human world and the divine. The bear, in this tradition, was not simply an animal associated with Artemis by accident. It was a creature she mourned, a creature whose death required reparation, a creature close enough to her that its loss created a wound in the relationship between goddess and city. The girls who became bears at Brauron were, in a sense, offering themselves as substitutes, a gift of young life and devotion in place of the life that had been taken. Pan, the god of wild places and pastoral things, gave Artemis her hunting hounds. This was its own kind of gift. According to Callimachus, who wrote a detailed hymn to Artemis in the 3rd century before the Common Era, Pan provided her with a full pack of dogs, some spotted, some swift, some bred for endurance over long mountain distances. These hounds ran ahead of her through the forests, their voices carrying through the trees at dawn. They were as much a part of her image as the silver bow across her shoulder. Hunting dogs in the ancient world were not merely useful. They were companions in the fullest sense, animals trained so closely to human and divine intention that they seemed to share in it. Reading the forest the way their mistress read it, sensitive to the same silences and the same sudden movements in the underbrush. For Artemis, the hounds represented not a reduction of the wild world to her purposes, but a collaboration with it. They were themselves wild things, at least in origin, shaped over time into something that moved between the world of beasts and the world of the goddess. Cypress trees, guinea fowl, wolves. The lists of creatures and plants associated with her are long. They share a quality of belonging to the edges of things, to the places where the cultivated world thins out and something older begins. She governed what was ungoverned. She cared for what no one else had claimed. The doe grazing in the last light of evening, the bear moving along a ridge above the tree line, the hound following a scent through wet grass at first light. These were not separate from her, but extensions of her attention, part of the vast breathing world she had asked to be made responsible for before she could even lift her father's thunderbolts. These animals were not trophies or tools for her, but something closer to companions, living symbols of the wild world she had sworn herself to protect. To be a virgin goddess in ancient Greece meant something quite different from what the word suggests today. It was less about the absence of love and more about the possession of oneself. The Greek word most often used in connection with figures like Artemis was not one that simply described physical chastity, but one that carried the deeper sense of being whole, self-contained, belonging entirely to one's own will rather than to the will of a husband or a household. In a world where most women moved from the authority of their fathers directly into the authority of their husbands, this was not a small distinction. It was, in fact, a radical one. Artemis was not alone in holding this status on Olympus. Athena and Hestia were also counted among the virgin goddesses. Together, these three represented something the ancient Greeks understood as a particular kind of divine power, one that came precisely from remaining uncommitted, undivided, free of the obligations that bound most women to a single home and a single life. Hestia tended the sacred hearth at the center of the world and asked for nothing beyond the sanctity of that fire. Athena governed wisdom and war with a clarity untouched by personal attachment, and Artemis moved through forests and over mountains with her bow across her back and her hounds at her heels, answerable to no one. What connected these three was not the denial of feeling, but the channeling of all feeling, all purpose, all energy directly into their divine work. The vow Artemis had made as a small child on her father's knee was not a vow of emptiness, it was a vow of fullness. She had chosen to fill herself with the wilderness, with the protection of young things, with the cold light of the moon overhead. There was simply no room left in that life for the kind of surrender that marriage required. The ancient Greeks understood this clearly enough that they did not read Artemis as a cold or unloved figure. She was surrounded by companions, revered by followers, tended by 60 nymphs who had taken the same vow and chose to remain with her rather than return to the world of households and hearth-fires. Her world was not empty, it was extraordinarily full, just full of different things. The significance of this distinction manifested itself across the religious landscape of ancient Greece. Artemis's temples and sanctuaries dotted the Mediterranean world, from the grand structure at Ephesus, one of the seven wonders, to smaller shrines nestled in the hills and valleys where rural communities gathered to honor her. These were not places built to commemorate absence or denial, but monuments to a particular kind of presence, a divinity that expressed itself through action, through vigilance, through the eternal chase across divine terrain. the goddess who never slowed, never settled, never allowed herself to be diminished by the narrowing constraints of domesticity, represented something revolutionary for women in the ancient world. She embodied the principle that a woman's value did not depend on her relationship to a man, that her significance could be measured entirely by the work she accomplished and the loyalty of those who followed her of their own choosing. In mythology, when suitors approached seeking to claim her favor, Artemis rejected them all with equal firmness. Her father Zeus, the king of the gods himself, respected this choice and protected it, which itself was unusual and marked her experience as fundamentally different from other female deities pressed into marriage by divine decree or masculine will. For young girls in ancient Greece who grew up hearing these stories, the message was unmistakable. There existed at least one path through the world that did not lead inevitably to a husband's house. There was a way to be powerful, to be honored, to be central to the divine order, without surrendering autonomy or identity. What this meant for the women who worshipped her was equally profound, perhaps more personal than any of the theological reasoning. Young girls in cities across Greece, in Athens, in Sparta, in the villages that dotted the countryside between mountain and sea, grew up understanding that there was a goddess who held open a kind of space for them, a space that would close when they married. Before marriage, a girl in ancient Greece occupied a liminal territory, belonging fully to neither childhood nor adult life, neither entirely her father's nor yet her husband's. In that interval, Artemis was her patron, her guardian, the divine figure most aligned with who she was before the world had fully decided who she was going to become. Girls offered her prayers and small dedications, a lock of hair placed at a roadside shrine, a clay figure left at the edge of a sanctuary, a toy set down on the altar of a temple, and the offerings were understood not merely as gifts to the goddess, but as acknowledgements of what the goddess represented. She was the version of yourself that ran through open fields without yet knowing where they ended. She was the self that had not yet been divided into roles and expectations, and the slow accumulation of someone else's needs. The sanctuary at Broron, on the coast of Attica, held traces of exactly this kind of offering. Small items recovered by archaeologists, objects that had belonged to children, left behind as children crossed the threshold into another kind of life. The goddess received them and kept them, and the children went on. Artemis herself never went on in that way. She remained on the other side of that threshold forever. That was perhaps why girls trusted her with those objects. She would know what they meant. Having chosen to stay on the same side herself, her virginity was not a wall she had built to keep the world out, but a ground she stood on that allowed her to stand firmly upright, uncompromised, entirely her own. And when a girl in ancient Greece married and left behind her childhood, she often made an offering to Artemis first, a doll, a lock of hair, a small clay figure, as if saying goodbye to the version of herself that had belonged to no one but her. Actaeon was not a careless man or a foolish one. He was the grandson of Cadmus, the founder of Thebes. He had been raised with every advantage that noble birth and a serious education could offer. His particular gift was hunting. He had a feel for the wilderness that his companions admired and could not quite explain, a sense of where the deer would move, how the wind shifted in the passes, how to read the mud beside a river for the story it was telling. His teacher in these arts, according to the older accounts, was the centaur Chiron, who had also taught Achilles and Jason. That tells you something about the company Actaeon kept in the imagination of ancient Greece. By the morning the story reaches its end. He had spent a long and successful day on the mountain with his hunting party. Dogs had run hard. The sun was already lowering itself toward the ridgeline, burning the sky a deep and liquid gold. He told his companions to rest. He told them they had done enough for the day and that they would meet again at dawn. Then he walked alone into the trees, following nothing in particular, wandering through the cool shade with the unhurried ease of a man who was entirely comfortable in wild places. The forest on the slopes of Citharon was the kind that holds its silence deliberately. The trees grew close and old, their upper branches weaving together into a canopy that filtered the late afternoon light into something soft and directionless. Actaeon followed the sound of water without thinking much about it, the way you follow a sound when you are tired and the day is winding down and your mind is moving slowly. He pushed through a screen of low branches and stepped into a clearing he had never seen before, a grotto, really carved out of the rock, with a shallow pool fed by a cold spring, moss so thick along the edges that it held the shape of footprints the way snow does. The water was very clear and very still. The light that reached it came through a gap in the canopy directly over Ured, so that the whole pool glowed a pale and silver green. It was, by any measure, one of the most beautiful places in the mountain. It was also, at that moment, where Artemis had chosen to bathe. The goddess had made this place sacred to herself alone, a refuge from the eyes of gods and men alike. No hunter had stumbled upon it in living memory. No shepherd had wandered close enough to catch a glimpse of the path that led to it. Artemis valued her privacy as fiercely as she valued her independence, and she had chosen these mountains, this hidden spring, this clearing untouched by the world outside, as the place where she could exist entirely beyond the reach of observation. The clearing was far enough from Thebes, far enough from any mortal settlement, that she could assume with absolute certainty that she would be alone. It was an assumption that the mountains of Cithaeron, for all their remoteness, would not allow her to keep. She was there with her nymphs, as she often was at the end of a long day. Her bow and quiver hung on the branch of a nearby tree. Her hunting clothes set aside, her silver arrows resting against a root at the water's edge. The nymphs had gathered around her, some already in the water, some kneeling at the bank with cupped hands. It was a private moment in a private place, a clearing so far from any road or path that no mortal was supposed to find it. For a long breath after Actaeon stepped through the branches, the whole scene simply held itself in suspension. The man standing at the edge of the trees, the goddess in the water, the nymphs turning one by one to look. Then the nymphs cried out. They crowded around Artemis, pressing close to her, trying to shield her from the man's sight with their own bodies. They were startled and frightened, and they made the sounds of both. Artemis herself did not cry out. She rose above the nymphs around her, taller than they were. She looked at Actaeon across the pool with an expression that the old stories do not bother to describe in detail, because the result speaks clearly enough for it. She had no arrows within reach. Her bow was on the branch, her quiver beside it. In that moment, she had nothing in her hands but the cold water of her own pool. She took it up in her palm, and she threw it across the space between them, a handful of drops catching the last of the clearing's silver light as they crossed the air and landed on the hunter's face and neck and hands. That was all. That was enough. Actaeon felt something change in his body before he understood what was happening to him. His neck stretched and lengthened. His hands, where the water had touched them, thickened and darkened and pressed themselves into the earth as hooves. The weight of antlers spread above his head, branching outward in the slow and terrible way that new growth moves, too fast, far too fast. He could feel every inch of it. His chest deepened. His voice, when he tried to speak, tried to say something, tried to say her name, or his own name, or to say that he had not meant to come here, that he had only followed the sound of water. His voice was gone. What came from his throat instead was the sound a stag makes. Low, involuntary, entirely wrong for what he was trying to say. He stood in the clearing on 4 legs. The goddess in the pool watched him without a word. Then the stag that had been Actaeon turned and ran. His own hounds found him almost immediately. They had been resting in the shade where he had left them, waiting the way well-trained dogs wait, patient and easy. When the stag came crashing out of the trees, they did what they had been taught to do their whole lives. They gave chase with everything they had. There were 30 of them, perhaps more. Each one had a name. The ancient texts take time to list them. That is its own kind of grief. all those names attached to animals that could not know what they were doing. They were doing exactly what Actaeon had trained them to do. They were very good at it. He ran because a stag runs. This was because the body he was now trapped inside understood pursuit the way it understands breathing. The forest that had always felt like home to him became a series of obstacles, fallen logs, steep slopes, narrow gaps between trees that his new antlers caught and tangled. He was fast. He was not fast enough. The dogs were faster. The distance between predator and prey closed with terrible efficiency. All the skill that Actaeon had cultivated over a lifetime of hunting was now turned against him. Every technique he had taught his companions, every advantage that had made him celebrated among hunters, was being used by his own animals with perfect precision. He had created these hunters, trained them, refined their instincts through endless days in the mountains. Now they were coming for him with the very excellence he had instilled in them. Somewhere on the mountain, his hunting companions heard the hounds in full cry and lifted their heads and looked at one another. They called his name into the trees. They called it again, louder, thinking perhaps he had gone ahead and was already watching the chase. Thinking perhaps he would want to see this, how well the dogs were running, how fine the stag was. They called his name the way men call for a friend they expect to answer, with good humour still in the sound of it, with the ease of people who have not yet been told that something is wrong. The forest gave back the sound of the hounds, and the hounds gave back nothing that helped. His companions called his name until the forest swallowed the sound. Actaeon, who had been one of the finest hunters in Greece that morning, answered too. Only with silence. There was one figure in all of Greek mythology who came closer to Artemis than any other. Not a god, not a nymph, but a mortal hunter of extraordinary size and skill named Orion. He was said to be the son of Poseidon, which perhaps explains something of his stature. Tall enough, some accounts insisted, that he could wade through the deepest ocean with his shoulders still above the water. He carried a great bronze club and wore a lion's pelt across his back, and he moved through the wilderness the way very few mortals ever managed to, not as a visitor, but as something that belonged there. When Artemis encountered him, she recognized in him something she had never encountered before in the mortal world. He could match her pace through the forest. He knew how to read the broken twig and the disturbed earth the way she did. He understood the language of wind moving through high grass, and he could stand completely still in a clearing for so long that the deer forgot he was there. In all the centuries she had spent moving through wild places, she had never met a mortal who reminded her, even faintly, of herself. The two of them began to hunt together, and the stories say that those hunts ranged across mountains and islands, through meadows just beginning to frost at the edges, through river valleys where the mist lay low in the mornings. They were, by every account, well matched, and that simple fact, the matchness of them, seems to have been enough to make something rare and quiet grow between them. Some sources tell us that other gods noticed the change in her. She was absent more often from the gatherings on Mount Olympus, her silver hunting bow somehow less frequently seen in the traditional sacred spaces. The nymphs in her retinue understood what was happening, even if they said little of it aloud. What had once been a purely divine order, Artemis and her companions moving through the mortal world without attachment or entanglement, had shifted into something more complex. The goddess who had rejected every immortal suitor, who had demanded her independence and received it, who had made a sacred vow and kept it absolutely for centuries, had found something in a mortal that moved her in ways her own kind apparently could not. It was unprecedented enough to command attention across the mythological tradition. Whether that something was love in any complete sense is a question the ancient sources leave carefully unanswered. The myths tend not to say so directly, perhaps because the idea sits uneasily alongside everything else the tradition tells us about Artemis. Her vow, her fierce independence, the whole texture of who she was. And yet the grief that follows his death in nearly every version of the story is not the grief of a goddess, who lost a useful companion. It is something heavier than that, and the ancient writers seem to have understood that, even when they couldn't quite name it. What is clearest in all the versions is that Orion mattered to her in a way that no one else did, and that his absence left something in the world permanently and specifically empty. Beyond that, the tradition spreads into several distinct versions of his death, and they do not agree with one another, and the disagreement itself tells us something about how much was at stake in how the story got told. The version that many scholars consider among the oldest involves Apollo, and it is a painful one. In this telling, Apollo grew uneasy about the closeness between his twin sister and the hunter. He worried, or so the story frames it, that Orion's presence in Artemis's life threatened her sacred vow and the purity of purpose that defined her. One day, while Orion was swimming far out to sea, his head just a small dark shape against the glittering water at an enormous distance from shore, Apollo approached Artemis and challenged her. He pointed toward that distant shape and told her she could not hit a target so far out on the water. Artemis, who never declined a test of her skill, drew her bow and released an arrow with the precision that had never once failed her. The arrow found its mark. She did not know, until the tide brought Orion's body to shore, what she had done. According to this version, she stood over him and understood then that she had been deceived, and that the hand that had drawn the bowstring had been her own. The grief she felt, in this telling, was bound up with something worse than loss. It was bound up with the knowledge that she herself had been the instrument of it, however unwillingly. This version carries particular weight because it implicates Apollo directly in the tragedy, suggesting that the family bonds of Olympus could be weaponized against even Artemis's own desires. The trick played on her was not crude or obvious, but elegant in its cruelty. It used her own nature against her, her unquestioned skill and her pride in that skill. Some versions suggest that Apollo acted out of genuine concern for his sister's vow, while others frame him as motivated by jealousy or a desire to maintain the traditional order of things. The ambiguity about his motives adds another layer of complexity to the tragedy. A second version places the cause of his death entirely outside Artemis. In this account, the earth goddess Gaia sent a great scorpion to kill Orion. The reasons given vary. Some say Orion had boasted that he would hunt every animal on earth until none remained, and Gaia, who held all living things in her care, sent the scorpion in response to that threat. Others say the cause was something simpler and less clear. The scorpion struck him and killed him, and Artemis had no part in it. Zeus, out of either pity or recognition of Orion's greatness, placed him among the stars. In this version, Artemis mourns but is not implicated, and her grief is uncomplicated by guilt. A third version is harder, and it shows a different face of the story entirely. In some accounts, Orion attempted to violate Olympus, one of Artemis's nymphs, a companion under the goddess's direct protection. In this telling, Artemis killed him herself, deliberately, with her arrows, as she would have killed any man who violated the sanctity of her circle. There is no ambiguity about her intention in this version, and no trick involved. He crossed a boundary she had made clear, and she responded with the same cold precision she had shown in every other myth where that boundary was crossed. Those who told this version were not trying to diminish the earlier closeness between them. They were showing, perhaps, that even the deepest regard Artemis felt for someone did not grant him permission to become something other than who he ought to have been. The ancient Greeks were not troubled by holding all three versions at once. They understood that myths could carry multiple truths simultaneously, and that a figure like Orion could be both the hunter who moved as Artemis's equal through the wild, dark forests, and the man whose end came, one way or another, through his connection to her, whether through Apollo's trick, Gaia's intervention, or his own failing. What mattered more than the mechanism was the grief that followed, and the grief is consistent across nearly everything the tradition says. Artemis, who had never wanted anything from the mortal world, had wanted something from Orion. His company, his presence in the places she loved most. And when that was gone, she carried the absence with her. She asked Zeus to place him among the stars, and Zeus did. The constellation rose in the winter sky, vast and bright, with 3 stars aligned across his belt like a hunter's ornament, and the great nebula hanging below them like something luminous and unresolved. There are versions of the sky story in which the scorpion that killed him was placed in the heavens too, in the constellation Scorpius, on the opposite side of the sky from Orion, so that the hunter and the creature that ended him never rise together, never share the same night at once. Whether that arrangement was mercy or simply astronomy, the Greeks read meaning into it, the way they read meaning into every pattern the sky offered them. And on clear nights, when the constellation of Orion rose over the horizon with his belt of 3 bright stars, the ancient Greeks looked up and aired him, and perhaps remembered her too, moving silently through the darkness just beyond the edge of his light. There was a queen in Thebes named Niobe, who had everything the ancient world considered worth having: a powerful husband, a beautiful city, and 14 children, 7 sons and 7 daughters, each one said to be more radiant than the last. Her husband was Amphion, king of Thebes, a man of such musical gift that the stones of the city's walls were said to have arranged themselves into place at the sound of his lyre. Thebes itself was prosperous and orderly, a city of wide streets and good harvests, the kind of place that made its ruler feel that the world had been arranged specifically for her benefit. Niobe was also of divine lineage herself. Her father was Tantalus, who had once dined with the gods, and she carried that proximity to the divine like a garment she never took off. She was beautiful, accomplished, and beloved by her people, and she knew it with a completeness that left no room for doubt or modesty. In another person, that certainty might have softened with time. In Niobe, it grew. The story tells us that one day the people of Thebes gathered to perform the rites due to the goddess Leto, the mother of Apollo and Artemis, burning incense and winding laurel branches in her honor, offering the kind of quiet reverence that the gods expected and that kept the world in its proper order. Niobe came down into the square wearing robes threaded with gold, and she watched this ceremony for a moment with an expression that her people knew to be dangerous, and then she told them to stop. She said plainly and without hesitation that Leto had borne only 2 children, and she had borne 14, and that if closeness to divinity was the measure of honor, then the honor belonged to her. She commanded that the incense be extinguished and the laurel branches be put aside. She told them to offer their prayers to her instead. The crowd was silent in the way that crowds go silent when something has gone badly wrong, and everyone can feel it, but no one yet knows how to name it. The incense smoke thinned and died. Leto's ceremony ended in the middle of the day, unfinished. Word of what had happened rose from Thebes the way smoke rises, steadily and without hurry, and it reached Olympus. Apollo and Artemis did not deliberate for long. They descended from the mountain with their bows, and the story tells it plainly. What happened next was swift and sequential and without negotiation. Apollo found Niobe's 7 sons outside the city walls, some of them racing horses across an open field, others practicing with javelins in the afternoon light. He moved among them unseen, and one by one they fell, not to visible wounds but to the sudden, certain stillness that an arrow from a god produces. Each son here and then not here, the way a lamp goes out when the oil runs dry. The city learned what had happened before the sun reached the horizon. Niobe herself came to know it in the way that mothers know things, before any messenger arrived, by the quality of the silence spreading through her household and outward into the streets. And still she did not yield. Even standing in the ruins of half her pride, she looked upward toward wherever gods looked from and said that she still had more children than Leto, and that her daughters remained, and that therefore she was still the greater. It is this second refusal that the ancient accounts dwell on, because it reveals something true about a particular kind of pride, that it does not break cleanly when struck, but splinters inward, becoming harder and stranger at its core. Artemis came for the daughters then. Moving through the city in that way she moved through forests, without announcement, following no path that could be anticipated. Niobe's daughters fell one after another, and Niobe, who had not moved from where she stood when the last of her sons was taken, watched it happen and held the youngest girl against her with both arms, and she begged. She who had ordered a goddess's incense extinguished, she who had told an entire city to redirect its prayers, she who had called herself greater than the mother of immortals, she begged, and her voice carried something in it that even in ancient retellings sounds recognizable and human and sorrowful. She asked for one child to be spared, the youngest, the smallest, the one she was holding. She asked in the language of a mother, which is its own kind of prayer. No mercy came. The youngest daughter went still in her arms, and Niobe was left standing in silence with a city around her that did not know how to look at her, and a grief so complete that it had nowhere further to go. The stories say she ceased, after that, to be fully a woman. She wept without stopping, and as she wept, she grew cold and rigid, and the warmth that had animated all that pride and certainty drained out of her and was replaced by stone. The gods, or the wind, or the weight of what she had done, carried her across the sea to Mount Sipylus in Lydia, and there she remained, a rock formation on the mountain face that, when the spring melt came down through the limestone, seemed to weep. The ancients looked at that rock and understood it as the permanent consequence of a single afternoon in Thebes, when a queen looked at the offerings due a goddess and decided they were owed to her instead. What Niobe had believed about herself was not entirely wrong. She was extraordinary, even among the extraordinary, but the ancient world understood and wove into this story with great care that the distance between being remarkable and being greater than the divine was not a matter of counting. It was a kind of blindness. The rock on the mountain in Lydia, the ancients said, wept forever, a spring of water seeping from it, even in the driest summers, and they called it Niobe's tears. Among the nymphs who ran with Artemis, there was one named Callisto, who was said to be the most devoted, the swiftest on her feet, and the most loyal to the sacred vow they all had taken together. She came from Arcadia, that mountainous and ancient region of Greece where the forests grew dense and the rivers ran cold and clear from the high peaks of Erymanthus and Selene. Some accounts name her as the daughter of Lycaon, the king of Arcadia, which would have made her a princess who had chosen the wilderness over every comfort a royal life might have offered her. Whether or not that lineage is accurate across every version of her story, one thing remains consistent. Callisto had given herself entirely to Artemis's company, and she had meant it with her whole heart. She wore no garland meant for a marriage ceremony. She kept no hope of a settled life in some quiet household. She ran through the same forests, bathed in the same cold springs, and carried the same earnest commitment to her vow as every other companion in the goddess's circle. And for a long time, that was enough. The mountains were wide, the hunting was good, and the company of her sisters in the wilderness was the only life she had ever wanted. Then Zeus saw her. Precisely how he approached her varies depending on which ancient source one follows, but the most widely told version holds that Zeus disguised himself as Artemis herself to gain Callisto's trust before violating her. She would not have allowed any man near her, but she would not have recoiled from the goddess she served. The deception was complete and deliberate, and Callisto had no defense against it. What happened to her was not a choice she made or a vow she broke willingly. It was something done to her by a god whose power far exceeded anything she could have resisted, and the ancient storytellers, even those who sometimes glossed over the mechanics of divine transgression, could not quite obscure that fact. She was left changed and frightened and alone with something she did not know how to carry. For months, Callisto tried to hide what had happened. She pulled her clothing a little closer when the others were near. She avoided the bathes in open streams that were a natural part of life in the goddess's retinue, finding reasons to slip away or arrive late. She ran just as hard as she always had, moved just as quietly through the underbrush, gave no outward sign. But a body keeps its own records, and a group of women living closely together in the wilderness will eventually notice what one of them is trying to conceal. According to the version Ovid follows in his Metamorphoses, and which echoes much older Greek tellings, the discovery came during one of those riverbank moments when the nymphs shed their hunting clothes and waded into cool water to rest. Artemis was there, and Callisto could not slip away in time. What Artemis saw told her everything. The fury that followed was immediate, and it was absolute. Artemis had no patience for what she understood as a broken oath, even if the circumstances of that breaking had been forced rather than chosen. This is one of the more difficult truths about the goddess. Her justice did not always have room for the distinction between a vow shattered by desire and a vow shattered by violence. She cast Callisto out from her company on the spot, and the transformation followed, though which hand performed its shifts depending on the version of the story one reads. In some accounts, it is Artemis herself who changes Callisto into a bear, her fury seeking a shape for its punishment. In others, Zeus transforms her first, hoping to hide the evidence of what he had done from Hera's watchful suspicion. In still others, it is Hera herself, having learned the truth, who carries out the transformation as her own particular vengeance. The ancient sources do not agree, and perhaps the disagreement itself means something, as if even the storytellers found it difficult to decide whom to blame most cleanly in a story where the original ROM had already been so clear. Whatever hand changed her, Callisto became a bear. She kept her human mind inside that large and shambling body, which made it worse in ways difficult to fully imagine. She knew the forests she moved through. She recognized the streams where she had once run freely with her companions. She understood what she had lost in a way that a true animal could not have, and that understanding had nowhere to go. She wandered Arcadia for years, alone and frightened of the very hunters who had once been her kind. She gave birth to a son, and the boy was raised among men, and she never knew him. That son was named Arcus, and he grew up to be a hunter of considerable skill, which, given his parentage, was perhaps inevitable. The tragedy sharpened when Arcus, now a young man and knowing nothing of his mother's fate, came upon a large bear in the wilderness. The bear moved strangely, did not behave as a bear ought to, seemed to hesitate and almost reach toward him rather than flee or charge. We cannot know what Callisto felt in that moment, catching the scent of her own child after so many years of solitude, looking at him through eyes that were no longer her own. What Arcus felt was simpler and more terrible. He raised his spear. He was doing exactly what a hunter does. He had no idea. One more heartbeat, and the story would have ended there, in an Arcadian clearing, with a son killing his mother and never knowing it. Zeus intervened. Whether it was the magnitude of the tragedy about to unfold, or something more private, the memory of what he had done to Callisto in the first place, he acted before the spear flew. He placed them both among the stars. Callisto became Ursa Major, the great bear wheeling slowly around the northern sky. Arcus became Ursa Minor, the smaller bear beside her. Hera, who had her own grievances with this entire story, reportedly persuaded the sea gods Oceanus and Tethys to refuse the bear's shelter in their waters, which is why the two constellations never set below the horizon in northern latitudes. They circle without rest, never dipping beneath the sea to sleep the way other stars do. It is either a punishment or a reunion, depending on how one holds it. Zeus set them both in the Callisto as Ursa Major, Arcus as Ursa Minor, and there they circle the North Star together through every season, never setting below the horizon, never entirely lost to one another. The great fleet of the Greeks gathered at Aulis and could not move, because the winds had died and the sea lay flat as a bronze mirror. And the prophet Calchas said the gods were responsible. And the god was Artemis, and the reason was Agamemnon. Aulis was a narrow harbour on the coast of Boeotia, sheltered and well-positioned, the kind of place where 1,000 ships could anchor and wait. And wait they did. The great expedition against Troy stalled before it had even begun, the sails hanging limp and useless in air that refused to move. The men grew restless, provisions dwindled, the commanders argued, and at the centre of it all stood Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, the man who had gathered this enormous force by the force of his name and his authority, now powerless against a stillness he had brought upon himself. The offence, according to most accounts, had been twofold. In one version, he killed a stag that was sacred to Artemis, a beautiful creature that roamed under her protection, one of those animals the goddess regarded not as prey, but as something closer to a ward. In some tellings, he killed it within a grove consecrated to her, which made the act not merely careless, but a desecration of sacred ground. And then, as if the killing alone were not enough, he made it worse. He boasted. He said, by some accounts, that not even Artemis herself could have made such a shot. He held the animal up as proof of his own supremacy, not understanding or not caring that he was speaking those words inside the silence of a goddess who had never once been outmatched by a mortal and had never once forgiven the suggestion that she might be. Artemis heard him. She always did. The wind stopped, and the sea went still, and no amount of sacrifice to other gods changed that stillness, because the goddess who held it in place was waiting for something specific, and she was entirely prepared to wait as long as it took. Calchas, the prophet who travelled with the fleet, eventually delivered what everyone feared to hear. He said that Artemis required a price for what had been taken from her. The price was not gold or livestock or even years of military service. The price was Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia, brought to Aulis under the pretense of marriage to the hero Achilles, and then sacrificed on the altar of the goddess herself. The weight of that demand settled over the camp, like the windless air above the harbour. Here was a war being fought, ostensibly over one man's stolen wife, and the goddess of the hunt was now asking the commander of the entire expedition to give up his daughter in order to sail. The men needed the winds required the girl, and Agamemnon stood between those two facts for what must have felt like a very long time. In the version of events that ancient sources like Aeschylus recorded in the Oresteia, Agamemnon made his choice. He sent for Iphigenia. She came believing she was to be married, her mother Clytemnestra accompanying her with all the preparations a wedding required. What waited for her instead was an altar and a priest and a father who had decided that the war and his command of it and the 1,000 ships that depended on him outweighed the life of his child. Iphigenia was sacrificed. The winds returned. The fleet sailed for Troy. Aeschylus did not soften this. The sacrifice of Iphigenia hangs over the entire Oresteia as the first link in a chain of violence that winds through years and generations. Clytemnestra never forgave her husband for what he had done at Aulis, and when Agamemnon returned from Troy victorious, it was that old grief, as much as anything else, that met him at the door. The myth asks a question about what kind of man chooses a war over a daughter, and it does not offer a comfortable answer. It simply follows the consequences. But there was another version, and it is perhaps the one that tells us the most about Artemis herself. The knife descended. The ceremony was completed in the eyes of those present, and yet when the smoke cleared, what lay on the altar was not Iphigenia, but a deer. A hind, some accounts say, its body in the place where the girls had been. Artemis had intervened at the last possible moment, removing Iphigenia from the altar and leaving the animal as a substitute, and the girl herself was carried away. Carried to Tauris, the distant land on the far shore of the Black Sea, where she was set down safely and given a new life as a priestess in the goddess's own sanctuary there. Iphigenia served at Tauris for years, far from Greece, far from her family, presiding over rituals at the edge of the known world. It was not the life she had expected, but it was a life. Euripides returned to this story in his later play, Iphigenia in Tauris, where the young woman eventually encounters her brother Orestes and finds her way back toward home, having survived what no one in the Greek camp at Aulis had believed she could survive. The two versions sit in productive tension with each other. In the older, harder telling, Artemis is a goddess who demands what she demands and does not relent, and a father sacrifices his daughter because the logic of war requires it, and the world goes on carrying that wound. In Euripides' version, something changes at the last moment, not because Agamemnon deserved mercy, but because Iphigenia did. The goddess who killed the children of Niobe without hesitation, the goddess who transformed Actaeon and sent arrows into the daughters of a boastful queen, here made a different choice. She took the girl away from the altar and put her somewhere she could be useful, somewhere the wild and lonely edges of the world would keep her, somewhere that belonged, in a sense, to Artemis herself. What to make of that choice depends on how you read the goddess. Perhaps she had already extracted sufficient suffering from Agamemnon by forcing him to that altar in the first place, by making him the kind of man who would agree to it. Perhaps the deer on the altar was payment enough, and Iphigenia was more valuable to her alive and devoted than dead and mourned. Perhaps the goddess, who had spent her existence protecting the young and the vulnerable, found she could not quite bring herself, in the end, to destroy one more girl who had done nothing wrong. In that version of the story, Artemis chose to save the girl rather than destroy her, and Iphigenia spent her life in the goddess's service, a priestess at the edge of the known world, which was, in its way, a kind of mercy. Artemis had a way of dealing with unwanted pursuit that was sometimes deadly, sometimes deeply ironic, and once or twice almost funny, depending on how you looked at it. The stories of Agamemnon and Niobe and Actaeon all carry a certain weight to them, a gravity that lingers long after the telling. But not every myth about Artemis and the men who crossed her ends in the same register of tragedy. Some of them carry something lighter alongside the consequence, a kind of wit threaded through the warning, and the story of the river god Alpheus is perhaps the clearest example of that. He was one of the great rivers of the Peloponnese, a deity whose waters ran long and cold through the landscapes of Arcadia and Elis, and according to the old stories, he fell completely and helplessly in love with Artemis herself. He pursued her, not with violence, but with the blind, persistent devotion of someone who had convinced himself that sheer wanting was enough. Artemis, for her part, was entirely unmoved by his feelings and had no interest in being caught. But rather than striking him down immediately, she arrived at a solution that was equal parts practical and quietly mischievous. She was resting with her nymphs near a river one evening, when she became aware that Alpheus was close, moving through the darkness toward her and toward them, and that in the dim light of that hour, he would not easily be able to tell one face from another. So she reached down, gathered a handful of mud from the riverbank, and spread it across her own face and the faces of her nymphs, masking them all equally in the same earthy grey. When Alpheus arrived, he looked from face to face and could not find her. He could not distinguish the goddess from her companions. He stood there in the dark, baffled, while the nymphs apparently found the whole scene quite amusing, and eventually he retreated, defeated by something as simple as river mud. It is one of the few moments in Artemis's mythology where the goddess wins, not through arrows or transformation, but through cleverness alone, and there is something satisfying about that. The story of Alpheus does not end there, however. He was a river, and rivers find their way through obstacles by flowing around them or beneath them, and the ancients believed that Alpheus did exactly that his waters dove beneath the sea and travelled underground, flowing all the way to the island of Sicily and emerging at the freshwater spring of Arethusa in Syracuse. The nymph Arethusa, it was said, had once been a companion of Artemis who fled from Alpheus herself, and Artemis had transformed her into a spring to help her escape him. And so the river that could not reach the goddess followed her, devotee instead, and the two waters mingled at Syracuse for centuries. The river and the spring joined beneath the sea in a way they could never be joined above it. The story of Bufagus carries no such lightness. He was a man of Arcadia, and the myth recorded by the ancient geographer Pausanias describes him as someone who attempted to assault Artemis in the mountains of Pholoe, in a direct and violent violation of everything her sacred person represented. She killed him with her arrows before he could reach her, swift and final, the way she had ended the threats of others who had mistaken her solitude for vulnerability. His name, in Greek, means something close to ox-eater, a detail that suggests a figure of rough and uncontrolled appetite, and appetite in his case led him directly into the path of a goddess who had no patience for it. Pausanias mentions the site where this happened as a place people in his day still knew, which suggests the story had a long local memory attached to it, the kind that gets embedded in the landscape itself and passed down through generations as both myth and warning. Artemis left no ambiguity in that encounter. There was no transformation, no ironic reversal, no second chance. He approached her, and she ended the matter immediately, and the mountains of Pholoe were thereafter, in some quiet way, her territory all the more completely. Syparites offers yet another variation on the theme. He was, according to one account, a young man from Crete who came upon Artemis bathing, not through any intention of his own, but by accident, much as Actaeon had in his own myth. Rather than transforming him into prey for his own hounds, she changed him into a girl. The scholars who have written about this myth over the centuries have noted the range of ways it can be interpreted, as punishment, as erasure of the witness, or perhaps as something stranger and more ambiguous than either of those. The transformation is not described as violent in the sources that preserve it. It is simply what happened. He saw something he was not meant to see, and the world he inhabited afterward was fundamentally different from the one he had entered to. He forest with. Together, these three figures, the lovesick river, the violent man in the Arcadian hills, and the unlucky young Cretan, trace something consistent about the way Artemis moved through the world. Her boundaries were real, her responses were proportionate to the nature of the transgression, and she was more than capable of choosing cleverness when cleverness was the appropriate tool, and arrows when it was not. The river god Alpheus, they said, never quite gave up, and his waters still flow underground and emerge in Syracuse, still searching, after all this time, for a face covered in mud. In the city of Ephesus, on the western coast of what is now Turkey, there stood a temple so large and so magnificent that ancient writers listed it among the 7 greatest wonders of the human world. It rose from a broad marble platform at the edge of a marshy plain, its forest of columns, somewhere between 100 and 127 of them, depending on the ancient source, each standing roughly 60 feet high, smooth and pale as bone in the afternoon light. The Greek geographer Strabo wrote about it with the kind of quiet reverence that comes only from actually standing in a place and understanding that words will not quite reach it. Pliny the Elder measured it and reported that the temple stretched more than 400 feet in length and more than 200 feet width. It one of the largest enclosed sacred spaces the ancient world had ever produced. Pilgrims travelled to Ephesus from all directions, from Greece and Egypt, from Persia and Italy, from cities whose names have since been forgotten, and they came not merely out of curiosity, but out of genuine devotion. This was because the goddess worshipped here was not quite the same goddess you would have found standing quietly in a forest clearing in Arcadia, with her silver bow and her hounds running loose at her heels. The Artemis of Ephesus was something older, or at least something different, a great queen of heaven, a mother of abundance, a goddess whose power ran not through wild mountains, but through the ordered fertility of the world. Her most famous cult statue showed her standing upright and her lower body wrapped tightly in cloth decorated with rows of animals, bees, bulls, lions, deer, and across her chest and torso she bore a cluster of round, layered objects, whose exact meaning has occupied scholars for centuries. Some have called them breasts, which would make her a goddess of nourishment and plenty. Others have argued they are eggs, symbols of creation and potential. A smaller group has suggested they represent bull's testicles, offered as sacrificial gifts. That would fit with other aspects of Ephesian ritual. The debate has never been settled cleanly. Perhaps that ambiguity is itself appropriate for a goddess whose nature at Ephesus resisted any single, tidy explanation. What is clear is that this image of Artemis, frontal, layered, dense with symbol, bore almost no visual resemblance to the lithe, fleet-footed huntress of mainland Greek tradition. That both images were understood by their worshippers to represent the same divine presence. That says something remarkable about how capacious the ancient religious imagination truly was. Breathe gently here and let the image settle. The pale columns, the pilgrims arriving from the edge of the known world. The strange and magnificent statue, standing in her inner sanctuary with her rows of animals and her unreadable expression. The temple that pilgrims visited in its greatest period was not the first structure to have stood on that site. Archaeologists working at Ephesus in the 19th and 20th centuries found evidence of sacred activity there, stretching back to the Bronze Age. Long before the Greek colonists arrived, and long before the goddess received a Greek name, the great classical temple, the one that earned its place among the Seven Wonders, was begun around 550 BCE under the patronage of the Lydian king Croesus, whose wealth was so legendary that his name became synonymous with riches in the ancient world. He contributed many of the columns himself. Inscriptions found on some of their bases confirm his donation, a detail that gives the building an unusually well-documented human history alongside its mythology. The temple served not only as a place of worship, but as a bank, a sanctuary for refugees, a marketplace of sorts, a sacred space so universally respected that merchants stored their valuables there. Knowing the goddess's protection extended over her house and everything within it, festivals held in her honor drew enormous crowds. There were processions and musical competitions, athletic games and sacred rites performed by priests and priestesses whose exact duties varied across the long centuries of the temple's existence. The city of Ephesus and the sanctuary were deeply intertwined. The temple was not a remote holy place, but the living economic and spiritual center of a thriving Mediterranean city. And yet, for all its splendor and commerce and crowds, the Ephesian Artemis remained mysterious. That layered figure in her inner room, receiving offerings and prayers from people who understood her, perhaps less as a personality with myths and adventures, and more as a fundamental force, a divine presence that held the world in a kind of ordered abundance. How different she seems, standing there in her carved robe of animals, from the goddess who ran barefoot across the mountains of Arcadia, with 60 nymphs at her side, and a pack of hounds ahead of her. And yet the ancient world held both images simultaneously, without apparent contradiction, as if they understood that a goddess old enough and large enough could contain them all. The temple stood, in one form or another, for centuries, surviving fire and earthquake and the slow changes of empire. A man named Herostratus burned the temple to the ground in 356 BCE, simply because he wanted to be remembered. The Ephesians, understanding the logic of that desire better than he perhaps intended, responded by making it illegal to speak his name, which is why we still know it today. At Brauron, on a quiet stretch of the Attic coastline, there was a sanctuary where something unusual happened every 4 years. The daughters of Athenian citizens were sent to serve a goddess and to become, for a time, bears. The sanctuary sat close to the sea, sheltered by low hills, surrounded by the kind of quiet coastal landscape, salt air, pale reeds, shallow marsh water catching the light, that seems made for slow thought and careful ritual. It was dedicated to Artemis. The girls who came to it were called Arctoi, which simply means bears. They arrived as young children and left, eventually, as something slightly different, older, marked by their service, carrying with them whatever it is that sacred time bestows. The ritual itself was called the Arcteia. Its origins reach back to a story the Athenians told about a bear and a terrible mistake. According to one version of the myth, a bear sacred to Artemis had been living near the sanctuary, tame enough that people had grown accustomed to its presence. A young girl, some accounts say a maiden who teased or provoked it, others say simply that she drew too close, was injured or killed by the animal. Her brothers, outraged, hunted the bear down and killed it. Artemis, whose sacred creature had been destroyed, sent a plague upon Athens, or according to some versions, simply withdrew her protection from the city. The oracle at Delphi delivered the goddess's terms in order to restore her goodwill. The Athenians must send their daughters to serve at Brauron. They must play the bear, take on the animal's nature for a season, atone for the debt through devotion and ceremony. The myth thus established a pattern, a sacred obligation that could only be repaid through the presence and participation of young girls at the sanctuary. The ritual that emerged from this story was not understood as punishment, but rather as a necessary restoration, a way of rebalancing the relationship between the city and its goddess. Once established, this observance became woven into the fabric of Athenian life, expected and essential for every family with daughters. The ritual became one of the most important religious observances in Attica. Girls between roughly 5 and 10 years old were sent to the sanctuary for a period of service. How long exactly is not entirely certain from the surviving sources, though a year is commonly suggested, and during this time they wore robes dyed in saffron yellow, the warm golden colour of firelight and autumn leaves. They ran races, participated in processions, learned sacred dances, moved through the rhythms of the sanctuary's religious life in ways that must have felt, to a small child, both solemn and strangely joyful. The saffron colour itself carried meaning. It was the colour of transformation, of the threshold between one state and another. These girls were genuinely in transition, standing between childhood and the adult lives that waited for them, performing a role that held both of those things at once. The sanctuary at Brauron has been carefully excavated by archaeologists. What they found there deepened the picture considerably. The physical space included a stoa, a long colonnaded building, with dining rooms and sleeping quarters, suggesting that the girls actually lived at the sanctuary during their service, rather than simply visiting for ceremonies. There were rooms that seemed designed to accommodate children, built at a human scale that speaks quietly of the reality of small people sleeping, eating, spending their days within these walls. The sanctuary's careful design suggests that the Athenians understood something essential about how children experience sacred space. The rooms were modest but thoughtfully arranged, with the stoa providing shelter from the intense Attic sun, while open courtyards allowed for the freedom of movement and play that was clearly central to the ritual experience. Even in antiquity, those responsible for the Arctea seemed to recognize that religious ceremony could be joyful and natural for children, not something requiring them to abandon their own nature. The scale of the architecture itself communicated respect for the young participants, that they were being received not as diminished versions of adult worshippers, but as genuine participants in religious life. Votive offerings recovered from the site represent one of the more moving collections in all of Greek archaeology. Not grand dedications from wealthy adults, but the intimate, small-scaled offerings of children and their families. There were miniature clay figurines of girls, some of them shown running or dancing, caught in the posture of the very activities the arctoi performed. There were painted pottery vessels, craters, and cups with images of the rituals themselves. Girls in procession, girls racing, the bear appearing here and there among the painted figures as a reminder of what the whole observance was honoring. Pieces of clothing were found as well, small garments, dedications made perhaps at the end of a girl's service, the tangible remnants of a childhood spent in the goddess's care. Some offerings appear to have been made by mothers on behalf of daughters who died young, a quieter and more sorrowful layer within the sanctuary's long history of use. The whole place carries a quality of accumulated tenderness. Each object left there was a point of contact between an ordinary human life and something much larger, between a child growing up in Athens and a goddess who had asked that children be brought to her, who had in some sense claimed a portion of every Athenian girlhood as her own. Artemis, who had refused marriage and domesticity herself, who had asked for freedom as her very first gift, presided here over the threshold that led directly toward those things. As if she understood that her role was not to keep girls in the wilderness forever, but to hold them gently in a protected space before they moved into the world. The Arctoi who came to Brauron were even back to the city changed, more ready perhaps, or simply more fully themselves, for having spent time in a place that belonged neither to household nor to marketplace, but to the open air and the old rhythms of devotion. Archaeologists digging at Brauron found what the girls left behind: small clay figurines, painted pots, pieces of clothing, the ordinary objects of childhood offered to a goddess who was, in some sense, holding those childhoods safe. Apollo and Artemis were twins, born within moments of each other on the same island. They spent the rest of their immortal lives being as different from each other as it is possible to be, while still sharing a fundamental bond. Apollo was the god of light, reason, music, prophecy, a god who built temples, spoke through oracles, brought order to the human world through art and law and understanding. Artemis was the goddess of the moon, the hunt, the untamed wilderness, a goddess who shunned cities, moved silently through dark forests, answered to no one. He was the sun moving across an open sky. She was the cool silver presence rising after it had set. Where Apollo civilized, Artemis refused. Where Apollo sought to illuminate and explain, Artemis was content to move through the world asking no one to understand her. And yet, when something threatened what they both loved, their mother, their honor, the sacred order of things, they moved together with a single purpose that made them, briefly, one of the most formidable forces in the Greek mythological world. Their relationship was not simple. No honest sibling relationship ever is, but it was real, it ran deep, and it was one of the few constants in the long, complicated life of a goddess who kept most of the world at a careful distance. The clearest expression of their bond was the way they defended their mother, Leto, together and without hesitation. When the queen of Thebes, Niobe, publicly declared herself superior to Leto and commanded her people to abandon the goddess's worship in her favor, Apollo and Artemis descended from Olympus side by side. Apollo drew his golden bow against Niobe's 7 sons. Artemis drew her silver one against her 7 daughters. Before the day was over, Niobe's extraordinary pride had become the most devastating kind of grief. They acted with the same cold, deliberate precision, not in rage exactly, but in something more measured and therefore more terrible. The same unity appeared in the story of the giant Tityus, who attempted to violate Leto as she crossed the land of Panopeus. Both twins killed him together, and Zeus sent him to Tartarus, where an eagle tormented him for eternity. In these stories, Apollo and Artemis are not 2 separate gods who happen to share a mother. They are something closer to a single protective force, arms outstretched around the one person they had both loved since before they understood what love was. Their mother's suffering during their birth, her long wandering across a world that would not shelter her, had left something in both of them. A particular fury reserved for those who insulted or harmed her, a loyalty that overrode everything else when it was called upon. But there was also friction between them. The myth of Orion tells that part of the story honestly. Orion was Artemis's companion, a mortal hunter of extraordinary ability who moved through the wilderness the way she did, naturally, joyfully, without needing anything the civilized world had to offer. In one version of the myth, Apollo grew concerned about what this friendship might become, or perhaps simply could not resist the opportunity to test his sister's attention. He challenged Artemis to hit a distant object moving far out at sea, knowing full well that the distant shape was Orion swimming. Artemis, who never missed, did not miss. She only understood what she had done when the waves brought his body to shore. Ancient sources do not agree on exactly how Orion died. Some versions give the credit to a scorpion, others to Artemis's own arrow. The details shift depending on who is telling the story and when. But the version in which Apollo is responsible for Artemis's grief is one of the oldest and most persistent. It says something important about these two, that even the god who loved his sister most could act against her interests without fully understanding what he was taking from her. He saw a threat to her divine vow. She had found something rare and equal. They were not looking at the same thing. The grief she carried after Orion's death, quiet as it was the kind that does not resolve. Zeus placed Orion among the stars. Artemis, who rarely looked up at what she could not change, likely understood that this was the closest thing to mercy the situation allowed. What their relationship comes down to, told across all these stories together, is something that feels less like mythology and more like something recognizable. Two people formed from the same beginning, shaped by the same early loss, devoted to each other in ways that did not require constant demonstration. They did not need to be in the same place to be connected. Apollo in his temples and his sunlit groves, Artemis in her dark forests under the crescent moon. They were, in their very opposition, a kind of completeness. They were, in the end, two halves of a single idea, that the world needs both sunlight and moonlight, that the orderly and the wild are not enemies but partners, that even gods who love each other do not always understand each other. Not all of Artemis's companions were nymphs or immortal beings. Some of the most devoted figures in her mythology were mortal women who, for one reason or another, found their way into her circle and stayed. Of these, perhaps none was more beloved or more closely marked by the goddess's influence than Atalanta, a girl who came into the world under circumstances that mirror, in a quiet and human way, the wildness that Artemis herself embodied. According to the story, Atalanta was born to a father who had wanted a son. When she arrived instead, he carried her into the forest and left her there on a cold hillside, as if she were something the wilderness could simply absorb and forget. But the wilderness did not forget her. A she-bear, sacred to Artemis, found the infant and nursed her. When hunters eventually came across the child, she was already half wild, quick on her feet, unafraid of darkness, more comfortable beneath open sky than under any roof. She grew into a young woman of extraordinary speed and skill, a hunter who could track deer through rocky ground, who could throw a spear with a kind of accuracy that made older men fall silent with admiration. The ancient sources describe her as the finest mortal hunter in all of Greece. That distinction was not given lightly in a world where hunting was considered among the highest arts a person could practice. She ran with Artemis's blessing. It showed in everything she did, the economy of her movement, the patience she brought to a trail, the ease with which she moved through forest and mountain alike. She joined the great Caledonian boar hunt, that famous gathering of heroes from across Greece. She drew first blood on the enormous creature, a detail that some of those same heroes did not receive graciously. This was because she was a woman and had outperformed them. Her reputation grew with each successful hunt, each beast brought down with the precision that only a true hunter could achieve. The story of her prominence at Aulis spread throughout Greece, carried by the heroes who had witnessed it firsthand. What made her remarkable was not merely her skill, but her absolute refusal to acknowledge any limitation based on her sex. She refused suitors in a way that would have been recognizable to anyone who understood what Artemis stood for. Her father, once she had grown famous enough to be inconvenient to ignore, attempted to arrange her marriage. Atalanta agreed to marry only the man who could outrun her, knowing, with the quiet confidence of someone who had been measured against the best Greece had to offer, that no such man was likely to exist. For a time, none did. Men came and raced and fell behind and paid for their failure with their lives, according to the harsher versions of the story, though other tellings are gentler on that point. Then came Hippomenes, or Melanion depending on the source, who had been given 3 golden apples by Aphrodite, and dropped them one by one across the course as he ran, each one catching Atalanta's eye long enough to slow her stride by half a step. She was distracted, some say by the beauty of the apples, some say by something softer and less easy to name. And he crossed the finish line ahead of her. The race was lost, and with it the freedom she had defended for so long. What followed afterward, the strange ending that transformed them both into lions, belongs to a different part of her story. The telling of it varies enough across the ancient sources that certainty is hard to find there. But the part of Atalanta's life that Greece remembered most was not the end of it. It was the years before the race. The years she spent moving through the forests with a spear in her hand and no obligation to anyone, running faster than anyone who tried to follow her. Iphigenia, whose story in an earlier part of this telling ended at the altar at Aulis, with Artemis substituting a deer in her place and carrying her away to Tauris, spent the rest of her life in the goddess's service as a priestess at a sanctuary near the edge of the known world. Her devotion was not a punishment, but a continuation, a life lived inside the same protection that had saved her, tending a sacred flame and performing the rites that kept the goddess's presence felt in a distant place. The sanctuary where she served was said to be a place of profound solemnity, where the ordinary rules of the world held less sway. Those who came to perform rituals there reported a sense of the sacred that was almost palpable, a presence lingering in the shadows and high chambers. Iphigenia became a keeper of mysteries, entrusted with knowledge and practices that ordinary mortals never experienced. She was not forgotten by Greece. The plays that later told her story treated her with a tenderness that suggests the ancients understood her as something more than a woman who had survived. She had passed through the worst a human life could offer and come out the other side into something that, while austere, was also strangely peaceful. Across the sanctuaries of Greece, there were other girls and women whose names did not survive the centuries, daughters of citizens sent to serve at Brauron before their marriages, young women who tended the fires at Artemis's temples in Sparta and Arcadia and along the coasts of Asia Minor, hunters in rural communities who offered the first kill of every season to the goddess before taking anything for themselves. Their devotion was quieter than Atalanta's, less dramatic than Iphigenia's, but it was no less real for that. They understood, in the way that people who live close to the natural world often do, that the forest had a kind of authority over human life that no city wall could fully cancel out, that the goddess who presided over it deserved acknowledgement. Atalanta ran and hunted and refused marriage for as long as she could. In the memory of Greece, she remained what she had always been in the forest, fast, free, and entirely herself. The moon belonged to several goddesses in Greek mythology at different times and in different places. The story of how it came to belong most fully to Artemis is a slow one, gathered over centuries rather than told in a single myth. At the very beginning, the moon had its own goddess entirely, Selene, a titaness who drove a silver chariot across the night sky, her pale horses pulling the full disk of the moon through the dark hours in a long, quiet arc from one horizon to the other. Selene was the moon in the most literal sense. She was its body, its movement, the reason it appeared each night and faded each morning. Artemis, in the oldest layers of Greek religion, was something different, a goddess of the wilderness and the hunt, associated with the light that filtered through forest canopy and the darkness between trees, but not yet the moon herself. However, as the centuries moved forward and the Greek religious imagination deepened and simplified at the same time, the boundaries between these figures grew soft. Worshippers began to see in Artemis the same qualities they had always loved in Selene, the cool, silver presence moving through the night, illuminating without warming, watching without being seen. Poets began to address her as the moon. Sculptors placed a crescent at her brow, and gradually, with the quiet persistence of water-wearing stone, Artemis absorbed what Selene had carried. The moon became hers. The crescent, in particular, became her emblem, Not the full moon. That floods the world with pale brilliance and leaves nowhere to hide, but the thin, curved sliver that hangs in the early evening sky like a bow drawn halfway, just enough light to suggest the darkness around it. It suited her perfectly. The crescent moon does not overwhelm. It suggests. It offers just enough illumination to move by and no more. That is precisely how Artemis preferred to inhabit the world, present. But on her own terms, visible only as much as she chose to be. For the ancient Greeks, the moon was never merely a decorative object hung in the sky for beauty. It was a serious presence, a force that governed the turning of months, the timing of festivals, the swelling of tides along the rocky coastlines of Greece. Sailors watched it with the same careful attention they gave to winds and currents. Farmers planted by it, believing that seeds sown under certain phases took root more willingly than those planted under others. Women understood their own bodies in its rhythm. Healers tracked the progress of fevers and wounds against its phases, convinced that the moon pulled at human blood the way it pulled at the sea. It was the original clock, the light that made travel possible after sundown, the companion of everyone who found themselves awake in the hours the sun had abandoned. The moon also held sway over the religious calendar in ways that shaped how communities gathered and worshipped. The great festivals of Athens and other city-states often fell during particular lunar phases, moments when the goddess herself seemed most present and most powerful. Priestesses of Artemis tracked these cycles with careful precision, understanding that the timing of rituals and ceremonies could amplify their efficacy. The huntress was believed to be most attentive to prayers and offerings when the moon reflected her own strength. New moons brought quietness and introspection, times for private devotion and the making of solemn vows. Full moons brought the possibility of ecstatic revelation, moments when the boundary between the divine and mortal seemed gossamer thin. The phases were not merely astronomical phenomena to be observed and recorded. They were conversations between the goddess and her people. Young women especially felt the moon's pull. Their own physical cycles aligned with hers in ways that seemed to confirm a deep kinship. To be a girl becoming a woman under the tutelage of Artemis meant learning to read the sky the way one might read a sacred text, understanding that nothing in nature spoke without meaning. The goddess taught through the very body of the moon itself, which waxed and waned, disappeared and returned, died and was reborn in eternal cycle. And it was also something stranger than any of that. Something that transformed the familiar landscape into a place that was recognizable and yet not quite itself. Ordinary fields and pathways rendered silver and shadowless and slightly unreal, as though the world had been replaced overnight with a very faithful copy made from different materials. That quality, the moon's power to make the known world feel uncanny without making it threatening, was very much in keeping with Artemis. She was a goddess who belonged to the threshold between the tame and the wild, who moved through spaces that human beings knew and yet never quite mastered. She moved through them at night, which is when all such spaces become most honestly themselves. When moonlight fell across a forest, the trees did not disappear. They became more present, more particular. Every branch and root shadow thrown into relief, and that was the kind of revelation Artemis offered too. Not a blinding clarity, but a silver one, enough to see by, enough to understand that you were in a place that had its own rules. Her light asked nothing of you except attention. Her forest, lit from above by that pale crescent, was quieter than it was by day. The animals that moved through it, the deer stepping carefully through undergrowth, the owl turning its face slowly in a high branch, moved with the particular unhurried awareness of creatures that know they are not being chased. Artemis walked among them the same way. She was the goddess who did not need to announce herself, whose arrival was felt before it was perceived, whose silver bow was drawn only when she had already decided and already knew the outcome. The moon she carries is silver. Silver is the color of things that give back light rather than generating it themselves, a quality that says something true about Artemis, who never demanded the center of any stage, but whose presence, when you finally noticed it, was unmistakable. Artemis was not only a goddess of solitude and wilderness when the great wars came, both among the gods and between gods and mortals. She was there, armed with her silver bow and fully capable of taking sides. Long before the Trojan War drew the Olympians into its long and terrible gravity, there had been another conflict, older and stranger, in which the gods fought not against each other, but against the giants, enormous, earthborn beings who rose up against the order of Olympus in what the Greeks called the gigantomachy. According to the tradition, the Olympians could not defeat the giants by divine power alone. They needed the help of a mortal. So Heracles fought beside them, and together they drove the giants down. Artemis was among the gods who took the field in that war, standing with her brother Apollo against creatures that threatened the very world the gods had built. She does not occupy the center of the Gigantomachy's surviving accounts the way some of the others do, but she was there, a detail that matters. This was because it tells you something about the kind of goddess she was. She was not one to remain at a distance from the struggles that shaped the world she cared about. She had chosen the wilderness, yes, but the wilderness was part of that world, and she was willing to defend it. This participation in the Gigantomachy established a pattern that would define her divine character throughout the ages. Artemis demonstrated that her commitment to the world extended beyond hunting and solitude. She was capable of violence on a scale matching the greatest of the Olympians. The memory of standing against the giants would inform her later decisions and alliances. It revealed that despite her preference for isolation, she possessed a protective instinct toward the cosmic order itself. This duality, the solitary goddess who would nonetheless emerge from her wilderness to fight, shaped how mortals and gods alike would understand her power and her purpose. It is in the Trojan War, however, that Artemis appears most fully as a political being, one whose loyalties, grievances, divine relationships placed her inside a conflict that was never truly clean or simple. She took the side of Troy. That was not unusual in itself, since the gods divided on that question according to their own histories and affections. What made her position interesting was that it placed her, at least in some respects, against the Greeks, while her brother Apollo, for most of the war, also sided with Troy, so the twins were, for once, aligned. But the world of Olympus during those long war years was tense in ways that went beyond simple allegiances. Artemis carried into the war the memory of what Agamemnon had done at Aulis, the insult and the demand, and the still, Windle, SSC, she had imposed as her answer. That wound had not healed, and it colored everything she did when the Greeks were concerned. She is present in the background of the Iliad, in ways that are easy to miss if you are moving quickly through the poem. A goddess whose anger quietly shapes events even when she is not at the center of the scene. And then there is the moment that the Iliad does place her at the center. It is one of the most unexpected passages in all of Greek epic. Hera, queen of the gods and fierce supporter of the Greek cause, came upon Artemis on the battlefield of Olympus, for the gods fought their own version of the war in a divine space that mirrored the one below, and Hera did not simply argue with her or outmaneuver her. She reached out and struck her. She took Artemis's own bow from her hands and used it to box her about the ears. The arrows fell out of the quiver and scattered, and Artemis fled the encounter in tears. It is a scene almost impossible to reconcile with the image of the fierce, untouchable huntress who transformed Actaeon and struck down the daughters of Niobe without a tremor of hesitation. And yet it is there in Homer. The ancient Greeks accepted both versions of her as true at once. This was because they understood that even the most formidable beings have moments of exposure. That power and vulnerability are not opposites, but things that live in the same body. Artemis had chosen the wild places precisely because they were hers, because within them she was sovereign. Olympus was Hera's domain. In a way it was never fully hers. The politics of that divine court could reach her in ways that the forest could not. She had always kept herself apart from those entanglements. The Trojan War forced her into them, whether she wished it or not. She was not destroyed by the encounter with Hera. She was humiliated. That for an immortal is a different and perhaps more lasting kind of wound. She ran, and the stories do not pretend otherwise. She ran to her father, the way she had gone to him as a small child, and climbed onto his knee and asked for everything she needed to be herself. He had given it all to her without question. And then she did something no myth of Artemis quite prepares you for. She fled to her father's lap and wept. Zeus, who had given her everything she asked for when she was small, held her and smiled gently and called it enough. When Greek culture spread westward, and the Romans began absorbing the gods of Greece into their own pantheon, Artemis was given a new name, Diana, and she walked out of the forests of Greece and into the woods of Italy, where she found something unexpected, a goddess already waiting. Diana had been worshipped in the hills of Latium long before any Greek story reached Italian shores. Her oldest and most enduring sanctuary was not a grand marble temple in a city, but a grove beside a volcanic lake in the Alban Hills, a place the Romans called Nemi, the Grove of the Wood. The lake there was small and still and deeply dark, cupped by forested slopes. The Romans called it Speculum Dianae, the mirror of Diana, because on calm evenings the water held the sky and the tree line perfectly, as though the grove had its own private sky beneath it. It was here, at this sanctuary, that one of the strangest religious customs of the ancient world persisted for centuries, something that even ancient writers found difficult to explain and modern scholars have returned to again and again without fully settling. The priest of Diana at Nemi held a title, Rex Nemorensis, the king of the wood. He was always a runaway slave who had won his position by finding a particular tree within the sacred grove, breaking one of its branches, then killing the man who held the title before him in single combat. Once he became king, he lived in a permanent state of armed vigilance, sword always at his side, sleeping lightly, watching for the next challenger who would come to take the branch and come for him in turn. He could hold the position for years, or for only a single afternoon. The title passed from man to man this way for as long as the sanctuary stood. No one fully recorded why. The myths attached to the grove connected Diana to the hero Hippolytus, who had been a devoted servant of Artemis in Greece. A young man who refused love and desire in her honor, was destroyed by his father's curse, was said to have been restored to life by the physician god Asclepius and brought quietly to this Italian grove to live out his long second life in the goddess's service. The Romans knew this story. They knew it was a Greek one, grafted onto something older, something that had been rooted in that particular dark water and those particular trees before anyone arrived with a myth to explain it. When the Romans formally identified Diana with Artemis, the merger was not a simple overwriting. Diana kept what was hers. She remained a goddess of the hunt and of wild places, a protector of women in labor, a deity whose temples stood at the edges of settled land rather than at its center. She retained that ancient Italian quality of being genuinely of the forest, rather than merely ruling over it. What she gained from the Greek synthesis was a fuller mythology, the story of her birth on Delos, the silver bow, the nymphs, the long catalogue of myths that Greek poets had spent centuries elaborating. She also gained Apollo as a brother, with him the sun and moon pairing that gave her a new celestial dimension. The two traditions settled into each other slowly, the way a river shifts its course over years rather than overnight. By the time Roman poets like Ovid and Horace were writing, Diana and Artemis were essentially one figure moving through two languages. Artists in the centuries that followed inherited this merged goddess and did not always trouble themselves to distinguish between her Greek and Roman forms. In the Renaissance, she appeared in paintings and sculpture as a huntress in motion, bow raised, dogs at her heels, a crescent moon resting in her hair. And the painters who depicted her were drawing on both Greek myth and Roman poetry without necessarily separating one from the other. She suited the Renaissance interest in the classical world and also its complicated fascination with female power. This was because Diana Artemis offered something rare, a woman of extraordinary capability who operated entirely outside the structures of marriage and domestic life and faced no punishment for it. She was, in that sense, a safe image of female strength, a goddess, and therefore exceptional, but nonetheless persistently compelling to artists working in a world where women's authority was otherwise heavily constrained. By the time the Enlightenment arrived, she had accumulated another layer of meaning. Thinkers who associated reason with clarity and chastity with intellectual discipline found in Artemis Diana a figure who seemed to embody the life of the mind unclouded by appetite or sentiment. Her silver light, cool and precise, felt appropriate for an age that valued cool precision. Sculptors and painters of the period returned to her again and again, rendering her in the clean white marble that the 18th century believed was how the Greeks had always imagined their gods, though the Greeks had in fact painted their statues in vivid colour, a fact that would have surprised the Enlightenment considerably. She endured these reinterpretations without losing her essential character, the way certain living things endure different seasons without changing what they are at the root. In the modern world, she has become something else again, or perhaps something more fully herself than any single period allowed her to be. She appears as a symbol of ecological commitment, of the wild places that remain and the ones that are disappearing. She appears in the language of those who value female autonomy and independence as a myth that said, long ago and clearly, that a woman could choose her own terms. The NASA program that sent astronauts back toward the moon took her name. There was something fitting in that. Artemis, goddess of the moon, carried forward into the actual darkness of space, looking back at the Earth from a very great distance. None of these later lives were quite what the ancient Greeks had in mind when they first told the story of the girl born on a floating island who grew up to run through forests with a silver bow and a pack of hounds. But she has always been a goddess of the untamed and the uncontained. Perhaps it is not surprising that her story, like the wilderness she loved, keeps growing in directions no one planted and no one planned. The wilderness she claimed at the beginning, before temples, before myths, before anyone had words for what she was, is still there. On nights when the crescent moon rises over a dark tree line, something of her is still there too,